Ken Paxton event in San Antonio. A little upset about that, but not a big deal. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find my Fan Mail Friday. Here we go. Found it. Hey, April. No, we're in May. We'll figure it out. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. Let's get everybody on the screen. But yeah, I was scrambling this morning because my sleep schedule got all messed up. And nope, no. Yes, there we go. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Kit Kat Mar, Amanda Collins. I saw that picture of your Trump 45 Glock. Nice, nice. Sean sent it to me. Wiki, nod, Lecky, Robert, Bomba in the chat. Ms. Mocha Powered. I hope that's a reference to coffee because I am powered by coffee as well. Yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, I don't know what happened, but I slept too much. You know, I slept the day I got back, not enough. And then I overcompensated. I slept too much. I dislocated a rib there we go. I found it. I dislocated a rib while sleeping because I'm old and that happens. It actually happens like a lot now. I have this one rib that will pop out. Anybody else have that? It sucks. It sucks because I don't know if you know this. Your ribs move when you breathe, and you have to do that all day. So yeah, it's just been yeah. I had a great time at the event this week, but as soon as I got home, I had to jump into the show, jump into work. It sort of threw me through a loop. I got home, I felt a little sleepy. I took a nap at 4:30 p.m. and that lasted until 8:30 p.m. And sure enough, yeah, floating rib. Thank you in the chat. People actually know what the hell I'm talking about. And yeah, and then I said, okay, I gotta go back to sleep now, which means I slept way too much. And sometimes when you sleep too much, it's worse than sleeping not enough. And I am just, my brain's not right. I only got 3 of the Fan Mail Fridays queued up, so we'll have to do the 2. We'll go search for the final 2. Yeah, everybody in the chat is old. I'm old, so don't get all, oh, what do you mean? You calling me old? I'm 41 and I feel like I'm 90. But look, like I have that floating rib. I try not to breathe. I mostly, when I try to bend over working, I broke my rib. Yeah, everybody's all messed up in this chat. I love it. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Okay, let's get to the daily breakdown. But first, as always, we have to take a look at the thumbnails. My favorite thumbnail guy is not here. He's gone. Eli is taking a little long weekend, I think, and he was like, sorry, no thumbnails, but luckily it's for a show where we already have plenty of thumbnails that are interchangeable week to week. So I decided to put up my four favorites. Okay, so we're gonna just take a look. We have the Groiper and the Snowflake Liberal unloading my fan mail. We have the Harry Potter one was hilarious. Harry Potter one, right? They're the owls. All right. We got the Mr. Rogers. And we got the Seinfeld. Yeah, what's the deal with the fan mail? And if you guys don't know what that means, fan mail, it's actually hate mail, right? We have every Friday, we have a game that we play. Friday is sort of, a timeline cleanse. We try to have fun on here, with the doom and gloom that's all week long. We decide to judo. We do internet judo. We take the doom and gloom's weight and we flip it like Ronda Rousey. We break its arm, and it's a fun time. So we're going to read my hate mail, and the chat is going to guess whether or not my hate mail is coming from the woke left. Let's see here. Yeah, see? So we got the woke left, the LGBTQIAPXYZ, or we got the America First Groypers. And if you guys haven't heard of horseshoe theory, pretty much all sounds the same because they are the same. The woke left and the woke right, the far left and the far right, the dissident right and the, social justice warriors, however you want to put it, they all basically do and sound the same. They're all just these terrorists who just try to cancel people. They try to, mean talk you to death. Just bounces right off of me. I have the most, I think, out of anybody on the internet, fans, right? Quote, not followers, fans. All right. Anyway, on top of the theme of the day, though, we do actually do the news, right? That's what the Daily Breakdown means. The Daily Breakdown is we go on the internet, we type in the word news, we break it down. Hence, the Daily Breakdown. So today's show is going to have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories that we'll break down. Oh, are people spamming the chat? I see somebody in there going, stop spamming the chat. I saw somebody get removed by a moderator while I was waiting too with Jeremy's show. Are people feeling feisty today? Are we having a feisty day? Because it's Fan Mail Friday. We're gonna highlight your feistiness. All right. I just heard about this as I was coming on the show. Two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Kyle Busch tragically dies at 41 after hospitalization. I know nothing about this story, so we're going to go through it together. This is from Outkick. Two-time NASCAR champion died Thursday afternoon, sending shockwaves through the garage in the racing world. He was hospitalized due to an undisclosed but severe illness, according to a statement put out by the Busch family. So that could be anything, There's no need to, opine on what it might be. If they don't want you to know, that's their right, could be anything. Could be something completely innocent. Maybe it was something crazy. I don't know. But it's not our business is my point, right? I don't care why Thomas Massey's wife died, and you don't see me being like, hey man, did you I've made the insinuation that it's a little weird that he jumped right back in the saddle, but I don't really care for the conspiracies when somebody's family member passes away. I think it's disrespectful. All right. Anyway, the Busch family and Richard Childress Racing announced the death Thursday evening, but did not offer cause of death. On behalf of the Busch family, we are devastated to announce the sudden and tragic passing of Kyle Busch. Sean's going to be very upset about this. I'm not I don't follow NASCAR, but he does. Our entire NASCAR family is heartbroken. Future Hall of Famer, Kyle was a rare talent. Throughout his career, it spanned more than 2 decades. Kyle set records, National Series wins. Was he active? Was he still? He was probably still. Wait, 2-time 20. All right, so he won the championship in 2015, 2019, 234 victories, all-time record holder. I don't know if he was retired or not, but somebody in the chat will probably tell me. Anyway, pray for the Busch family. That's very sad. Yes, still racing. Bumba in the chat said yes, he was still racing. So that sucks, man. It sucks obviously for the family, but it sucks also for the fans. All right. Next up, yes, he was unresponsive at practice. Yes, Zach, he was still racing. Yeah, still active. Yep, people in the chat are giving me the rundown. Look, man, for celebrities, people who have opinions, right? This is it's a good thing to kind of talk about. It's a little doomy, not a little doomy, a little not. This is not a timeline cleanse. This is a little serious, but when hold on. Hopefully, I'm not on the internet anymore, but. If I were to die tomorrow, right, there'd be people that are happy about it, right? It's like, hey, fuck you, man. I'm nice. I wouldn't be happy if Thomas Massey died or something like that. I've been giving him a lot of shit. I wouldn't be happy if Chud the Builder died. I'd be giving him a lot of shit. I wouldn't be happy if Sneeko or Myron Gaines or Tucker or anybody that I criticize regularly passed away. But there are people that would be, and that's so gross. It's so gross the way that the internet has sort of dehumanized us. All right. I'm not saying this is related to that story at all. I mean, other than the fact that it's just talking about death, but I just thought of that, it's like I get, because we're going to do Fan Mail Friday. We're going to read my hate mail. One of the hate mail. So if you guys don't understand how I do it, right. The people that have seen this week to week know, but I just post a screenshot of a message in my inbox, and then I show the profile picture, and then we're going to try to figure it out. Make it a fun game. But if I can't figure out, I have to go into their profile and I have to figure out, are they reposting Hakeem Jeffries or are they reposting Thomas Massey? Hypothetically, that would be the clue. And there's a lot of them that I can't figure out because the posts are protected, the account's private, or they're just not posting anything and it's taking too long and I'm spending 5 minutes and I just don't see anything. A lot of them have these weird sports pages where it's just sports, et cetera, right? So there was one from this morning when I was trying to put together the show, and it said, I'd love to shoot you in the head. And it's a real person, right? It's a real person. It's not a bot. And I couldn't figure out whether or not they're on the right or the left. But it's bro, if that's what, this is why we do Fan Mail Friday. It's kind of subtly, I'm highlighting an issue, right? A lot of people don't realize that when you get any level of notoriety on the internet, right, it comes with this. And when it first happened years ago, it is a little bit oh, and you get used to it. And you shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to be desensitized to death threats, but I am, right? I shouldn't have to be desensitized to hate, but I am, right? I take it so well. I mean, you should probably, I probably shouldn't be doing this. None of us should be doing this, but we are, and there's no fixing that, man. That's human nature. It's I don't, there isn't a law you can pass. There isn't anything. We could maybe steer the culture in the right direction. We could become a better, more tolerant, loving culture. I don't see that happening. I think that as long as the internet exists, we're going to have not famous. I'm not famous. I don't want to call myself famous. We're gonna have people that are notable, people that are popular, people that get a lot of attention online, and famous people and what have you. They're always just gonna get these psychos that want to unload their own insecurities and their own hate onto you. It's I'm just a punching bag, right? And it's I don't take it personally, right? I don't. But yeah, it really sucks. It sucks that that's the way it is, but that's the way it is. I'm sure there's a good reason. I'm sure God gave this to us for a reason, right? But again, it shouldn't have to be. Anyway, next story. I know this is supposed to be a timeline cleanse day. That was way too deep. Let's get into something else. See, Rubio says Cuba is a threat to U.S. as Havana accuses him of lies. Oh, Cuba accused a Cuban of lying. All right. Cuba poses a national security threat to the U.S. and likelihood of peaceful agreement is not high, said U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. His comments come just a day after the U.S. charged Cuba's former president, Raul Castro, with murder over the 1996 downing of two planes resulting in the killing of U.S. nationals. Rubio said Washington's preference was a diplomatic solution, but warned that President Trump had the right and obligation to protect his country against any threat. Cuba's Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez accused Rubio of lies and said the island has never posed. Never. Never has anyone Cuba has never posed a threat to... Hold on. Just real quick, all right? Summarize the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis was a 13-day standoff in October of 1962 when the United States discovered Soviet nuclear missiles being installed in Cuba, bringing the superpowers close to a nuclear war. President John F. Kennedy responded with naval quarantine of Cuba, and after these negotiations, Khrushchev agreed to remove the missiles in exchange for a U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba and a secret missile withdrawal from Turkey. Why it mattered. It was one of the most dangerous moments in the Cold War and widely seen as the closest world came to nuclear war. The crisis also pushed both sides to improve communications and arms control, helping lead to measures like the U.S.-Soviet hotline and later nuclear agreement. So Cuba literally let Russians build nukes on the island that's like 90 miles, is it 90 miles? Away from Florida. So yeah, no, what the hell are you talking about, bro? The island has never posed a threat to the U.S. You pose the biggest threat that this country has ever had. Literally, objectively, literally. Never. You can fix that word. And you know what? I think that the reason why correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but didn't the nuclear war almost pop off? But I think it was the captain of the ship from Cuba on the Cuban side, he disobeyed direct orders. I think so. I think that was part of it. It was literally like we literally almost went to a nuclear war because Cuba and Russia. I get it. That was 1962, but don't say never. Don't say we've never had a problem with you guys. Yeah, you have. There you have. People aren't floating on blown up hefty bags to come and get the hell out of your country into Miami because it's so great over there. All right. Speaking to reporters on Thursday, Rubio said diplomacy remains our preference. I'm going to be honest with you. Likelihood of that happening, given who we're dealing with now, is not high. Also accused Cuba of being one of the lead sponsors of terrorism in the region. True. Cuban foreign minister accused Rubio for trying to instigate military aggression. Okay. Ruthlessly and systematically attacking this country. Cuba is suffering from a fuel crisis exacerbated by an effective U.S. oil blockade while under Trump pressure from the Trump administration to make a deal. Let's go to something. Don't think that people realize it's China, man. It's China. I posted a clip from yesterday's show on top of Stella's. Take a look at this. This is a minute 13 seconds, right?
Because this is beyond just her being a spy for this one city in Arcadia. Yeah. There are a lot of issues in California where Chinese people from China have completely bought out neighborhoods. They have paid $200,000 to $300,000 over asking price in cash. And John, these are conversations that are being had in communities in California. It's all over. And it's also, as you probably know, we've talked about this, that, China is buying out land near military bases. Yeah. That's been investigated. 19, some of them with nuclear arsenal. Why? What's happening? I mean, there was an incident here in California where a Chinese billionaire was exploiting our surrogate laws in the United States, basically sending his materials over to California, having these babies here, never meeting them, and then having nannies take care of them. Irvine, California, the California courts took this up, and basically a judge denied him petition for parental rights. So there's a lot of loopholes when it comes to, foreign countries exploiting our laws.
Yeah. Okay. Now you're saying, well, what's that have to do with Cuba? Okay. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? No, we'll do that in a second. What is, oh, hold on. What is the relationship between between China and Cuba? That's the thing that people aren't understanding. And we talked about this yesterday, right? Where it's like it all can be traced back to China because it always can. China and Cuba have a generally close but pragmatic relationship. They are both communist. Here, oh, that word. Oh, yeah, communist. Communist-led states, strong diplomatic ties, cooperation on trade, loans, infrastructure, technology, and international support. China is also one of Cuba's most important economic partners and has backed Cuba politically against U.S. pressure, against the U.S., and the embargo. Politics, they share a long-standing friendly relationship between their ruling parties. Economics, they provide trade, credit, investment, and aid while Cuba supplies strategic goods like nickel and zinc. Projects, cooperation include rail upgrades, renewable energy, telecommunications. Geopolitics, Cuba is useful to China because of its location near the U.S. Cuba is useful to China because of its location near the U.S. Cuba benefits from Chinese backing against isolationism and sanctions. Whoa. So essentially, right, what you have here is we have this has happened in the past, right, with the Cuban Missile Crisis, where it was Russia, right, Soviet Union, essentially, Russia trying to build nuclear bases in Cuba because they were at war with the U.S. Who's friends with China now? Russia, Cuba. Okay? Guys, this isn't hard to figure out. Okay? China buys land near military bases in the U.S. They buy farmland. They buy land where there's no wind, and they put wind farms on them. And you know what they found at the top of the windmills? Cameras. This is verifiable. You can look this up. All right. They're basically buying up land near military installations to spy in America. They're partnered with a communist island 90 miles off the coast of America. And now the Trump administration, after essentially taking out the Venezuelan partnership, right, with Maduro, that's done. Okay. I mean, maybe might still be an issue because the regime, still has some aspirations, but they're neutered. Let's just put it that way. They're neutered. Then goes into the Iran connection, right? Now, what's China? Let's do it again. Why not, right? Let's make this a presentation today. Okay. What's the relationship? This is how you guys can do this, right? Like, you can do this all day. And the problem I see online is a lot of people don't. A lot of people, and look, I guess that's what I'm doing here. Okay. Like, I'm doing it for you, but you should do it yourself. Okay. Like, I mean, the people that say, oh, you have a problem with just asking questions. No, not when you're asking the right ones. Like, what's the relationship between China and, guess what I'm going to say next? Iran. All right, China and Iran have a strategic but transactional relationship. They cooperate closely on trade, energy, diplomacy, and some security issues. But they are not formal allies. China is careful not to jeopardize its broader interests. China is Iran's largest trading partner and major buyer of Iranian oil, while Iran gives China discounted energy and geopolitical leverage against who? You guessed it, the U.S. Explain to me how it's not an America first position for Trump to go after China's proxies, because that's what he's been doing, right? Venezuela, done. Iran, pretty much done, right? Sights are on Cuba, pretty much done. Russia is a problem, okay? And here's why Russia's a problem. Russia is a much bigger enemy. And if you put Russia and China together, I think would win, but I think that it would be very bad, right? I think it would be very, very bad. So what would be a smart strategic play? Would it be to go straight after Russia like the Democrats kept on telling us to do? Right? You remember when the Democrats were like, Russia, 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 Putin, 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 meh, 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 meh. Right? Does it make sense to take out an enemy that could combine with one other enemy and all of their proxies and become a threat to the U.S.? Or would it make more sense to take out all of the smaller enemies, take all the pawns off the board, right? And then you go after the queen, which is China. Bro, you guys don't get it. Trump actually knows what he's doing. That's the thing. You guys don't get it. And then you have Dave Smith and Nick Fuentes and every other moron, Thomas Massey, like, I can't believe you're going after pawns. So you have Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and Russia. North Korea, not so much. Couple others, not really important, right? But you take out all of these things one by one by one, strategically, methodically, in just over a year. Man, sounds America first to me. You know, it wouldn't be America first. You know, it would be a really America last position. It would be to embolden your enemies and partner with your enemies and strengthen your enemies. Maybe Tucker Carlson does a show with a Chinese, quote, professor talking about how, you know what would be way better is if the U.S. just shared power with China, you know, give them more power. Because obviously they're friends with so many people that hate the U.S. So it's a good idea to just, you know, kiss their boots. Yeah, no. Just hand over power that you don't need to hand over. All right. Because, I don't know, because Tucker said so. Tucker also has he thinks that the system in Russia is fantastic. Did you know that you can put a quarter in a grocery shopping cart and get it back when you return the cart? Tucker did a friggin' propaganda video for Russia after he interviewed Putin. I liked the interview, didn't like the propaganda video. Tucker has done propaganda videos talking about literally, in no uncertain terms, the new world order and global digital bank currency. What? Tucker does not like us going after Iran. In fact, he thinks that Muslims are wonderful people. And some Muslims are. But Islam isn't. Right? I'm sure that if we tried to invade Cuba tomorrow, Tucker would go, can't believe you're going after those just wonderful, peaceful communists. It's always China. It's always a tentacle of China. And so would all the other people. Tucker's just one of many. So would all of the other people. So would all of the other useful idiots. And potentially, and I'm not saying this is true, I'm saying it would make sense, foreign agents, right? All of these America first foreign agents. Or, hold on, let me rephrase, okay? Because I don't want to spread fake conspiracy bullshit the way they do. All of these America first people that are behaving as if a foreign agent would. I mean, Tucker even came out and said, I am being investigated as being part of something called FARA that I've never heard of before, even though he's talked about FARA, I don't know, 10 times about Israel. Yeah, you know, just saying. I think it would make a lot of sense. I think it would make a lot of sense if I were in charge to go after The smaller threats, closer proximity threats, Venezuela, Cuba, right? Then we get that big ocean in between us for China and Russia, so we could save them for last, if at all, because maybe once you weaken all of the other proxies, maybe then you don't need to fight China and Russia because they went, shit, we don't have the power anymore. We were reliant on all of the other things that Trump just took off the board. Might make sense. Just saying. And we got all that from one news story. Isn't that nice? All right, you know what? Let's pay the bills because I forgot to do it. Well, I didn't forget to do it this week. I couldn't do it this week because I was unavailable. So we try to do the Patriot Pouch on Monday because it's Maha Monday and we try to be healthier. And obviously, Nixodine pouches would be healthier than vaping, healthier than smoking, even maybe healthier than nicotine pouches. But this show is sponsored. This show is sponsored and brought to you by Patriot Pouch. The nicotine-like ritual and buzz you expect, powered by better ingredients and American values with fewer downsides. Made in the USA. Unlike Tucker's brand, which is made in India. Alp is made in India, by the way. Some of it. Assembled in the USA, I think. But the Nixodine pouches from Alex over at Patriot Pouch are 100% American. All right, you can get the Sovereign sample pack with all 4 flavors, or you can pick up my favorite flavor, orange. You glad you're an American? Nixodine is a cleaner compound that binds to the same receptors as nicotine. You have the nicotine compound here. You have the Nixodine compound here. It delivers a better, cleaner effect. It's nicotine-free, tobacco-free, avoids traditional nicotine addictive properties. It's the same sensation. And I can vouch for that because I was taking it for 2 weeks before I realized it was not nicotine. Smooth, more enjoyable, sustained hit and buzz. 20 enhanced moisture pouches, 6 milligrams of nicotine per pouch or Nixodine per pouch, and the same buzz you expect. Head over to patriotpouchusa.com and use the code MISFIT10 for 10% off. Thank you, Patriot Pouch. Back to the news. All right. Air France and Airbus found guilty of manslaughter over 2009 plane crash. Wow. How'd that go? Oh, yes. Thank you. Somebody in the chat just, hold on. You know what? Let's pull this up. Let's give credit. Let's give a little hat tip to this because this is true. Oh, let me get rid of this Patriot Pouch promo too because I always forget. Boom. Okay. Another important point from Matt Gleam. Zach, don't forget Canada is tied tight to China. Very true. Canada and China, they're scissoring right now. They are very closely related. They're having all sorts of relations. They have a lot of trade. They have a lot of the fentanyl that comes into America is actually coming over the Canadian border as well as the Mexican border, which is that's not good. Considering that now look, there's one thing about Mexico, right? I'm not saying that it's good, but with Mexico is essentially a country run by drug cartels. Okay, it's very corrupt, very corrupt. It's run by drug cartels. Their current president, Claudia Rodriguez, whatever her name is, she was, I believe, installed. There were over 30 political candidates that were assassinated before they decided not to assassinate her, which means that they wanted her to win, in my opinion. I think that's process of elimination and common sense critical thinking. Shine bomb. Thank you. I didn't even read that. I just thanked myself because I remembered it. Claudia Scheinbaum. Regardless, let's say she's not installed as a, proxy cartel president. Let's say she's not. She's still not able to do shit because the cartel is essentially the Mexican military. It's more powerful. It's a multi-billion-dollar organization, maybe trillion-dollar organization. And So when you see China, who we don't trust, communist pieces of, when you see them partnering up with essentially the cartel and drugs coming into America through the southern border, it makes sense, right? What doesn't make sense is Canada, just to our north, who isn't run by the drug cartel, partnering with China and bringing fentanyl across our border. And I don't care how much it is. I don't care if it's 10 pounds, because some asshole will be like, it's only like 1,500. Shut up. Shut up. It's enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people. And yeah, no, and it's also a little bit, you know, because America essentially props up Canada's entire economy. We could stop supporting them and they would fail. They would fall, right? The only reason we don't is because you know who'd fill the vacuum? China, right? They essentially have us, you know, in a damned if we do, damned if we don't situation. But yeah, it was a good point that somebody brought up in the chat, because we should take a look at that once we're, and I'm sure that, I think that has a lot to do with why Trump was talking about 51st state stuff, you know? I'm not saying that he really wanted China or Canada to be a 51st state. I think that it was more strategic. It's also why we really want Greenland, right? We definitely want Greenland for that reason. We want military bases in that, you know, upper hemisphere area, where, not upper hemisphere, you understand what I meant. So it's early. You understand what I meant, but we want in that region. We want we want to have military bases to protect ourselves from Russia, which is proxied with China. If you really zoom out and you actually look at this, if you understand geopolitics and you understand war theory, like all of Trump's actions are actually working in America's best interest, protecting America. But you just have a bunch of morons online who just think in short-sightedness or are being, manipulated through a psyop, and they're just parroting talking points like Dave Smith's war of choice. Yeah, you're right. It was a war of choice. It was a war of choice to protect America. It was a choice. Correct. Thank you. So I'm just saying, guys, if you understand this, it's pretty easy to figure out what's going on. And the problem is people don't understand it, and I do. I'm fucking Rain Man on this shit.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs. Okay.
Oh shoot! Wow, I've gone on rants. It's 8:41. Cool. Hour flew by. We're gonna get to the Fan Mail Friday portion. So let's get to it. Let's see here. Air France and Air found guilty. How do you? So they found guilty of manslaughter. This is actually interesting. I want to read this real quick. Paris Appeals Court found the airline and aircraft manufacturer solely and entirely responsible. Oh, they're found. Okay. I thought they were like, they intentionally killed people. Manslaughter, not murder. So this looks like something to do with negligence in the maybe construction of their planes or something. Or let's see here. They were found guilty on Thursday. Passenger stalled. It stalled during a storm, killing all on board. Just trying to see what they... The ruling may be seen as causing damage to the company's reputations. I think it's something to do with... It looks like it's something to do with the way the... Yes, engineer. Oh, wait, no. Maybe with the way the planes were engineered. We're running out of time, so let's go and do Fan Mail Friday, and then we'll take another peek at this maybe on Monday if it's still a story. NATO chief 5,000. We already read that one. DNC release. Okay, yeah, pretty much. Well, this one might be an actual story. Hold on. DNC releases 2024 autopsy with chair apologizing for creating an even bigger distraction. Your promise to release reports and reverse course in December. The report details problems that plagued the Democrat Party in the last presidential election. Why they lost? Yeah, I don't care. You lost. Goodbye. Have fun. See you later. No mas. Okay, so Fan Mail Friday, my favorite day of the week. If you guys have never played Fan Mail Friday before, here's how it works. Okay, we are going to. Sorry, let me get the Fan Mail Friday right there. Boom. We are going to show you a message from my inbox, and then we are going to show you the profile picture of who sent the message. Here's how you play Fan Mail Friday. After we show you the profile picture, I want you to jump into the chat and as fast as you can, guess whether or not this person is on the right or the left. Okay, so here's the message. It's from Dylan K. And it says, please stop talking about politics. You're obviously a paid Israeli shill or just a retard. And one of those is true. I have an SRS-2 score of 80. I'm autistic as fuck, hence retarded. That's why I can say it. It's like an R-word pass. Okay, so your profile picture is this cowboy-looking dude with Megyn Kelly Light, and I don't know why he looks so high, but he does. So woke left, woke right. WRWL, left, right, however you want to put it. All right, chats are coming in. Woke right, right, left, woke left, right, woke right, leftist, woke right, pinky commie, woke right. So looks like the woke right is taking it. We got a couple of lefties up in here, but the guesses up in here. But for the majority, it is the woke right. Let's find out if the chat is correct. All right. Yep. That one didn't really seem too hard. All right. So I put in here, sadly, because that's him replying to somebody showing that he is a real person. I look at their engagement. I look at whether if they have like 10,000 posts and their account was created like a month ago, obviously a bot. I try not to put bots in here, but reposting, Kerry Prejean Bowler and Massey for president 2028. That'll go well. Anybody who thinks that Massey is going to win a presidential election, I have a bridge to sell you. Massey got beat in his district by somebody who barely campaigned. All right. Ed Galrain did not do a good job campaigning. He just won. He just got more votes. All right. 1-0, woke right. And because we're going to have to jump in, we're going to have to pivot and do the last two. We're going to have to go search for them. We got to move through this so we have plenty of time. All right. Next up, how does it feel to be a sellout pussy boy? Go F yourself. All right. This one is from B. Roy Dolan. B. Roy Dolan. How does it feel to be a sellout pussy boy? Go F yourself. Profile picture. What's up with the black and white? What's up with these black and white hicks looking all freaking... but yeah, there's the picture. It looks like, just somebody who needs a shave in Under Armour hat with a black and white filter, just like the last guy. Guys, a little inside, little heads up, most of these I pull from the earliest messages I have, right? So this is just a little tip or a little trick that you may be able to use to play the game, right? Is if you think that this message is from this week, what happened this week, and who would be mad at me, right? Because I'm not for Massey, so maybe it would be Massey's Nasties. Just a little tip. Okay, woke middle, woke right. Massey week, all right. Yep. Guessing woke right. Carla Hare, woke left, right, woke left, right. Looks like right is edging out the lead. Let's see if the chat is correct. All right. It's still crazy it's crazy to me what Joe Rogan said about Theo Vaughn. All right, that's just depopulation. What kind of government would inspire each other? I think there's two clues on this one. Yes, that's right. Dylan reposted. Yes, it is a Massey Nasty. It's a Massey Nasty. Dolan, whatever the hell your name is. The black pill has been fully digested. Thank you, Rep Massey, for giving it your all. Come on. Massy nasties, no different than the woke left. All right. Next up, from Rob Bevo Baker. Rob Bevo Baker. All right. I hear you support the war in Iran. Well, I've got some great news for you. You are currently eligible for enlistment into the U.S. Army. Now, I'm a combat veteran with 3 deployments to Iraq as a combat medic, gay, and have been awarded the combat medical badge, gay. And I'm just kidding. My best friend's a combat medic in the Army. I love him. And thank you for your service, Rob. I'm not shitting on medics. Hey, they're great, except for this one. He sucks. Recognizing blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, I get it. I'd be extremely willing to go with you to the recruiting office and help you through the enlistment process. This is what, what they say? These people, they think that if you want to talk about a war, you have to be a veteran, right? Or if you want to give your opinion. Look, I am a f***ing American. I can talk about whatever the f*** I want, you stupid f***. Okay? I don't need to be in the military to talk about whether or not I believe as an American, an operation in Iran is good for America. I just have to be an American. Thank you for your service, right? But your service is not a shield that means I can't criticize you. And it's not a shield that means I can't talk about the war or an operation or have an opinion. It doesn't mean that, right? Like, get, all right? Just want to be very clear about that, because some people will try to gaslight you and make you feel like you can't talk about things, right? Like you can't ask questions. And meanwhile, you fucking Massey. Has Massey been to war? Is Massey a veteran? No. Massey's an IT nerd, right? Massey's nasties have no problem with Massey never picking up a rifle and serving his country and being against the war, but anybody else, they have to go to war. No, I'm not going to the damn recruiting office, all right? I got a floating rib. We talked about it earlier. They wouldn't let me in if I tried. I tried to enlist in all 4 branches in freaking 2000, and they wouldn't let me in because of my tattoos. Like, there was a rule back then. I don't know. It's gone back and forth. I don't care. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't get in. Right? I have nothing but respect and admiration for veterans who aren't douchebags. All right? This one, I don't give a shit. Thank you for putting Band-Aids on soldiers, pussy. All right. His profile picture is a cartoon cow with a golden hat and Doritos. I already see people in the chat. Woke right, woke right. All right, let's guess. Woke right, woke left. Dave still going woke left. Dave FR is going woke left. Okay. Amanda Collins woke right. I'm guessing woke left, but all right. Does service qualify tampon Tim? Yeah. All right. Woke right, woke right. Woke left. Okay, so it looks like it's a little even. I think woke right might be edging it out. Let's find out. Oh, woke right. Reposting Sean Ryan, and it is in fact a Massey nasty. Okay, 3-0, but because of my I don't know, sleep schedule or whatever, I was running out of time this morning. So what we're going to do is we are going to pull a audible. All right. Let's see here. We're going to have to get.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing.
Okay. Let's get this copied, and we will put it right over here. Okay. Perfect. And we will go to my messages live, and we'll try to play this game. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. All right. Requests. Priority. No message requests. What the hell are you talking about? They should definitely be there. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's see. And this is what I have to do every morning. I'll show you guys how I do this, right? I go. I've already looked at these ones and so I'm looking at the ones in bold white because I haven't clicked on them yet. A lot of them are bots. A lot of them are bots. A lot of them aren't. Okay, yeah, like holy F, you're retarded. I already clicked that one and I couldn't find anything. Oh, okay, this one. Okay. Crazy fitting that your name has patriot while spewing lies. The jokes write themselves. Okay. So, we're going to have to play this game a little bit differently. Are we going woke left or woke right? We got to play this quick. We got 6 minutes left. I don't know when I click this guy's profile if we'll be able to verify it. So let's go. Quick. Go. Woke right or woke left. Crazy fitting that your name has patriot. No profile picture, just a black dot. What are we thinking? Okay, lefty. We got lefty. Okay. The jokes write themselves. Woke left, woke right, right, woke right, just cuz, woke right. Okay, let's see. Now, this is how I would find whether or not this person is a bot. 39,000 posts, but they've had this account for 15 years, so probably not a bot. Okay, now, replies is the first thing I look at. Don't see anything political yet. Here's the third thing I do. I just go Trump because that's a big clue. All right. Don't understand the blindness in Trump supporters, but hey, I probably don't know politics like them, so who am I? Don't argue with stupid. So y'all really voted for Trump and this is like, all right, so this is 2018. This is 2016. Let's see. Let's get a little closer. All right. Disabled vets, thank you for getting fought for the USA. Just came back. All right. Just jack off Trump. You vote Trump, you lose. Trump supporters can't even handle candy. I think we have a lefty on our hands. I do not think Biden is better than Trump. I do not think either one of them fought for this country. Putin was taking on Ukraine no matter what. See, this one's a tough one. See, this is one that I would probably throw away because there's no real right or left. This guy seems just anti-Trump. All right, so we would not count this one. All right, let's see if we can get another one. We got 4 minutes left. It's going to be tough, man, because this takes a while. This takes a while when I do this prep. Let's see if we can find one. Okay, let's go right here. Pedo protector. Oh, God, this one's bad. You are a pathetic loser who wants to suck Trump's blank. The world would be a better place without you. If you were considering suicide, go for it. Okay. You say all this when you can't prove it. Just don't reply anymore. I never replied to you, man. You are a pedo protector. Okay. All right. What are we thinking, guys? Are we thinking right or left? Well, let's go quick. Woke right, woke right. Okay. Let's go. Let's see if we can find one. 3,000 posts, August 2011. Definitely not a bot. Okay. Replies. All right. Oof. Again, do you see how tough this is? Do you guys see how tough this is? What I have to do every day? All right, let's try it. Let's try the Trump card. All right. Also, Trump Jr. hunts animals on the endangered. He makes him a piece of. I think this is a lefty. Right? Trump Jr. hunts animals on the endangered species list with special permits. Makes him a POS in my book. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Nope. Biden. Ironically said Biden was going to use it. Okay. Obama. No. I think we might be able to just give this guy a lefty. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're going to go left. We're going left. All right. What do we got? We got 2 minutes left. Oh, no. Can we find one more before the clock runs out? Let's see. Okay. We're going to try to find one real quick. I'm not even asking the chat. We're just going to do it. Fat chud grifter. Okay. Oh, you're spineless little pissy baby bitch boy. It's actually fun to say. Kill yourself, you worthless pedophile pussy loser. Grab one of your guns, put it in your mouth, and blow your head off. See? Fun. I have some fun fans. Oh, this is the one. I think this is the one that I couldn't use. Oh, you son of a gun. Protected posts. All right, 2 minutes left. Still, let's see. We might be able to squeeze one in. Okay, come on. Refresh. Let's go. Refresh. Did I like your word? No. Okay, that's that guy. Fat chud grifter. All right. Fat chud grifter. Nothing. Wait, hold on. White House. He's literally saying out loud, what more proof do you need? We found it. Nothing says land of the free quite like threatening to identify and neutralize people for supporting trans rights. All right. So that is a woke lefty calling me a fat chud grifter. We did it just under the wire. 2-3. The woke left came in just a bit outside. And we have where's my blue marker? So 3-2 this week. I think that we will, is this the last week? No, we have one more week in May. There it is, 9 o'clock. I'll do the shout outs straight from here for about 10-15 seconds. This is left, Sean. And you're going to be going up with my man right here, Sean Farish with Ungoverned. All right, Mary I Am, Crazy Moan McGroin, Miss Mocha Powered, Amanda Collins, Bumba, Winky Winky Nod Nod, B Hops 1, Roadrunner 513, and I will see you guys on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the show with Sean, and we will be back here for Maha Monday. We'll get everything reset back into the rhythm. Hopefully my rib isn't floating anymore, et cetera, et cetera. But thank you guys, and I will see you next week.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not. What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning and happy Friday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned on this Friday, starting Memorial Day weekend, maybe a little early. I'll tell you what, we're not starting early, and we're going to have a lot of fun today. this morning. Zach was having fun. I love his Fan Mail Friday episodes. It's always fun to sit there and watch the process of deciding the people who send him crazy hate messages. Are they woke left or woke right? It was pretty good. It was fun to play along for the last 10 minutes or so of the show. I just got done with radio, 1210 WPHT. Going to be on there again this afternoon from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 hours. So come join over on YouTube, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. We'll be doing calls on there as well. You can call into that station whenever you want. Obviously, we're going to be doing live calls here, 631-527-4545 in about 40 minutes. And we're going to go through, I think, one of the funniest stories that we've gotten over the course of, let's say, the last month or so, which is the Democrats' autopsy report of the 2020 election. They finally released it, and it is hilarious. Like, it is objectively hysterical. So we are going to get to that. First thing off the bat, unfortunately, I don't want to go here, but we will go here quick off the bat. Kyle Busch. I wasn't a fan of his on the track. Not that he wasn't a good driver. He was a phenomenal driver. This wasn't my guy. But Kyle Busch passed away yesterday at the very young age of 41. And there's, a lot of speculation about what the cause of death was. I think some of it is fair. I think some of it is click-driven. That happens with the internet. One thing I think, and I've called this out a gajillion times, I think it's a little disrespectful to blame every single sudden death or young death on the COVID vaccine. I'm not telling you that I think the vaccine is a good thing. I'm not encouraging anyone to get it. I'm also not going to blame every time someone dies on the COVID vaccine as if nobody's ever died before the COVID vaccine. Fair to ask the question, right? At 41 years old, what could have caused it? Could it have been that? Because we know there have been many examples of what would look to be quote unquote jab related complications. Fine. The family has not released a cause of death. It is my understanding regarding Kyle Busch's death that it was not related to that. I have a good source on the cause of death. I'm not going to say what it is out of respect for the family. It does not sound like it was related to any sort of COVID vaccine. It does not sound like it was related to drugs. It's if you are a NASCAR fan, and I'm trying to just do this respectfully and not fuel other speculation. If you're a NASCAR fan and you watched the race over at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago, Kyle Busch was on the radio talking about a sinus issue, and I would say for those trying to find a reasonable explanation for his sudden passing, start there. Incredibly sad. He's got 2 kids. Way too young. 41, regardless of what the cause of death is. Way too young. So, again, I wasn't a Kyle Busch fan in terms of, he wasn't my favorite driver. I didn't necessarily love the personality, but there's no two ways about it. He was an incredibly talented driver. And he's too young. He's too young. So, like I said, I heard now from multiple people the same cause of death. And yeah, it doesn't make it any less tragic. I know that there were folks on social media now reading into the term shot that Kyle was using on the radio. He wanted to take a shot for the sinus infection. Folks, he's not talking about getting a needle. You know, they make these shots, you know, like zinc, like a liquid shot, a shooter. You know what I mean? That's what he was talking about. They're obviously not going to inject a NASCAR driver in the middle of a race or even afterwards. You know, he was talking about the liquid shots. So I know it's the internet. You're going to get conspiracy theories, just like we're talking about this guy. Oh, he's wearing a mask over he's not. It was a lighting issue, right? Like, but it is whatever. Conspiracy theories, rabbit holes. It is what it is. What happens on the internet. The Kyle Busch situation was incredibly sad, and you know, I would like to maybe tamp down the speculation about it being related to a vaccination based off of what I heard, and I have no reason to doubt the veracity of and the authenticity of the information. And now, by the way, this information is coming from two people who don't know each other that basically told me the same thing. It's not that. And from what I heard, it would make sense given the timeline with the sinus issues at Watkins Glen. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sure we're going to get an official statement soon. It happened very suddenly. He went unresponsive in a driving simulator, was rushed to the hospital, and from what the reports are, they were able to revive him, but his heart had stopped and blood had stopped reaching the brain for a long enough time where he was essentially, in a vegetative state. So it's awful. 41, man, that's too young. And he was an immensely talented athlete. And for those who like to mock the sport, and I get it. We all drive cars. That's not a sport. It is what it is. They're not driving to the supermarket and back on these courses. They're not driving to the store. They're not taking their kids to school. These guys and gals who are in these cars, these stock cars, are absolutely athletes. You may say, oh, it's just left turns and it's just driving, but the conditions, it's not like you're sitting in your Chevy Malibu, one hand on the steering wheel and a hand out the window, and you got the air conditioning and you're comfortable. It is not comfortable in those cars. There's no frills in that thing. The cars get into temperatures into the triple digits. At tracks like Talladega with the banking, the G-force in those cars, the speed, you've got to be in pretty good shape in order to make it through a race like that. So those guys are unquestionably athletes, whether you like the sport or not. It's like, I don't like soccer, but I never once would say that the people who play soccer aren't athletes. Those guys run miles every day in a soccer game. And the stress that type of environment puts on your body, and it's not just, you got to understand, it's not just 500 miles once a week, which is a lot. But it's practice, it's qualifying, it's simulating, it's all of this. There's a big mental game to it too. These guys are incredible athletes. The stress that this puts on their bodies is something that many of us will never understand. And unfortunately, accumulated fatigue on the human body can result in some very negative impacts. Alex Bowman, another driver in NASCAR this year, has he has had vertigo. Just kind of tough if you're driving. So there's that. Number two, these guys and gals who drive in NASCAR, whether it's the Truck Series, whether it's the Xfinity Series, or if that's what it's still called, the Cup Series, whatever it might be, who are driving these stock cars. They are human guinea pigs. A lot of the safety features that are in your car that keep you safe on the road are features that are born from NASCAR. So these are human crash test dummies in many ways. And that may not be why they're doing it, but that is a byproduct of that sport, is safety features that come out of that sport that are keeping these drivers safe in, at speeds and G-force and all sorts of factors that we should never experience. A lot of it comes from NASCAR. So, and I used to be, younger me was like, oh, stupid, it's round and round, who cares? These guys deserve a little more respect than I think what they get. I'm not here to wag my finger at you. I'm not trying to do the...
Who do you think you are?
Tucker Carlson. I'm just, I like the sport. I watch it every Sunday. Again, I wasn't a fan. I didn't hate him, but I wasn't a fan of Kyle Busch. But man, you don't want to see this happen. 41 years old, 2 kids. You don't want to see this happen. So it's a tough day for the racing community. Keep that family in your prayers. And, out of respect for them, let them process this without the noise and the hoopla about, which conspiracy caused the death, and just chill. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Whatever. You want to ask questions, you want to be skeptical because he's young and died suddenly and all of this. I get it. I do. I understand. It's abnormal. I'm not telling you that this is a normal thing, but there is a pretty understandable explanation that I'm sure is going to be out there soon. I'm not going to say what it was because it's not public and I don't want to start throwing things at the wall, but I will say that I've had 2 people who I would say are pretty reliable, have no reason to lie to me, who have come to the same or offered the same cause of death, and they don't know each other. So I'm pretty sure I know what it was. And I'm pretty sure we'll know what it was soon when the family is ready to talk about it. Anyway, we're going to get into some fun stuff in a minute. The Democrats have really... What's up?
I was just going to say another fun thing, because Matthias was in the chat the other day.
Yes.
Well, now we have beautiful Tits in the chat
Tits is in the chat today.
So I want her to hear.
Don't fall for it.
Yes. By the way, that's my dad's favorite drop.
Is it?
He loves Don't Fall For It. It's one of my favorites, too, because... that's not like from a movie. That's her son, right?
Yeah.
Right? So it's like
either hers or Matthias.
Yeah, it's one of the,
but they're mixed now. It's all
right.
together. They're all like each other's. So yeah. But I can't remember which kid it was. She'll tell us in the chat.
Right.
They got a lot of them.
Buckle Brush asking, was it myocarditis? Easy to say myocarditis or not, based off of what I was told not. Based off of what I was told not. Okay. I want to give you another update, too. I've got a couple new drops I've added to my soundboard here. The great Eric Adams.
Goo goo.
There you go. We got the goo goo.
Goo goo.
All right.
Goo goo.
There it is. We've got this one, too. Second one.
Goo goo what they said.
Goo goo what they said. There you go. So we got goo goo.
Goo goo.
We got goo goo what they said.
Goo goo what they said.
And then we got Trump.
You are not a smart person.
You are not a smart person. So we got it. Got a couple of new drops. Melly Johnson loves the Tucker Carlson.
Who do you think you are?
That's a classic. I love it. All right. Anyway, we're going to roll into, as you can tell, my voice is shot, which is not good this early in the day. I've got 4 hours of radio coming up from 3 to 7. So that's going to be a slog. But we will get to a bunch of, we're going to get to the Democrats' 2024 autopsy report, because I got a good chuckle out of this thing yesterday. Not because of necessarily what it said, but because of what it didn't say. That's the funny part. Not because of what it said, but because of what it didn't say. The Democrats' 2024 autopsy report. Folks, it looks like either they've learned nothing or they don't want to admit some of the hard truths that they did learn in the 2024 election cycle. So we have that. The Feeding Our Future fraud scheme leader has been sentenced to 42 years in prison. 42 years. That's a long time. 42 years in prison. The FBI indicted 15 people in connection to a $90 million fraud scheme that was uncovered by independent journalist Nick Shirley. The Senate, the useless freaking Senate, going back on vacation, despite the fact that they haven't passed the Customs and Border Protection and ICE funding bill. And apparently, John Thune is entering, FAFO territory. I would say to him,
you are not a smart person.
You are not a smart person if that's what you think is going to work. Look at what happened to Massey. Look at what's going to happen to Cornyn. Apparently, he's got his ass chapped over the fact that Trump endorsed Ken Paxton over his boy John Cornyn. So they're now just going on vacation. Must be nice to just get all this time off. Must be real nice. Okay. We will get to all that and more. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFPFarms.com. 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 Memorial Day weekend. Got a big, beautiful sale. Memorial Day weekend at OFPFarms.com. Folks, now is the perfect time to stock up on your favorite OFP Farms tallow and goat milk skincare products and save some money while you do it. Memorial Day weekend sale at OFPFarms.com. Boom. Flash sale starting now. Let me put this graphic up on your screen so you can see all the good stuff that's being offered here. 25% off of your entire purchase for Memorial Day weekend at OFPFarms.com. Use the promo code Shawn, SHAWN. Their products are farm crafted in small batches to maintain quality. They use simple ingredients that your skin understands, and they provide nourishing skincare from their farm to your home, no matter where you are. They've got thousands of 5-star reviews and customer service that truly cares. You can feel confident shopping with OFP Farms. Go to OFPFarms.com. Use the promo code Shawn, SHAWN, for 25% off. Yesterday was 10. Today is 25.
Yesterday was yesterday.
Yesterday was yesterday, as our friends our friends. I don't know.
I always just can hear Kevin saying that because he was always, yesterday was yesterday.
He was always like, yesterday was yesterday. You're listening to a song where it says yesterday was yesterday. OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn, SHAWN, 25% off at the website for Memorial Day weekend. So check it out, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, Oscar Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com, promo code Shawn. Okay, I got to do something about this. This is going to be a battle. But we knew this battle was coming today. So that is what it is. I might have to just growl at you the whole time because that's all I got.
Just go up an octave.
I can't go up an octave. I have nothing in my throat. I have blood in my throat.
No, but go on. This verse is going like this.
No, I'm not doing this on purpose. I'm not gritting on purpose. I can't get there. I can't get up the octave. All right, let's start off with the Democrats' 2024 autopsy. Okay, that's the right one. Democrats released their 2024 autopsy with their party chair apologizing for, quote, creating an even bigger distraction. What does he mean by this? This is Ken Martin. We talked about him last week with his intra-party fights. He can't raise money. People don't have confidence in his leadership. Democrat National Committee Chair Ken Martin yesterday released the party's autopsy report on the 2024 election after facing intense pressure to do so. The report details problems that plagued the Democrat Party in the last presidential election, including messaging that created tensions with key constituencies on the economy, late arriving efforts to organize voters on the ground, a lack of alignment between the party's main super PAC and then Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign, and more. Meanwhile, the autopsy itself has already caused strains within the party. Martin had been pummeled in public for months after he promised to release the report, then reversed course in December, saying he would not do so. Those concerns stretched to the top levels of the Democrat Party, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and they spoke about a week ago about the autopsy. At the time, according to the two sources of the knowledge of the call, Shapiro relayed that he was unhappy that Martin had not released the report and was not being transparent. Martin was rattled by the call. According to sources, the DNC declined to comment on that episode. Now, what I thought was hilarious was this article from CNN. Sean, why are you using CNN? Because who better to go to when we're talking about this report than the left? So I look at CNN, and here's what their article says about the 2024 autopsy report. Ever since the 2024 election, Democrats have been searching for answers as to what went wrong to possibly have reinstalled Donald Trump as president. Well, we know what went wrong. We were there the whole campaign. We knew what issues mattered to the American people and what issues didn't matter to the American people. It says here, for much of that time, there's been anticipation about an autopsy from the Democrat National Committee that drilled down on that precise question, except that autopsy never actually arrived until now. And eventually, DNC Chairman Ken Martin said he wasn't going to release it, but now Martin is reversing course. He released an incomplete version of the document after outcry from some in the party. We just heard that Josh Shapiro was unhappy that this autopsy wasn't released. Martin told CNN that the report was not close to being ready for public consumption and that its lack of source material meant that recreating it would mean starting over. He said he didn't want to release something like that or create a distraction, but he has now concluded that he created a distraction by not releasing it. Bottom line, they're going back and forth. Release it, don't release it. Distraction, no distraction. But not releasing it is creating a bigger distraction than if I had released it in the first place. You know why we didn't want... not we. You know why I thought the Democrats didn't want to release this autopsy report? Because essentially it calls out, or would have called out, the radical fringe in their party. And it did to an extent, but it missed a bunch of things. Okay? It missed a bunch of things. Part of the problem here is they're blaming the election loss on things that, okay, could deserve part of the blame, but again, it's bias by omission. It's not what they said, it's what they didn't say. According to CNN now, paints a pretty dismal picture for Democrats. Earlier in the report, it acknowledges that recent elections, including 2024, have been pretty close. And it acknowledges that this might lead some Democrats to argue for changes around edges rather than a wholesale rethinking of the party's approach. But it rejects that more sanguine approach. Quote, this kind of thinking, denialist at its core, prevents the party from seeking real accountability and from making the changes we need to deliver on our promises to the American people, the report says. It says that since Barack Obama's big win in 2008, the party has vacillated between stagnation and retrogression. And it notes that on the whole, Democrats have steadily lost ground since Obama's success, which is true. Quote, these losses are the direct result of missed opportunities to invest in our states, counties, and local parties and candidates. Here's from the report directly. This divergence means the party and our candidates have lost the confidence and trust of voters. In the face of misinformation and disinformation, our candidates have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership, and voters have drifted away. Indeed, many of our critical Democrat wins can be attributed to negative partisanship, where Republicans have nominated deeply flawed candidates, and we have been able to convince some Republicans and most independents to support Democrats in those contests. It says Democrat candidates have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership. It casts the Biden operation as having neglected Kamala Harris. Former Vice President Kamala Harris had to run a highly unusual campaign in that she was thrust to the top of the ticket with just 3.5 months to go before the election. The autopsy says former President Joe Biden's campaign and White House failed to set her up for success. Okay, let's start here. What is reason number one why Kamala Harris was not successful in the 2024 election? What was reason number one as to why Kamala Harris was not successful in the 2024 election? Anyone in the live chat want to take a stab at this? Why was Kamala... Reason number one, factor number one, it wasn't Joe Biden. Dawn's got it. Because she sucks. Because Kamala Harris sucks. Kamala Harris is not likable. Period. Yeah, word salads and all this. She was an unlikable candidate. before being installed as the candidate in the 2024 election replacing Joe Biden, she had received no votes in the primary. They didn't have a primary. But in 2022, they did have a primary. There was a major gaping hole in this autopsy report. They say the Biden administration didn't set her up for success. But the one thing that they are missing and not saying, and it's actually the silence there is deafening, the one issue that has always plagued Kamala Harris is likability. If you go back to 2020, the primary election cycle, Kamala started off strong. She had a couple of big rallies, and then the Tulsi Gabbard thing happened in the debate stage. She didn't even make it to the Iowa caucus. The more people see her, the more people who are exposed to her, the more people have to hear from her, the less they like her. This was not mentioned in the autopsy report. Now, why do you think this was not mentioned in the autopsy report? Why do you think the autopsy report did not address the likability or lack thereof of Kamala Harris? Take a stab at that. Put on your political instinct hats and think, why would the autopsy report not come out and say, hey, we had a likability issue with Kamala Harris? Why? Bang. Tommy John McGroin in the chat, because she's running in 2028. She's the top of the ticket right now. They can't shoot her down immediately like that. It would cause a huge, huge problem because she's running. And as Indiana 73 says in the chat, because it would also be looked at as racist, right? The real issue is that she's running in 2028. The autopsy says former President Joe Biden campaign and White House failed to set her up for success. It says ahead of the 2022 midterms, the White House asked the DNC to poll how First Lady Jill Biden could best help her husband politically, but it did no such research about Harris. It points to a broader failure to define Trump. When it came to defining Trump, there's apparently blame to go around. The autopsy says there was a broader failure to remind Americans why they disliked Trump in his first term. Quote, the idea Trump's negatives were baked in is a major failure of analysis and reality. It says, given how his favorability has cratered less than a year into his term, depending on what you read. The report says Democrats did not match the negative firepower with which Trump managed to go after Harris, concluding that, quote, it was essential to prosecute a more effective case as to why Trump should have been disqualified from ever again taking office. The grounds were there, but the messaging did not make the case. You know why the messaging didn't make the case? Because the messaging revolved around BS. Because you people, the Democrats, have tried the very fine people hoax. The Democrats had tried the bloodbath hoax. The Democrats tried the Russia hoax. The Democrats tried the January 6th hoax. The Democrats tried the Stormy Daniels hoax. The Democrats tried the classified documents hoax. The Democrats tried the election interference in Georgia hoax. And so on and so forth. And everyone sees through it that it was all a hoax every single time. So your messaging revolved around hoaxes. People already knew those hoaxes were debunked. Yeah, you're going to have a hard time defining Trump because you're trying to define him based off information that's not true. So that's problem number 2. Number 3, the autopsy report makes no mention of the Joe Biden cognitive decline cover-up. We have the joke. We play it all the time.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
Nobody knows what that statement means. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. I don't know a single person who has been able to tell me what that statement means. I don't know a single person who knows what it means themselves. There has been, and it's like, oh, you're just focusing on one statement. Well, this was in 2022. That clip about, Joe Biden, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. That was in 2022. Here's the clip.
I have trouble even saying to myself my own head the number of years. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
Right? We all knew it. Everyone told us he was sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack. Then he winds up on the debate stage with Trump. And everyone's like, whoa, you told me that guy was sharp as a tack. This guy looks awful. Jet lag in a cold. Jet lag in a cold? No. And it continues and it continues and it continues. They had to brand a press conference with Joe Biden. Remember, as the big boy press conference? Remember this? The big boy press conference. Big boy? What is this? Someone who's graduating pre-K? Then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, he's too old. Like it happened overnight. Makes no mention of the cognitive decline cover-up of Joe Biden either. There's one more thing. There's one more thing that the DNC 2024 autopsy report left out. And you remember my theory was they didn't want to upset the radical fringe of their party because the radical fringe of their party is where all the energy is. I want you to just think about this. There's one thing missing. What was a huge wedge issue for the Democrat Party and voters within the party, intra-party conversations? What was a huge wedge issue for the Democrat Party in the 2024 election cycle? I want you to think. Throw what you think it is in the chat. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. And then I'm going to tell you what that final thing missing from the 2024 autopsy report was. Think about what that final wedge issue that was dividing people in the Democrat Party was. Think of it. Think of it. Dawn is saying police report. It's not police support. There's a very, very glaring wedge issue. I'll keep my eye on the chat to see if anyone gets it. All right. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. It's covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean. Great deal on the Cove Pure CP16. That's what we have on our countertop here at home. I don't take a lot of things at face value anymore, and I'll be honest, tap water was one of the last things on my radar until we actually looked into it, and that is why we now purify our family's water with Cove Pure. 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. They are man-made chemicals used in food packaging, nonstick cookware, and firefighting foam. Scientists call them forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there. They don't break down, and they're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that stopped me cold. The EPA set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024. Water systems have until 2031 to comply, which means you've got 5 years from now. Until that deadline arrives, a utility can be operating above the legal limit right now, and they're not required to tell you. So you're just drinking this water. You think everything's okay, but it's not. The EPA knows that these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it yet, which means it's on you to take matters into your own hands. Cove Pure was designed exactly for this. Unlike the normal pitcher filters you get at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, PFAs, heavy metals, and fluoride, pharmaceuticals, filtering particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. I love this thing. I made my tea with the Cove Pure this morning. The best part about Cove Pure is they make it easy. It sits right on your countertop. No drilling, no plumbing. Just fill up the tank, plug it into the wall. Then the Cove Pure unit does the whole, the rest of the work, the heavy lifting. Don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Go to covepure.com/Sean. You'll get $250 off for a limited time. That is covepure.com/Sean. covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off of your entire purchase. That's CP16 Really good at a $250 discount. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN.
Well, we've got some comments in the chat too about it. HR Shaw says 1 week of Cove Pure water and my inflammation is noticeably better.
Very nice.
That's very good. Star Sprinkles. I love my Cove Pure so much. Barb just ordered one. We're very excited for Barb. So
yep,
we love.
Very good.
You guys, that you guys love it too. Like that's so nice.
Yeah, thank you. We're very happy to see that you're all getting you're having good experiences with the Cove Pure. All right, I'm looking through some of the comments in the chat about what you thought was the wedge issue that the autopsy report left out of their report. I see Indiana 73 said trans. That's not what it was. Bomba said immigration. That's not what it was. Bob the comedian says DEI. That is not what it was. And I'm not singling you out. I'm just reading, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying that's not the issue that I'm about to bring up. So these are all valuable issues, by the way. So good job putting these in the chat. Roy KP1 is our winner. Israel and pro-Palestine. Folks, I said it on October 12th, 2023, that the Israel-Gaza conflict was going to divide the Democrat Party, and it absolutely did. But they can't mention that in the report. Why? Because if the Democrats point at Israel and Gaza in their autopsy report, they're going to be the establishment Democrats like Ken Martin, the DNC, and the National Democrat Party. If they look at that and say that issue hurt us, what are they going to be accused of? What are they going to be accused of? The Democrat Party nationally, the National Party, if they say, hey, the Gaza issue hurt us. It divided Jewish Americans in the Democrat Party. It pushed a lot of people away from the Democrat Party with this Free Palestine stuff, pro-Hamas, all that type of messaging. That hurt the Democrats. There is no two ways about it. What are they going to be accused of if they put that in the report? Oh, you're Zionists now. Oh, now the Democrat Party's pro-Zionist. And all of those radical leftists that have all this energy that are anti-Zionist, anti-Jew, pro-Hamas, pro-Islam, Islamo-Marxism, they're going to sit home. So they can't put that in the report. They can't put that in the report because it would create a mutiny among their own rank and file voters. And it's the most energetic segment of their rank and file voters. So they couldn't put that in there. You cannot tell me that Israel, Gaza, and the way the Democrats handled that problem didn't have an impact in the 2024 election. It absolutely did. And that is why people like Misfit, James Lindsay, myself, Dan Bongino, we saw what happened to the Democrat Party when they allowed the pro-Gaza, anti-Israel, anti-Zionist. I'm not saying we can't have conversations about how much aid we're sending to Israel. I'm not saying we can't have conversations about the relationship that we have with Israel. And I'm not saying we can't have conversations about the government of Israel. I'm saying allowing the rabid hatred of Israel and the what appears to be passionate support of Hamas, and the rabid hatred of Israel is fueled in many, not all, cases by actual anti-Semitism. I don't like the word because it's used like the word racist. You cannot allow that to infect our party. We will go through the exact same losses that the Democrats went through if we allow the woke right and that mindset to seep into our party and become one of the major platform issues. The same thing is going to happen to us that happened to them. Learn from their mistakes. The reason why they're not mentioning it in the autopsy report is because if they mentioned it and pointed at it, they would have a massive rebellion from within their party. It's, oh, you're owned by Israel, you're owned by Jews, you're owned by this, you genocide, all this nonsense. You're going to tell me that the Israel-Gaza conflict played no role? It's not even mentioned like at all. Like even AOC and Ro Khanna were like, why is it in there? Now, AOC and Ro Khanna would argue on the other side that had the Democrats embraced the anti-Semitism more and done a complete detachment from Israel, they would have won. I think that's wrong. I think that actually would have pushed more people away. Because you look at online, everyone wants to say that stuff online. You've got manipulation, you've got bots, you've got all this. Folks are focused on engagement. You say Israel, you get flooded with bots in your replies on X and Instagram and all this. But in the real world, people don't want to hear it. The autopsy report leaves out the Israel-Gaza conflict. It also says that Kamala Harris and her campaign took too much for granted, as if they were entitled. Harris struggled with definition beyond not Trump and prosecutor versus felon. The truncated campaign timeline didn't help, but the campaign did not quickly resolve on how to tag Trump and define Harris. And finally, one of the other ones here, it suggests a shift away from identity politics and a shift towards middle-class appeal. One phrase was repeatedly used in the 2024 autopsy report, and that was identity politics. It repeatedly cast as a crutch that Democrats need to move away from in favor of kitchen table issues like affordability and middle-class appeal. A report says Stein's huge win showed how to focus less on abstract issues and identity politics and connect with voters on the issues they say matter most, including the economy, disaster relief, and addressing housing affordability. It says Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada and now Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona showed how year-round presence, economic messaging, and addressing cost of living concerns resonate more than identity politics. Yes, the everything is racist brigade, that ain't working. From the report directly, Democrats can no longer assume Latino voters, especially younger Latino men, are a reliable part of their base. The party needs a complete rethink of its Latino outreach strategy, moving beyond traditional approaches like Spanish language ads and late cycle surrogates. Also, Kamala Harris going on Univision and saying, is your family okay? Is your house okay? Probably didn't help. The whole Latinx thing probably didn't help. Jill Biden calling Spanish people breakfast tacos probably didn't help. Successful candidates like Gallego and Rosen showed how year-round presence, economic messaging, and addressing cost of living concerns resonate more than identity politics. Organizations with significant Latino membership, particularly service sector labor groups, need to be central partners in this recalibration as they maintain the year-round infrastructure and community credibility to effectively reach those voters. It tells Democrats who want to win male voters to deploy male messengers and don't assume identity politics will hold male voters of color. The message seems to be find candidates who match their states or districts and have actual appeal to middle-class voters in their area. Well, I don't think they're learning from that, because you look at their candidate for Senate in Texas, the guy's a vegan. He thinks that Jesus and God is non-binary and believes that there's 6 genders. James Tallarico in Texas. Does that sound like somebody you think you would bump into randomly on the street in Texas? A vegan who believes that God is non-binary and that there's 6 genders? I don't think so. So what it looks like is they haven't learned. And I am fine with the fact that it looks like they haven't learned. Because that continues to say to me, the midterms are winnable. Even Slobbert Barnes, job of the gut. He came out, so the Republicans are going to get destroyed in the midterms. Well, all of his predictions seem to be crap. As a matter of fact, we're going to get to a word from our friends at Silent. We'll start taking your calls, but I'm going to go down a list of Slobbert Barnes, a.k.a. Job of the Guts, predictions that haven't come true. And I would do the same thing that I'm doing to Alex Jones, except Slobbert Barnes blocked me, so I can't do that. But that's okay. Folks, a word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, folks, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking. It means no remote access, and it means no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve. It's off the grid, completely silent, invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their cross-body silence, patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean to get 15% off, now 20, up to 20, on Memorial Day weekend. And free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent. slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights. Secure your data. And stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Let us pivot to, I want to get this, we're going to load up the call screen. Okay. And I want to pivot to some of these just absolutely asinine predictions made by Slobbert Barnes, a.k.a. Job of the Gut. And I'll show you, and this is a guy that you should not take seriously. Okay, here it is. Final forecast, Slobbert Barnes. Here you go. I'll put it on your screen. Final forecast, Slobbert Barnes. Over 100,000 votes. You got that right. And Massey wins. Slobbert Barnes. I don't see Roe ever being fully overturned, even with 2 to 3 more Trump appointees. Slobbert Barnes. Civil war may be coming soon to Venezuela. The Pentagon's own simulations predicted this was the most likely outcome of regime change. Nope. Again, one more. FYI, the White House expects 10,000 plus American soldier casualties, and they do indeed plan to put boots on the ground in Iran. That also didn't happen. Now, it still remains to be seen if it does happen, but I don't think it will. Barnes says here, prediction. The GOP is going to get utterly crushed in the midterms. They will lose the House and lose it badly. They will lose the Senate and lose it badly. They will lose governorships even in places like Ohio, Iowa, and Florida. Get ready for the bloodbath. That's what Barnes said. Guy with the political instinct of a goldfish. He's like the political equivalent of Jim Cramer. Generally, everything that guy says, the opposite happens. If you take him seriously, then you're just lost. You're totally lost. All right, I'm going to play. Let's get to, I don't know what we should do. We are running out of time here. Let me get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. We'll give the throat a little bit of a break, and then we'll start taking your calls. 631-527-4545.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, 631-527-4545. If you want to call in, we are here, ready to go for you, 631-527-4545. Got a couple of other things if we don't get too many calls this morning, because it is the early start of Memorial Day weekend. I wish we could start early, but I'm not starting early. As a matter of fact, it's not going to be. We're going to be on the radio for 4 hours. It's going to be a good time this afternoon. Hopefully, the bleeding throat stops. Senate is on vacation. Listen to this.
Chaos on Capitol Hill as Senate Republicans are now set to go home until June. That's significant because that now puts them on course to miss a June 1st deadline that was set by President Trump to pass a reconciliation funding package to give money to both ICE and CBP. For more on that, we're going to send it out to Fox News Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. Chad, it sounds like things just completely fell apart today. Fill us in. What happened?
Bill, good afternoon. Here's what happened. Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, was summoned to Capitol Hill to meet with Senate Republicans. They had a lot of concerns about this compensation fund, and they were going to have to go through what's called a vote-a-rama, a lengthy vote series where Democrats were going to put Republican senators on the record on every single vote here, voting on something related to that compensation fund. And
so you see the Senate is now taking vacation. Apparently, John Thune admits the Paxton endorsement played a role. That guy's done. He's toast. 2028, he's toast. All right, we got a call coming in, 631-527-4545. We're going to try and connect that call here. See what we got going on. All right, we are connected. Hello, who do we have on the line? Hello.
What's up, Sean? Speak.
What's up, Speak? What are you up to?
Not much, man. Just watching this rain finally roll out a little bit today. Hey, I want to bring up the point I brought up to you on the DMs about just because we won the case when the SCOTUS with the redistricting doesn't mean we automatically get those seats.
Good point. Very good point. You know, Speak brings up a good point.
For people.
Yeah. Just because we drew favorable districts does not mean we won the actual seats. We still need to get out and vote. That's a great point. We still need to make sure that the voters in those districts get out and vote. And as a matter of fact, you look at a place like Florida, where some of their deep red districts are now less red because they spread out some of those Republican voters into other districts. So it is very important that we increase participation. And by the way, the same can be said about California, and where Democrats redistricted too, where deep blue districts are now a little bit of a lighter blue, where you can maybe squeeze out an upset in a seat or two. So the point is, get out and vote. And it's a great point.
Yep. Hey, happy anniversary to you and Bren.
Hey, thank you, Speak. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Speak said happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Yes, there he goes.
And tell Brennan I say hello. He's got a chicken.
The chicken.
Brennan.
Yes. 631-527-4545. As we continue on, it's a great point from Speak. Don't take those seats for granted. You know, just because it's an R plus 10, the R's still have to show up. 631-527-4545. We are trying to connect here. We are getting another call connected on the line. Hello, who do we have on the line? Hello.
It's Dawn.
What up, Dawn? How are you?
I'm good. I just have a question.
Yeah.
It's something that's been frustrating me for a while now, because I know a very large group of people that have been around for a long time. They infiltrated all the Rumble chats a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think they're who you're calling the woke right people. And, like, I don't get the whole woke right thing, because I don't think they were ever on the right. Like, that guy Nick Fuentes is a perfect example.
Right. Well, so the reason why we refer to them as, like, quote unquote woke right is because they're pretending to be on the right. Okay. Right. To a normie viewing this from 30,000 feet, they go, oh, Tucker Carlson, he's on the right, but he was at one point, we thought, but he's behaving like a woke leftist. He's using identity politics to make his decisions. He's using the oppressed oppressor paradigm, right? Where instead of, the woke left saying the white man is the problem in the eyes of the Fuentes of the world and the Dave Smiths of the world and the Tucker Carlsons of the world, it's Israel, it's the Jews, right? So that's where that term is, why that term is used. But you're right in that they're not really on the right; they're pretending, and it is It is hurting us, but we are getting rid of them, and Tuesday night's results over Massey shows that.
Yeah, I agree.
So
that makes sense. That's kind of what was my thinking.
Yep.
Like Tucker was really never a big Trump fan until the very end. When, like the other one, what's her name? Megyn
Kelly.
blonde.
Yeah. They both.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson.
They jumped on the coattails in the end, right?
That's
when they
right.
knew Trump was going to win, but they were never Trump supporters in the first place. I think that's why it didn't affect the voting. That's why we won what we've been winning.
Correct.
And will continue to.
I agree. And if they want to vote for Republicans, I invite them to do that. But if you're going to come into the tent and try and join the coalition, don't drop a turd in the punch bowl. Thank you so much, Dawn. I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Thanks, Dawn. Appreciate it. Dawn also says happy anniversary. So there you go.
Is that Don Tank?
Tank, yes.
Yay!
That's going to do it for calls today. Unfortunately, sorry for the shortened segment. I know I say that every week, but I hope you guys have a happy Memorial Day weekend. Remember what this weekend is about, okay? Especially as our country is, in a quote-unquote war. We are supposed to remember the fallen, those who gave their lives in sacrifice to the greatest nation on earth. That is what Memorial Day is about. It's fun to have the barbecue. It's cool to get a deal on a new car. It's nice to get a deal on a couple of your favorite, products, whomever they may be from. But just take a moment this weekend and remember the fallen. That's why we have Monday off. That is why you have a 3-day weekend. That is why there are sales, okay? Remember the fallen. That is what Memorial Day is about. And don't lose sight of that. God bless our troops, and thank you to anybody who laid their lives down in the line of duty so that we can live the lives that we live here at home. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Friday. I'm on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from 3 to 7 Eastern Time this afternoon, hopefully with a little bit of vocals in better shape this afternoon. We'll figure it out. It'll be a fun time. Got a fun show planned for 1210 this afternoon. That's youtube.com/1210WPHT. Jeremy Herrell up next. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. We'll see you back here next week, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA-TV. Remember the fallen. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. We'll see you next week. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
What time it is. Welcome everybody. You're locked and loaded still, or maybe for the first time today. Rumble.com/LFATV. Also simulcasting now on YouTube, so that's fun. Big shout out to everybody there. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And as always, we are broadcasting from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. And normally at this time, I would say, please let me introduce to you the man, the myth, the legend, Eli Ellis. But he's left me alone today. Eli and his beautiful wife Liz are on their way to some friend's house down, I believe, in Virginia for a little short vacation. So we want to make sure that we pray for their safety and pray for their little short vacation away from the hustle and the bustle of the news every day. I want to give some shout outs real quick here on Rumble. Amanda Collins, Scotty and Sherry, Freedom here, how you doing? Barbara, DeCluse, Bad Moon, and Nick, AJ1 Sauce. Nick is in the building, Erica Falconberry. We've got Audrey watching today. Clee Sully is also in the building. Love Clee Sully. By the way, Clee Sully did a great thing back in the day for me and my family. She knew we needed to get away, and her husband and her own a piece of property that I believe they Airbnb out, and they offered it to us, and then a hurricane came through, so just our luck. Jennifer, how are you? Dana from my former state of New Hampshire, good to see you. Kristen, 88, good morning to you. And how about one more here? Let's give it to Lecky Roberts and Alice Trevino. How about that? Good morning to all of you. Great to see you. It is Friday, May 22nd, year of our Lord 2026. I also want to give a big shout out to those over watching on YouTube right now. Whether you love me, whether you hate me, whether you love the country, whether you hate the country, I want to say hello to you. Greg Anderson, how you doing? Daddy Illo, how you doing? Good to see you. Another one bites McGrowan over there. Pedro is in the building over there. How you doing? Good to see you. We've got somebody by the name of User LE4P. Thanks for being over there. Eileen, hello. How you doing over there? And Moose Knuckles for Trump is back. Appreciate you guys being here. And also want to thank those who are, donating and super chatting over on Rumble for our fundraiser Friday. And Echo Bella, the first one. Last time she donated, she didn't get a dance out of Eli, so we still got to work that out. All right, as we are going into our Memorial Day weekend, as always, here on LFA, we like to play something that is inspiring, something that helps us remember on these special days like Veterans Day and Memorial Day and 4th of July and others. So without further ado, let's do that now.
It is, in a way, an odd thing to honor those who died in defense of our country, in defense of us, in wars far away. The imagination plays a trick. We see these soldiers in our mind as old and wise, We see them as something like the founding fathers, grave and gray-haired. But most of them were boys when they died, and they gave up two lives, the one they were living and the one they would have lived. When they died, they gave up their chance to be husbands and fathers and grandfathers. They gave up their chance to be revered old men. They gave up everything for our country, for us. We owe them a debt we can never repay. All we can do is remember them, what they did, and why they had to be brave for us.
There is no way that you can say, I love this country, and yet are not moved by what you just saw. Now, I know many of you, whether you're Democrat or Republican, that are watching this show right now, probably have lost people in your family. Grandpas, uncles, dads, moms, whoever. Many of your grandparents served, parents served, brothers served, sons and daughters are serving right now. There is no greater honor in this country as a citizen of this nation than to know someone who signed on that dotted line or signed on that line yourself. Both my grandfathers were Purple Heart recipients. I myself signed on that dotted line. National Guard, didn't go to war. Don't want anybody to confuse that. We love our troops. We love the military. We love this country. And again, whether you're Democrat or Republican, that red, white, and blue stands for everybody that died in your family or people that are, in harm's way today. So, again, this is Memorial Day weekend. I know we celebrate it in a lot of different ways. And, I'm sure every host will say this today here on LFA TV, but just remember the ones that you know, the ones that were in your family, the ones that you don't even know, just the troops in general that are doing it still today. Like Reagan said in that video when he was narrating, they lost two lives, the one they had and the one they will never know. And he said most of them were young boys. Our country is very different today. We don't have young men who are just eager to go and save freedom for this country and around the world and preserve that freedom for this country and around the world the way we used to. So, anyway, happy Memorial Day weekend. Having said that, for those of you who are watching maybe for the first time, if you want to also get LFA TV Live from America and Rise Up, which is my morning devotional show, on audio podcast, you can do that by searching Live from America with Jeremy Herrell anywhere you get your podcast, your audio podcast, whether it be on Spotify, whether it be on Apple iTunes or wherever, Google Music, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Same thing if you're looking for us online, it's lfatv.us. lfatv.us. You can actually click in multiple places on the website, and it'll bring you to whatever is live at that time. We usually have something playing on our Rumble channel, which is our home, 24/7. YouTube, we just started simulcasting on again for obvious reasons. It's midterm season, and, we got our YouTube page back, one of them, after 5 years. So definitely follow our YouTube channel there as well. And again, if you're looking for the on the Rumble channel, if we go to our Rumble channel here, as you can see, there it is right there. But if you go to our Rumble channel here, you can see each show is individually sectioned out so you can view each show on its own so you don't have to watch just on the all-day stream. We're going to start doing that on YouTube as well. Of course, don't forget there's short clips right there as well. And, previous shows. You can go back and back and back. And tomorrow, do not forget episode 7 of Patriot Pals. Now, it would have been obviously better had I had planned out a little better when we recorded Patriot Pals, that we did a show about Memorial Day. But we didn't think about that when we recorded it, and we had the next 2 episodes planned out. And so when we recorded it, I thought to myself afterwards, dang, probably should have done something about Memorial Day. But this week's episode for Patriot Pals is going to be about American inventions, like the light bulb, electricity, well, the way to harness it anyway, and the automobile and the production line that created that automobile for Americans to enjoy. So definitely tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. with your kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews to learn more about the history of this country and, learn it without a woke agenda behind it. All right? Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then we'll get going with the show. How about that? I don't know how the viewers over on YouTube feel about starting the show out with prayer, but this is how we do it, and we would have it no other way. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You know what's crazy about, and by the way, I see all these donations coming in. T. Spiva, thank you so very much. She says $20 for real news and some comedy. Thank you guys all very much. I saw them coming in as I was doing the opening part of the show. Darlene, thank you so much. Please continue to pray for her stepdaughter. We appreciate you every single day, obviously. Doorslam McGrowan said, my Uncle Ray was a tank commander with General Patton. Wow. Thank you for the $10 donation. And 1177, have a great Memorial Day weekend. Appreciate you and all the donors. All right. Let's lift up our cups. Let's have our first slurp of the day, and let's get busy. Have you guys seen the new Trump phones? A while back, the Trump organization, meaning that Don Jr. and Eric, who run the company now, about, I'd say, 8 or 9 months ago, they introduced and showcased Trump Mobile. Now, Trump Mobile is partnered with the Android phones, and they put out this new phone, and it's about a few months late for people to test it out and pre-order. But May 18th, a reporter at NBC News got one. And I got to tell you, it looks good. It looks sleek. And for all you lefties out there that are watching, because I'm on the right, enjoy. Hopefully you guys get one too. Now, on the back of the phone, the Trump mobile phone, they have an American flag. And the news obviously went through the trouble of counting the stripes on the American flag and seeing that there was only 11 and not 13, but that it had the appropriate amount of stars. And really, it's because at the bottom where it says, Trump's name, it literally takes up the space as 2 extra bars would. So, they had to criticize it somehow. They had to figure out a way to criticize it somehow. But I'll tell you what, when this is all ready for the public, I might be switching to Trump Mobile. Check this out. Pretty cool.
Okay, it is finally here. We've been waiting 9 months for this. This is the T1 phone for Trump Mobile. This is a gold phone. It's got an American flag on the back. It's got the president's name on it. This is a phone that was announced by the president's sons in a flashy Trump Tower event last June. They said that this phone will be out and in the hands of consumers by August of last year. The entirety of 2025 went, still no phone. We got to May 2026, still no phone. We did a report on NBC News Now's top story where we said the phone was nowhere to be seen. The day after, we got a phone call from someone representing themselves to be from Trump Mobile that said, we have the phone, we're sending it out to media. Fast forward almost a week, and we finally have this phone in our hands. We've been playing around with it all day. 6.78-inch full screen here. Quite nice. It actually has a curved screen. 3 cameras on the back. 50 megapixels is what they say is in that main camera. You'll see on the back there is an American flag that says Trump Mobile. The flag itself only has, interestingly, 11 stripes on it. Of course, there's 13 in the actual flag of the United States of America. It's been getting some flack online, but I've been really interested in the software. We've made phone calls, we made texts, no problem. All you have to do is pop a SIM card into the bottom. Trump Mobile has their own plan that they say is $47.45 a month, a nod to the president's terms in office. But interestingly, the software works just like any other Android phone because it's an Android platform. So that means that you'll have all your standard apps on here preloaded, like Google Drive, Chrome, but it also comes preloaded with Truth Social. So right out of the box, you have access to the president's homemade social network so that you can see all of his posts. But again, this is a really fascinating phone. It's $499. You have to put a $100 deposit
Cheaper than
down.
all the
But
others.
at this price, it's actually pretty good. It's hard to find a phone that's got this type of camera, this type of screen. The
For less
storage is
than 800,
512 gigabytes, which is more than you will get in your standard iPhone 17, which costs more than $499.
So hold on. Your standard iPhone 17. I have Android. My family all has Apple, but I have Android. Always have for my phone. But all my computers, all my software, all my hardware, everything is Apple. $499 with a bigger screen and more memory, more storage, with all the capabilities and the best camera you can have for only $499. All right. Tell me more.
Well, Trump Mobile says this is a promotional price. But again, we don't know what this phone actually is. So when they first announced it, they said it was going to be made in the USA. The website no longer says that. It says American Proud Design. There's thinking that this could be a repackaged Revel Pro 7 or maybe a Vivo V27. Those are both phones that are not made here in the US, largely made in China. So we don't know exactly where this is made. We'll be talking to some experts about it. But the Trump phone, the T1 phone, is real. It's in my hands, albeit 9 months late. Okay, it is finally here. We've been waiting 9 months for this. This is the...
So I actually like it. I may get it. And if it's at that price point, $499, and what did he say? Like $49 a month for a plan? Sign me up. Sign me up. Gold phone with a clear case, by the way. Sign me up. I'll take it. How about you? Let me see what you guys got to say in the chat. First of all, let's go over to the YouTube chat because I know there's people over there who probably really love it. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Trump said, I love the stupid, that phone costs $100. He's selling it to you for $600, $499. FDR, hamburger and french fries, vanilla milkshake with 55. Don't even know what that means. Wow, you people are really stupid. FDR got out of something called the Great Depression. Cool. He also gave us social programs like welfare and government dependence, which actually did good for the short term, ended up being one of the worst things long term. He also did that. He also lied to the American people like crazy as well. And his wife was a nutcase, if you ask me. But I guess everybody's got an opinion, right? That guy just told you it's a $200 phone. No, he said it was a $499 phone, and he said he doesn't know which phone that it is. He's trying to figure that out. Did you watch it? Music Design says, I pay $25 a month for my phone usage. That's awesome. America 1776 says, can't wait to get one. How about the great people over here on Rumble? Can't afford that. I get 2 phone unlimited, everything and insurance for $55 a month. That's amazing. That's awesome. Where is my Apple phone made? Swamp Stomper said. Probably China. Amanda says $499, a $499 phone. Yep, that's what that NBC reporter said. Detailer, you should go off YouTube, so they have to come to Rumble. They won't. They won't. I can't afford. Oh, yep, I already heard that one. I need a new phone. Gonna look for it for sure. Somebody said welfare is good. No, welfare was good short term, and welfare is good for people who need it short term. But it's become an abuse system where billions and billions of dollars go to fraud, and people get it that shouldn't need it. So it's definitely been taken over. T. Spiva says this is way cheaper than AT&T. I would use this. A1 says they're all made in China. Yeah, for now, I think most of them, most everything is. My Samsung cost me $1,200. $499 is nothing. Yep. No, I think it's great. I want to try it. I definitely would give it a shot. Okay, let's move on. There is something to celebrate today. Well, I'll let one of his retarded friends tell you.
He will be off tomorrow night out of respect for our colleague and friend Stephen Colbert and the writers, producers, and staff and crew at The Late Show, whose final show on CBS airs opposite ours. I think you know how I feel about the fact that they are being pushed out. I hope the people who did the pushing feel ashamed of themselves tonight, although I know they probably won't. But that being said, I think it is most important to congratulate Stephen and the team at The Late Show for all the great work over the last 5 years. And all the great work we will continue to do in other venues, I have no doubt. Everyone at that show has always been very gracious to us, right?
Very nice.
We never felt like we were competing against them. It was nothing like the old days of late night. I always loved being on Stephen's show. I loved having him here on ours. I hope we're able to do that again. I hope he comes to visit as many times as possible. And on behalf of everyone at our show, we want to say to everyone at your show, it has been a pleasure to work alongside you. I will be watching tomorrow night. I hope that those of you who watch our show will also tune in to CBS for the last time. Don't ever watch it again, but watch tomorrow night to wish Stephen and our friends at The Late Show a fond farewell.
So that's ABC promoting to watch CBS. One host saying we're going to take tonight off in solidarity with our brother over at another network. No other time in the history of networks do networks do this. Which tells you what? If Jimmy Kimmel over at ABC is telling you to go watch Stephen Colbert at CBS and saying we're taking the night off so that all our viewers can do it, at no other point does that ever happen. That tells you that they're all in it together. This is a concentrated mainstream media conglomerate monopoly under the guise of we're separate and we are going head to head, literally telling you don't watch us, even though it's not about friendship, it's about business. Thank you, coffee lover. Good morning, LFA family. $50 for Freedom Friday. Thank you very much, and have a great Memorial Day weekend. We appreciate you. The business of networking and having a network and having this kind of a corporation is to make money. You think the board of directors at a actual corporation that actually cares about its own business is ever going to be okay with going, you know what? We're happy with you. We're happy with you. We're happy with the fact that you are taking time off and sending all of our viewers somewhere else so our sponsors can eat a you-know-what. Think about that. Think about how ridiculous that is. This is how bad these guys are all in on it together. Against whom? All of us. All of you. So let's, before we go and watch Stephen Colbert sign off for the last time, and somebody said it perfectly. Becca said, it's a media uniparty. It's all of that. The Washington corrupt politicians uniparty Democrats and Republicans, the media uniparty, where they don't really care if they send their entire audience away for the evening. Come on, do you know how stupid that sounds? Do you know how dumb that sounds? Do you think, as much as I hate them, do you think Fox News would ever, who dominates in the ratings, by the way, do you think they would ever say, you know what, guys? Our rival is, let's just pick one, CNN. Our rival, CNN. We're going to not do Greg Gutfeld's show today so you can go watch Anderson Pooper. See you later, everyone. Go over there and watch them. That would never happen in the history of TV. So it just goes to show you. Now, before we do a one final sign off here, let's go to this article about the doomed numbers that this guy was seeing, because the media uniparty is trying to say Donald Trump's administration fired Stephen Colbert. Not directly, but indirectly. They threatened people. They threatened owners. They threatened Disney. Or whoever owns Colbert. I think Disney owns the other one, Jimmy Kimmel. But regardless, that they threatened their advertisers and that they threatened him with lawsuits. So sooner or later, he pushed him out. Let's actually get to the numbers of it. Because, again, it's always Trump's fault, right? There's probably a lot of talk in liberal media circles over the last few weeks about how things could have or should have gone differently. Colbert's fans in the media are very sad that the show is ending, and they're going to openly complain about it. One media analyst, Joe Concha of Fox News and the Washington Examiner, took a hard look at the numbers that finally brought down the Stephen Colbert show, and it tells you everything you need to know. Okay? 200 plus. What's that? 200 plus represents the number of staffers. Thank you, Rockin' Robbins. God bless you. Appreciate that. Shredder said, Jeremy, appreciate your knowledge, humor, and news you give. I love your humor, voices you do. Think you're a very smart man. Shredder, well, look at that. Thank you, man. It's nice to hear a compliment like that. All right. 200 plus. That's the number of staffers that The Late Show currently employs. Can anybody explain to me why a program that consists almost entirely of two people talking across a desk need 200 staffers? Basically, what they do is what we do, Eli and I. And by the way, Eli and Liz are driving and listening, so how you doing, guys? They do what Eli... I always switch to Eli. It's just, Eli has buttons, I have buttons. I can do this. I can do this. And I can switch to Eli when he's here. We both have the ability to do that, and there's only two of us. Okay? Now, 22. 22, that's the number of writers Colbert has to craft his monologues. According to the show's credits, think about that. You need to craft your monologue, and you need 22 people to do that for you? Most of these monologues are just tirades against President Trump and or all of you, conservative, MAGA. It's all they do, day after day after day after day. Something you could literally grab a cell phone and just do it yourself. 95%. That's the number of jokes that targeted President Trump or conservatives after CBS announced in July 2025, that Colbert would be going off the air, according to the Media Research Center. 95% of their jokes were aimed at the president. I don't care who the president is, and I don't care who the audience is. Sooner or later, people get tired of the same old song and dance. You know? How many times you guys are all Trump supporters, do you know how sick and tired I am of hearing, if I was president, it would have never happened? Do you know how sick and tired I am of hearing about that? He's right, but I don't need to hear about it every single time. And I, a person who supports Trump, can tell you that I am sick and tired of hearing, if I was your president, that would have never happened. I'm sick of hearing about that. Very, very sick of hearing about that. Now, what I'm not sick about hearing is the election was stolen, it was rigged. And the reason why I'm not sick of hearing that is because all that evidence and proof that the left will tell you doesn't exist, that we have shown not only analytically and with numbers, but with actual case law and violation of that law, and many, 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 many more, thousands of other things. I'm not sick of hearing that because that hasn't come to the front yet, to the forefront, and shown people everything because judges wouldn't allow it in. They wouldn't allow it in, not based on the merit of the case or the accusation, based on what they called standing. So they said, la, 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 la. We don't even want to hear it. But people get sick and tired of the same old song and dance. They want to see something different, and that's what's going on. 100%. That's the percentage of guests who were liberal on Stephen Colbert's show after the cancellation was announced a year ago. Again, this is per Media Research Center, right? These people gauge and have word checks. They have certain words that they run through programs, and anytime that word is said, they go back, they go to the minute of that show and they document that. That's what Media Research Center does, and among other things. 1. You know what that number represents? That's how many Republicans have been invited on. So basically, this is just another biased news show, right? Like CNN or even like Fox News, in a way. Except I will give credit to Fox and CNN. They both have Democrats and Republicans on all the time. So I will give them credit, at least for that. Even CNN is better than Colbert. And you know who that one Republican was? Does anybody want to take a guess who that one sole Republican was? Liz Cheney. 15. What's that number? Hold on, I got to get rid of somebody who keeps putting links in here. They should know better. No links in the live chat. Got it? We're going to go ahead and get rid of that real quick. Sorry we don't have Eli here today because he has to be on vacation and everything. 15. That's the number of times that Senator Bernie Sanders has appeared as a guest on the show. 0. That's the number of times that arguably the most popular comedian in the game today has appeared on the Stephen Colbert Show. 0. That's the number of times Bill Maher has appeared on the Stephen Colbert Show. Bill Maher's not a Republican. Bill Maher can't stand Christians, can't stand Republicans. But at least Bill Maher would say, that's utterly ridiculous. And do you know how stupid you sound right now? 14. That's the number of times CNN anchor Jake Tapper has appeared on the Stephen Colbert Show. Oh, did we not get to the most obvious reason why the idiot was removed? It's not Trump. It's because the show loses $40 million. The network loses $40 million a year on the Colbert Show. $40 million a year. Do you know any other business that says, you know what? This program or this procedure or this project or this product that we manufacture, make, sell, whatever it is, it's losing $40 million a year, so let's keep it going. The only people in the business of being okay with losing $40 million a year is the federal government, state and federal government. Those are the only people okay with losing $40 million a year. But when you do it as an actual viable company and a business, who can lose $40 million a year? So you might ask yourself, why did they lose $40 million a year? Redundancy, same old, tired jokes that nobody cares about, not funny, not getting off politics, Same old guests over and over again. Nobody challenging the status quo. No deliberation. No debate. You went from a comedy talk show to a complete political talk show. And no sponsors are buying ads. No sponsors are buying ads. That's why. So you're going to hear Trump got rid of them. It's because of Trump that we're losing these late night hosts and blah, blah, blah. No, it's pure numbers. That's it. And their numbers went down after President Trump put a spotlight on this guy. Why? Because his voice is so powerful, it even can stop Democrats from watching other Democrats. So let's watch it go out.
Over 1,800 of these shows. And most nights, I come out here and I talk to the audience beforehand. And tonight, I thought I'd talk to the audience in here and the audience out there at home. This show, I want you to know and you to know, has been a joy for us to do for you. Now, on night one of the Colbert Report, back in the day, I said, anyone can read the news to you. I promise to feel the news at you. And I realized pretty soon in this job that our job over here was different. We were here to feel the news with you. And I don't know about you, but I sure have felt it. I'll say to you what I've said to every audience for the last 11 years, and I have meant it every time. Have a good show. Thanks for being here. And let's do it, y'all. We have done over 18.
Well, we have something that we would like to do as well as a send-off to Mr. Stephen Colbert for all of his years of bootlicking, prompter reading, acting, and puppeting. Or should I say being the puppet.
I wanna see you out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
And just to send him off properly, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the toilet plunger. Let's go ahead and let's flush some turds, shall we? There we go. He wasn't such a big turd. He was a little turd, so he was pretty easy to get rid of. Stephen, you probably would have yourself, you weren't such a loser. And that's what you get. Share if you agree. We got about 3,400 people watching us here on LFA TV's Rumble page. Thank you to everybody listening on audio, and thank you to people watching on the various simul streams and simulcasts that we put out. Right now, we're looking like number 4 on the live leaderboard on Rumble, so we appreciate you. Thank you very much. And let's move on to Minnesota fraud, shall we? Yesterday, I told you that the DOJ and Vice President J.D. Vance are working with independent media and independent journalists and relying on their stories, relying on their journalism, relying on their reporting in order to kind of, basically get a head start on these investigations with these fraudsters in Minnesota, now in Ohio, in California. We're coming for you. We're coming for all of the fraudulent people who use this money that's meant for something else lie to taxpayers that it's going to those people, and then take the money and enrich yourselves, like the Somali community, the illegal alien community, and the Democrats who funnel that money through Act Blue, USAID, and many other welfare and NGO programs in order to keep them in power. And we're getting rid of all of it. The Department of Justice announced indictments against 15 new Minnesota fraudsters in a shocking $90 million bust. And what happened? A fraudster jumped out of a 4-story building in order to flee, like a frickin' Somali cockroach. We'll show you video of that in here in just a minute. The Justice Department yesterday announced new indictments against 15 Minnesota fraudsters in, like I said, a shocking $90 million case. Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald made the announcement after Amy Bach, remember her? Weird, right? Weird, right? Slam, do you honestly believe that they're not working their way up to get Ilhan Omar for everything that she's done? You got to remember, Slam, these high-profile, corrupt senators and congressmen and women on both sides of the aisle, the reason how they got there was everybody's a patsy. Everybody can be thrown under the bus. You can separate yourself a million miles from these people on your way to knowing about or running the fraud scheme. I know every day you go, and look, Ilhan Omar stealing that out. What do you think is happening here, Slam? I see every day. I get it. I understand your frustration. I have it too, but you got to look at this logically instead of freaking out every day about the same exact thing. What do you think they're doing here? Just like Hillary and Obama and all of them are the tip of the spear of James Comey, Brennan Clapper, and all them, who, by the way, are facing major indictments and arraignments already a year and a half in. The goal is to work your way up. You need these people to flip on these people because these people have got so many people they can throw under the bus, it's almost going to be impossible to get them without them. And you said they need to stop telling us they're giving evidence. They're getting evidence without arresting. They just arrested 15 people and charged them with felonies. What do you mean? You got to stop saying nobody's getting arrested when there's people getting arrested. It sounds like nobody's getting arrested. And and if you don't think you have influence over what people think or know or share, you do. You can't go through life like that anymore. That's the most ridiculous thing, that nobody's getting arrested. You think I would sit here and do this every day if I thought that? If I thought that they weren't working towards these larger name people in the swamp? People called me crazy for thinking that Trump was going to make it through assassination attempts, jail, and everything else under the sun and get back to being the president too. Colin McDonald announced after Amy Bach, the convicted mastermind behind the $250 million Feeding Our Future scandal, was sentenced. Guess how much she got? 41 years. If she got 41 years, 41 and a half years, excuse me, and she is saying Waltz, Keith Ellison, and Ilhan Omar knew all about it too. There's no way they couldn't have, and here's why. And you've got the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche and J.D. Vance saying, yes, we are investigating Ilhan right now. And you've got the House Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee with Jim Jordan and James Comer, as much as I don't like those two, already referring or are doing their own investigation, and one referral to the Department of Justice for Ilhan Omar. That's what they're going towards. In order to denaturalize, deport, and get her out of Congress, you've got to have your stuff together. I understand your frustration. I'm not saying don't have it. I'm just saying in that frustration, acknowledge what is happening. Quote, today we are announcing criminal charges against 15 defendants in Minnesota for fraud schemes that targeted over $90 million in taxpayer money, Colin McDonald said. This is the beginning of our work in Minnesota. The fraud here in Minnesota is shocking, even more than you've heard. Today's charges are unprecedented. They include the highest loss amount ever charged in a Medicaid case in Minnesota and the largest autism fraud scheme, ever charged by the Department of Justice. Colin McDonald is the Assistant Attorney General for the DOJ's National Fraud Enforcement Division, said the cases involve 7 Minnesota-run Medicaid programs that prosecutors say were systematically pilfered by fraudsters who treated taxpayer-funded services as their personal piggy banks. Now, do you remember that audio that I played you of Keith Ellison when he was talking to the Somali leaders of the community, and he said that basically that he's got it covered, that when it comes to, checks and balances in the Somali community with these government, state and federal government programs, that he would just look the other way? I got you. Don't worry about it. You're good. This, that, and the other. That's what we're talking about here. So it doesn't mean that Tim Waltz, Ilhan Omar, and Keith Ellison were the masterminds behind the fraud. But it does mean, as 400 state officials said, the governor knew about it and let it happen. And then you think about the fact that he was even picked as VP. And the day he was picked as VP, within 24 hours, he raised more money than any VP candidate ever, or any VP picked from a presidential candidate running for president ever in the history of the game. Where do you think he got that money? He looked past the fraud for so long and said, hey, Somalis, I need a favor. I was just given the green light to be the vice president of the United States of America, and I'm going to need that cash. Again, tell me how Tim Waltz, of all people, raises the most money ever recorded for a VP pick. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go right to President Trump. He is swearing in Kevin Warsh at the moment, new Fed chair. So let's go to President Trump, and then we'll pick right up back with the Minnesota fraud.
CIA Director John Radcliffe. Thank you, John. OMB Director Russell Vogt. Russell, thank you, Russell. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Director of the National Economic Council, the other Kevin. I was, they kept talking about Kevin, and he's a good man you're going to be working with. Kevin Hassett. Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte.
Bill Pulte's doing a lot.
And thanks as well. We have so many political leaders, and I just see a few. And you have Tommy Tuberville, soon to be a governor, right now a very successful senator. Dave McCormick, who's a phenomenal guy, wherever you may be, Dave. Wherever you may be. Andy Barr just had a big win. He won by 40 points. Where's Andy? Congratulations.
Trump endorsed.
That was a big win, Andy. I'm proud of you. Did the endorsement help? Dan Muser, my friend, who's a fantastic congressman. Dan, thank you very much. Elise Stefanik. Elise. Hi. And a highly respected guy, another friend of mine, French Hill. Thank you, French. Also with us, former Vice President Dan Quayle. Haven't seen Dan Quayle in a long time.
He's still alive?
Where's Dan Quayle? Wow.
Remember he couldn't spell
You
potato?
look good.
He's still alive?
That's nice to see you, Dan. Very nice.
Wow.
Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin.
Boo. You got some booze.
Good guy. Former Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice. Highly respected. Highly respected.
I don't know about that one.
By everybody.
I don't know.
Former Governor Glenn Youngkin. Done a great job. great governor of Virginia, and they try and take it apart as fast as they can, but you did a really fantastic job. Thank you very much, Len. And many others, tremendously distinguished, the biggest leaders of business and the biggest leaders of politics, other than the ones we mentioned. This is quite an assemblage of talent. I see the Southern District over here. Will you stand up, please, Southern District? Jay, stand up.
Do me a favor on Rumble. Please do us a favor and hit that like button and share. Same on YouTube.
And I don't know if our acting attorney general is here. He's pretty busy. He's kept very busy. So if he is, or if he isn't, I'll just tell you he's doing a very good job working together, right?
Look at all those
doing
flags,
job,
baby.
Actually. So no one in America is better prepared to lead the Federal Reserve than Kevin Warsh. Kevin received a degree in public policy from Stanford University and then earned a JD from Harvard Law School. He studied under the renowned economist Milton Friedman and was mentored by the legendary Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of State George Shultz, all legendary names, really. Kevin has worked at the highest levels of the financial world as an executive in the private sector. He did very well, and he served at the highest reaches of government as a senior economic advisor in the White House. He knows the White House very well. He's walking through the White House. He's pointing things to me that I didn't even know.
Kevin Warsh is right there on
At the age of
Trump's
35,
right.
he became the youngest ever Federal Reserve governor. For the past 15 years, Kevin has been a fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution, and his credentials really are second to none when you hear them, and there's plenty more. I know that Kevin has the deepest respect and reverence for the institution he will lead starting today. We're so lucky to have him. The Federal Reserve is a pillar of the world financial system and the most important central bank
Stock market's gonna
anywhere
rally
in the
today.
world, with a history stretching back more than 100 years. It is truly the institution that's most looked to and most respected, and it's now taken on a new and even higher respect, in my opinion. And honestly, I really mean this. This is not said in any other way. I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job. Don't look at me. Don't look at anybody. Just do your own thing and do a great job. Okay?
Watch all the housing market people be wrong, by the way. They said it was about to burst. Watch it go the other way.
Unfortunately, in the eyes of many, the Fed lost its way in recent years. It became distracted by concerns far removed from its core mission and mandate, drifting into matters such as climate policy and DEI initiatives, with the Fed straying from its mandate. While the last administration blew out the deficit, Americans suffered the worst inflation that we had in history. It was the worst inflation we've ever had. As you know, some people say you're wrong about that. It was only in 48 years, but I think 48 years almost sounds worse. The worst inflation we've ever had, so it made it very difficult. Kevin has spoken often about the need to restore the Fed's integrity by returning to a proper focus on its two functional and really fundamental responsibilities: maintaining price stability and low inflation, and achieving full employment. And we talk about it, we've talked about it often. And right now we have the most people working in the United States than we've ever had. We have never had as many people working right now in the United States. And it's something that I like to say, and it's been pretty much that way ever since I've been president. When I go back to the first term, I had those numbers too, and I kept them. And we've done things that are really amazing, but we can bring it to a new and higher level with Kevin. I think we can bring it to a level that nobody ever thought possible. By following through on this vision, Kevin will restore confidence in the Fed, which is so important and among Americans all across the political spectrum and people from all over the world. And they're going to be looking to Kevin probably and possibly more than any other person that's had your esteemed position before. I think that's true, Kevin. You got a lot of people watching. I fully expect that with the greatest Fed chairs before him, Kevin will safeguard the Fed's integrity. They'll make their own decisions and hopefully make them well, but they'll be listening to Kevin all the way. I really believe that. Even if they're from a somewhat different persuasion, they're going to be listening to him out of respect, because everybody respects him. Thankfully, unlike some of his predecessors, Kevin understands that when the economy is booming, that's a good thing. We don't have to go crazy. Just let it boom. We want it to boom. We want it to be like nobody has ever had before, because we do have some debt we'd like to take care of. And the way you do that is through growth. We're going to grow our way out of it fast. And Kevin's somebody, and I feel strongly also, we don't want to see it stifled. We want to stop inflation, but we don't want to stop greatness. And so that's really a very good thing, a very positive thing, and that's what he's looking to do. He's looking to do positive economic growth. It's so important. And as we discussed, economic growth doesn't mean inflation. It can be just the opposite, actually. But economic growth does not mean inflation. You don't have to stop the world because you're doing well. Kevin's also said that he'll bring much-needed reform and modernization, transforming obsolete data collection methods, rolling back reliance
look at that
on
stock market
inaccurate
right now.
models, and curtailing the Fed's practice of issuing so-called forward guidance. They want to do things on that. I guess it's a little complex subject, but it's something that Kevin knows about better than probably anybody here. He has the temperament and leadership abilities to foster collaboration among the entire board, and I know he will welcome robust debate. In his mission to keep prices stable and employment high, Kevin will have the full support of my administration. Every one of these people felt, including Kevin, by the way, felt so strongly about this choice. And we have no doubt, we have absolutely no doubt. So important, too. So big, so important. I just turned on the television. I want to see how the stock market's doing today. Stock market's up 600 points. That means they like you.
Yep. And
If they
traditionally,
didn't
that's
like
not
you-
the case.
It's actually up to 50,702.
Yep.
So that's as of about 12 minutes ago. Now, who knows? But I think it can only go up. I think with you, it's only going to go up. That was a number that nobody thought was reachable during my entire 4 years. If you look at some of the great pundits, they said, well, 50,000 would be impossible during
You're
the 4
welcome
years.
for your
but sometime
401ks.
after, we hit it in the first year, but now we're really hitting it. And think of it, it's up to 50,702. And S&P likewise set a new record today. They both set new records today, and boy, that's something good. But you're going to bring it to a much different level. Believe me, it's good, but it can go much better, and that's what I think you're going to do. In my first year, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest spending cuts in American history, all things that are so important to greatness. And last year, we slashed the budget by almost $500 billion. At the same time, our military was at $1.2 trillion, and we'll be doing the one thing we are going to be doing is, and we build everything in America. We build it here. It's jobs, 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 but it's also strength, strength, strength. We're going to be submitting a military budget for $1.5 trillion. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it during my first term. I didn't know we'd be using it so much in my second term, but they gave away a little bit of it during somebody else's term, foolishly, but it's a very small part relative to the whole. But we have the greatest military in the world. I was with President Xi, and I said to him, we have the greatest military in the world, and he actually didn't agree. We had a great meeting. He actually didn't disagree with me on that very much, I will tell you. But we really do. What we've done in Venezuela, you see, what we've done to Iran. Iran is dying to make a deal. We'll see what happens, but we hit them hard. And we had no choice because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have it. So I promised to cut 10 old regulations, as you know, in my first term, for every new regulation. If you put a new regulation in, that's fine, but you had to cut at least 10. And so far, and I did that, it was actually 1 to 12, so I did a little bit better. So far, we're blowing it away this year. So far, it's 1 for 129. In other words, we're cutting 129 regulations for every one, Mr. Speaker, that we put in. So that's music to your ears. We don't even have to go through Congress for that. It's a lot easier. If I do it, it's a lot easier. But all of these actions are aimed at lowering costs, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. Jobless claims recently hit the lowest level since 1969. Under our leadership, 5 million people have been lifted off of the food stamps. Think of that, just in a short period of time. More Americans are working today, as I said, than ever before. And very importantly, 100% of the net new jobs under this administration have been created in the private sector, which is a number that nobody's ever achieved.
You know what's funny? The trolls over on YouTube,
Think of that. They're all in the private sector.
they can't even understand that the stock market right now is proving them wrong. Like the trolls over on YouTube are saying, oh, the ramblings of a man in a nursing home. Okay, well, you have no money and you're not making the world go around. Meanwhile, the people that are and the people that actually do matter are investing big time in America because of what's going on right now. Sucks to be you and wrong, but those are the facts. Math doesn't lie, Democrats do.
That you can never make a country, as I say, great again if you're going to have all government jobs. We're all private jobs, and the jobs are coming. We're building more plants, more equipment than anybody has ever, any president's ever done, any administration's ever done. And the number I like the best is we have $18 trillion being invested in the United States for 11 months, not 12. We haven't gotten the results from 12 yet. We're pretty new. But in 11 months, we have $18 trillion being invested, with a T, being invested in the United States. And the record was $3 trillion many years ago by a different country that I actually just left. Starts with a C. But we have, and that was 3. And we're at 18 trillion. We're building factories, car plants, everything, AI, everything, all over the country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I have to say, I have to give the credit to what I used to say it was my favorite word of all, but I got in such trouble because when I said tariff is my favorite word, the media went crazy. They said, what about your wife, your family? What about God? What about religion? So I said, okay, good, I'll make it my 5th favorite word, right? But because of tariffs, we have tremendous amounts of, the car companies are all coming back. They left us for 35, 40 years. They left us. We will have 50% of the chip making capability of who that man right there is. Stand up, will you please? But is that right? We're going to have 50% by the time I leave office, and maybe more than that. They're moving in from Taiwan. They're moving in from other places, and they're building in Arizona in particular, in that particular case. But between the auto plants, we have more auto plants under construction now than we've ever had before. We went many years and there was no plant built. And it's all due to what we did with tariffs, I guess November 5th, but all because of the tariffs and what they've done, used properly, used judiciously. So it's really something special. So we have all these plants under construction. They'll be completed over the next year and a half, and you're going to see numbers like we've never seen in this country before. No country has ever seen the kind of numbers you're going to see. And we have some of the people in this room, I look at them, some of the geniuses that are building those plants. You know, a plant used to cost, if you built a shopping center, it would cost $50 million a nice center, but $500 million a giant, beautiful center. These people are investing. You're going to have to look in $50 billion on a building for AI. $50 billion. I say, how big is it? Well, it goes 3 miles by 5 miles. Let you drive 3 miles, 5 miles. But it means jobs, and it's got tremendous potential for a lot of things. But when you talk about growth, no country will see, and you'll start to see that very soon, no country will see the growth that we're going to experience and that we're already experiencing.
Period.
But that we're going to experience. And one of the things that you see early on is we have the highest number of construction jobs we've ever had, and that's because they're building all of these plants, the auto plants, all of these plants are being built, including medical. Medical is pouring back in. Eli Lilly and so many of they're building 6 major plants. They're going to make almost all of their medicines here. We learned during COVID, it's not good to be held hostage by foreign countries. We're building all of these plants here. Lilly, Pfizer, all of them, they're all building tens of billions of dollars worth of medical plants. We're going to have almost all of our medicines made in our country, which is a really good thing to have. During 4 years of Biden, our country secured less than $1 trillion. Think of that, though, and we're doing $18 trillion, and everyone's talking about that because nobody's ever seen anything like it. And a short time ago, and I say this often, the King of Saudi Arabia said to me 2 years ago, he said, I was over there, and by the way, they invested $2 trillion, but I was over talking to him, getting him to invest a lot of money in our country, and he said, you know, President, 2 years ago you were a dead country, And today you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we're going to need guidance, and you're going to give us that guidance. But all of the things that we've done, numbers that have tripled and quadrupled, and we need a really steady hand at probably, maybe in many ways, the most. I don't know. I have two great justices of the Supreme Court here, so I have to say, I don't know which is more important, being a justice of the Supreme Court or your job. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather be a justice between you and I. It might be easier. You're going to find out. You'll be saying that. Well, that's a very easy job. With the support and strong and wise chairmanship at the Federal Reserve, so important, America's future will truly be unlimited with Kevin at the helm. And he's off to an incredible start with his family, with his education, with his background, with all of the things he's done. He's respected by everybody. So important is to have that level of respect where you can walk into a room and people will listen to you, as opposed to walking into a room and not having that kind of persona. He has a persona like nobody else. So I just want to say congratulations, Chairman Walsh. You are really a special person in getting this job. The people that wanted this job, the most highly trained, highly educated, some of the greatest credentials I've ever seen. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody was even close. And I just want to congratulate you. And I'd like to ask, if I might, Jane to step forward, and our very highly respected Justice Clarence Thomas to come up and swear in, give him a good oath if you would, because Clarence, we need a really good oath delivered here.
Clarence Thomas,
Okay,
let's go.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Liberals' worst nightmare, Clarence Thomas.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
The duties on the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, let's go. We got a new Fed chair, guys. We got a new Fed chair. And to Jerome Powell. Let's hear from him for just a couple minutes, and then we'll bounce and go back to the news. I just wanted to make sure we got this today.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is above and beyond. It is such an honor for Jane and me to have this ceremony here in the East Room.
He rolled out that red carpet today. He
I
wants
couldn't
those
ask
rates
for a more
dropped.
beautiful setting or more gracious welcome, and I am grateful. I recognize, as the President said, that ours is a time of great consequence. It's also a great honor for me to have the oath of office administered by one of the great and longest-serving public servants, a brilliant and independent thinker, a man dedicated to our Constitution, and no less important, a joyful and collegial presence on our highest court, my esteemed friend, Justice Clarence Thomas.
Any esteemed friend of Clarence Thomas is an esteemed friend of mine.
Now, Justice Kavanaugh is here as well. We served as young staffers a full generation ago in this building, and I shouldn't be speaking for another justice, but I will tell you something that I always felt. that Justice Kavanaugh and I felt the majesty of this place where we're now sitting. And we counted ourselves blessed and grateful to serve the nation we love and to do it in your building, sir.
You'd never hear Jerome Powell say that.
And of course, I must thank Leader Thune, Chairman Tim Scott, and his fellow members of the Banking Committee who saw me through the Senate confirmation. My whole family and I are joined by many others here today who I'm honored to call friends and colleagues, mentors, confidants. Their presence means a lot to me, and I think it means a lot to the president, too. It's the honor of a lifetime to be called back into public service. And with this oath, I've accepted a high and solemn responsibility. At the swearing in of Alan Greenspan at this very place in 1987, President Ronald Reagan called the chairmanship of the Federal Reserve a, quote, great role in American life. I've known 5 of my predecessors in this job, some of them quite well. But Chairman Greenspan was the first to tell me and show me what this role demands. He recently marked his 100th birthday, and although he can't be here, I'm thinking about him today too. Like Alan, I intend to fill the role of chairman with energy and purpose, just the way Chairman Greenspan did, faithful to the mission and the very best traditions of the Fed. As you demonstrate, Mr. President, every day, energy and purpose are how big obstacles are overcome. Your greatest ambitions are for America, for what free people can achieve when they have the chance. And while I'm not naive about the challenges we face, I believe, Mr. President, these years can bring unmatched prosperity that will raise living standards for Americans from all walks of life. And the Fed has something to do with it. Our mandate at the Fed is to promote price stability and maximum employment. When we pursue those aims with wisdom and clarity, independence and resolve, inflation can be lower, growth stronger, real take-home pay higher, and America can be more prosperous. And no less important, America's place in the world more secure. To fulfill this mission, I will lead a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, learning from past successes and mistakes both.
There you go.
Escaping static frameworks and models, and upholding clear standards of integrity and performance. Today marks a return to an institution that I do in fact cherish. It was nearly a generation ago, at another time of great consequence, that I worked with some outstanding public servants at the Fed, both here in Washington and at the Reserve Banks.
I want to say Barb Naylor said something really interesting here, too, not to cut him off. She said, interesting that both are wearing black tie, black suit, signifying putting our nation back into the black, or how about signifying a mourning for the woke and corrupted Fed, and it's going to actually do something good for Americans rather than what it's been doing for the last 60 years. Maybe it signifies that, because I've never seen President Trump wear black on black like that. So, might be right. Who knows?
Hold on to this special moment. But after we leave this stage, the real work begins. So let's begin that work. It's an honor. Thank you again, Mr. President.
All right, let's go. There you go, guys. Kevin Warsh, your new Fed chair. And how's that stock market doing right now? How's that stock market doing right now? You know, usually, typically, when a new Fed is there, just like typically when there's an incumbent president, he loses the midterms, which is not going to happen. It's not happening traditionally as it is right now, too. Jeremy, his suit is blue, never black. Is it? Yeah, I might be right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is blue. Maybe a blue tie to match. Does look black, though, on the TV. Perhaps the Fed chair and DJT are wearing black to honor The fallen vet. Stock market is great. It's all a scam. We're all effed, says Rachel. There you go. That's the spirit. Dow up almost 400. I've never seen the stock market this high ever. Automan says, good question, Jeremy. How is the stock market? I mean, it's worth noting, right? Because you have to look back traditionally when there's a new Fed chair. Yes, I did, Halo. Yes, I did. We're going to be talking about that a little later. Yep. All right, let's see what they're talking about over on YouTube. Donald Trump has 34 felonies. Found guilty of rape. Actually wasn't found guilty of rape. You're wrong on that. So he'd be in jail. Isn't it weird that he didn't go to jail for 34 felonies too? Don't you usually go to jail for a long time for one? Almost like they just wanted to call him a convicted felon and change the laws in New York to take it from a misdemeanor to a felony and then completely lied about the misdemeanor. I mean, yeah, it's almost kind of like that. Almost kind of like that. Yep. We love it. We love it. Audrey says, my IRA is pricing the price of eggs. Is outpricing the price of eggs. Tammy, $20. Thank you, Jeremy, for all your hard work. Bringing us the real and true news and entertain while you do it. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Tammy. Lecky says, who cares about YouTube? We do, because we're on it. We care about everywhere we're trying to make a dent. Remember, this is midterm season. So just like we went to Facebook, which we hated and banned us for years, we got our YouTube page back, and we went back to YouTube so we can make dents, so we can create waves, so we can flip tables. Right? JM says, love the stock market up, but then getting killed on capital gains. Yeah, well, that's why the IRS needs to completely be eradicated as well. They're all still stuck on stupid over there. Yes, they are. Swamp Stopper says, I'll take the capital gains anytime. Well, that means you're making money. So, I mean, there's a silver lining in that, right? Sass64 says, same old shit over on YouTube. Just little brainwashed idiots. They are. They are. But you know what? There's a lot of patriots in that live chat right now holding it down, right? My account did a huge dip, then a huge boost, says Ellen. Ellen says, stuck on stupid. That's right. All right. Let's get back to business here. We were talking about the Minnesota fraud, right? That's where we left off. About the 15 people that were indicted. Well, one guy jumped out of a 4-story building to get away. Let's see how that went down.
In my crux of my remarks, I need your help. On the screen, you will see a subject. Depicted on the screen here of an individual who was a target of the investigation this morning. That individual is currently on the run after having jumped out of a fourth-story balcony. I want you to get a good look at him right now. You'll see him. You'll see him running here. He is currently on the run. We need your help. If you recognize this individual, if you know this individual, if you can provide any information related to this individual, I would encourage you to call 1-800-CALL-FBI, CALL-FBI, or go to the internet at www.tips.fbi.gov or call your local law enforcement.
So yeah, I jumped out of a building to get away. They ended up, from what I understand, they ended up retrieving this individual, and that's good because we're not stopping. We're gonna, you know what? Like the IRS used tax evasion to get Al Capone, we are gonna go after all the fraud to denaturalize and deport all the Somalis that are here and anybody else. And we're just getting started. Now, Amy Bach. We've been talking about Amy Bach for as long as we've been talking about Vance Bolter. How many of you on YouTube know who Vance Bolter is? Do you know who that is? Does that name ring a bell for anyone? Vance Bolter was the guy that killed those elected officials in Minnesota. You remember that not too long ago? He was wearing a mask, went to 2 different individuals' homes. Yeah, he said that the governor put him up to it. Now, he worked for the governor, by the way. You know that, right? That story just went away. Don't you think, now, whether you're Democrat or Republican, don't you think that a man who goes and kills elected officials, multiple elected officials, and then gets caught, says he's not a fan of Trump, and we find out that he worked for Tim Walz, and then he straight out says, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, sent me here to do this. Don't you think that would be the biggest news of the century? Was it Melissa Hortman who got killed? Is that who it was, guys? But you never heard of that, did you? You never heard of that, did you? People on the left, Vance Bolter. And we don't hear anything of him now. He's alive. He's in jail. But yet, he's not allowed, nobody's allowed to talk about this. Isn't that weird? People on the left, if you're watching, you should search that guy's name. Search what he said. It wasn't even like, it was like, if somebody says a governor had me do this, that's going to be the biggest investigation in the biggest story ever. But yet it was swept under the rug, and nobody cared. Amy Bach was one of these individuals who perpetrated this fraud, or was a part of perpetrating $250 million fraud with Feeding Our Future scandal. By the way, the Feeding Our Future scandal is Ilhan Omar's pet project. She just got 41 and a half years. The sentence was handed down yesterday over her role of fraudulently billing taxpayers for $250 million and never providing those meals to kids. Bach, who founded Feeding Our Future, was convicted in March of 2025 on multiple counts, including conspiracy, bribery, wire fraud, and more. And now it's official. She's been given 41 and a half years. And she's singing like a bird. She's telling the world that Tim Walz, the governor, Keith Ellison, the attorney general, and Ilhan Omar, the Somali congresswoman, all knew about it and looked the other way. 41 and a half years. So you have Amy Bach, who, if you're not watching LFA TV, or maybe one segment on Fox News, you don't know who this woman is. And you've got Vance Bolter, who says, oh yeah, by the way, the governor here sent me to kill these, elected officials here in Minnesota. Without watching this station, you wouldn't even know his name. So how deep does the fraud go in Minnesota? Well, I would say the fraud in Minnesota goes as deep as the corruption in D.C. on both sides. Here's the one story Fox News ran about it. Actually, I think they ran two. I think Laura Ingraham ran one of them.
A Minnesota judge has just sentenced the mastermind behind the Feeding Our Future fraud scheme, Amy Bach. She just got more than 41 years in prison. The prosecution is asking for a 50-year sentence and her defense about 3 years. So that's somewhere in the middle that they got that, but closer to what obviously the prosecution wanted. The scheme involved theft of nearly $250 million in COVID funding. That money was meant to feed hungry children. State leaders claim they were unaware of the fraud. Here's what Amy Bach told our Alexis McAdams from jail back in January.
I honestly believe Keith Ellison and Governor Walz need to be held accountable. There needs to be an investigation done. If they weren't aware, That's concerning.
Breaking news, a Minnesota judge has just...
If they weren't aware, that's concerning. That was back in January. She's now saying that they did know, and you have 400 over the past, I don't know, I think it was like 6 years or 7 years. 400 state employees who said that they reported this to the governor directly, and he did nothing. Now, Ryan says it's on Fox. Fox lies. Well, I don't disagree with you that Fox sucks, but that's a real story. She got 41 and a half years. She was the founder of Feeding Our Futures. She worked with many other Somalis who literally did campaign rallies with and for Ilhan Omar, raised money for her. You don't think any of that money came through the Feeding Our Futures and the COVID money that Ilhan Omar was attached to both of? You don't think that that was the case? And you have 400 reported. Don't have to hear about it on Fox. I'm telling you right now. We showed not all 400 of them, but we showed many dozens of names and videos and affidavits that people wrote that were government employees, and they were Democrats. They weren't registered Republicans. They were registered Democrats in the state of Minnesota who all, over the last 6 or 7 years, said that they personally informed law enforcement, attorney general, and Tim Walz of the fraud. And nothing was ever done. Ever. And now here you go. Now this woman gets 41 and a half years, and she's saying there needs to be a criminal investigation done on the attorney general, the congresswoman, and the governor. Ryan in YouTube says Trump made billions off the presidency. Actually, Trump is the only president that left the presidency broker than he was when he went in. The only. Too bad you're retarded.
So I wanted to ask you about Vice President Vance's press conference yesterday. He said that the Department of Justice is looking into allegations against you about immigration fraud.
Hold on, let's enlarge this for you guys. All right, here we go.
So I wanted to ask you about Vice President Vance's press conference yesterday. He said that the Department of Justice is looking into allegations against you about immigration fraud. To that you say what?
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they've been at it since like Trump's first administration. And, you know, as I always say, if they had something, they would have already shown their cards.
So what do you think about this brother marriage allegation that's continuing to persist?
It's just, I mean,
Okay.
It's just a very bigoted lie. It's disgusting. And, you know, to make a huge allegation like that for 10 years, without proving any of it is just disturbing.
Hold on. Stop the lying scumbag Somali Muslim. Hey, dog, listen to me. And actually, that's an insult to dogs. Hey, rat, might even be an insult to rat. Hey, cockroach, even they are above Somali Muslims. Okay, so anyway, long story short, if they had anything, they would show it by now. They did show it. Now, I know Slam is going to say, well, if they showed it, what's the problem? Because they want to make sure that the booting from Congress, the denaturalization, and the deportation all stick. They want the trifecta. They want the hat trick on this woman. Okay? She said, show it if you got it. They did. We've shown it. Vice President J.D. Vance has shown it. Nick Shirley has shown it. What are we talking about? The marriage certificate to her biological brother. We've all seen it, idiot. But we're going for the hat trick on your disgusting cockroach wannabe ass.
Who want to believe in something so disgusting.
So how are you planning to fight against it?
Well, there's nothing to fight against. Nothing's happening. It's all fake.
Would you cooperate with an investigation if the DOJ decides to investigate you?
Nope.
You would cooperate?
Of course.
Are there any maybe documents that you would turn over? I know you're saying that this is all baseless, but just to clear your name.
Yeah, good question.
Is there anything that you would turn over? Got
There's
it.
nothing to clear because I haven't done anything criminal.
Stop. Again, disgusting Somali cockroach. You did have the opportunity to turn over documents in Minnesota. They subpoenaed them. No, excuse me, they requested them. They didn't get the subpoena because the Democrats in your state overwhelmed them with numbers and did not let the Republican Party subpoena your documents that they wanted. But you just said, of course, you would supply them. But you didn't. You didn't. And then you had the Democrats in your state block it because they outnumber the Republicans there. But when the DOJ subpoenas them, you're not going to be able to block that. And that's coming. Bet that.
As I've said, I mean, if I'd done something criminal, it wouldn't take them this long to continue to keep this story alive without doing anything. And I think it gives more to the idea that this is just a made-up lie, because you do not investigate someone for 10 years and not come up with anything.
So then why do you think it's still being talked about?
Because these people are disgusting. They believe in weird, creepy things, and that's why they want to believe in this weird.
And
that's all I
She's starting to get mad.
Definitely. Why do you think, I guess, that you're being targeted then? It's
because
like
they're racist.
They're racist.
I just happen to be Muslim, and I don't think you're allowed to continue from there. But,
okay. Understood.
Yeah, I mean, they're just disgusting, bigoted people, and that's all I gotta say.
All right, thank you.
You're not bigoted. You just called the people that were investigating you disgusting, racist, bigoted people. That's bigoted. You hate people that voted for Trump. That's bigoted. That's bigoted. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. Then why don't you prove them wrong? I'm willing to give your not worth a cockroach life's ass a chance to prove them and us wrong. We've shown the birth certificate or the marriage certificate. Prove us wrong. Show how xenophobic, homophobic, racist, and what was the other one? Bigoted? Yes, that one. Show us how much of that we are. I'll tell you one thing I'm bigoted against: Somalis. I think you're all disgusting. I think you're the excrement of the earth. I think the rest of the nation squat down, take a dump, and what comes out is Somali. I do think that. I think you're all inbred, disgusting thieves, pirates. You don't build anything. You've never built a damn thing. Look at your country. And your country hasn't been sanctioned, so you can't claim the same cry of poverty as let's say, Cuba can. So what's the problem here? You're not smart enough to do anything. You weren't smart enough to become a congresswoman. It's a popularity contest, unfortunately. And you overwhelmed the polls with Somalis. You couldn't pass a civics test in America. You can barely speak English. You're disgusting. And we're coming for you. Here's her talking about how Donald Trump isn't a good father. While all his kids are legally billionaires and doing wonderful. How you doing, Miss Feed Our Future?
Congresswoman, 2-second question. President Trump today said he doesn't know if he's going to attend his son's wedding. Just given everything going on in the world.
Worst parent in the world.
Well, yeah, given the state of the world and given his position, maybe as a father, do you think he should?
Also said his son was somebody he's known for a while.
So what do you? Do you think he should stay?
Hey, retard. He said that as a joke. I know it's hard to understand the English language being from a shithole country like Somalia, but when he said he knew his son for a while, he said, I've known him for quite a while. It's a joke. It's called American humor. I know you don't get it. I know you don't speak English. I know you have a low IQ because your parents were inbred, and you're inbred, and your brother's inbred. You're all inbred. Like literally 60% of your country or more is inbred. I think it's 80. And your average IQ is 68. Come on. You know? Maybe some people do some things. Anyway.
You should go to the wedding.
I mean, I would think any parent would want to be there for their child's important day, and getting married is a pretty important day.
Okay. Even if there's a lot of other stuff going on, like a war and things like that. I mean,
Well, he finds time to golf when there are important things that are happening, or walk around talking about the ballroom. So he certainly, if he really cared about his son and cared about being a family man, he would try to make time to go to his son's wedding.
Okay.
Yeah, see, in our country, families are not brothers and sisters that we marry. So I know it's very hard for a disgusting, nasty, inbred, incest Somalian to understand the true value of family. But family means a man, a woman, traditionally, a man, a woman, children. Now, to you Somalis watching out there, the children that are a product of the man and the woman, first of all, are a product of a man and a woman who are not related. Okay, that's how we do things here in America. So mom and dad are not related. Then they have children. Those children are then related by blood. They're brother and sister. Now hold on, stay with me here, Ilhan. Ready? This is where I'm going to throw you a curveball. This is where it might go over that football-shaped head of yours. You ready? The brother and sister that are related by blood, they cannot have sex. Okay? The vagina of the girl, the sister, and the penis of the boy, the brother, they cannot do this. This is wrong in our country. This equals no, no, no. Don't do that. See, the word of the day today, Ilhan, and Somalis that might be watching, and Democrats, is incest. Yeah, that's what that means. When a brother and sister do this, that's called inbreeding. Okay? And when you inbreed, or when you commit incest, brother and sister doing that, then you have children that look like you. You know, not quite all there. Sometimes they have more than one head. Sometimes they have more than two arms. Sometimes they have even more than that. But typically they come out with low IQs. Because that's not supposed to happen today. This is the lesson of the day for Somalians. No incest. Okay? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're okay with, biological science and teaching of the human body and how sex works. But if you would have leered at that leering center, then you probably would have figured that out. Sex with brother and sister? No bueno. That's Spanish for no good. That's English for some people did some things. And some people did some things in your family. Sucks, I know. I know. Now, when we come back, Randy Fine from Florida, whom everybody hates because he's a Jew, talks about the no dual citizenship bill to hold office. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realize the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Somebody in YouTube asked why I'm so red. Well, I had a big sunburn last week. I'm starting to get a little more tan because of that. But also it's because I'm quarter Cherokee. And so I'm either really red or really, really white. Like I'm kind of really white in the winter, but I get really red in the summer. Yeah, I'm part of the Native American crowd that realizes that we did not get our land stolen from us. We were conquered by Europeans. Yeah. So anyway, before we go back to Congressman Randy Fine, I want to show you some new designs that we have coming up for some new shirts here in the next couple weeks. And by the way, we're finally getting women cut t-shirts because we know that the ladies in the audience don't like the unisex because, we have two genders. So here's the first one. Tell me what you think. Here's your first design for the 250th birthday of America. We have the 250 coming through the smoke of those beautiful jets. Those are beautiful jets. Nobody knows jets like I know jets. Nobody builds planes like I build planes. So that probably is my favorite new shirt that we have coming out with. We're going to have that on tank tops, girls shirts, men's shirts. And hopefully you guys will love those. And Patriotic Lady said, ladies cuts, finally, please. Yes, I know. We've always just tried to, save money and purchase something that everyone can wear. But we know that, so many great ladies in the audience and they want to have the lady cut t-shirts. So there is the first shirt. Tell me what you think. Is that a yay or a nay? Is that a let's do it or no, don't make that. Oh yeah, by the way, I do have, before this beard started turning gray, it was red too. So I guess I'm just really red. All right. The next design, that's the America 250th birthday one. Let me know what you think. Good, no good, yay or nay. The next design is my favorite. Now, there's a front and a back to this. Actually, before we get to that one, we'll save the best for last. How about that? Here's the next design. I said to Eli, I wanted something 80s and Hulk Hogan-ish, meaning that I wanted something that represented the 80s, and because I just got done watching that Hulk Hogan documentary, I said, I want something that brings us back to the Ronald Reagan, Hulk Hogan 80s America, something that says, I am a real American. Now, there's two good things about this shirt. Number one, it's really loud. This is a really loud shirt. This is something you'd expect like a kid to wear, right? But then I thought to myself, I want something so loud that China can hear it. China can hear it. And I also want something that says, I'm a real American, meaning that I have a birthright here. I'm not a transplant that isn't legal. And for the legal aliens that became citizens and came through the right way, they're real Americans. I love it. Love it. I'm a real American. That is coming for a summer tank top as well. And then, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, you ready? Here we go. This is the front of the next shirt, the last shirt. Come on now. Come on. The way, the truth, the life. Jesus. Now that's on the front. Ready to see what's on the back? Here we go. Boom. That's on the back. I'm telling you, we're colorful. It's summer. We're coming out with a bang. We got loud shirts that everybody has to pay attention to. Not a single person is going to be able to deny what they're looking at. That's the back of the shirt. Love that. My favorite shirt. That's the front of the shirt. Beautiful, huh? Automan says the colors are too gay. Okay, well, Jesus loves the little children and all the colors of the world. So, I'm a real American. And then, of course, America 250. They'll be up on the store here in the next couple weeks, hopefully. The rainbow belongs to God. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But actually, that was just all different colors for paint, like paint splatter, you know? So, take it how you want. I love them all. I'll be wearing every one of them all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Randy Fine on dual citizenship.
Ask you about your bill.
Which one?
That you have a lot of them.
I do.
That would ban dual citizens for being able to serve in Congress. Are you getting support for that?
Absolutely.
Do you actually see that passing?
Well,
in the House?
I think we could pass the House. I mean, it's hard to get anything passed in the Senate with 60 votes. So I don't know. I mean, it's a tough one because not for me, but we have dual citizens that serve in the House, so they don't like it very much. But the fact of the matter is, you can only be loyal to one master. When you swear an oath to another country, how do you come to Congress and do your job? So we're getting a lot of positive feedback. I can't speak of our prospects for getting it passed.
So under the bill, a member of Congress, if they're here right now, would have to renounce citizenship to be able to stay, at least from their home country?
Right. Yeah, that's right. So anyone, all you have to do is renounce your citizenship of the country, which frankly, you ought to do anyway. And actually, Florida just passed a law that's going to require you to disclose at qualifying, are you a citizen of another country as part of it. So all my bill would do is require you to renounce. So if you are a dual citizen now and you get elected to Congress, you just have to say, sorry, my number one priority is not Armenia. You know, my number one priority is the United States.
Also, I saw some Republicans posting on social media about Democrats who were standing in the chamber taking pictures of the king, but they also, many of them, support the No Kings protest. Were you one of those that noticed that and thought it was a contradiction?
I didn't, because I did not attend the speech. My interest in what the British kings thought of America ended in 1776. So I was not there for the speech, so I did not see it.
Thank you, Congressman.
All right, no problem.
I like that. We had Randy Fine, Congressman Randy Fine, on the program once. I love what he said there. Don't really care about what the British king said. Wasn't there for the speech. Don't care about it now. Stopped caring about what the British thought in 1776. I like that. I like that. Good answer. I want to give a big shout out to Jay Gatlin in the live chat over on YouTube. Now, Jay Gatling has a show here called Secret America, where they dive deep into conspiracy theory stuff. They dive deep into the other view of certain things, and they have a really good show here. It's called Secret America. It's on every single night here on LFA TV, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Check it out. You'll love it. And a big shout out to you, Jay. Thanks for joining in over there on the YouTube channel. Adelia says, Melania is a dual citizen. Yep. And she's not holding office. This is about dual citizens holding office, elected office, right? That's right. Jay said Melania is not an elected official. Absolutely. Nancy says, are you going to tell that to Israel? Well, tell me who's a dual citizen of Israel and America right now, who is serving as an elected official in Congress. That means the House of Representatives or the Senate or the presidency. And if they were elected and they're a dual citizen, then they shouldn't, after this bill, I would not want them holding office either. Any dual citizen. If this bill goes through now, I think it'll pass the House, like Randy Fine said. Will it get 60 votes in the Senate? Absolutely not. As long as we have the filibuster there anyway. Absolutely not. So, will it go through? Probably not, because the Senate, you need 60 votes for something like that. And there ain't no way 60 votes are going to do that. Ain't no way. AV says, Jay is cool, Jack isn't. Okay, there you go. P. Cool says, Jeremy, your Ilhan voice makes me laugh every time. I'm glad that it can make you laugh. Ilhan Omar, let's continue to talk about her just for a second here, as James Comer is talking about how she tried to sneak in some earmarks.
Not investigated anything. Here's her. Watch.
House Republicans looking into the net worth of you and your husband. Are you cooperating with that investigation and providing the documents?
There's nobody looking into anything. They're just saying those things to get interviews with you guys. There's nothing really happening.
They're saying it's a red
hasn't
flag.
Investigated anything. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't referred me to anybody. He's just saying that so he can get TV interviews because you guys will only talk to them if they say something about me.
Hold on.
Says you haven't investigated any.
Hold on. The only reason that they are doing this is to get TV interviews. The only reason they're going after Ilhan Omar first was because they were racist, then they were bigots, then they were misogynists, then they were homophobes, and they were Islamophobes, but now it's because they want interviews. Okay, I'll hear this out.
Anything, Chairman, it's basically all for attention.
Yeah, she's delusional and she knows better. She's trying to say she made a mistake on her financial disclosure form. No one makes a $30 million mistake on your financial disclosure form, especially if you don't have any assets. You know, if you're Donald Trump or some very wealthy person, 30 million might be a rounding error. But for someone who alleges now she has nothing, that's a pretty big rounding error. And it all stems around two basic things, the problem she has. First of all, she asked for an earmark for a project that was later proven to be a fraudulent project that was involved in that Somali scam up there. And then secondly, she claimed her assets were huge because of this winery that we know has been shut down that, according to rumors and press reports, was defrauding investors.
Yeah, Congressman, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We'll continue looking into this as you will. You have.
Yeah. Deb said, Jeremy, the McGrowings are pronounced my growing. You've been missing that for years. Nope. I understood that since day one. Some of them are M-A growing, though. McGrowing. Kind of the wordplay. No, I understood that since day one, Deb. Absolutely. Now, had I not, then I would be a little concerned about my mental, my state of my mental knowledge. But what do we have here? Sending millions to Somalia. She married her brother to come to America. Also Democrat. Boy, I'll tell you what, that YouTube chat over there, that has completely changed. It is now a bunch of patriots over there handling business. Except for this one. Dutchman said, Obama orchestrated a successful bailout of restructuring the U.S. auto industry. Oh, is that how you see it? Is that how you see it? Bailing out people who fail? You think that's a good idea? I don't. I don't think bailing out anybody who fails is good for any president anytime. Period. User says, America loves Obama. Then how come it didn't move the needle for Kamala Harris? How come his endorsement didn't mean shit for Kamala Harris? As a matter of fact, her poll numbers went down after Obama went on his blame black people for not voting for her tour. Somebody in Rumble chat got it right. DEI loves Obama. Yeah, America doesn't. And if we could suspend that wording in the amendment to the Constitution that you can only run for the office and win twice or serve twice, and we could open that up for Obama and Trump just one time where they both run for a third presidency, Obama would get absolutely trounced. As a matter of fact, he already did. The fact that Obama had to hand the White House over to Trump in 2017 and that Hillary Clinton didn't win goes to show you how bad Obama would lose to Trump. His husband, Michael, would do better than him. If Michael Obama, you know, his 6'2" tall, 280-pound linebacker husband with the Adam's apple and the swinging thing down there, if he ran, he would do better than Barack. Barack doesn't have it anymore. He's lost his mojo. He has zero political capital. He only has backroom, well, that's his whole life, right? Backdoor. He only has backdoor deals with high-ranking Democrats. But as far as the Democrat base, nobody likes him anymore. He's irrelevant now. Absolutely irrelevant. He would lose, and he would lose handily. And we've already seen it. We've already seen the proof of that. His endorsement doesn't mean shit. It didn't mean shit for Hillary. It didn't mean shit for Kamala. They literally lost. Donald Trump would beat him like a redheaded stepchild. The Trump administration moves to supercharge deportations with the unprecedented immigration judge addition. Remember the other day when I told you that I think it was 43 or 45 more of Trump's nominees were all confirmed in one fell swoop, and this marked the second time that the Senate has confirmed more than 40 people at once? Well, they did the same thing the other day, and now he's got a bunch of those people were immigration judges. And now we're going to supercharge these deportations. Told you it was happen. Told you it was going to happen. The Justice Department announced yesterday the onboarding of over 80 new immigration judges, the largest addition in the agency's history. The Executive Office of Immigration added 77 full-time judges and 5 temporary ones, according to the DOJ news release. Quote from Todd Blanche: the Trump administration is committed to reestablishing an immigration judge corps that is dedicated to restoring the rule of law in our nation's immigration system. Today, we are onboarding the largest immigration judge class in agency history. This could only happen thanks to President Trump's decisive leadership and commitment to securing our borders. I also applaud EOIR's leadership team for helping facilitate these hirings, these hiring efforts and recruiting highly qualified and talented personnel in record time. The DOJ noted that reducing the immigration court backlog remains one of the highest priorities in the agency. Since January 20 of 2025, EOIR has completed more than 1.8 million cases and has reduced its pending caseload in immigration courts by more than 447,000 cases, bringing the pending caseload down from approximately 4 million to 3.53 million, the sharpest decrease in caseload history. Did you just hear what I just said? There are 3.5 million pending cases of illegal aliens trying to be here illegally. So now with the addition of over 80 new hirees, their job on day number 1 is to reduce that caseload as much as they possibly can. They did 1 million in a record amount of time with the immigration judges that they have. Now they're adding nearly 100 more, and they're telling them your job is to get rid of this caseload. We want to deport at an astronomical speed, so we need you in these places doing your damn jobs. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So, hey, Democrats over on YouTube, if you're watching, say goodbye to more of your voting base. Say goodbye to more of your voting base. We love it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Just like there's nothing that you can do with your establishment friendship now with the woke right, the Ryan Maddows and the Alex Joneses and the Tucker Carlsons that you're all adopting now as your surrogate buddies. They're not going to win either. You can't win. They can't win. We keep winning. We're defying all odds and we're making history. Look at what just happened with the announcement of the new Fed chair. Something that never happens. Joseph says, I wish you were deported. Well, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up faster, my friend. I don't care what you wish. All I'm glad is that you're contributing to my algorithm and my numbers over on YouTube. Thanks a lot, dummy. You know they used to say you can learn a lot from a dummy? That might be true. You can learn a lot more from a dummy than you can a Democrat. An actual dummy that's not alive. I can learn more from a dummy than I can a Democrat. Don't be mad. Don't hate the player, hate the game. We're playing politics at the highest level. That's the MAGA level. Republicans don't know how to play that game. Democrats don't know how to play that game. People who claimed MAGA don't know how to play that game. The woke right doesn't know how to play that game. The only people that can play this game at this level is us. How long has it been since you won something? Joseph says, F all government. Hey, I agree with you. That's something we can agree on. That's something that we can agree on. Hate the government. But while it's here, don't hate the player, hate the game. And right now, we're beating the brakes off you daily. Literally. Daily. So catch up. Play like Hines and catch up is what I normally say. Until then, you're just a must turd. A mouse turd. And Trump is still your president. Tom Homan.
Now, what did Democrats think was going to happen when they ripped our borders wide open and handed out licenses like candy? Illegal truckers have killed dozens of Americans in 2025 alone, all because blue states prioritize illegals ahead of their own people.
It's not rare, and you're exactly right. It's not a needle in a haystack. I literally know at least 200 angel moms that I have met over the last few years, and there are literally thousands of them. And you're right. Look, Sean Duffy's all over this. He's working very closely with the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. You know, ICE is working with state police in several states, whether it's way stations, truck stops. But we even got to go further. I know Sean Duffy's working on lawsuits and subpoenas to get DMV information from the blue states that simply don't want to share it. But we're going to get that information. But we have stepped up efforts on this tenfold. And together with Sean Duffy and Secretary Mark Wayne Moen, they're taking this serious. And we're going to try to get everybody off the street that's here illegally. But I think we need to go a step further. My concern is, let's say you have a green card. You're driving a 2-ton tractor trailer down the highway at 65, 70 miles an hour. But you don't have English proficiency. You can't see a sign or understand a sign that says accident ahead, icy road ahead, lane change ahead. You know, they got to be able to read these signs so they can prepare to stop quickly or avoid another accident. So they got to understand English to be driving a 2-ton truck down the highway at 70 miles an hour. So that's something else we're looking at.
Yeah, all great things to look at. I also want to ask you.
They should have to be able, every person who comes to this country should at least know one thing: how to speak English. Can't speak English, you can't come in. That's part of assimilation, you know. You have to learn English. And the reason why that's the case is because you have to understand our laws and you have to understand our road signs. So you have to know English. Something that you would know if you came in and assimilated. And you don't have to be fluent in English, but you have to be proficient in English. Second thing is you have to understand our Constitution. You have to respect our flag and obey our laws. That's why people come in illegally, so they don't have to do all that stuff. It's called lazy. Most illegal aliens are lazy. You understand? Someone on YouTube said, why do you support a billionaire when you'll never be one? My answer to that is, why do you support this show when you'll never have one? Because you can? And by the way, if I was a billionaire, you'd try to take it and give it to illegals anyway. So, keep crying. This is why we need to rip the driver's license out of the hands of every illegal alien.
That's not good.
That literally happened right in front of Ben's camera.
Crazy scene here, day 2 of the operation. We're over here picking up one illegal, driving this van, and then this ends up happening. This driver slammed on his brakes. This guy hits him, but then this guy just happens to be illegal too. The density of the population of illegals in America most Americans just can't comprehend it. I mean, literally, we're picking up this guy. This guy's an illegal driving, gets rear-ended by this guy who's just on his way to work. Crazy. Moral of the story is, don't come into America illegally. Don't drive without a license or insurance. You only have yourself to blame. If you're in this country illegally, don't blame ICE, blame yourself.
Yep. You're in this country illegally. Don't blame ICE. Blame yourself. Keith Day says saying F Trump doesn't count as knowing English either. No, it doesn't. No. Here's the thing. If you can't pass a civics test, you should not be in this country. And that includes people who are born here. Matter of fact, I think we should still have the draft. I think every man, woman, and child, if physically able, should have to serve this country. Some way, shape, or form. Absolutely. I would love to see that again. You know what that did? That bred generations of patriots. I think we should have the draft again. And now, before you guys on YouTube say, well, Trump was a draft dodger. Did you serve? Did you serve? Have you ever employed anyone? Have you done any service to this country whatsoever? Do you own a business? Do you do anything besides get online and cry all day long? By the way, you might not like the way Trump pays taxes either, but the Democrats made the laws in which he lives under. So don't cry about somebody else. Worry about yourself. Have you ever served? Have you ever done anything for this country besides cry, bitch, moan, and complain? And the first people that should be drafted are people who scream that they hate this country. Joseph over on YouTube says, I'm not a Democrat. I'm an anarchist. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. What a stupid thing to say, and what a dumb thing to be. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an anarchist. Oh, that's cool. That means your shit would be taken within a day. If you literally lived in an anarchist world, somebody like you, some beta male like you who cries on a YouTube page that you do, why aren't you making money? Why aren't you contributing somewhere? Why are you watching something you hate? For a beta male to watch something that they hate and something that they disagree with avidly, if this was an anarchist world, your shit would be taken first. Trust that. Z-Fan said you should be drafted. I'd love to. Sorry, I already did time. Plus, I'm too old now. I can't get back in, unfortunately. I'm an anarchist, not a Democrat. A retard. Semi-truck driver arrested for killing 2 people in a hit and run near Sacramento is an illegal alien from India. No, you don't say. You don't say. An illegal alien from India? No. Wow. Could have never saw that one coming from a mile away. How many people are these guys going to kill? How many people are we going to allow illegal aliens to keep killing in America and raping? Would you like to see his ID? State of Indiana. You know where all those Republican senators decided they didn't want to redistrict? They have no problem giving driver's licenses to illegal aliens, though, do they? And what's up with all of these Indians and Sikhs killing everyone? That's who the majority of the people killing, as far as truck drivers go, are Sikhs and other non-religious people from India. I thought the story went that the Chinese can't drive. Apparently, the people in India can't drive for anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting some breaking news here on LFA TV. Sorry we don't have our producer today, so sometimes it takes a little longer to get the breaking news, but looks like Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from the NSA as the leader of the National Intelligence Agency. And it looks like her husband has bone marrow cancer. That's horrible. And Tulsi is stepping aside to be with her husband. And that's actually disappointing news because she is doing a great job there, and she's done a great job there. I know a lot of people don't like her. I know a lot of people never trusted her being a Democrat, but if anybody has shown how much she loves this country, how much they love this country, it was Tulsi Gabbard. Joseph says he watches Fox News. No, I hate Fox News. Absolutely hate Fox News. I'm also seeing some other stuff here coming in. I don't know how true this is, but I see people saying it online that the war is over. Why did they accept some terms? I'm not sure if that's the case, but I'm looking at the news from Tulsi Gabbard right now. Again, I think she's great. Prayers for her husband and their family. Here it is right here. This is from Off the Press. This is they get news out just as quick as anybody else. They say Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her position to help her husband navigate an extremely rare form of bone cancer. And that's from Off the Press. Just looking here to see if there's any other news about that or what we just saw in the chat about the war. I don't see anything that has anything to do with that. So if that's the case, you would think that would be all over social. So who is going to replace Tulsi Gabbard? That's the question. Very, very sorry to hear about her husband. I met Tulsi I met Tulsi when she ran for president. So Iran never honors their promises. No, they don't. I met Tulsi back when she was running for president. She came to New Hampshire when I lived up there, and she was campaigning in New Hampshire. And I didn't think that I would obviously like her, have anything in common with her or anything, because she was running as a Democrat. But I still wanted to, I still wanted to meet her. I still wanted to shake her hand. I still wanted to find out, exactly like first time meeting somebody and you get vibes from them and look at their body language, look them in the eye. And I got to say, I said it then too. I said I met Tulsi, not super impressed with her agenda or policies because she gave a speech in New Hampshire, but I will say she was very kind. She was very, very matter of fact. She shook my hand. She stood and talked to me in the cold outside, in the freezing cold outside in Claremont, New Hampshire. And she stood outside with no guards around her, no security around her. And she was literally just talking to people that came up to her like a human being, like normal people talk. And she was talking with Republicans. She was talking with Democrats. She was talking with independents. She was talking with people who don't vote. And she was just putting herself out there. And I respected that. I even said that back when she did it. I said, she's not that bad. Not the worst thing that could come if a Democrat won. And here, many years later, she ends up working in the Trump administration. And now this. So I'm very sad for her. Very sad for her. Z-Fan said, JD's wife is from India. Yeah, she is. And she's also a legal citizen, and she actually contributes to society. She doesn't drive trucks and kill people. See, we don't have problem. See, a lot of people think that that MAGA hates immigrants. That's not the case at all. We actually understand that we need immigrants. It all comes down to two things: illegal or legal. That's it. And when they come through legally, then they understand America a little bit better and they want a piece of it. And they want a piece of it for the real right reasons, and they contribute. That's who we want in this country. Legal or illegal. That's what it comes down to. And nothing else. All right, I want to take a quick break here. I wonder how the gold and silver markets are responding to the new Fed chair news. And in the meantime, remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Crest Report here every day, Saturdays at 1 p.m., so it's 3 hours after Patriot Pals. Silver right now sitting at 76, just went up a little bit, 76.48. Gold at 45.21. So the precious metal market isn't really responding to Kevin Warsh one way or the other. Don't expect it to. The precious metal market usually goes up when you hear about energy, oil, things like that, trade, things like that. So sitting right there at $4,521 for an ounce of gold. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Request your free 2026 gold IRA guide today. Just to let you guys know, they do offer cash buy-ins as well. Usually they want to be like a $10,000 buy-in. I did not buy in with $10,000 when we save for silver. They will work with you. All you got to do is call them. They will work with you. And if you say, hey, look, I'm willing to, I want to purchase silver, or I want to purchase gold constantly, but I can only do, a few $1,000s at a time, they'll work with you. They'll do that. All right? All you got to do is talk with them, and they'll work with you. All right? Now, the Joy of the Lord said, I checked gold and silver markets during Trump's speech. They were both down. Do you know how much they went down by? Less than, point percentage. So if you see, silver prices right now, let's look at them real quick. 76.44. Do you know how much they went down, the Joy of the Lord? Just so you know. It'd be helpful if you said how much. 0.38%. Not even 1%. I know you're a doomer and a gloomer, but at least back up what you're saying with the actual numbers so people can see that. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And speaking of your finances, Done with Debt. We have had so many people this year work with Done with Debt. And guess where most of their debt came from? 2019 until 2024. That's where most people accrued most of their debt. Anybody want to tell me what was going on from 2019 to 2024? Anybody? COVID and Biden. COVID and Biden. So, all that debt that you accrued during that time, 888-322-1054. That's 888-322-1054 or donewithdebt.com. Reach out to them today. What is this breaking news? South Carolina Senate kills the motion to expedite redistricting. This puts the entire effort in South Carolina in serious jeopardy. 6 Republicans voted with Dems to kill it. Well, they were the same 6 Republicans that voted not to extend the legislation, the special session, or the session that they were in. So, I guess we know what to do with those 6 Republicans, right? 37-0 the other day. They'll just be added to the list. They'll be added to the list. Z-Fan said, thanks, MAGA, for $8 gas. You're welcome. You're welcome. Fill up responsibly, okay? And don't be like Ryan Matta and drink it. Not good. Don't drink gas, all right? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Some of you guys aren't that smart, so, Virginia. Virginia wants to change the rules completely. They don't want the Electoral College counted in their state, and they also want ICE nowhere near polling stations. Why do you think that is? Democrats will tell you time and time again this: illegal aliens don't vote in elections. That's a Republican propaganda. That's Republican rhetoric. Okay. Then why did you just sign an executive order to keep ICE away from polling stations? See how much that doesn't make sense? Illegal aliens don't vote. What are you, crazy? I'm going to sign an executive order to keep ICE away from polling and voting stations. Well, why would you do that? If it's not a problem, then it's not a problem. Why would you need to sign an executive order? Z-Fan says F ICE. Don't worry, they're coming to a theater near you real quick. They're going to get rid of all your illegal aliens in your shitty little blue city or state that you live in.
You heard it first here. Tomorrow I'll be issuing an executive order. So, surprise, sorry to my comms team on this one.
Let it out, Governor. Let it out.
Boy, he's gay.
In ensuring that we are putting out from the state level some guidance across public spaces, including polling places, of how Virginia state employees or people who are working in support of Virginia's state-run elections can react to, in this particular case, federal agents who might be appearing at a location and where the worry is that they're principally there to intimidate or scare people. You heard it first here.
You heard it first here. That executive order will be challenged. It'll be thrown out in court, just like your redistricting effort that you tried to do illegally there. And I bet that will make the trolls on YouTube say, but wait a minute, what about the redistricting that wasn't that you could do in Texas and in Florida and all that? Well, see, there's a reason, there's an actual legal reason for them to do it. There wasn't a legal reason for South Carolina or for Virginia to do it. They tried to hijack a special session in order to turn it into a redistricting effort, and they couldn't do that. That was one way they broke the law. The other way they broke the law is they didn't see a significant increase or decrease in population that warranted a redistrict in between the 10-year period. And according to their own state law that their own left-wing Supreme Court shot down, you can't break the law just to try to win. But again, now that she's trying to keep ICE away from polling stations, she is going to try to break the law again. And do you know what's going to happen? She'll be shot down again. And ICE will be at polling stations. President Trump said you don't want to pass the Save America Act in the Senate by getting rid of the filibuster. Fine. I'm going to sign an executive order, and I'm going to enforce the fact that illegal aliens don't vote. And this is why the left is so mad. This is why the trolls on YouTube are so mad. They know that they can't win elections if illegal aliens aren't voting. They know that. And they're screwed. They're screwed. Still calling for that Save America Act to be passed, though, for future generations.
The elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it. But we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have voter ID, and it's so important you have proof of citizenship, little thing like proof of citizenship, and also mail-in voting, which is so crooked. So in Maryland, as you probably saw, they had 500,000 mail-in votes that were corrupt.
And they had to call them back.
They said the printer made a mistake. Don't believe that. And they got caught with 500,000 mail-in ballots that were corrupt. We've got to stop it. We have a country that has a very corrupt. We have more corrupt elections than third world countries have. And we ought to get smart. Pass the Save America Act. That'll be a long way. You have voter ID, voter identification. The Democrats don't want to pass. Now, I'll tell you what, the Democrat voters do want to pass, 87%. But the Democrat politicians don't want to pass. And the reason is they'd never be elected again. because with their policy of open borders, transgender for everyone, I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the stuff that they do, high taxes, they want a tax hike. They voted in favor of high taxes. They voted against a tax cut. They voted in favor of men playing in women's sports. I don't know what these people are thinking. The only way they can win is to cheat, and that's what they want to do. And we ought to pass the Save America Act. Yeah, please. Yes. I think the...
LeBaron is in the live chat, said, I wonder why Tulsi resigned. Her husband's got bone marrow cancer. Yep. Tina said, Jeremy, what about her giving away the electoral votes? You can't. Can't. Like, everything that Abigail Spanberger's trying to do is always going to be overturned. Because she's literally flagrantly breaking not only state but federal law. So, just because Democrats are trying to cheat doesn't mean that they're going to be able to cheat. Especially not now that we own the government. And they're not getting the House back in the midterms either. And I'm going to prove that to you here in a little bit. We got about a half an hour left. But the Save America Act, I believe this. Here's what I believe. I believe the Save America Act will pass. I also believe that Senator John Thune is holding back on it on purpose until the midterms are over because he wants to give the House back to the left. He wants a stalemate for President Trump. John Thune is a never-Trumper. John Thune was a President Trump didn't win the election. John Thune is the J6 people did commit an insurrection. He's not going to do anything except save his own ass. He thinks that we're going to forget in 2 years about what he did. He knows that 2028 is his last year in office. He knows that now. So like Thomas Massie, like Bill Cassidy, he's going to try to do everything he can to be a hindrance to Trump. What he doesn't understand, though, is that sooner or later, we're going to have 5 senators that remove you. We're going to have 5 senators sooner or later to call to remove you. I highly doubt that John Thune will be the Senate Majority Leader come 2028 anyways. Okay? Everybody always talks about how principled of a congressman Thomas Massie was. That's his new pronouns, or were. I'm going to tell you right now, Representative Tim Burchett is miles ahead of what Thomas Massie ever hoped to be.
If we listen to what President Trump proposes and in his cuts and things, I think we would be ahead everywhere. But we're not. We're running on our own little game, and that's going to cost us. I believe the redistricting has helped us, mainly a Trump initiative. The price of gasoline, honestly, I think is what people are going to be going to the polls about, either yay or nay, wherever it is. They have very short memory that it was higher under Biden than it is even now. But with the media constantly bombarding them with all that, you're not going to get that message. So people are upset, and they have a right to be. I just wish we would follow President Trump's initiative from day one and stop with all this nonsense. You know, it's like Doge. I'm chairman of the Doge committee, and it's just like pulling teeth to get any cost-saving measures through these committees. But I'm just a little different. I don't work for anybody up here. I work for the good people of Tennessee. And so I don't care if I tick off every chairman up here. I don't care. I'm going to embarrass them if they don't start moving our legislation.
There you go. I'm going to embarrass them if they don't start moving our legislation. The Bear German said Massie was based. The Vietnam War was in the past. KKK was formed by Democrats. Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, and other presidents were killed by Democrats. Was-wers don't matter. See, if President Trump left the presidency today, MAGA would still have the largest voice in politics. So he's going to be an is guy after he's still gone. Thomas Massie wasn't shit. And he was funded by Jeff Yass, who is a billionaire Jew. Thomas Massey was a joke. Here's Tim Burchett talking about how he left a committee hearing in the middle of it because Republicans are weak and still just bow to Democrats. And he's right, they do.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett just left the committee. Had some amendments that were cutting regulation, things that we should as Republicans do. Because of backroom deals they cut. They won't allow any amendments on the bill because the Democrats one Democrat didn't agree to it. So here we are in the majority, and we're not allowed to do that. And I'll guarantee you when the Democrats are in the majority, which they very much could be because of this kind of garbage. If we're going to be in the majority, you all have extended us an incredible gift, and we're going to blow it because we're not acting like we're in the majority.
Truth.
We got opportunity. It's not sexy. Deals with bridges and things. Anyway, the amendment did, and we allow the Democrats to tell us what to do. It's just unbelievable.
Yep.
At some point, we're going to have to get some guts.
Yep.
This town is crooked as a dog's leg, and I'm disgusted. So, thank y'all for sending me here. I really am glad you sent me here. This is the kind of stuff I want to fight, and I'll let them have it. Anyway, thank y'all.
See, I could never be as calm, cool, collected, and calculated as that. I could never. I would have got my phone out. I would have recorded me screaming at all of them. I would have been very careful that I didn't get anything, that was classified on the video. But I'd have took my phone out. I'd have turned on the recording button, and I would have just been like, you're all nothing but a bunch of scum. You, and you. You're bending over to Democrats' will. If the Republicans would act like Democrats, imagine how much crying would be going on the YouTube page right now. Imagine how much crying would be going on the YouTube page right now. You see it now. You see how they're crying over there now. They're like cutting their wrists over there. Imagine if the Republicans were as united together as a party as Democrats were. Democrats would never win another election. We'd get rid of the filibuster. We'd pass the Save America Act. We would get rid of all machines. Everything would be same-day voting. There'd be no mail-in ballots. They would never win another election because they could never win another election. They don't have the people on their side. This last election proved it. When Trump wins the majority of the vote, Electoral College and popular vote, you are an embarrassed individual. I wouldn't even be online if I was you talking shit. That's just embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. But they do it. And imagine if we were united behind Trump's agenda and you didn't have rhino establishment people that want Democrats to win. Oh, man. They'd never, ever be in power ever again. And we would laugh till we died. Because here's what the Democrats are going to do when they get power. Pete Bootyplug just said it.
Not all of my peers wanted to talk about. Not everybody wanted to hear about fixing our electoral system so that everybody's vote counts the same and the person who gets the most votes wins.
We did that, and Trump won. So what's the problem? Trump did win the majority and the Electoral College. Is anybody ever going to acknowledge that? Are the dipshits over on YouTube going to acknowledge the fact that the country would rather be with Trump than have their ideology? You are in the minority of ignorance and stupidity. Congratulations. You're the smartest retard in the room. Yay.
Back then, not everybody wanted to hear about reforming the Supreme Court, so it'd be less partisan. Now, I think that idea's got a little more mainstream. So the campaign, not all of my peers wanted to talk about.
Not all of my peers wanted to talk about getting rid of the Electoral College, but that's exactly what we want to do. I'm the water boy. Not only did Trump win the Electoral College and the popular vote, but he won all 3 times he ran. What do you think of that? All 3 times he ran, he won. You want to know how we know this? We don't even have to show you all the proof again, which we gladly will. Joe Biden won 81 million votes by losing a majority of the counties in the country. How's that happen? Pennsylvania turned in more voters than they have registered in the state. So did 3 other states. How do you win 81 million votes? The most by far. More than Barack Obama. More than Trump both times. But you lost a majority of the counties. By a lot. Trump won by double digits more counties in the country than Joe Biden. And he won 81 million votes? And they stopped counting in the middle of the night, and they waited days to bring in mail-in ballots, and then all those mail-in ballots were all for Biden? Every one of them? Make that make sense. Like I said, math doesn't lie. Democrats do. And when math proves Democrats wrong, you know what Democrats say? Colt! Racist! Racist. That's all Hakeem Jeffries is saying right now. Racist, Jim Crow, racist, racist, Jim Crow, racist, racist, racist.
Back to House of Representatives in November, we are only 3 seats short. We historically overperformed in November, and that's one of the reasons why Republicans are in panic mode. Remember, Ali, when we took the House back in 2018, we were 24 seats short. We crossed over that hurdle, and in fact, in 2018, we flipped a total of 40 seats. So we're going to take back control of the House of Representatives. We're going to continue to make clear to the American people that we will lower their high cost of living, fix a broken health care system, and clean up the corruption that we're seeing in the country, in the Congress, certainly with the Supreme Court, and deal with the most corrupt administration in American history. Now, we're going to need nationwide judicial reform. We're going to need nationwide electoral reform. We're going to need nationwide campaign finance reform, which is why we have to take the House back, take the Senate back, keep pressing forward, and then in 2028, take the presidency back as well. We're going to win back the House of Representatives.
Is that what you're going to do? Wow. That's a laundry list of things there. Yeah. How are you going to do that without a plan, though? Your plan just can't be, Trump is bad, okay? Your plan just can't be Orange Man is bad. Your plan just can't be calling the people that voted for Trump racist, misogynist, homophobic, whatever it is that you want to say. You can't win the country back by saying that stuff. You actually have to have a viable plan. Let's see. Does he have a plan? Let's
stand with members of the Congressional Black Caucus, as well as former athletes committed to this cause in getting this egregious situation turned around. This is an unprecedented moment featuring an unprecedented attack on black political representation, and therefore it requires an unprecedented response.
That's right.
We are here standing in solidarity with the NAACP.
Oh, yay.
And its call for athletes to boycott.
Hold on. It's athletes. It's not athletes, just like it's not axing questions, okay? If you're finna do that, then you better speak with proper English. You can't win elections by saying athletes with an F, okay? That doesn't work, okay? You got to be fluent in the English language in order to win high-profile elections or able to do all the reform that you're talking about. You can't say athletes. It's not proper, and people know that you're a retarded person and that you're not real and that you're not smart, okay? You can't ask questions because that means you get rid of questions. You have to ask questions with an S and a K. Like, I know earlier I had to give a, biological science class on how inbreeding is not good, bad, right? Well, also, not being able to speak proper English as the leader of the minority party in the House, not because you're black, because Nobody wanted to vote for you. That kind of minority doesn't work well. You can't speak Ebonics and expect to win. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? Get it?
Institutions within the SEC that belong to states that have unleashed these Jim Crow-like, racially oppressive tactics.
Jim Crow. So Jim Crow.
Which is unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American.
Oh, there you go.
And we believe that the silence of these institutions is complicity.
That's right.
And we will not stand for it. And it's an honor to stand.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You started out saying it's an honor to stand, and then you said we're not going to stand for it. Which is it? I mean, you don't have a plan. The Democrats have no plan. You know what their plan is? Beat Trump. Well, how are you going to do that when you got this going on?
These competitive districts end up, because even in redistricting, they weren't able to make everything solidly this or that. I think it was Louisiana that if they do go in and redistrict, there's a chance they'll make 2 Republican seats more competitive in order to get rid of a Democrat seat. So you start to weigh the pros and cons of it. So if you add it all together, you can kind of see here where we are with what is in play, because like Mississippi's highlighted in yellow. Their governor just said, you know what, we're not going to do it. I don't think it's the right time. They have 1 seat down there. It would go from 3-1 to 4-0. So this shows you just where we are all across the board. If all of these seats together if all these states did their redistricting, it's going to favor Republicans quite a bit. Your GOP gains are up to 17 seats. Your Democrat gains, as it is right now, just 6 seats. All of this work, all of this time, all that money they spent in Virginia, GOP's coming out upwards of double-digit seats better. I mean, 6 seats for Democrats to gain with all they did in California. It shows you that sometimes you don't want to poke the bear because it'll come out of the cave.
Oh. Yeah, that's definitely.
I have been saying this for months. If you play this game, you lose. The math wasn't mathing. Meaning that Republicans always had more states, and Republicans didn't have gerrymandered maps. Meaning that if the Republicans decided to gerrymander, Democrats would be done because the Democrats had already gerrymandered all that they could. I mean, look at New England, look at New York, look at that whole Northeast region. There's 40% Republican vote up there with no representation. The math didn't work. If the Republicans got tough, if Mississippi and Indiana would get tough, there's no chance that the Democrats win. But I want to show you what the country looks like with this new with the new redistricting. Look at this. Same as the presidential election map. There is barely any Democrat stronghold. And they're all just the cities, as they always been. But now they're losing representation in states because of no, like, octopus gerrymandered districts. You know, 1 vote. They always talk about 1 vote, a vote for each person. Well, now you have that by getting rid of the racial gerrymandering. Now you literally have 1 vote, 1 person. And here's the crazy part. In Tennessee, or is it it's Tennessee or Kentucky. I can't remember which. I think it's Tennessee. In Tennessee, you're getting a white, old, crusty, bald Democrat out of the seat, and who's going to win that seat is a black Republican woman. And the Democrats are screaming racism, and you're taking away our voice. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. It is so easy to Swiss cheese Democrat talking points and narratives. They're so stupid. There can never be, in our conversations, there's a basis of truth. And if I'm wrong and you prove that, I go, oh, shit, my bad. Shit, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee, exactly. My bad. I'm sorry. I was wrong on that one. You'll never hear that from a Democrat, ever. You'll never hear that from a Democrat, and you'll never hear that from a woke right person. And who am I talking about on woke right? I'm talking Tucker, Megan, Ryan, all those idiots. Speaking of Tucker, he says the loss in Kentucky to Thomas Massie proves that MAGA is dead. How can we live in a world where there's right and wrong? How can you have debate? How can you prove something when people are this friggin' delusional? How can I have a proper discussion with a person on the left and either they prove me wrong or I prove them wrong on a topic if there's no basis for truth and no common sense? If you're out there saying Thomas Massie's loss in Kentucky proves that MAGA is dead, what are we doing? What are we doing? If you're on the left and you say the election wasn't stolen, we have proved that, no proof and evidence has come forward. While all the proof and evidence was put forward, but no judge allowed it into a courtroom, but it wasn't because of the proof of the evidence or lack of that we had. It was because they just said we don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, so there's no standing. How is there no standing about people's votes being ripped away from them or added votes that were fraudulent when it affects them and the president that represents them? You see what I'm saying? If there's no basis of truth, if there's no facts, and you say, well, I get my facts from here, and I say, well, I get my facts from here, and there's no facts, then how can we even move forward as a society? You can't. It's not possible. That's why, if and when I ever have a debate with anybody, I say, where is our foundation of truth here? Melly Johnson, you nailed it right on the head. 2,000 mules. Do you know what 2,000 mules proved? 2,000 mules proved the same thing that the Biden administration and Merrick Garland used to go after January 6ers. Geo-tracking. Geo-tracking. They geo-tracked people who were ballot farming and ballot harvesting, fake ballots, dropping off thousands or hundreds at a time, which is federally illegal. And the Biden administration turned around and used that same tactic to go after January 6ers and found out that it worked. Here's Tucker saying MAGA's dead because MAGA beat Massie. Again, make that make sense.
This is the saddest moment in a long time. It's not just the death of Thomas Massie's immediate political career, which may be resurrected, one never knows. It's obviously the death of MAGA, whatever that was. But it's also, of course, the end of the Republican Party. The Republican Party of right now bears absolutely no resemblance to the Republican Party we thought we had just elected less than a year and a half ago. None at all. And so that's not all bad. And it's not bad because the one thing we know is that nothing will be the same after this. This is too much. They went too far. We now know how the system actually works. And no, it's not a democratic system. It bears no resemblance to a democratic system. A small number of people who are more concerned about a foreign country than our country decide who gets elected. No, that's not a hateful conspiracy theory. That's a demonstrable fact that they admit. So it's on the basis of that that we can proceed. And by that, I mean the truth. What people whispered about, those crazies on the internet, has now been proven for everyone to see. Nothing will ever be the same again. And you got to think it's going to be a little better because there will be actual reform. We have gone too far. And so whatever comes next, whether it's in the Republican Party or outside it, is likely to be much more honest and direct and less ashamed, much more willing to tell the truth, as uncomfortable as it may make some people, because the truth is always worth telling. And a politics based on anything but the truth is always poisonous. So yes, this is a low point. Is it the end point? Not at all. It's the beginning, maybe of something great. On one level, this is the saddest moment in a...
Yeah, MAGA's dead because they just beat us 37-0 in their endorsements. Think about what he just said. How are you? All of you, see, you've got this rotating woke right group of people. And all they do is they go on each other's shows. And then they all share each other's shows. So it looks like they've got a lot of support behind them. Meanwhile, they didn't even make a dent. They made Thomas Massie go from 80% of the vote to less than 50% of the vote. Think about that. Roaring Titties, nice name, by the way, says MAGA's dead because of MIGA. Whatever. I guess us and the Jews will just keep destroying you then. Where's my $7,000? I need my money. Anybody gonna get... Hey, BB, send my money. I guess MAGA and Jews are beating the shit out of yous, and there's nothing you can do about it. Isn't that weak? Think about that. For somebody that says MAGA is so weak, and MAGA are maggots, and Jews are this, and Jews are that, we're beating the shit out of you daily. Think about that. You're letting Jews and maggots beat the shit out of you daily. Shows how weak you are. You ever think about that? You ever think about how you bumping your gums complaining about your overlords and how you can't do anything? And those overlords are us? And the Jews, apparently. I know like 2 Jews, but the Jews and maggots are beating the shit out of you daily, and there's nothing you can do about it. How weak do you sound? I would never admit that, by the way. Imagine going online on somebody else's chat as a man in the middle of the day when you should be providing for your family, and you're crying about how Jews and MAGA are beating me they're taking my lunch money every day. There's nothing I can do about it. No better than these two.
Right there, absolutely. He's like, yes, I remember the clip. He goes, wait. I just got a big idea. I can get into war. Well, he just said yesterday, he said, I may be here in 2028. I may just stay. I may be the Israeli prime minister. What about that?
Well, that's so that type of behavior is someone planning an idea over and over and over again. He constantly says it so that he can normalize the idea and test the support and test people's reactions. But saying it over and over and over again normalizes the idea. And I think it's incredibly dangerous, and no one should ever accept it. Absolutely not. There cannot be a third term. No, that's against our laws. That's against the Constitution. There is no third term. Yeah, and if this country is at war, no, our elections should not be canceled. Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, they should carry on and they should go forward, and people need to fight as hard as possible for election
I agree.
integrity.
Are you worried about an October surprise, Cuba or something else before the election?
I'm worried about it.
I want to let... look at those 2 idiots, by the way. I want to let Roaring Titties, you never had a contract where... I actually have a journeyman license in plumbing and heating. Oops. I was in the military. I have a journeyman license for plumbing and heating. I own a network that actually, yes, pays the bills. You're watching me. Winners focus on losers, right? Other way around, though, right? Losers focus on winners. That's what you're doing. You're focusing on my page. You're calling me a loser, focusing on my page. And these two are crying because neither of them have their normal jobs back. I love it. I love it. And here's your Haji twins.
Kelly in the house.
It's nice to see you again. I know, it's been too long.
Yeah, you're aging backwards.
Oh, why, thank you.
Megan, how do you feel about the current state of the Republican Party?
Depressed, frustrated, hopeful that they're going to find some way to turn it around, because if we don't, what are we left with? He just requires absolute loyalty on every issue. He doesn't care. He doesn't care how loyal you've been. He doesn't care what you've done. Loyalty only goes one way with Donald Trump, and it's toward him. He will never show it toward you.
They spent over $35 million to get rid of Thomas Massey.
And Thomas Massey spent $15 to stay.
Misleading ads goes a long way.
And the younger you are, the less likely you are to vote.
Right.
So, in a way, the younger Republicans have only themselves to blame in the races like Massey's. You got to get your assy out for Massey, or you're going to get a lot more results just like this one.
You should have handled his campaign. Get your assy out for Massey. I didn't think I would ever say this, but Trump is bought and paid for by Israel, right?
It's tough to argue with you. I've got to be honest.
Do you think Trump is a Christian? That's a rhetorical
they
question.
Have rhinos.
Yeah.
He's like a chino.
He's a Christian in name only. So let me put you in the hot seat for just a minute, though.
What has this been? Has this been the cold seat?
You said, if we nuke Iran, you still vote Republican. Can you explain that? If he did nuke Iran, I think I would definitely consider voting for a transvestite.
See how dumb these guys have gotten? They post one thing on their Facebook page and they post the exact opposite thing on their Twitter page because they pay people to do their work for them. Isn't that amazing? Hodge twins, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Ryan Matta, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all of them couldn't move the needle for Thomas Massie. Just like Obama couldn't move the needle for Kamala Harris, who, by the way, the Democrats just put out their death certificate of how they lost to Trump. Think about that. Oh, by the way, I opened up YouTube on purpose just for you guys, for the trolls over there. I literally opened up this just for you. I opened it up for public discussion with retarded people and to make fun of you. And you're here daily, falling right into exactly why we opened this up last week, or a couple weeks ago now. Here's another one that's about to be gone next week.
You know, Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton, maybe in more ways than one. But the election on May the 26th is the first time he will actually have been held accountable for all of his misdeeds. He lied to his senior staff who turned him in to the FBI because he was interfering with a federal investigation of one of his campaign treasurers. When he fired them, they became whistleblowers, sued him, and got a $6.6 million judgment against the state of Texas. That's you and me. He's not going to have to pay that. You are. You know, Judgment Day is coming.
Yeah. Does that sound like Judgment Day is coming for who, Ken Paxton? He was already beating you before he got the endorsement. And now we're going to send you packing next Tuesday. Anybody else? I didn't think so. I'll end with this for all the lefties and the Trump haters. You hated the ballroom, you're really going to hate this.
Renderings on your screen right now are from the Commission on Fine Arts' website. They were made by Harrison Design. It's a Washington architectural firm, and they show what the arch will look like from different vantage points once it is built. This is the view from the Arlington Memorial Bridge before, right? This is what it looks like now. This is what it would look like after. From the Lincoln Memorial before and after. From the Lincoln Memorial Circle before and after.
Oh no, we built
And
something
finally,
beautiful.
the view from Parkway Drive before and after. Wow. Renderings.
Wow. Wow is right. We already just rededicated the country back to God, and now we're putting up things that you absolutely hate. And I love it. I love it. You guys love it over on YouTube? I know you do. Come on. You secretly love everything we do. That's why you're here watching. Record number of views today on YouTube, too. I'm glad. I hope to see. You know what? You know what, guys? I know we have a difference of opinion. I know we talk shit to each other. But truly, I am glad that you come here every day on YouTube and give us algorithm numbers and boosts and stuff like that. And I do love the back and forth. I think it's healthy for the country, even if we are name calling. Hey, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. We do have our resident black coming up next for you racists over on YouTube who call him a sellout and Uncle Tom. Token, I think I saw that word. But see, Will Johnson isn't really black. He just looks like the printer ran out of ink halfway through. That's all. And he's smart as a whip. And he's been fighting for this country longer than most people have even known what politics are. And he's my brother from another mother. Ladies and gentlemen, Will Johnson next on this Memorial Day weekend. Remember, Patriot Pals tomorrow, kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, adults, everybody alike, 10 o'clock, and also the Crest Report, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Will Johnson coming up next. God bless you guys. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close, especially if you're living near Haitians, and I will see you on the flip side. Keep spreading the gospel. Keep saluting America. Keep fighting for this country. God bless you. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. The printer didn't run out of ink. I just came out this color. Let's get into it in the culture wars. What's going on, everybody? Friday. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, you know the routine. Smash that thumbs up. If you haven't, I'm just reminding you. I'm pretty sure you have, most of you, except for the radical leftist lunatics. Hey, any lunatic liberals that are watching right now, you know how you can show us up? Hit the thumbs down twice. So I'm going to show them. Hit it twice. Hit it twice. Go ahead. So I'm going to show you. Stupid liberals. What's going on, everybody? We're going to talk about the DNC, the Democrats. You know what? The 2024 report came out, and I'm pretty sure all of you are aware of this, but I'm going to give you my take on it. The 2024 report came out about why they lost. You know what? After getting the report, they still don't know why. I mean, you can't make it up. No, seriously. They still don't know why. They still can't figure out, why did we lose? Why did we lose? The report apparently didn't have Kamala Harris in it, all of her debacles, all of her word salad, the fact that she didn't know where she was half the time, the fact that she spent $2.5 billion on the election. And then they kept trying to say, well, she only had 90 days. She only had 90 days. She should have never been there in the first place. To my understanding, of course, I didn't read the report. I'm just hearing some of the stuff that they're reporting on the report. And the liberals complaining about the report. To my understanding, in the report, they didn't even have the fact that they didn't even have a primary. What? I thought they were all about democracy, our democracy. They skipped all of that and went straight to Kamala Harris. And Joe Biden stepping out late. They didn't talk about Joe Biden not knowing where he was half the time when he was on stage. They didn't talk about Joe Biden talking to dead people. They didn't talk about Joe Biden falling up the stairs. Most people fall downstairs. They don't fall up them, which is a new one. They didn't talk about Joe Biden not being able to stay on a bike. I mean, I've been riding a bike ever since I can remember. I remember my dad teaching me how to ride a bike. And after I learned how to ride a bike, I've been able to ride a bike ever since. The thing is, they're completely ignoring why they lost. They just can't figure it out. It's like, there's no way. They refuse to acknowledge the truth. Now, think about this. These are the same people that can't grasp the fact that they lost the 2024. These are the same people that believe a man is a woman because he puts on a dress. It's no wonder they can't realize why they lost the 2024. They're still trying to make the excuse that our messaging wasn't good. The messaging that we have for the American people was just not publicized enough. Everybody saw it. With social media today, you can put something out there and everybody sees it. I'll never forget when Kamala Harris was running. Thank God she didn't win. When Kamala Harris was running for the 2024 election, there was not a single day that I could not go on to X, go on to TikTok, go on to Facebook, go on to ScrewTube, go on to all of them without seeing something that they were promoting positive about Kamala Harris. Even Joe Biden, they were promoting stuff about Joe Biden constantly. Every time Joe Biden went someplace and, again, shaking ghosts, dead people's hands, talking to dead people on stage, not knowing which way to go off the stage, they never want to address that. They never talked about it. They said Joe Biden, his cognitive ability was so strong and so sharp, he was running circles around everybody. You remember that? They kept saying Joe Biden was sharp as could be. He was the sharpest one ever. They all kept saying it. And there's no reason to say that unless you see something wrong. But they were lying to themselves then, just like they're lying to themselves now. They don't have any issues lying to themselves, and then they believe it. But then this report comes out on why they lost in 2024, and then they left out the key details on why they lost, which actually is going to work in our benefit, the American people. Why? Because if they refuse to tell themselves the truth, they're going to do it again. They put out this report thinking that we're going to see it or hear about it, learn about the report, and we're not going to believe anything that they put in it. Why are we not going to believe it? Because we lived through 2024. We were all here. We all saw what took place. We all remember what happened the last 4 years with Joe Biden. We all experienced it together. They went into 2024 knowing good and well what they did in 2020 against not just President Trump, but against the American people. They know exactly what they did to us. They know exactly what they did. And then after all of that, they put Joe Biden, they installed Joe Biden because the coup d'etat took place in November of 2019. November. That's when the coup took place. So all of this time, they want us to go like, well, we didn't see or remember anything that took place. So just act like it didn't happen. We'll put in a report like, well, this happened and that happened, and this happened and that happened. But we won't tell anybody the real reason why, because they don't want people to know that the Democrat Party doesn't have their act together. Look, let me be honest about something. I'm not a great speller, not a great, excellent reader. I've gotten better over the years. I didn't realize when I was younger that when I would look at letters and stuff would just be backwards. And I didn't know what to call it when I was a kid. And every now and then it kind of kicks back up and I have a hard time. It is what it is. But there's no excuse. I'm not giving myself an excuse, especially today. You know why? If you're going to write a report, if you're going to do a indictment, or if you're going to do a lawsuit, whatever it may be, and you know that millions of people are going to look at this information, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this document that's probably 20, 30, or even 100 pages, and I'm going to run it through AI. And I'm going to tell AI, go through here and verify and make sure there's no misspelled words. Make sure every I is dotted and every T is crossed. Of course, it's going to be typing it in, but I'm going to tell AI to proofread it. There's no excuse for it today. So what happens is that the Democrats put out this report and they got misspelled words all through it. It's the same thing what Virginia did. They misspelled senator. They misspelled Virginia. You know what it is? They're so angry. They can't see straight. They don't even think straight. All they can think about is get Trump, stop Trump, get Trump, stop Trump. That's all that's on their minds. That's all they can think about. So, of course, these radical leftist lunatic liberals, after all of this that's been taking place, these leftist lunatic liberals are now being confronted about what just happened. They're all being confronted about it. I want y'all to listen, because this, I believe, is going to be the absolute downfall of the Democrats, mainly because they refuse to acknowledge the truth themselves.
What we did in the House is look back on where we went wrong. Why didn't we win the majority? And it's back to what I was saying. The American people are waving their hands. They're just not making it. 60% of households are just unable to afford the basics for their family.
Well, that was after coming off 4 years of Biden at 23% price increase.
See right there. I'm so glad they brought it up. Did they not remember all of the gas prices that were high under Joe Biden? For what? Because they shut down the oil production in the United States of America, which caused the prices to go up. They got hacked. Remember, the oil company on the East Coast got hacked, and they asked for, the hacker said, I want cryptocurrency. And guess what? To my understanding, if I remember correctly, the federal government paid the ransom. And they had no choice. This happened under Joe Biden's watch. All of this stuff that happened under Joe Biden, and she's trying to act like, let's not talk about why we lost. Let's talk about what's happening right now, because they're going to end up repeating it.
Right. There is a bit of an identity crisis with the party right now. Are you going to be a centrist party or are you going to be a far left party? What do you think the answer is?
We have always been a party where we know that our majority is built by aligning ourselves with working people. And that is a core value of Democrats. Do we have trust we have to rebuild with the American people? 100%.
Is there anybody watching right now that trusts anything that comes out of the Democrats' mouth? I mean, seriously, is there anything that they say that comes out of their mouth that you believe? I don't, as of right now, every single time the Democrats say something, they're blatantly lying because they're still under the impression that the American people don't recognize what they've been doing. They're still under that impression. That's the reason why this report coming out, they're even lying about the report themselves. Like, well, this is not us. This is not us. It was just a bad mistake. It's a bad mistake. And I hope they continue. I really do. Because people are looking at this and wait a minute, what are you talking about? There's people actually paying attention to this. Except for the lunatic liberals. Liberals can't see anything. They refuse to acknowledge the truth. Again, like I mentioned earlier, these are the same people that believe a man putting on the dresses all of a sudden is a woman. So what do you expect? This is the way they are. They can't help themselves. They're so bitter, they're so angry that they just refuse to see the truth for anything. They don't care about the truth. They never will. They never will. Let me give you another example. This was on the Communist News Network. And on the Communist News Network, they're talking about it because, oh my goodness, it's like, how do we get here? How do we get here? Breaking news, everybody, breaking news. The report of the DNC, the Democrats, came out, and this explains why they lost. And it doesn't even have it all in there.
Breaking news, exclusive reporting first into the Situation Room. CNN has obtained the Democrats' long-awaited autopsy of the 2024 election, documenting what went wrong in Kamala Harris's loss to President Trump. After publicly promising its release, DNC Chair Ken Martin pulled the plug on the elusive report last year, sparking fierce criticism within the party.
CNN senior reporter Isaac Dover got his exclusive hands on all of this. He's joining us now in the Situation Room. Isaac, this report, you were a big part in why it came out in the first place. Excellent reporting on your part. After back and forth from the DNC chair, Ken Martin, on whether or not he'd release it in full. So what's inside it?
Well, so first of all, that is an important part of this. The plan was not to release this report. The report was released to me after I had obtained a lot of the detail and contents of what was in there. And the report that we have published on our website is with annotations from the DNC lawyers undercutting a lot of what is in the report. That said, it gets into things about spending decisions and organizing that was done by the DNC, ways to possibly improve it. But there are a lot of things in that version that are incomplete. And also, it does not touch a couple of topics that a lot of people were very interested in and thought were the reasons for this report not being out. There's nothing about Joe Biden and what happened in the debate. There's nothing about Kamala Harris getting the nomination without any kind of primary process. And also, there is nothing about the way that voters were responding to Gaza and how the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris policies and comments about it were hitting their minds.
So
nothing in there, because you remember under Joe Biden, the Democrats, they were attacking Jewish people on these colleges and universities. Remember that? It was like almost every other week, a new college, a new university popped up where students couldn't even go to the library because they were Jewish. They didn't want to talk about any of that. And what does Gaza Strip have to do with the DNC? Really, what does that have to do with anything? They rather fight for terrorists. They rather fight for the LGBT LMNOP. They rather fight for illegals than the American people. This, and the only reason why the Communist News Network and all them talking about this is because this is the autopsy of why they lost. You ever play that game, Doctor, where you had the little character of the guy and you had to get the tweezers and you had to go in there, and if you don't go in there just right, go, eh. That's exactly what the Democrats did. Oh, we're going to do, eh. That's why they didn't release it, because they can't get it right. Well, I guess maybe the first report maybe had too much truth in it. So they had to remove it because they don't want people to remember exactly what happened as if we weren't there. I'm telling you, that's the reason why they removed some of it.
A lot was missing in that report. I know you reached out to the current DNC chair, Ken Martin, who we noted earlier has come under some fire for initially not releasing this report to the public. What's he now saying?
Well, he apologized in a statement to me for how he handled it, and he said that he was releasing it to me because he feels like this is about getting back to some level of transparency. But he says in the statement that the report was not ready for prime time. That's how he put it, and that's why he chose not to do it, that it's full of a lot of problems. And again, we are publishing the full report so that people can see it and read for themselves and make their decisions about what's in there.
Because in the full report, there's spelling issues, there's errors and just basic facts. Why didn't they have a more polished, put together report at this point in the game?
Well, see, that's exactly my point. Run it through AI. You mean to tell me that they couldn't run it through AI? Why didn't they run it through AI? Look, I'm not really a big advocate like AI everything. I like to think for myself, but I will use AI to proofread some of the stuff that I do, because I'm like running through and I got all this stuff going through my mind, and I want to make sure it's articulated correctly and it comes across where people understand it. And it's really been a useful tool. Why wouldn't they do it? You know why? Because liberals are like, well, we know what's best. We know what's best for everybody. So I don't need AI because I already know it all. Does that sound about right? Are there any liberals on there watching right now? Come on, tell me you don't think that way. Especially the white feminist liberal. They believe they know what's best for everybody. And you have to listen to them. And no matter what, they get nothing wrong. They put this out here, and the Communist News Network is even talking about it. You know why? Because it's embarrassing to them. With the technology, with all the tools to make sure you get stuff right. I get it presentable at least. They couldn't even do that. So who's going to take it serious? Who's going to take it serious? Not I.
Look, and this was after a year of work on it, and the story that I have up that goes along with the publishing of the report goes through the whole process of how this went down. Martin hired a friend of his as a part-time volunteer to be the person in charge of this report, and that person, I get into a lot of the conversations that person was having. His name is Paul Rivera, that he was having with people and how those conversations went, but also a lot of conversations that he wasn't having. For example, he did not speak to almost anybody who was in the leadership position on the Biden campaign or the Harris campaign. He didn't speak to Joe Biden. He didn't speak to Kamala Harris. He didn't speak to Tim Walz. He did not speak to, when it comes to the Gaza issue, any of the leaders of the Uncommitted movement, which was that protest movement, pro-Palestinian protest movement. He didn't speak to Jewish groups or pro-Israel groups. So it wasn't just leaving out one part of that conversation. He left out all parts of that conversation. And that has led to a lot of conspiracy theories about what was going on here. But I think when you see the full story of what's there and what this process was and read the document, you will have a lot of, if not all of, hopefully your questions answered.
And you've released the full document.
Yes, it's up on our website right now.
All right, CNN.com.
And CNN.com.
All right, Isaac Dover, thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very much. Good reporter.
Absolutely.
And coming up, we have breaking news.
Good reporting. Absolutely. Great reporting. Great reporting about the DNC still trying to lie to everybody. You know that's what it comes down to, right? Let's lie to everybody. Let's get everybody to believe something else other than the truth. You know the main reason why the DNC, the Democrats, lie? because they are of their father Satan. 100%. They embrace the evilness. They love the evilness. I mean, the only one explanation why, they would even advocate and support, butchering kids, butchering children, because you have to be pure evil to want to do such a thing. They can't help themselves. So do you think that they're ever going to learn? Seriously, you think they're going to ever learn? And I'm so happy I can see the chat, and I don't spend as much time in the chat as the other hosts do. I don't spend too much time in it because there's like so much information that I want to share with you. But I'm glad that I can when I highlight the chats down at the bottom, that lets you know that I am reading what you're saying. I am reading what you're saying. I am paying attention, but I want to present this information to you at the same time. And I see every now and then I'll see the leftist lunatics in here too, especially over on YouTube. What is it about YouTube? They don't want to go to Rumble because they know that Rumble allows free speech. They know that Rumble, you can go on Rumble and say just about everything other than call for violence, right? You can say anything you want. They know on YouTube at some point, YouTube will go like, oh my goodness, you said the truth. That's entirely too much. We're going to have to shut you down. You know how they do. I mean, they do it all the time. So we don't care how you feel when we tell the truth. Here at LFA TV, we're going to tell the truth. Even when we don't like it, we're going to always tell the truth. And telling the truth, the Democrats never like it. And what I mean by saying that even when we don't like it, the last 4 years before President Trump, who was in the White House? Stinking Joe Biden. It's the truth. Didn't like it, but it's the truth. We're not going to ignore it. But we're so happy, excited that President Trump is there now. I don't know about you, but I'm very happy about that. Very happy. Listen to this one. Here's another one where a Democrat goes on to Fox News because, look, I'm telling you right now, they're losing their minds. They're losing it all.
I don't understand. The biggest embarrassment is losing. Yep. So you've already went through that. Why not just put it all out there before the next election?
Because my party has not come to terms with the fact, Lawrence, that it's dysfunctional. That, as you said in your open, the far left has taken over, radicals. It's not the party I joined. People like Graham Plattner, who you alluded to in Maine, they don't represent the views of people like me or the broad mass of ordinary people. You have to disavow those statements and those people. But my party refuses because the far left is in control. And the autopsy, while incomplete, laid bare the problems, which are actually even worse and systemic, as Reince was suggesting.
I mean, come on. Think about it. When you have diehard, forever lasting Democrats talking about their party have lost their minds because, of course, again, they're going against reality in everything that they do. They go against reality 100%. And when you have people that have been diehard Democrats coming out talking about the leftist lunatics, the far left, they're getting left behind by them. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Presley, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, all of them. They reject everything that America stands for, but they would love to change America to their own sinister means. That's what they want. They hate America with a passion. Or they wouldn't be fighting against President Trump. If anything, they would be siding with President Trump. They'll be saying, you know what, President Trump, we may not like him, but he actually is trying to do something positive for the American people. But they can't bring themselves to say that. Can you imagine waking up every day thinking like, is this going to be the day that we get him? Can you imagine that? I didn't do that with Joe Biden. Did any of you? Did you wake up going, is today the day Joe Biden's going to leave the White House? I never even thought about that. All I kept thinking about that they were doing elderly abuse to Joe Biden. And I was wondering what stupid thing is he going to say today? And more than, was it 80% of the time, 89% of the time, they kept Joe Biden behind closed doors because supposedly he didn't get up until after 10:30 in the morning anyways and went to bed around 4:30 in the afternoon. So they kept Joe Biden under lock and key. Have him go out there every now and then. And you remember, let me bring this to your attention. Have you seen President Trump a single time in any press conference hold a card and call on people and say, well, I'm not supposed to ask this question, but not a single time. And then they keep trying to say that President Trump is the one that's losing his cognitive abilities. They're constantly saying this about President Trump, constantly. Oh, my goodness, the 25th Amendment. Because President Trump dozed off one time in a meeting. I don't care. President Trump, he only sleeps 4 hours in the evening. The man deserves. I encourage President Trump to take a nap during the day. I encourage him to take one. Heck, I want to take a nap sometime during the middle of the day. For energy reasons. President Trump is like a machine. He keeps going and going. Joe Biden could never last. I want to share another one with these radical leftist lunatics talking about the DNC, the Democrats losing in 2024.
Let me ask you about this DNC draft autopsy, the 2024 election laws that CNN obtained today. It said things like Vice President Harris struggled to make her case beyond Trump is unacceptable. The Biden administration didn't prepare her for success, that they wrote off rural Americans. The transgender ad campaign from the former president was damaging. Did you see a path forward? What did you get out of this report that will be useful in 2028?
Well, clearly, President Biden's decision to delay leaving the race and having the vice president have to stand up a presidential campaign in 90 days was a gargantuan task that anyone would have a very difficult time overcoming.
Which was not addressed in this autopsy report.
Which was not addressed in the autopsy. The Democratic Party, many of us feel that we have lost the center.
They feel like, well, we've lost the center. Of course you have. I remember when Elon Musk first came onto the scene as not even a Republican. None of that. And even today, I still don't think that Elon Musk even considers himself on the right at all. I really don't. But Elon Musk is what you call one of these leftist libertarians that actually believes in free speech. The reason why X and all that came about. But I remember when he first came on the scene, he was saying like, look, I'm a liberal, but what happened was that here's the center and here's the left. It's going to be for your left, right? Here's the left. Elon Musk is like right here because he was saying, here's the center, here's Elon Musk, and here's AOC and the rest of them. And like it's off the screen, just completely off the screen, just went all the way off. He said they left him. And that's what happened. And actually right now what's happening, all of these leftist lunatics that are on the left over here, it's your left, right? All of these leftist lunatics over here on the left, they have a rope trying to pull the center to them so they can say all of the stupid, radical, idiotic things that they're doing is normal. There's not a single liberal today that can come out and say, well, I was wrong. None of them would do that. Not a single one of them would do that. You know why they won't do it? Because they believe in their minds, like I mentioned earlier, that they're right about everything. They're right about black people. They're right about Hispanic people. They're right about society. They're right about sexualizing kids. They believe that they're absolutely right about everything and nothing else matters. That's the reason why they think the way they do. And then here we come along and say, no, that little boy is a boy. And he's going to be a boy when he becomes a man. No matter what you cut off, 100 years from now, they dig up the bones, it's still going to be a man. There's nothing you can do about that. They get upset about that. You're not playing along. You're not playing along because we're telling everybody the opposite. And the main reason why they tell people the opposite, of course, is because they're lunatics and their leader is Satan. 100%. 100%. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
76, 77, 78-year-old woman.
Stay at home.
Stay home. Whoa. What happened in a free country?
Stay home. It was a free country.
So no free menstruation, you can't walk.
You can't walk.
Wow.
You are
that ridiculous. Hey, stay home. Stay home if you're old.
So you know what that's about. They're complaining, the lunatic liberals are complaining because President Trump wants to take this slush fund where the IRS settled at $1.8 billion because of how they attacked what they did to President Trump, and they put it in this slush fund. Well, they're upset because it's possible that constitutional J6 prisoners might get a bonus, might get paid from this. That's what they're upset about. And if they get a penny out of this, it's only going to say that they were guilty. Who's guilty? The Democrats, the whole J6 committee, all of that. It means that the government admits that they were in the wrong for what they did to these constitutional prisoners. That's exactly what it means. This is the reason why they're fighting against it. See, think about it. If Joe Biden would have said, okay, it was all wrong, the $1.8 billion, we're going to take that and pay off student loans, what do you think the Democrats would say? What do you think they would say? Every last one would be like, oh yeah, this is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We're going to pay off student loan debts. And the only reason why they want to pay off student loan debts is because they were trying to buy votes. Because you notice they haven't brought that up anymore because they're not going to buy any votes for it, right? And they know President Trump is not going to do it. If you want to take the responsibility to get a student loan, the responsibility falls on you. That's just the way it is. But these people were wrongfully imprisoned, and they don't want the federal government because all of that push. And see, President Trump, he knew exactly what he was doing when he said that we're going to make sure that they're compensated for all of the wrongdoings that was done to them. See, again, the Democrats don't want anybody to believe that they've done anything wrong. Everything that they've done was for a reason, because they want to shut down the Constitution. The Democrats say that we're in a cult. Have you ever heard of that expression? Have you ever heard them say that? Have you ever heard them say that we're in a cult? They say it all the time when they're the ones that drinking the Kool-Aid, even if it comes in a syringe. They drink the Kool-Aid, but they say we're in a cult, right? They can't help but think about President Trump every single day. Like I mentioned earlier, they wake up thinking about Trump. They go to bed thinking about Trump. Like, is this the day we're going to get him? That's all that they do. All that they do. Every single post that they put out on social media, some kind of way pertains to President Trump. Some kind of way. They can't help themselves. Well, the reason why I bring that up is because of this lunatic liberal right here. He's saying that no one, I'm going to paraphrase it here. You're going to hear what he says here, but I'm going to paraphrase it just a little bit here. He's saying that no one is paying attention to President Trump. No one cares about President Trump. President Trump is a nobody. So if this is the case, why is he talking about President Trump? Stupid liberals. This is how stupid they are. Really? This is how stupid they are. What is his name again? I forget his name. He's a Hollywood nut job. I don't even remember his name. And the thing is, the only reason why I'm talking about him is because he's talking about President Trump. Check it out. This is the type of stuff you can't make up. You really can't.
So the big guy in the White House, if he would take some personal advice, you've got to realize, sir, that you are the biggest nothing in the world. And sir, you stop there. You stop listening to all these people around you, these sycophants who are encouraging you to be your non-human self. Get in touch with that humanity. Stop fussing with your hair. And don't worry about your tie. And stand up straight and speak clearly, not from your throat. Speak from your heart. And start being human. That's what you were made for, not golf. So there you are, Mr. President. With all due respect, sir.
Do you see the broom anywhere? Do you see the broom somewhere? Sounds like there's a broom probably floating around somewhere. Again, all of these people could be talking about his career in Nuttywood, but they want to talk about Trump. Every last one of them. I mean, how often do we talk about Joe Biden? When Joe Biden is in the news. That's it. They spend every waking moment angry. And this is part of the reason why they lost to 2024. And they still haven't figured it out. You know what it reminds me of? And I've told this story before. I've told this story once before. When I was a kid, I was outside and I would catch these bees in a jar. You ever done that? Most boys, males, you know, in my age group, we've all done that. Get a jar, empty jar, poke some holes in the top, catch some bees. A little dangerous. It can be, right? A little dangerous. Or we would catch fireflies. And then at nighttime and watch them all light up like a light bulb. But anyways, I remember when I was a kid, there was another little kid, and I was out there catching these bees, and one kid got stung on his arm or his hand. And he started crying, and his mother's sitting right there, and she's like, oh, okay, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. Well, the little kid is so angry because he got stung by a bee. What did he do? He went and stepped on another bee. Guess what? He didn't have any shoes on. Well, because he stepped on the other bee go into defensive mode and stings him on the bottom of his foot. And now he's stung on his hand and on the bottom of his foot. But it doesn't stop there. Just like the stupid liberals today, instead of saying, okay, enough is enough, I'm not going to do that anymore, the other foot gets stepped on by another bee. Or gets stung by another bee. Why? Because he stepped on the bee with his other foot. Stupid liberals. So now he got stung in the hand, stung in both feet, and he's crying. And at this point, he's still mad. And I think he's getting ready to hit the other bee with his other hand because, you know, you got to make them all even. That's when the mother grabbed him. And I'm just sitting there looking at him, looking at her, and he's like, he's not figuring it out. The Democrats are like little tyrant children. How dare you do this to me? How dare you do this? Upset with the bee that he stepped on for stinging him. You're outside. You don't play with the bees. Well, unless you're really careful, because like I said, I used to catch them in the jar, and sometimes you can get stung that way. Sometimes you can get stung that way a lot of times. A lot of times. It happens all the time. Let's look at this. So many wonderful people in the LFA fam. 100%. 100%. 100%. Libs are dumb. 1,000%. 100% times 1,000. 100%. Let me see. Too much for the. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. I never caught bees. I caught lightning bugs. Yeah. I didn't really see too many ladies, females, girls, catching bees. To be honest with you, I don't ever recall any girls catching bees. I think it was just boys. And, boys are a little... We're a little crazy. We're a little crazy. Get older and boys are still crazy. That's the reason why insurance for males are higher than females, because boys are like to adventure out. Males like to do little things that, probably we shouldn't do. Biden didn't even know who, where, why, how, when, or anything. So true. So true. He didn't know any of it. Biden was completely lost all the time. And they always act like they just ignored it every single time. They ignored it every single time. Trump making... Let me see, what is this? Trump making trolls win, but they want to be loser victims, so they cry anyways. They always cry. I mean, even when after they think that they got what they want, they still cry. They spend so much time crying. They cried the entire time Joe Biden was there. You know why? Because they were fearful that they were upset because we, MAGA Republicans, continue to support President Trump. Some of these radical rhinos, they were against President Trump, thinking that President Trump was never going to come back. After the second time they impeached President Trump in the House, failed in the Senate both times, but they were like, he's never coming back. Especially after January 6th. Oh, he's done. He's never coming back. Never coming back. Massey, the whole lot of them thought he was never coming back. And sure enough, he came back. And they're all upset because we're still supporting President Trump. And they constantly tell us that, well, he's going to lose his support, or MAGA's going to be gone as soon as Trump is gone. No, MAGA is bigger than Trump. It is absolutely bigger than Trump. Trump is getting America back on track. And I love it. I really do. I really do. Well, I want to share another one with you from these lunatic liberals from the Communist News Network. But this one is interesting. I'll show you when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
The spine melted, and everybody fell in line.
Dude, that would be you guys saying Joe Biden was a good candidate. If you want to talk about falling in line, no spine. You guys told us that Joe Biden was like sane and mentally competent when he clearly wasn't, and lied to the American people and then covered up the incompetence. So, like, don't lecture me about, like, moral clarity here from a party.
Melting was
Like, Joe Biden was a disaster, and you guys covered it up and looked in the cameras. All of the Democrats said, he runs laps around me. He's on his A game. He's so good at this. And then you want to sit here and say that, like, man, I wish these Republicans would send it.
I don't know what all this is about. Come on. So I'm going to, all that screaming, all that high-speed screaming.
I don't know what all of this is about. I don't know, but all this screaming, I'm not going to be able to hear out this air. Dude is gay. Dude is gay. I don't know what all this is about. Really? See, he completely ignores what he just said. 100%. They all kept saying that Joe Biden was on his A game. It's no wonder they don't understand why they lost. And I'm happy that they don't understand. I want them to continue down the same path. I hope they never figure it out. But they're upset. One thing I will agree with. One thing I will agree with, though, is that the Republicans, I've said this for years, until President Trump came along, the Republicans never showed a spine, never showed a backbone. The Republicans, remember, what was his name? Sometimes McCarthy. That's what I refer to him as, because sometimes he was with the Republicans, but most of the time he was with the Democrats. Same thing like Thune right now. And Mike Johnson kind of started doing that in the very beginning. You remember? Mike Johnson was like, dude, what are you doing? That's one thing I never could understand. These Republicans, when they're running their campaigns, they come out strong. They're like, let's go. But then when they get up on Capitol Hill, it's like, oh, well, we got to get along. You know, the Democrats, they're our colleagues. They are our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. So we have to get along with them. And when the Democrats are scheming and trying to destroy the rest of the country, the Republicans, no backbone, spineless. I used to say it all the time. Anytime you have a party, a group of people, an organization that is trying to butcher children and you're not speaking loud about it, that's spineless. The only reason why we got to this point is because the Republicans refuse to address it. Just like right now, the Republicans in the House and the Senate, they could be making history. They could actually have this country on the right track for the next 60 years. But because of Thune and a few others, that hasn't happened. But you know, that's the reason why a lot of these rhino Republicans are getting the boot. We're sick of it. We're tired of it. Do what you say you're going to do and do it. Screw the Democrats. As soon as they get the opportunity, they're going to destroy this nation. As soon as the opportunity presents itself. As soon as it presents itself. Let me talk about Iran real quick. Just like the Democrats, as I mentioned earlier, they sit down for the American people, but they'll stand for illegals. The Democrats are in favor and support every terrorist organization out there. Criminals, any country that's anti-American, they support them. For example, Iran. The Democrats support Iran to the point to where they're saying Iran is stronger now that President Trump has taken out their military, taken out their Navy, taken out their Air Force. Now, all of a sudden, they're stronger because they have some rogue idiots in the Strait of Hormuz able to shoot something like a rocket. I'm like, oh my goodness, they're in control. They're in control. All it takes is one idiot with the rocket to get all these tankers scared to go through, and then they'll come out and say, oh, look, Iran's in control. They're in control. Again, this is the reason why the Democrats lost, because they refuse to acknowledge the truth.
Is exactly as powerful as they were?
I never said that. What I said was that they are not
in some way, strategically, they're more powerful because now they know they can charge a toll for every ounce of oil
that comes out of the place where God made all the dinosaurs die and all the oil.
Okay, hold on.
So they're going to make money to rebuild their nuclear program.
And Trump right now is thinking about how he's going to walk away from this.
You're making someone that has no military and someone that has no air force and someone that has no boats in the water that are large and incapacitated.
The Navy was
okay. So you're saying a regime that has a joke of a Navy is now more powerful in the U.S.
70% of its missile launches.
Also,
That's a new spin. Ask Qatar how the missile capacity of Iran affects oil in the world.
First of all, I'm going to be deaf in this ear by the time Ben is finished with all this yelling.
Go get you a good doctor. You're fine.
It is ridiculous. But the problem here is that
the problem is that the Democrats never side with America. That's the problem here. The Democrats, they are not our fellow Americans. They happen to be in the country with us, but they are not our fellow Americans. They don't have the best interests out for the American people. They can care less about the American people. The American people is in the way of what they want, of their agenda. They want to eliminate what it is to be an American. They want to eliminate the freedoms that we have in America. Let me show you another one, because we're about to run out of time. Wow, look at this. It's amazing. Look at this. This is, I don't even know who this lady is. Kate Miller. I've never seen her before. But she's talking to two radical leftist lunatic liberals, and she's asking them, are there any conspiracies that you believe in? And the conspiracy, which is not a conspiracy because it's already been proven, these are liberals are the ones that's trying to push child pornography, push gay pornography into the school library so children can have access to this crap. They're the ones doing it, but they're saying it's a conspiracy to try to indoctrinate kids to be Democrats. That's not a conspiracy. They've been doing it in the grade school and in universities. CRT, hello? Listen.
What's a conspiracy theory that you believe in?
I am not a conspiracy theory person. I wouldn't even, unless I say political, and I think conspiracies that the teachers' unions want to keep the students stupid so they can control them and turn them into Democrats, but...
That's a good conspiracy theory. That's really good. That's a new one we haven't heard yet.
Oh, you haven't heard that one? Is there anybody watching this never heard that? That's the first time hearing that. Or maybe she's just being sarcastic. Maybe that's what it is. But Democrats, they're all about indoctrinating kids. Why do you think they target kids with all this perversion in the first place? Because, if they target them with this perversion, guess what's going to happen? They're going to end up growing up thinking that this perversion is okay. Here's another lunatic liberal. Oh my goodness. TDS, another one. Wake up every single day thinking about who? Trump.
That he is afraid of smart, informed, strong women.
Oh, yeah,
he thinks women are to be abused, to be grabbed by the pussy.
Oh,
as he said, I thought when that happened that would be it for him. I remember when Gary Hart had a girl sit on his lap, a grown woman, not a child, and that was the end of his candidacy.
See?
And here he is saying what he says and being who he is, and I think that strong women scare him and infuriate him. I'm one of them.
Is there anyone on here that actually believes that President Trump is scared of that? Show of hands. I'm looking. I don't see no hands. Is there anybody that believes that President Trump is scared of that? Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie. Nobody. Here's another lunatic liberal. Listen to what he says about white people.
But they don't exist. White people should not exist. I was going to say something really nice to you. Listen, I know that you don't agree that transgenderism is real, but it's very real. Those people are very real. Just like you. No, they are very real, and their feelings matter, and their right to existence fucking matters. Okay.
Sorry about the language. Look at this. He's an advocate fighting for them. It's people that feel a certain way. They're pretending to be something that they're actually not.
Okay? Your right to existence fucking matters, even though I don't like you.
Even though we don't
still
like you.
matters.
Okay.
You get to be who you are because you are.
believe they
Get the fuck out of here. You get to be who you are. No, he's like, why do they hate Charlie? He's coming up. He's fucking shit. He's doing shit. He's fucking shitty.
Okay, sorry, I can't even take it any longer with all that foul mouth coming out of him. Talking about transgender, this dude here running against gonna more likely run against Ken Paxton, James Tallarico. Listen to what he loves more than all things.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol to advocate for their humanity. They shouldn't have to, but it was an inspiration to watch.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's no such thing. This dude calls himself a Christian. And transgenderism goes against the Bible 100%. It is from the pits of hell. The Democrats are upset because the Republicans refuse to take in the authority that has been presented to President Trump. They want to remove President Trump's War Act capabilities.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, can you explain to the members of the chamber what is happening with the Iran War Powers resolution that was scheduled to be voted on this evening?
Does the gentleman have a parliamentary question?
That is my parliamentary inquiry. I just want to know what has happened with the Iran War Powers resolution.
So they want to take President Trump's war powers away, but they didn't care to take him away from Biden, didn't care to take him away from Obama, only want to take it from President Trump. Why? Because President Trump is disrupting and tearing down the global cabal. That's what all of this is about. President Trump is disrupting everything that they have been working for. All of it. He's destroying it all. Thank God. And I love it too. I'm so happy that President Trump is doing away with everything that they have done to this country. It is about time. And I'm so happy he's doing it. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Don't do anything. Kevin Smith, Loud Majority, up next right here on LFA TV. I'll see you on Monday in the Culture War.
What's happening, everybody? Friday, May 22nd, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. In just a little bit, President Trump is going to be speaking at a campaign rally in my state, in New York, in Rockland County, New York, baby. So we are going to throw it live to the president in just a little bit. He is wheels down. He is on his way to the convention center out there on the campaign trail as midterm elections keep rocking and rolling. Also, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is absolutely booming today, kicking names and taking ass left and right. So hopefully you weren't one of the panicans that got out, when we started this war for no reason. Hopefully you bought like I did. Just because I don't agree with the conflict doesn't mean I can't benefit from it. Also, Tulsi Gabbard out as DNI as Tulsi Gabbard resigns over her husband's bone cancer diagnosis, which is absolutely horrifying. Definitely one of the worst cancers you can have. Very sad. And more sad news out of the sporting world. Kyle Busch, NASCAR driver, beloved athlete, shockingly dies at the age of 41. We're going to bring you guys all of that stuff. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Before we get started, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get get free shipping on everything on the website because we don't like the Southern Poverty Law Center here. To hell with them. So head on over to loudmajorityusa.com or click that donate button at the very top. At the very top of the page. For all my local viewers who are watching, this weekend, weather permitting, we will be at the Ronkonkoma Street Fair. Come on down, hang out, have a beer, support local businesses. The Ronkonkoma Street Fair is one of the biggest on Long Island, and we are there every ship. We're there twice a year. So, we're there twice a year. So, that's how good it is. So, if weather permits, I will catch you guys all there. But let's dive into the breaking news before we throw it on over to the Trump rally in Rockland County. The big news, The big news coming, sorry about that. The big news coming out today, Tulsi Gabbard out as DNI.
On to this breaking news now. Fox News has just learned Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her post as Director of National Intelligence. All right, let's get right to David Spunt. He's got the news for us. David?
Well, Sandra, we are told that Tulsi Gabbard is resigning effective June 30th because of her husband's recent diagnosis of an aggressive form of bone cancer. Our thoughts, of course, are with Ms. Gabbard and her family, Director Gabbard and her husband, Abraham. She said that Abraham has been her rock since they've been married, and she submitted her resignation letter to the president and two members of the senior staff, announcing that her last day would be June 30th because of this diagnosis of her husband's bone cancer. Unfortunately, this is something that Gabbard says that she cannot continue to manage doing two jobs at that time. So she will continue serving in the role of the Director of National Intelligence, overseeing the CIA, National Security Council, other agencies, but will leave June 30th because of this tragic news of her husband's bone cancer diagnosis. Sandra and John, as she helps him fight that over the coming months.
I'm really not sure why there was music over that. That was very odd. But yes, Tulsi Gabbard out as DNI. I got to tell you, on a personal level, this is one of the bigger resignations to come out of the administration so far. There have been a few of people I certainly like, but this is one of the bigger ones, to say the least. Tulsi Gabbard, obviously a huge leading voice in the anti-war movement, in the sort of new coalition we have here on the right. What does that mean moving forward? We shall see. We shall see all of what that means as it goes on. But obviously, we're praying for Tulsi Gabbard and her husband, bone cancer. That bone cancer is a rough one, man. of all the ones to get, that's certainly one of the rougher ones. Not a lot known about who President Trump is set to. Oh, well, we know who he's going to replace her with as the acting head of DNI. Here was Fox on that.
Intelligence. A little bit about him. Arkansas native, graduate of Texas A&M, George Washington University, a seasoned intelligence professional and former CIA chief of station. What does the confirmation process look like for her successor?
Well, it's the kind of resume that would qualify one for this position. But right now, given absolutely monolithic Democratic opposition, with the possible exception of Senator Fetterman, now you have Republican divisions. You have a very unhappy senator from Louisiana, Bill Cassidy, who just lost his primary because of the president's opposition. And you have Senator John Cornyn, who may lose his primary because of the president's opposition. So you've got some unhappy and divided Republicans alongside pretty much unanimous Democratic opposition. So confirming anybody in a really important position might be difficult from here on out.
All right, Byron, thanks for joining us on the Breaking News. Thank you.
That, of course, is going to be the question with the consternation going on in the Senate. Can the president get anyone confirmed right now? Obviously, as you heard Byron York say there, and he's absolutely correct, there are a few Republicans who are a little pissed off with President Trump at the current moment in time. John Cornyn being one, Bill Cassidy being another. You have a guy like Dan Sullivan running in Alaska. He's up this year. Susan Collins, her vote always up in the air. You have Rand Paul. So there is it is not going to be smooth sailing for the new acting head of DNI in getting confirmed. It just simply isn't. There's no real two bones about that. Now, how long can he stay acting for? I believe it's 100 days. 180 days, perhaps. What all will happen with that? I guess we shall see, because you gotta have somebody in charge of the CIA. As much as I wish we didn't have anyone in charge of the CIA, because there was no CIA, you in fact do need to have someone at least at the very top of that organization. Once again, for everybody hanging out right now, where we are awaiting President Trump to speak in Rockland County, New York, right on the northern New Jersey border. He's out there campaigning hard for the midterm elections. He's on the ground. He's rocked and ready to go. As soon as it comes in, we will bring it to you. Before we do that, guys, we got to talk about the heartbreaking news last night. Absolutely sad. Very sad news out of the NASCAR world. Kyle Busch, who I'm not a big NASCAR fan, so you'll forgive me if I mess up some of these details. One of the biggest names in NASCAR, like I said, I'm not a NASCAR fan, and I know who Kyle Busch is. He's a recognizable name. Died at the age of 41. Very sad.
Kyle Busch was battling a severe illness before his death, according to his family, but not much more is known. Less than 2 weeks ago, the legendary driver was dealing with a sinus issue during a race and had to radio for medical. He told reporters after the race that he had a substantial cough. It's unclear if that illness is related to his hospitalization. NASCAR announced Busch's shocking death yesterday, hours after his family said he had been hospitalized, and confirmed he was undergoing treatment and would not compete in any of his scheduled activities this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now, tributes are pouring in for the two-time NASCAR champion Dale Earnhardt Jr., saying, quote, Kyle was one of the greatest drivers in NASCAR history. No one can deny that. But he was also a father, a husband, brother, son, and a friend to many. My heart is broken for the Busch family. I will never be able to make sense of this loss, but I am thankful that he had found a way to become friends. Denny Hallman said this, quote, absolutely cannot comprehend this news. We just need to think of his family during this time. We love you, KB. And Kevin Harvick with this quote, What people may not realize is how much that rivalry drove us both. Cal made me better because you had to be at your absolute best to beat him. Over time, that fierce competition turned into mutual respect. Also, Busch's family releasing this statement on his tragic passing, remembering the husband and father of 2 children as a future Hall of Famer, a rare talent who was fierce and passionate. And just last Friday, Busch gave his final post-race interview after his second win of the season in the Craftsman Truck Series. Watch.
Why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
Because you never know when the last one is, you know. So I know all too well, unfortunately, with the Cup stuff. But, you know, here with the truck stuff right now is it's awesome just to be a part of Spire Motorsports.
Busch's official cause of death has not yet been released, guys. Back to you.
You never know when the last one is.
Yeah.
Chanley Payne.
According to the 911 call, which we'll play in a minute, it seems like he just kind of dropped on the floor in his bathroom. Nobody really knows what caused this, what led up to it. Really, really sad stuff. Check it out, and then we'll throw it to President Trump.
TMZ, which is another property owned by the Fox News Corporation, obtained the 911 call that was made on Wednesday after Kyle Busch became somewhat unresponsive when he was in that simulator. I listened to it. Basically what it said, Doc, was it was a person who didn't really seem to have a tremendous sense of urgency in their voice, asking for paramedics to come out, that a person, didn't mention Kyle Busch by name, was on the bathroom floor having difficulty breathing and coughing up some blood. That's all we know at this point. What does that suggest to you?
Well, if you add, John, to that the fact that we know that he was dealing with some kind of sinus problem previously, to me it suggests number one on the list would be the possibility that whatever he had progressed to pneumonia. With pneumonia, you see coughing up blood and struggling to breathe. If that wasn't fully treated or properly diagnosed, that would be the first thing that comes to my mind, because we know about the sinus infection. Another thing that can cause you to cough up blood is a blood clot, a pulmonary embolus, and that can cause sudden death. So those would be the 2 main things. But it seems like when you add to this picture that he's coughing up blood and then becomes unresponsive, that this is a primary respiratory problem, a problem with his lungs.
Dr. Siegel, we now have that 911 audio. We're going to play it out. Listen.
And what's your name? And tell me exactly what's happened.
I've got an individual that's shortness of breath, very hot, thinks he's going to pass out, and is producing a little bit of blood, coughing up some blood.
Okay, and how old is this person? Male or female? And is he awake?
He is awake. He's awake. He's on the bathroom floor right now.
Okay.
So when you come in, if you could not make it, can you turn the sirens off?
Yeah, that's fine.
When you get here, and there's so when you come into the main entrance of the building, the closest way to get to him is if you go to the left. Like you'll come in and the parking lot splits to the right or the left. Just tell them to go to the left. I'll be out here waiting on them, and I'll flag them down. There's a side door further down the side of the building that I'll be there waiting on them.
Okay, we got him coming out there. Just nothing else for him to eat or drink. And if he gets worse in any way before they get there, just call us back. What was the exact name of your business back there?
It's called the General Motors Charlotte Technical Center. It's off of Speedway Boulevard.
So look, I mean, that person on the phone seems pretty calm, pretty relaxed for having somebody who could be potentially dying on his floor. Scary stuff. Absolutely scary stuff. Once again, guys, looks like they're getting ready. President Trump's coming out any minute now. Before we get started, guys, make sure you are sharing the video wherever it is you may be watching from. Hit that thumbs up button. We really do appreciate it. Before President Trump comes out, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum.
Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armra Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armra Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armra Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armra Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. Giddy up. Let's go once again. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Let's see. We do have a little bit of time here, and I wanted to make sure that I got to some of the other stuff. I guess the president's taking his time getting that, which is you know, the president. He can do whatever the hell he wants. So, real quick, before we throw it over to President Trump, let's head on out to Los Angeles, baby, where the California Post, which of course is the California version of the New York Post, has come out with a full-fledged endorsement of Spencer Pratt. Look, he's gaining in the polls, and I don't know how he's going to do in this election. Obviously, a lot of it still remains up in the air. It is L.A., so who the hell knows? But people are starting to notice, and it's good stuff.
Back and go back to what it once was, a thriving American city. Here's more from your interview when you asked Spencer Pratt where he's going to focus his energy this summer. Listen.
So I've been out and about. It's just not, people think, oh, he's a social media campaign. I've been in these streets. So I've already done that part. That's why I'm winning June 2nd. I do not believe I go to November. I believe I'm winning in 13 days.
He's ambitious and he is hopeful. Do you believe, based on your conversation with him, that he can truly follow through on these big promises he's making?
I think it's obvious that if the election were held on the west side of Los Angeles, he would blow out Karen Bass significantly. This is where, too many people lost their homes. The accountability on that was non-existent, a total disaster. But, of course, that's not where all the votes are. Spencer tells me he's spending a lot of time in East Los Angeles. And a lot of people, he said, more than you could possibly imagine, are afraid of retribution of some kind, but they support him. He says he feels it, that it's there, and he thinks he can lock it up with over 50% of the vote on June 2nd and avoid the runoff. If nobody gets to 50, the top two run off until November 3rd. He feels like it's there. The energy of this guy, as Trump would say, the hottest candidate in America. We have a hot country. This guy is the hottest candidate without question. He's a national news story. I'm talking about it with you. All of us are surprised, but when you hear him speak, he's very eloquent. He's very, very centered with his energy. He's very clear on his policy. And it really just boils down to accountability. And there are several really influential people who know the ins and outs of this government who are ready to help him.
I want to play
this. I think the fire was the change.
Yeah, no, on that note specifically, he brings that up in this question you put to him about whether or not he's political. Listen.
I'm not political. I never wanted to be a politician. I actually hate politicians. Politicians are the reason my house burned down, my parents' house burned down. That is why I have to run to stop politicians that are part of a bureaucratic machine. I am a citizen, period.
You have to assume, Billy, that is what is resonating with so many people there right now.
Yeah, and you know there are people who I know for a fact are ready to swing in and give him a big lift and help him with the ins and outs of city government. There's 50,000 employees in Los Angeles. You know that's a lot. That's a lot. You know, so he's going to need the help, but it's there because people are sick and tired. His whole platform is honesty and accountability, and I think that's needed. Let's just see where the money goes because it's astounding from homelessness to, you know, affordable housing, all these projects that they dump money into NGOs, and there's just waste everywhere. He's gonna open those books for everybody. I think he's really onto something, and you feel it in this town. I'm telling you.
Wow, that says a lot coming from you. We've got the California Post full screen headline, front page up on the screen. Vote for common sense. The headline reads. Billy, it was great to catch up with you. Thank you very much.
Always good headlines.
Yeah,
thanks.
always.
And that's the key.
Thank you.
That is the point that we need to focus on when it comes to many of these big cities. It is the NGOs. It is the NGOs that are getting the money that are destroying our amazing city. Do you need any bigger update of that? Well, it turns out one of the NGO workers in California who is supposed to be stopping the use of fentanyl and stopping the drug problem was in fact himself a drug dealer. As Spencer Pratt slams the NGO worker busted with fentanyl after Karen Bass called for the needle program to continue. Because, of course, we all know the best thing to do for drug addicts is give them free needles so that they can shoot up left, right, and center. But that's what Karen Bass wants to do. Here it was.
Currently, Mayor Bass and Nithya Raman are increasing the rampant drug use by using your tax dollars to hand out fentanyl needles, tourniquets, and crack pipes to addicts throughout the city.
Actually, the city paying for people to drive around, hand out needles and pipes and other things to use drugs.
By doing this, they are killing 6 to 7 people every day. In the streets, in full public view of you and your children, and they pretend they're the compassionate ones?
And these people don't care. They don't care at all because they know that there eventually will be no consequences, none whatsoever, for the actions in which they put forth. They know that. They know that nothing's going to happen to them. I mean, maybe this guy will do a little bit of jail time, but that'll be it. Here was Spencer Pratt's plan on the homelessness.
So you're going to build your own campus to do this?
100%.
And where is it going to be?
Probably I'll get a beautiful federal land. It's going to have trees, but
in the city of Los Angeles?
It's probably going to be outside of the city of Los Angeles because we need a very large piece of dirt.
So this idea, because that was sort of rumored that you're going to send people outside of LA. That is what you want. And how do you get buy-in for that from that community?
Oh, well, because there's plenty of land that is just sitting with beautiful nature. We need to put these people in nature, connect, ground, healing. And the amount of people that are here to put the money into it, I'm not going to need our tax money. There's a lot of people that want to help people that know they can't help these people because the NGOs are just scamming their money. But if there's a real solution, my friend Matt Hess, he does this right now in Bentonville with veterans. He has a beautiful UHP. He has a facility, and it's incredible. And there, he lets veterans have opportunities. They train you into businesses and things that when you graduate or leave here, you can come back and say, in Italy, it's an incredible thing for addicts. You need to offer people a chance and teach them, whether it's how we're going to teach them how to do brush clearance, whether we're going to teach them how to clean trash professionally. If they want to come back to the city, we have a job for them, not just a bed off Skid Row. They're sober off fentanyl for 2 days. They go into bed. They come out right back onto where all the drugs, all their. We need to actually help these people and get them back into society.
So your plan is to require homeless people to go to a facility outside the city of Los Angeles, potentially in the desert.
I didn't say desert. I said beautiful nature. The desert's hot. That sounds brutal. I was thinking more like.
So where?
You know, I'm going to have to meet with the federal government when I'm mayor and look at the most beautiful property we can get and get that. But it's going to be somewhere where people will go and they go, thank God for Spencer. This is the greatest thing in the United States of America. Everyone needs to copy this model. The amount of people, my friend that owns Symbiotical, that does the most incredible health products, he's already offered to bring all of his supplements and nutrients to get these people the nutrients they need to get sober. We can't just be giving these people a bed. To get people off of hard drugs is a process. I'm going to work with all the top doctors in the world. We need to be the shining light of hope for all the world, not just, oh, we let these NGO scams take all our money, build these prison-like structures next to kids' schools, next to parks, where there's an open door policy. If you want to go in, you can. If you want to go do fentanyl on the street, then go back. That doesn't work. So
who pays for that?
I have literal billionaires. I've met with 30 of them lined up. Not to mention my
They're going to pay for it themselves.
They are ready to go.
Privately funded?
It doesn't need to be all privately funded because right now we've spent over $24 billion in California to increase homelessness.
Yeah.
So if we have a plan and a solution, I have a feeling these people that are paying the tax money are going to be very excited about a place where we actually have results and it's tracked and there's accountability and you know where every dollar is going and we're going to track every person. And then another thing is, if you don't want to be a part of this, you just leave LA City. You know, if you keep getting arrested for being naked in front of kids, you're like, oh, I don't want to be part of getting sober and I just want to be a drug addict. Then leave the city limits. I'm not going to go follow you. This is a free country. But if you want to keep abusing yourself on our streets and potentially endangering children, you will keep going through the court system. And where that takes you is either jail if you're a violent criminal. It will have nothing. But if you're just a poor soul that's deep in addiction, people act like I'm not from LA. Friends, family, I know everybody who has struggled with addiction. And everyone I talk to, my plan works. You have to have, we can call it tough love, mandatory. You have to make sure people get through certain hurdles to get sober. You don't get off these drugs with beds. You need support. You need a real solution. And what's happening, we've done it now, what, for 10 years? Their plan does not work. Their experience is a complete failure. This is not Spencer saying this. This is every single person with eyeballs driving around LA. So it's time to radically go in a new direction with mandatory treatment. And it's going to be incredible. This isn't like a jail. This is a place where people are going to go and have a chance to come back to society.
And of course, the irony of the entire thing there is that this interviewer, and I don't know who the interviewer is, so I don't want to dog him. He's probably some radical left-wing activist. He's very concerned with who's going to pay for it. He doesn't seem to care or want to know or remotely interested in who is the people pissing the money away right now. He doesn't seem interested in that at all because the money's being spent. Obviously, the money is there. It is available to the people. It's just being used on the wrong things. And I cannot tell you how many times when it comes to government like this, people just they are so unwilling to do anything different for any extended period of time. They just keep throwing money at the problem over and over again. And I think that's why you're really beginning to see this era of American politics as the time of the outsider. People like Spencer Pratt running for office, some reality TV star who if you would have told me in 2010 that I would be doing everything I can to help get Spencer Pratt, the asshole from the hills, elected mayor of Los Angeles, I would have laughed at you. Everybody hated that guy 20 years ago. But it turns out now the same ire we have for reality TV show idiots is the exact same ire we have for many of our elected representatives. But, as I said, Spencer Pratt faces an uphill battle. He absolutely does. And there's a lot of people out there clamoring, saying, oh, well, Republicans and these new people, they're all the same. We're not going to get any change whatsoever. It's just uniparty crap. Oh, really? Really? Well, then you should maybe check out what's on the other side of the political aisle. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 20% 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD. So looking ahead to the midterms, look, there are some scary-ass people out there running for office, like one crazy lady in Texas who wants to turn every ICE facility into, quote, a Zionist camp. That's a real sentence that came out from a real person running for office in America.
So that's one thing in Maine. Meanwhile, in Texas, there's a woman by the name of Maureen Galindo. She wants to be a congresswoman for Texas Congressional District 35. And she posted this online on her Instagram, which it might be a little hard to see, but she's suggesting that you take all the detention facilities for the migrants and put the American Zionists, that's her phrase, into these detention facilities. Well, Jared Moskowitz, member of Congress, was on Fox and Friends a bit earlier. Quite offended by this, and for good reason. Watch here on his comment.
I get a Zionist camp. Where have we heard that before? Yet they will continue to yell Nazi this and Nazi that. Meanwhile, they probably should look inward like their candidate in Maine, who has an actual Nazi tattoo on his chest that he refuses to get removed. Nothing to see here. But when we look ahead to the midterms, we have to look very seriously at one group of people. We have to look very seriously at a group of people that no one is taking into account. No one. And those are the people who didn't vote in 2024. Now, some people watching this are going to say, well, Kev, they didn't vote, so who really cares? They didn't vote last time, they're not going to vote this time. Well, check out these numbers from Harry Enton over on CNN. And I'm going to tell you afterwards why they matter.
You mentioned the Republican base in your intro, and then obviously there's the Democratic opposition. But what about those who didn't cast a ballot at all in 2024? Those who didn't show up to vote? Well, they have become absolutely perturbed. I dare say they are pissed off at the President of the United States. Voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. Trump's net approval rating. Back in November of 2024, just after the election, look at his net approval rating. It was plus 4 points for his plans in office. But look at that. It is fallen. Yeah. Whoo! There you go, Sarah Seidner. That's the only sound you can make. It has fallen through the floor. Look at this. Minus 50 points on Trump's net approval rating among voters who did not, in fact, cast a ballot in 2024. That is, you don't have to be a mathematical genius, an over 50-point move against the President of the United States among those who are kind of like, meh, in terms of voting in 2024. But now they are pissed off.
Well, and that's the thing. The turnout can have a huge impact on who wins a race. Give us some sense of why people are in this position, and I can kind of guess, but I'll let you tell us. Tell us the numbers.
I'll tell you the numbers. I mean, look, anyone who's been following these segments, anyone who knows anything about American politics knows it's the economy. It is the economy smarty pants in terms of Sarah Seidner. And you can just see it here. I mean, view of Trump in the economy, again, among voters who did not cast a vote in 2024. In November of 2024, 60% were confident in Trump to make good decisions when it came to the economy. But again, this number has just absolutely plummeted. Look at his approval rating now on the economy among those who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. It's 19%. It's only a third of those who were confident back in November of 2024. Again, we are just talking about numbers that are falling through the basement. If you hire the carpenters who built Donald Trump's floor in this, you shouldn't have.
So Trump isn't actually on the ballot technically, but Republicans certainly are. Is this going to have an impact, you think, on them?
Yes, absolutely. This is the key question because it's not just about persuasion. It's about turnout, baby. It's about turnout. And these folks are not just pissed off and want to vote Democratic. A lot of them are actually very likely to vote. Okay, voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024, their 2026 choice for the House, look at this. Democrats are winning amongst them by 31 points, and 48% of them are either very likely or almost certain to vote in the midterm elections. So this is a group I'd really be paying a lot of attention on, because the reason why Democrats are doing so well on the generic ballot is in large part among those who stayed home in 2024. Many of them will vote in 2026, and they won't be voting Republican. They'll be voting Democratic, because truth is, they're just pissed off at the President of the United States.
We expect to see some potentially big numbers. I mean, judging from this at the polls or voters' numbers when it comes to the midterms.
When you're perturbed, you turn out to vote.
Harry Enton, we turn out to hear you every morning no matter what. You're welcome.
You know what? You don't have to have very good hearing to hear me.
That is true. You don't need a mic.
And that's the key, what he says there at the very end. And I know, I don't believe polls. Okay, so let's pretend they're half wrong. Let's pretend they're 3/4 wrong. Let's pretend they're 80% wrong. Why does that matter? Because if you're pissed off, you come out to vote. People who are happy, often, numerous times, do not continue to come out and vote for the thing that is making them happy. That is just not the way the American electorate operates. It is the people who are the most mad are the most motivated to come out. And those people right now are not swaying our way. This is why, almost always, in America, the party that's not in power in the midterms wins. Because people get pissed off, and that motivates them to come out and vote. And this is something that is not being talked about in a serious way, and it really needs to. I know people don't like it when I get all doom and gloom, but we need to wake up. We need a serious wake-up call right now. Perhaps a jolt that would happen here is an ending to the Iran war, which we got some updates today that apparently progress is being made on that front, and all I can say is thank God.
We've been here already. Iran now says negotiations are inching forward once again. There is progress and headway being made. We want to ask the secretary if that is in fact the case. Guys.
Thank you, Jillian.
Thanks,
That's a
Jillian.
lovely shot of Sweden there.
A minute, we are getting a live update from, check this out, baby. All right, President Trump. I see we're playing for keeps here. Look at who just walked out. Look at who just walked out right before the president. Check this bad boy out. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Give me a sec. For those of you who don't know, that walking out with President Trump is the starting quarterback for the New York Giants, Jackson Dart. Turns out it's going to be a white boy summer out here. Former University of Mississippi quarterback. And then President Trump comes up next. Check it out.
Big Blue Nation, it's a pleasure to be here. I got to start this off with a Go Big Blue. I'd love it if y'all would follow with me. Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
All right, give me 1 second. We're going to fix that audio because that's ridiculous. Here it is.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. They said the weather was going to hold us back. No weather's holding us back. We wouldn't have missed this. This is great. And I want to thank Jackson Dart. This is going to be a future Hall of Famer in my book. Thank you. Thank you, Jackson. Great. Right. A lot of talent. And a very special hello to a place that I really do love. It's called New York. We got to straighten this place out. But I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with the proud, hardworking patriots of, did you ever hear of Rockland County? Rockland County? So I was born and raised in New York State, and my heart has always been here. I love this place, so we got to straighten it out. We got to get it back. We got to get it back. We're not going to let this happen. And we're sending a lot of money your way. We're going to get it back, but we need talent. That's why we have some of the people that you see right here. We have a lot of talent, a lot of political talent. From the beginning, this was a symbol of American excellence and American grit, and really the American dream. And New Yorkers are people who built Wall Street into the world's financial capital, who turned Broadway into the heart of American culture and entertainment, who dug the Erie Canal. You know what the Erie Canal is, big stuff. And launched 1,000 innovations that built really the middle class of our country. You really built the country. Unfortunately, in recent years, this state's been held back by bad policies, bad politicians, and foolish radical left idiocy. It's crazy what's going on. But under the Trump administration, we're doing everything we can to bring New York back in bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And I'll introduce him in a second, but you have a guy named Bruce Blakeman. Let me just say, he's a friend of mine for a long time. He won in landslides in Nassau County. If you know Nassau County, it's all Democrat. He's a Republican, and he won in landslides.
I don't want to cut off President Trump, but just to be clear, I did that. That was me. President Trump, you're welcome there. That was all us.
I don't want to scare you. He's right here, Bruce. I'm going to introduce you in a second. You better get ready, Bruce. He's going to win. He's going to win. You know, when he ran years ago, he ran in Nassau. They said, you got to be kidding. It doesn't happen. No Republican wins in Nassau. And he ran and he won. And you better watch yourself. You better watch yourself, Kathy. Got a race. Got a big race. So we're going to start turning New York around. I'm going to work with Bruce. I'm going to work with the whole group in New York. We're going to work with Mike. Mike Lawler's fantastic. He's fantastic. He is a fantastic. I call him Mr. Salt. He didn't stop. He wouldn't stop. He was driving us crazy. We have to get salt. We have to get salt back. And he got it back. And he's a terrific guy, and you're lucky to have him. I'll tell you, he loves you. He loves this place. Mike, great, Mike. It's terrible things are happening. However, we have to take the good with the bad. Companies are leaving. Rich people are leaving. People that pay a lot of money. All these rich companies, big, fat, beautiful companies, they have jobs and they have money, and they're leaving, and nobody's stopping them from leaving. New York can never, if we don't stop this, and I'm for you, and I'm helping you in Washington much more than I'm supposed to be helping you, believe me, New York can never be the same if it's losing its tax base, and the people that pay 85% of the taxes are leaving. And we're taking in illegal immigrants. Oh, they're wonderful people and all, but they're not paying any tax. They're taking your money. Ay, ay, ay. They're taking your money. The people that pay 85 to 90% of your taxes are leaving. And you know, when they go, they never come back. They never come back. Nobody calls them. Nobody does anything. Nobody talks to them. Nobody says, please don't leave. We'll give you a tax abate. We'll do anything. Don't leave. But they're leaving. They're going to Florida. They're going to Tennessee. They're going to Texas. They're going to South Carolina, North Carolina. They're going all over the place, but they're leaving, and we can't let it happen. It's a great place. We can't. Bruce will stop it. Mike will stop it. They're all going to stop it. They'll bring them back. On top of that, the streets are dirty. The crime is out of control. We have a family here that's so incredible. Really, two families. We have somebody else. We're giving them the Presidential Medal of Freedom, something we've never done for this reason, but The mother is here of a great young man, and we're going to give him a very special honor. The illegal aliens are all over the place. The people are getting shot left and right. The elections are rigged. They don't have voter ID. They don't have proof of citizenship. Think of it. We want to get the Save America Act passed now. Think of the Save America Act. It's voter ID. Who's against voter ID? You ever see the Democrat National Convention? I call it the Democrat. They're Democrat. But you ever see it? They have cards on them for the Democrat National Convention, cards like bigger than your chest. Name, address, everything you want to know about a person. They might even have a social security number on it. They have, that's to get into their convention. But for voting, you're allowed to go in, right? It's horrible. So it's voter ID, it's proof, a little thing called proof of citizenship, and it's mail-in voting is a disaster. If you have military, if you're going to be away, if you're not feeling well, if you're in any way disabled, absolutely we have it. We'll be very generous, but generally you got to go and vote. Otherwise, it's a rigged system. And that, in a nutshell, is the Save America Act. Not very complicated. Think of it, voter ID. Think of it, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and mail-in ballots are gone except if you need it. Now, I added 2 best ofs. No men playing in women's sports. Has nothing to do with it. No men. Like, I'm looking at Jackson. I'd like to know, is there any woman in the audience that thinks they can tackle that guy? Because I'd like to meet you. I'd like to shake your hand. I don't know. Jackson, you think you could play against women okay? Do you think you'd have any problem? I don't think so. But don't get involved, Jackson. Don't get involved, Jackson. Don't answer that question. No, I'm looking at the legs there. He's this beautiful guy. He's got legs like tree trunks. This is not a good thing for women. This would not be good. No, it's no good. And we don't want open borders where prisoners pour in from other countries all over the world. They pour in. We don't want open borders. We don't want sanctuary cities where you have sanctuary for criminals. We don't want it. We don't want transgender mutilization of your children, if that's okay. We don't want it. But, you know, I looked at I read a story yesterday where the pharmacies, they're going out of business. They have glass all over the place. You want toothpaste. You have to open up, you have to get a clerk to open up the thing, and they open, and they hand them a toothpaste, and in the meantime, other people are waiting to steal it. They got a guy, they were saying a guy right here, Mr. Lutnick said, Mr. Lutnick, he's a rich guy, but he was in a store, and he noticed when he was in a drugstore, the people were with duffel bags. They're putting crap in a duffel bag and walking. And the clerk says, you're not supposed to be doing that. And the kid said, the hell with you, walks out. And if the clerk does anything at all, they arrest the clerk. How screwed up is our country? How the hell do you make your money if you got to open up glass, expensive glass, to give somebody a toothbrush? Or to give somebody some toothpaste? That does not sound like a good business model. So you have empty stores. The whole thing, we got to change it. Now, the way you stop that, you know how you stop that? You come down hard on those people. Hard. In one day, you'd solve that problem all over the country. You just come down so hard that they never forget it, and they'll never do it again. They'll never do it again. It's horrible. What's happening is horrible. And it's all in the blue cities, you know, it's all blue. The 25 worst cities are blue. Blue means Democrat. That's a new name I came up with. You've never heard I was thinking about this character we have in the House. His name is Hakeem Jeffries. And he's a low IQ person, very low IQ. And I watched what he was saying and what the horrible things he was saying, and I said, he's a dumb guy. I said, wait a minute, he's a Democrat. That's how I got the name. You take the E out, you don't use the B. A lot of people don't know dumb has a B in it, actually. You don't need it. You discard the B. But you take the E out and you replace it with a U. They're dumb. They are Democrats. You know why? Because their policies are dumb. Their policies are very dumb. All of that policies. Did you see they did an autopsy on why they lost the election? And they said you lost the election because of Trump, primarily. But other than Trump, you lost the election because you had crappy candidates and you had bad policy, and they didn't know how to speak properly, and they weren't smart people, and various other reasons. They spent $10 million for the autopsy. It was called an autopsy. And they had typos, Jackson. They had typos in every other sentence. They had misspelled words. They had commas in the wrong location. They gave him $10 million for the autopsy. I could have given him the autopsy without any charge at all. I said, you had one candidate named Sleepy Joe Biden. What's a better name? Sleepy Joe Biden or Crooked Joe Biden? Ready? Who likes Sleepy Joe Biden? Who likes Crooked Joe Biden? About pretty similar. They're both pretty good. Who likes Crooked Hillary? Oh, she's good. Anyway. But you know, we have another problem because we have the great law enforcement. I met a lot of your law enforcement back there. They're incredible. But law enforcement, I love them. I got 99% of law enforcement vote. Can you believe it? And we're trying to figure out who were the 1%. We want to figure out who the hell were the 1%. Who would vote for Kamala? Who would vote for Sleepy Joe? But even the police are leaving. They're going to Florida, Tennessee, Texas. They're going all over the place where they put them, really, where they give them respect. The respect, they have our respect. They have everybody in this room's respect. But it's this radical turnaround, and we better do it fast because we're not going to have a New York left, and we got to have New York left. And you really can. Guys like Mike Lawler, guys like Bruce Blakeman, you put them in, they'll turn it around. Bruce will go down to Florida, and he'll talk to all those companies that are leaving. You'll get them to come back. He's going to get them back. It's not easy. It's a lot easier to stop them from leaving, don't you think, Bruce? So, but it's a campaign that I promised that I would cut taxes. I had a big, beautiful campaign. We won in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won the Electoral College in a fortune, but we had another thing that we won. 86% of the counties in America. Think of it. That's why the map is all red except for 2 blue stripes. And those were rigged, by the way. They were rigged. They were rigged. We had rigged elections. But I cut your taxes and cut the taxes on workers, families, small business who are the soul of this state. And I made special promises that I would save you thousands of dollars a year by restoring, and we did that, your state and local tax deductions. And what did we save? Your SALT deduction. We brought it back. Mr. Salt. Mr. Salt. Where's your hat, Mike? He's got a hat calling himself Mr. Salt. There it is. Beautiful. I think I'll take one of them. But he didn't stop. This guy was a pain in the ass. It was terrible. He didn't stop. But he did. You're lucky to have him in this community, that I can tell you. And you had some good help from Republicans, right? Good help from Republicans. But with the help of your great congressman, it's what happened. We got your taxes cut, not only from the standpoint of SALT, but your taxes were cut, your take-home pay is soared, and all of the other things that we did. When you look at what we've done, and my motto was promises made, promises kept. And here in Rockland County, the typical owner, you know, your typical homeowner loses over $15,000 each year alone because of your state taxes. They're going to cut your state taxes in half, and more than half. They will do things that you won't believe. And you know, the bottom line is the state itself will make more money than it made before. I did it. I cut tremendous amounts of taxes in my first term. We had the greatest, most successful economy in history. And by the way, we're blowing it away in this term. So today, an amazing thing happened. They said it couldn't happen for 4 years. An amazing thing. The Dow Jones hit 50,702. And the S&P is way over 7,000. So these were two things that they said he won't be able to do when I first got elected. They said he won't be able to do that. There's no way he's going to be able to do that in his first term, which is my first term of numerous terms. By the way, you know we're a 3-term president. We just don't want the results. We won 3 times, but we only want the results of the first and the third. I know. We have a hat. The hat says 4 more years. It drives the radical left lunatics crazy. But we did all of the different things, and we've saved you from $10,000 to $40,000 a year, the people in Rockland. On average, over 1 million New Yorkers claimed the deduction this year. You're able to write off nearly $22,000 on average, putting thousands of dollars back in your pockets. And these are all Republican tax cuts. The Democrats voted against every one of these tax cuts, every one. They voted, as an example, in favor of open borders. They voted against the border. They voted against the wall. They voted against the sanity of when we talk about men playing in women's sports. I'll tell you how ridiculous it is. That's why I love having Jackson, because it's so easy. I just say, how would you like to play against him? But we have even better, Jackson. We have a weightlifter. He was a failed male weightlifter, and then he decided to.
All righty, guys, it is 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Keep it locked in here, rumble.com/LFATV for the updates all day. I'll see you guys. Have a good weekend. Till Monday. Stay loud.
Welcome to the program, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. This is the Paul Herrell program. Pretty interesting night. Last night, predictable night, depending on which polls you follow. Or I guess really all the polls. A loyalty test is how I'm dubbing this. I think many people are. President Trump is clearly in control of the Republican Party. There's no question about that. If you want to get anything done, it's pretty obvious that you're going to have to go through him. So we're going to talk about the fallout between the Thomas Massie, Ed Gallerin, Thomas Massie losing, decisively yesterday in that primary. Also going to talk about what it means about other endorsements. As I mentioned earlier, you've got, I know of people in Texas that were maybe more in the Massie camp, but they're ecstatic that Donald Trump has endorsed Ken Paxton instead of John Cornyn. So it's kind of a choose-your-own-adventure style of politics today. We're going to talk about that as well as many, many other things. I've got Eric Haynes with me in seat number 3. Rob Spencer will be joining us here momentarily. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. I am just a little bit discombobulated because right before we came on the air, my system, because I was messing with it wrong, I screwed up a whole system, so I had to restart my program, bring it back up, discard changes, and then I had to put all the stream keys back in. So you have to forgive me. Those of you watching on LFA TV, really everywhere else, that's why we were a little bit tardy starting the stream, so I apologize for that. Hopefully it won't happen again. I don't need to be tweaking my settings for things that are not necessary right before we go on the air. So anyway, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas, and as always, I've got in seat number 3, you got Eric Haynes with us. Eric, good to have you back, sir.
So great to be part of the conversation, Paul.
So we've got Rob Spencer is going to be in momentarily. He is rushing to get here. He's going to be ducking in here any moment to cover the news and events of the day. So not a surprising result, really, at least if you were following the polls, with Thomas Massie getting beaten by Ed Gallerin. Everybody's going to continue to dissect the financials of all of this, how much money came from within the Massie's district that went to Gallerin versus outside. I've seen people dissect those numbers. But the bottom line is this. President Trump, this was personal for President Trump. This was personal. He does not like Thomas Massie, wanted him to support the agenda, and he wanted to make Thomas Massie pay for that. And that's exactly what happened. Thomas Massie will no longer be the congressman come January from from Kentucky's 4th district. So this is where we're at. And Eric, what are your thoughts on this?
I liked what you said about this being predictable because having Trump's support is just it's part of it. It's baked into the cake at this point. And Thomas Massie, however noble he wanted to sound in his responses and in his rationale for voting the way that he did, it was not received well by the party. And at the end of the day, when push came to shove and they needed him for votes and for things to help the Trump mandate and the MAGA agenda, Thomas Massie was on the outside of that, claiming to be just putting in these votes because I'm not representing Trump, I'm representing the people of my district. But it's like, dude, the people of your district voted 76% to elect President Trump over Kamala Harris. Like, don't think that because you've been in office for 14 years or so, that means that Trump's agenda is less important than what you think about being a fiscal hawk. I have a lot of things to say about it. I'm seeing all this stuff about this being basically just a big win for Israel, and I reject that wholeheartly. We can talk about that more.
You don't think so? I mean, they specifically, the Israel lobby specifically went after him because he voted against.
What I mean about this being it's only a victory for Israel.
Okay.
Yeah. Israel's influence on this election, this does not need to be just that's the only people that win in this outcome is Israel.
Yeah. But they certainly
Mike Johnson wins. America wins in a lot of cases for things that he voted against that now we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about him being such an outsider.
Well, we've got a few takes here on that. We're going to get to that as well because there was a we'll get to that tweet. There was an Israeli publication, Haaretz, I think. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right or not. That was like, hey, this is a must win, or this is an important win. I mean, so even Israeli media was focused on this being kind of a bellwether over that issue of Israel support. And we're going to talk about that and what the younger generation thinks of that. Brandon Straka has an interesting take on that, and we'll see where it'll be interesting to see where the party is 10 years from now versus where it is now. Just from what you're seeing, and a lot of people are going to say, look, X isn't real life, the internet's, and that is, I mean, in a lot of cases, it is a bubble, but it is also, it tends to predict like what is considered fringe online. I think this is true for so many issues. What's considered fringe online now won't be 10 years from now, but we'll see. Here is the New York Post's coverage of what happened. Not just in Kentucky, but all across the primaries across the country last night. Headline, Victor Nava, 9 key takeaways from election night in Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Alabama, and Georgia. Real quick, just to bring you up to speed. Obviously, Trump takes out Massey in Kentucky. We're going to cover that here a little bit more here in a minute. Massey did hint that maybe he's not done yet. The audience wants him to run for president in 2028. I guess he could try if he wants to do that. We'll see. Not really sure if he would be the guy, but
good luck.
You were asking earlier about what about Thomas Massey represented, this I don't know what you said, independent streak with the young people or whatever. And I think because we're going to see here in a minute, the young people and really everybody, no one really cares about spending and the debt anymore. Honestly, it's really interesting. There's more boomers now, I think, in the Republican Party that actually care about that than there are young people. But I just think Massey was used as a bellwether. He was used as a symbol to say, okay, we're going to have this disagreement. We're going to have this fight that we're having, and we're going to use Massey versus Gowron as a microcosm of that. Anyway, squad-backed candidate wins in Pennsylvania. Self-styled Democratic Socialist State Representative Chris Rabb won Pennsylvania's 3rd District Democratic primary after receiving endorsements from the far-left squad lawmakers. He writes, Rabb, who is virtually assured to win the general election, is in a solidly blue district, was backed by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, who, by the way, who knows? Maybe Ilhan Omar's getting arrested soon. Don't hold your breath.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
You talk about something that would invigorate the base.
Yeah.
That would be one of them. Then Georgia Republicans. So we talked about this towards the end of the show. Georgia State Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and former Lieutenant Governor George Duncan, who were among the few Republicans to speak out against Trump's attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss in the Peach State, New York Post writes, received middling support from voters in their gubernatorial bids. Raffensperger obviously was in the news yesterday and the day before because it was revealed that the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, has a bunker, an election bunker, and election officials aren't allowed in. A judge said, no, you have to let him in. And then I heard that even another judge at the last minute said, no, you can't. So anyway, he doesn't do well. He doesn't win. And again, look at this guy. The gall of this guy, who is not known among Republicans for being a trustworthy person, being a guy that is for election integrity, is gonna fight people trying to watch the counting process that the Secretary of State does. I mean, the arrogance here is palpable. Republicans will have to wait for their golden candidate to take down Senator John Ossoff. Representative Mike Collins, Republican Georgia, and former college football coach Derek Dooley will head to a runoff election in the Geo Senate primary in Georgia after neither candidate received 50% of the vote. Collins, at about 41%, was the top vote getter, while Dooley, who was endorsed by Governor Brian Kemp, received 30% of support. Interesting. Trump has not endorsed a candidate in that contest. Alabama governor's race is going to be a rematch of the 2020 Senate election in that state. You've got former Alabama Senator Doug Jones getting the Democrat nomination, and now Tommy Tuberville, who's retiring from the Senate, is running for governor of Alabama, and he's going to be on the ballot. Tuberville's already beaten Jones once in the 2020 Alabama Senate race, so that's going to be pretty interesting. I actually think Tommy Tuberville is going to be a more effective governor than Kay Ivey for the state of Alabama, if for no other reason that Tommy Tuberville is one of the only senators that I know of who has said that the election fraud in this country is so great that there are people in both parties in D.C. I believe he said both parties, but he definitely said, I definitely know he was talking about the Democrats, who are in office right now and would not be in office had we exposed this. And I think it was even Tuberville that was even, I could be wrong about this, but I mean, I can't remember if Tuberville was also echoing some of Emerald Robinson's reporting over the Venezuelan election fraud and where a lot of the software that, infects our voting machines comes out of Venezuela. A lot of her reporting on that. I think Tuberville was echoing a lot of that as well. I don't have that clip in front of me, but
I think I remember that you sharing that clip at one point as well.
Yeah, I think so. Then we've got the Alabama Senate primaries. We've got Representative Barry Moore, Republican Alabama, clinched a spot in the Republican runoff election in the Alabama Senate, being vacated by Tuberville. Moore, who was endorsed by Trump, received over 40% of the vote. The race for the second spot in the June 16th GOP runoff is still too close to call. Then you've got the race to replace Mitch McConnell. I want you to talk about this because I haven't followed this at all, but I know you have, Eric. Representative Andy Barr, former Democratic State Rep Charles Booker won their respective primaries in the race to replace retiring Senator Mitch McConnell. Barr has already received Trump's endorsement. Booker previously ran for Senate in 2022 but lost to incumbent Senator Rand Paul. The Republican nominee will be heavily favored in November. So what do you know about that race? Were you following it at all?
No, but I did like David Cameron, the one that Andy Barr beat to be the nominee. But Andy Barr had Trump's recommendation, and I saw his acceptance speech or his post speech, and it was very lively.
Okay,
so
then you've got Pennsylvania.
Barr gets it is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think David Cameron got it as well, but Barr definitely gets it.
Midterm matchups in several Pennsylvania swing districts were finalized. Pennsylvania's first congressional district, incumbent Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, Republican, will take on Democrat Bob Harvey. The district went for former Vice President Kamala Harris in 2024, but is rated likely GOP by nonpartisan Cook Political Report. The Keystone State's 7th congressional district will be incumbent Representative Ryan McKenzie and face retired firefighter and union boss Bob Brooks, who was endorsed by socialist Bernie Sanders. The district narrowly went for Trump in 2024 and is rated a toss-up by the Cook Political Report. In Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district, another toss-up won by Trump in 2024, former news anchor Janelle Stelson will take on incumbent Representative Scott Perry, Republican, Pennsylvania. So that's what happened last night. It's a pretty good recap article if you want to know just, all of the primaries that were taking place. But
yeah,
go ahead.
Bottom line is, to your point, Trump's endorsements won 100%
yes.
of last night. I mean, he's basically 37-0 was his scorecard last night. If you had Trump's endorsement last night, you won.
So if you are John Cornyn in Texas.
So, yeah, that was our conversation last night, too. It's like John Cornyn better be shaking in his boots.
After the news came out yesterday that Paxton got the endorsement, the headlines I saw was John Cornyn cancels election events and heads back to D.C.
Yeah,
I guess
because it's over.
If you love it, if you love it that much, you better get you better enjoy it. I mean, you do have a while. You've got until January. You're going to lose, and you're going to be the senator. You're going to be able to do what Bill Cassidy is doing.
Yeah, right.
Cornyn is
spite votes.
Yeah. And you know what? I think some of these other senators as well that already don't like President Trump's agenda, but now that Trump has done what he's done with Ken Paxton, I think the Senate is going to become more hostile towards President Trump. And I think my scenario for an executive order is still plausible, where he comes out and gives an executive order mandating the end of mail-in ballots and that sort of thing, and it'll go before the court.
What a swamp move by Cassidy, too. Switching his vote on a war powers resolution and going with the Democrats as this vote, just literally out of spite.
Right.
It is. There's no other explanation for that vote, Dr. Cassidy.
If he'd have won his primary, he wouldn't have made that vote.
No.
There's no way.
Exactly.
Not a chance.
Exactly.
Like now, all of a sudden, Bill Cassidy is anti-war with Iran.
It just makes everyone look
break.
so foolish.
I know.
And petty. It's the pettiness of it.
I mean, you really never get out of high school. If you really think about the human condition and you think about, how petty we can be, high school never really ends. It's just like you could even argue high school territorialism and pettiness is actually more pure and than what we make it, because we get out of high school now we're adults, so now we just lie to ourselves that we're not those immature people we used to be. We're now adults, and so it's just a mask. You're doing the same type of thing.
Well, look at the names of some of the people they're in the room with too. I mean, we were just talking about them a while ago. Ocasio-Cortez, Omar, Tlaib, Raskin, people like that. They used to be in the room with Swalwell. Like all those people.
Many of those
high school is probably a compliment.
Many of those Democrats, if they were in power, would be voting for more conflict with Iran. Also, like they would be, if there was a Democrat president, they would be back in the Democrat president's conflict in Iran.
Yeah,
many of them would. That's.
Hillary Clinton would have been bombing the heck out of them.
Exactly. That's the both parties' argument here about
she would have probably
foreign policy.
Nuked him already.
But here's the takeaway. Let's focus on Massey for a second. So Jack Posobiec, the last few weeks have shown that President Trump is solidly the sole leader of the Republican Party. Multiple incumbents that have gone up against him have now found themselves losing primaries by GOP voters. That is the takeaway. Again, if you want to get anything done, that's the mechanism to do it, and that is why the deep state sympathizers and Uniparty. I mean, that's why they try their best to surround and influence President Trump as much as they can. So Cernovich said this. So again, another Posobiec tweet. Thomas Massey projected to lose Kentucky GOP primary. Cernovich's post last night. And this caught my eye because this is a conversation that we had, which is nobody cares about the federal deficit. That was Massey's signature issue. Nobody cares. And it's kind of ironic. And this just dawned on me. The boomers voted for Ed Gallerin en masse, but it's the young people that I think care less about the debt than boomers. Now, this is just speculation, but I think if you polled it, that's what the case would be. If you took personalities, parties, and everything out of it. I think if you polled it, that's what would come out. And I don't mean to be callous. And I want to say this again. I get it. If the me from 2009 was hearing the me in 2026 say that the national debt doesn't matter the way we think it does, I mean, I would think that I was, totally a sellout or a total moron, or I would probably call myself. I don't know what I would call. I'd probably be like, oh, so you love Occupy Wall Street? And I'm just trying to think what was going on back in those days. Remember Occupy Wall Street, by the way?
Dude.
That was crazy. Anyway, the point is, we were talking about this off air, $1 trillion. If you conceptualize how much $1 trillion is, so imagine a field full of piles of money, and each pile of money is 27. Hang on. Each pile of money represents $27 million for 100 years. Okay, one pile is 1 trillion. So each pile represents 27 million a day for 100 years. That is how much that pile is.
Yeah.
And so we owed 12 trillion in 2009, and now we owe basically 40. So you tell me that we understand this, that we have, first of all, that we have a real, at this point, even a legitimate way of paying it back. I don't really think we do, and I know there's people a lot smarter than me that could figure out some way to do it. But the point is, that ship has sailed a long time ago. And we have voted to, as conservatives or people on the right, we've voted for people that are going to get spending under control and get the deficit under control. We've voted for that for a long time, but nothing ever happens. And the reason is because whatever system we think exists is not the full system. It may not even be even resemble the system we think exists. But D.C. is run on blackmail, and I think the national debt is just a giant blackmail, zeppelin, hanging over our head, and it can come crashing down like the Hindenburg, whenever it's deemed necessary. Right? That's kind of what I think it is at this point. So especially when we spend billions of dollars on USAID and all of this other waste and fraud, and nobody's held accountable for it, by the way. To then say, hey, Trump's agenda, which is whether you love it or hate it, or whether you thought the big, beautiful bill was fantastic, or you thought, well, maybe not, or whatever, the bottom line is to not vote for Trump's agenda on the big, beautiful bill because of the debt or the deficit is just not going to resonate with most people now. They don't care, and I can understand why. Yeah. Now, many of them that don't care probably don't articulate it the way I do. I've come to this conclusion because I just think we live in a fake system. We really do. It is so fake and artificial. And I agree with Bukele from El Salvador, who said, we don't pay taxes to fund the government. We pay taxes to, support the idea, the perception that we fund the government, which really makes you think, why haven't they eliminated the IRS post haste?
Yeah.
Because it's ridiculous. So to me, Cernovich here just is kind of echoing. Most people don't care. Nobody cares. And so then you look, well, what was the big issue with the young people? Well, it wasn't the debt or the deficit. It would have been the other things. It would have been the Epstein files. It would have been the Israel lobby or resisting that. That's what the race was about. Not about the debt. So
I'm on. I just popped on usdebtclock.org. By the way.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull that up.
I remember when this number was in the single digits as far as numbers of trillions that we were in debt. And the way this thing breaks down is just wild now because we're pushing $40 trillion in debt. That means for every citizen in this country is in debt $114,000. Every tax-paying citizen is in debt $357,000. If every one of us that pay taxes wrote a check today for $357,000, $357.70, we would pay off the debt. So none of those numbers are objective anymore. None of them are. They're not real numbers. No one can. It's past the point of making any sense or being real. I mean, it's already past that point. So.
That's monopoly money. Look at that.
It is.
$39 trillion.
Yeah, it goes so fast. The numbers of hundreds of thousands goes so fast that nobody can even. It's not relative. There's no way that people can wrap their heads around those numbers. And this isn't meant to be doom and gloom because that's the whole point. It's not doom and gloom anymore, Paul. It's not real. I was raised, and we were talking about this before, I was raised when this first whole debt clock thing really started. And I was older, but I was told, here's what's happening. We're in debt as a country, and China owns all that debt. So someday, China could get really mad at us. And when they get mad enough, they're going to say, hey, U.S., it's time to pay up. And we're going to default on that loan, and then our country is going to be bankrupt somehow, like it's some weird Monopoly game, like it's Monopoly money, like in the game of Monopoly. Somebody's going to call our debt, that being China, because they own it all, and we're not going to be able to pay it, and so then we're just all going to, our system's going to crash, and we're all going to die. And that's just not really objective to think about it that way anymore, right?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I was exactly.
It's not scary. That was scary.
Yeah, it was.
That was like, hey,
it was part of the 2009, 2010 Tea Party movement. Oh yeah, China, they're gonna call our debt, or And it's like, man, we're not. It is not that simple. The system is so complicated. Our financial system is so corrupt and so complicated, and there is a small number of people that actually understand it. And the more complicated something is, and the smaller the group of people that understand it, the more opportunity there is for corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're at. And all those people can live high on the horse. All those people can be bought. All those people can benefit from it. What was it? What ancient, was it Greece or Rome or what ancient? I heard this somewhere on a podcast, but I cannot remember where it was. Somebody was saying that back in the day, they had giant juries. They had like a jury of like, I don't know, like if you got tried by like 500 people or something. And the idea is like, yeah, some of these people can be bribed, but it's going to take somebody with deep pockets to bribe all 500 jurors.
Yeah.
And this kind of goes into my tangent about apportionment. There was a date and time where the United States said, that's it. Only 435 congressmen. That's it. For 350 million people now, we have 435 congressmen, 100 senators, 535 people. That's it. That's all the representation you can have. Where the Constitution says that you can give somebody a new congressional representative when you get a population of 30,000. Can you imagine if our congressmen in D.C., if everybody, now it would be it would be like the Galactic Senate in Star Wars.
Yeah.
But it's a lot harder to bribe that many. It's a lot easier to bribe 435 House members than it is to bribe 2,000 or whatever the number could be.
Well, when you look at this debt number too, I mean, it's why things like the fraud that's being exposed kind of becomes such a big deal and such a lightning in the bottle, frustration for people, is because they're like, we realize now after all this stuff that's going on in California and Minnesota and Ohio and so many other states of people defrauding the system, that this number is going so fast, partly because of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that potentially $1 trillion a year, it's probably worse than that. I mean, Rob has said $1 trillion a year. I think he's absolutely right. And it's probably even worse than that, because it's like every week we find another state where there's like hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud that has been going on for years. It's like, man.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be so nice if we could have gotten all that back, or if we can stop the bleeding of all that? And that, because that's not something that we necessarily have to really get active to do. We just have to turn off the spigot of all of these fraudsters. Put some of them in jail, as many as possible.
Well, yeah.
Obviously, but at least stop writing stinking checks.
Back to the point, you see that clock going up as fast as it is. I mean, what is that, $100,000 a second or something? And they're like, okay, voting against the big beautiful bill when we have an open border and all this, like, is not going to stop that.
No, that's what.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said yesterday, like, Thomas Massey, if you do not get to take a victory lap because of the fiscal hawk that you are with your voting record.
If you want to stop that, there's ways to do it.
Yes.
Like ending the Federal Reserve,
yes,
auditing the gold at Fort Knox, going back to the gold standard. Like,
not by voting against ICE or by voting against our justice system and voting against the things that help us find the fraudsters and deport all the people that don't need to be here, that are sucking out the life out of our economy. So you don't get to take, you don't get to, raise your hand up with that trophy.
Yeah,
Massey.
I mean, my take on this is generally, and I put this in a text to you guys earlier. So the reason this was personal with Massey did not vote for the one big beautiful bill.
Yeah,
okay, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. That turned out, even though in my opinion we need more mass deportations, we need a lot more than what we're getting. I can see that, but it turned out to be extremely important for the border and ICE. Okay, now he said he did it on principle, right? But then you go look back. I think this was the kicker. Massey did vote for Joe Biden's budget. He did. And so it's like, okay, where was that principle then? It's a legitimate argument, all right? At the same time, and I'm going to say this, and this may make some people mad, but I don't care. At the same time, I think Massey's voice was important as a hammer against group think. I do. I think it was. Certainly was important with the Epstein files. I can sit here and say I am grateful for Thomas Massey and his stance on the Epstein files. I don't necessarily. We could talk about, well, what was his real motivations? I don't really care. As a journalist, I have more information about how sick and twisted our elites are than I otherwise would have, because in part for Thomas Massey pushing the issue and forcing the envelope. That is a good thing. It's the same thing I felt about Julian Assange, who I think. Back when the WikiLeaks thing came out. Same way I feel about Edward Snowden, but with Julian Assange, it was like, people were all like, can you believe, that what they did? He was holed up in that Ecuadorian embassy or that London embassy for forever because they were going to go after him because he broke the law allegedly, or they framed him for, sexual misconduct, which they did. But as a journalist, I was like, wow, I am certainly glad we have way more truth about the secrets of these people that are never held accountable for anything. I am glad that truth is out because of Thomas Massey. And that brings you to the young people. And again, the perception with the young people is going to be the reason he was targeted by Trump isn't because of this, isn't because he voted against the big, beautiful bill while he voted for Joe Biden's budget. It's going to be, the perception is you went after him because he stood on Epstein files and he made, now Trump did sign that piece of legislation that came from Massey. And then the other thing would be him voting against funding for Israel and being against the wars and going on Tucker Carlson and saying every congressman has an AIPAC person.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So there's that as well. It's not necessarily black and white. There's a lot of moving pieces here. Here is Mario Nawfal on X. Ed Gallerin beat Thomas Massey in Kentucky's 4th congressional district primary without winning a single age group under 65. Seniors carried him across the finish line. And again, that's ironic because I think if you polled it, and I think if you actually polled the debt question and you took Massey and Trump and everything out of it, I think more boomers would be like, yes, the debt's a serious problem. I think that's really funny, actually. Seniors carried him across the finish line. Every other demographic voted for Massey. That's how powerful the 65 voting bloc has become in low turnout primaries. You don't need to win the room. You just need to own the one corner that actually shows up. So there you see that. There, Republican primary for Kentucky's district, how it all played out. Massey's in the red. Look at that 65 and up. I mean, look at that. And that's the big chunk of the vote there. So here's some cynical takes. I don't know who this is. Somebody named Brandon Harnish says, if Massey loses tonight, does that mean we can finish the wall, pass the SAVE Act, reignite mass deportations, drain the swamp, prosecute Fauci, and cut spending? Honestly, if you could push Massey would have resigned. Maybe Massey would have dropped out of the race if that was the case. Like, hey, if we get those things all at once. So then we have somebody named Jesse Hughes, who said, if Massey loses tonight, I'm immediately turning my attention to November. If Massey wins tonight, I'm immediately turning my attention to November. We all have our differences, but the real fight is ahead. I like this take. Cernovich's take here is also, it's a shame that people blew up friendships over this election. I can't imagine ever doing so. We are all going to be around for a long time, or at least I hope so. Nuking each other is so counterproductive. So we had the fight. There's going to be more fights. There's going to be more disagreements within the Republican Party in the future. It's just the nature of the beast. That's what's going to happen. Again, the Republican Party is the coalition party. If you're going to have a disagreement, this is the only place you can actually do it. But if you're going to have a disagreement and you're going to want to win, you better have President Trump on your side. Those are the variables at this point. That's where we're at.
Totally agree.
So then there's the AIPAC. AIPAC putting out this tweet. Congratulations to U.S. Navy SEAL Ed Gallerin for defeating anti-Israel incumbent Thomas Massie. Pro-Israel Americans are proud to back candidates who support a strong alliance and help defeat those who work to undermine it. Being pro-Israel is good policy, they say, and good politics. So AIPAC, the comment section in this tweet has been wild.
Yeah, I bet.
R.N. McIntyre, though, highlighting, this was yesterday. So the Israeli news publication Haaretz posted an article yesterday, headline, "The most consequential Republican primary for Israel is happening in Kentucky." And so, again, this, I'll just...
Yeah, Galleran won, 19 out of 21 counties?
Yes, he did.
Handily.
Handily, and Massie won his home county, right?
Yeah, the county one where he has the 1,500-acre ranch.
Yeah. He lives in the one he won. But R.N. McIntyre writes, if a Chinese paper wrote a story about how a primary race in Kentucky was the most consequential race for China after pro-China donors poured in, and they didn't pour in 35 million, but they did pour in a lot. I think it was like 10 million. But it was a very expensive. I mean, it was like an all-time record for the race. What would that mean? So R.N. McIntyre here is asking the question, and the difference between these two scenarios is that Israeli foreign policy is baked into U.S. foreign policy for both parties. Like, that is pretty much clear to me at this point. Now, is that going to continue? According to those young people polls, no. It's certainly, it's just not. But I guess the reason I pulled this tweet again is because this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is just the way the world is right now. And there are people debating it. There are people that have a problem with it. There are people that I think go too far. But I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning who funds campaigns and people taking issue with it. We've been doing that for a long time, whether it's Big Pharma funds this person's campaign or whatever. It's just the way things are. Look who it is. Rob. How you doing, Rob?
Did you just put the camera on me?
Yeah, brother. Look who it is.
You know what? At least there's somebody sitting in this chair.
I'm
because
so sorry.
Yesterday, I saw lots of camera angles of a person not sitting in this chair.
Dude, it was like muscle memory habit.
Here's what I think it was.
I tried to give him the signal too that was going on.
I think you were slamming me for not being here.
Actually,
he's like, listen, guy, you had to get that tattoo.
He brought up Clint Eastwood's empty chair a couple of times.
Yeah. So I listened to a lot of the show yesterday and as much as I could today, but what are y'all talking about? Thomas Massie and his loss?
Once again, there was a lot of other shows that talked about this race. We've talked about it. We talked about it Monday. We talked about it Tuesday and today. We really haven't talked about it very much at all. And the reason I really wasn't interested in talking about it is because I've seen this play out before at a micro level here in Arkansas when Asa Hutchinson was governor. That this is just what happens.
You keep saying that like with Asa, like you wanted him to be president. Didn't
right.
You? Just say it,
right.
Paul.
Yeah. But I've seen this play out, and it's just it is what it is. People who have people who are in that executive power, they want to go after those who are giving them a hard time in the legislature or in Congress. It is personal, and in this case, it clearly was with Massie. And it. I look at it as like I pretty much knew this was going to happen. Like I thought maybe there was a chance that Massie would have won, but I pretty much knew this was going to happen. And it was kind of like one of those things where I've just seen this too many times, and I am ready to move on to things that are like I do want to continue bringing up. Like, yes, we have a lot of work to do. Yes, there are no deep state arrests. We need more mass deportations. Like, we've got a lot of stuff to get to. And we spent so much money and energy on this in a Republican squabble, and it just doesn't interest me because I've seen it too many times at the local level. So anyway,
Well,
go ahead. Sorry.
So I want to say this. This is I got my shirt. So
nice.
I keep buying all these shirts from Grunt Style, and I'm hoping that they will sponsor the show because we
gotta reach out to them.
Yeah,
we gotta reach out.
So my wife literally told me today. She was like, "You have got to stop," because she saw the shirt and she was just like, I hadn't seen that one, like she knew.
When you walked in, I was like, oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
She knew. And
the Culpeper Minute Men.
So the Culpeper Minute. So if you've ever heard of the Don't Tread on Me, so this was, Revolutionary War, and they were from Virginia. And so if you've ever heard of the Don't Tread on Me and the snake thing or whatever, that was the Culpeper Minutemen.
Wow, from Virginia.
From Virginia. And my name is
Richard Henry Lee.
There you go.
Virginia is my home. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh man, that was pleasant.
Sorry.
And so
y'all have never heard that song, Richard Henry? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so I saw this one and I love it. And so I bought it, and my wife said, like, she was like, we're a couple of T-shirts away from having an intervention.
Mm-hmm. Your closet is just nothing but the same.
All
You got
dude.
you got a lot of replicas too,
So if you've ever watched this show, of course, I wear a Grunt Style shirt literally every day, and that's not because I just wear the same shirt every day. I have, I think, about 20 T-shirts from Grunt Style. So
that's a good one though. That's a sharp one. I like the yellow. It's really good.
So I think it looks good. Obviously, it was not incognito because here's the thing, I'm I'm the wife who's like trying to hide the Amazon packages. That's where I'm at right now because I'm like looking for the mail when it runs, because I run home to grab the shirts and try to hide them. And I did. She didn't know that it had been shipped. She didn't realize that, but then she was perceptive enough to realize that she's not seen this shirt before. So anyway, I've got a problem.
We know spouses. They can be very perceptive.
Yeah. Our wives know, literally, our wives know everything that we're thinking and doing and all of that stuff for the most part. And she knows I've got a Grunt Style problem. So anyway,
well,
maybe they'll sponsor the show, and then we can like
we'll send
it
them,
can be like promo code Paul.
I think promo code Rob.
Maybe
I've never worn one.
Maybe that's what it is.
Not that I wouldn't wear one. But no, what we should do is I'll clip this segment and I'll send it to him. We'll say, hey.
Send it to him like, hey, sponsor the show. So anyway, I'm fine with Thomas Massey being gone.
Yes. I know you are. I know you are. But yeah,
I got some tattoo work last night as well. So I was listening to his defeat. I was listening to Laura Ingraham when it was announced. His defeat came through. So I mean, listen, it is what it is, man. Like, you can only go against.
Well, that's what this says. Cernovich, again, he says 2024-2025 is a razor's narrow GOP majority, and Massey needed to be a team player on the one big, beautiful bill. AIPAC will claim the scalp, and the other side will blame Israel for buying an election. Yet almost all of Trump's posts were about ICE funding, one big, beautiful bill, and overall disloyalty to Trump. That's why the headline of today's show is Disloyalty Test. Trump buries Massey with loyalty tests, right? Like, not disloyalty test, but a loyalty test, because that's fundamentally what the message is. That's the message to John Cornyn too. I mean, if you go look at what was it? His post, endorsing Ken Paxton. It was, hey, Ken Paxton's amazing, best attorney general ever, supported me and my great, But then he gets to John Cornyn, says John Cornyn's a nice guy, but he backed me too late. He could have backed me earlier, yada, yada, yada. So what does that say to these senators? What do these say to these? Will the Senate get more cooperative or less? I predict less after throwing John Cornyn under the bus.
Because it's, a lot of dudes that are in charge. And what are we, guys? What are we? When we get jaded, when we get a little bit frustrated, what do? We like stand our ground, and we kind of like kick back when maybe we should just take an inward look and say,
"Yep,
I get it. This guy's full of bluster. He's full of bravado. He's gonna post about me on Truth Social and all that stuff. But is he right? Is he right? I mean, Trump's gone through there and posted about the SAVE Act. He was talking about that last night, and I think I sent that to you, or at least I sent a screenshot of it or whatever. But he's talking about the SAVE Act, and he's like, if you can't pass that, and you are the Senate majority leader,
80-something% approval.
Yeah.
If you can't pass that, then why are you in charge? And so I think he wants to come out a little harder against John Thune, and I would imagine that he would, but he's also playing a little bit of politics.
Yeah.
So like 2018 Trump would be just obliterating John Thune. This 2026, whatever year we're in right now. So I think he's being a little bit more, like, hey, I don't see John Thune going away. But all of his allies are dropping like flies, and I'm here for it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. And I'm hoping,
come on.
I'm hoping that old Cornyn is next there in
I think
Texas.
so. Well, like I said, there is a divide in this. It's kind of a mixed bag, if you will, on some of this stuff. Because, again, Trump's endorsement is, has the power to destroy an incumbent.
Sure.
And help the challenger. And so we see this with Massey, and now we're seeing this with Cornyn. I hope we don't see it. My mixed bag. I hope we don't see it with Lindsey Graham. I hope the Trump endorsement fails with Lindsey Graham. I hope the Trump endorsement succeeds.
Yeah, I'm rooting against Trump on Lindsey.
Yeah, because it's just like there's literally no rationale for it. I mean,
is there something behind the scenes that we don't know about Lindsey?
Well, it's interesting. No, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, there's probably something, but I mean, it's funny because Noel Fritch was on Timcast. I played this clip. Were you here with that? You were here for that. And Tim Pool was like, yeah, it's really weird. Like, we don't have any evidence that Lindsey Graham is gay, but everybody, if you talk to anybody in D.C., it's just, everybody just accuses him of being gay, and he said, and there's really no pushback from it, So that's not the secret. But no, I hope that Mark Lynch beats Lindsey Graham. 100% I do, because I think Lindsey Graham is a crazy sociopath who is totally drunk on power, and I also think it's weird. I think his apparent gayness is really strange from one of the most conservative states in South Carolina.
So somebody was asking Wilson, who is I'm going to tell you something, man. Please, Wilson, take care of your heart. Take care of your health. We love you.
Is he in trouble?
No.
Okay.
We just love him in the comments. He's incredible. What is the replacement prospect for Lindsey? Right? And you and I know that,
Yeah, Mark
Lynch. But can you tell our listening audience a little bit more about Mark Lynch? Because I think that it's not getting any publicity. And I think, and I want to ask you guys this. Had Kavanaugh not happened, would Lindsey Graham be such a thorn in our side right now? Or would he have already been primaried out of this?
No, you're talking about him standing up for Kavanaugh?
Yeah, man, because he was damn, man, he made it on SNL.
Right.
Like, he was a parody on SNL because of his...
I think I think Lindsey still would have survived. I mean, Lindsey survived, whether when he was like, "Gosh, you guys love power, and I hope you never get it." It was a movie. It was a moment where we were like, "Thank you.
Yes,
this is ridiculous. Like, let's go find."
Yes.
But at the same time, he was begging. He was on Sean Hannity when he ran the last time, just begging for money.
Yeah.
It was this.
Like, they're trying to beat me.
Yeah.
Was that when he was drunk, or was that a different time he was on Hannity?
Yeah, that was a different. A different time.
Wilson, I am so sorry. I forgot. You are Wanda. You are a female.
Yeah,
And
I was wondering when
do
you
that
said that, I
all
was like,
that time.
Wait a minute, it's Wanda.
Because my brain, when I see Wilson, I go to Home Improvement. Wilson
Howdy
over the
ho,
thing,
neighbor.
like howdy ho, neighbor. And I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Wanda. We love you.
Sorry, Wanda.
But tell us about Mark Lynch.
Yeah, so Mark Lynch is a business owner. His father, successfully built a furniture business, and Mark's taken it to the next level there in South Carolina. Furniture and appliances. I just know this because I've interviewed him before, and he's Christian, an outspoken Christian, and he, and the Lindsey Graham campaign is actually trying to attack him because 40 plus years ago, Mark Lynch was arrested for drugs, cocaine, and
40 years ago.
40 years ago,
okay,
which would have been the 80s, which I'm told everybody was doing cocaine.
Everybody was doing. So everybody had. Listen, let's just be honest. Everybody had cocaine in their pockets and AIDS in their body.
Yeah.
There we go. What did I?
Sorry,
did I say something wrong?
Okay, Eddie Murphy. Good grief.
Listen, you want a little AIDS? I got the AIDS for you.
No, the Eddie Murphy reference probably no one gets, but he has in the Eddie Murphy Raw, he had that whole stand up when he was in the 80s in the red jumpsuit, and just has these jokes. You go back and listen to them that are so politically incorrect about if you're gay, you 100% have AIDS.
You got it. You already got the booty. They call it the booty flu.
Yeah,
booty flu.
Which, according to CDC,
Eric is so uncomfortable. He was not in the same. He was not in the same running crowds as you and I, Paul, in college, where the booty flu was talked about a lot. Eric is just innocent. He went to a Christian school. He was raised in this good Christian home, and I know you were as well, Paul. But
I had teetotaler parents and
all
that
that
stuff.
He had a nuclear home. his dad is a great man. I've met his parents, and they're great people and all that. So he had this good upbringing here. But he didn't have the party days that you and I had in college.
According to the...
He went to Mizzou, by the way, too.
No, I went to Harding. My wife went to Mizzou.
Yeah, that's right. But you're from Missouri.
I am.
That's right. Yeah.
So
Mr. Freddie Mercury over here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm
talking about
booty flu.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what the booty flu is.
Well, I know what that is, but I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
flu.
my days in college make me familiar with the booty flu.
You know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You and I were heterosexuals in the theater department.
There were gay men that we'll talk about.
That's what I'm trying to say. Don't leave me out here to hang.
No,
I'm
glad you clarified that. That's what you were talking about.
We were two straight men in a jungle of booty flu.
I mean,
theater department.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal on that.
I'm just gonna back up.
I'm not.
Oh,
you know what? None of them are listening to this show anyway.
So our comments, the comments just shut down. They're like, well, I don't know what these guys are talking about.
According to CDC statistics today, though, the Eddie Murphy jokes are totally accurate. Like if you go back and you go watch that Eddie Murphy Raw where he's making these jokes, assuming that if you are gay, you do have AIDS. Statistically you are way more likely to have HIV. Now,
well, and I will say this: Chappelle. Was it Dave? No. Chris Rock. Chris Rock talked about. He's like, hey, medicine doesn't cure anything, right? They won't cure anything. They're still griping about polio, and he's like, 20 years from now, people are gonna be like, oh, where were you yesterday, Johnny? Sorry, my AIDS was acting up, right? But isn't that where we are? They've fundamentally sort of cured.
Well, have you ever looked into the Anthony Fauci stuff with AIDS?
No.
There are people that claim that Fauci was responsible for the treatment that was used for AIDS patients that actually was the remdesivir of its time. And so the drug that Fauci pushed on the AIDS epidemic actually made the death toll higher.
I can't stand.
And there are
every time Fauci gets brought up, our chat lights up with that stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So they know.
They know.
Meaning, it's not that AIDS wasn't. Obviously, AIDS was real. You know, I know there's some people that think it was made in a lab, but the bottom line is there were gay activists back in California back in the day. You know, you could go find the protest signs where they were starting to figure it out.
They were protesting.
They were getting HIV. Their friends were dying when they would take the drug.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson, who didn't take that drug, right?
Yeah.
Like in the South Park had that great show where it's like, oh, large amounts of cash are the cure.
Right, the Magic Johnson. That's how he was cured. And it was like, oh, well, I sleep in this bed every night. And then they open up his bedroom door, and it's piles of cash.
Right.
And he sleeps on piles of cash. South Park for the win. They usually, kind of get everybody. Of course,
back to Mark
They hate
Lynch,
Trump.
real quick.
But anyway,
Okay.
go back to Mark Lynch and don't talk about the booty
real
flu.
quick. So everybody was doing cocaine in the 80s. No. So it was actually really interesting because Lindsey Graham, he's desperate trying to go after Mark Lynch and say, you made this mistake 40 years ago. And Mark Lynch has actually used it as a platform to tell people about how God saved him from that and how he was able to turn his life around. And it was a wake-up call in his life. And he now even has a ministry for people, who have a drug problem.
We've all had a wake up. So we've all had some sort of wake up call in our life.
So, but the bottom line is Mark Lynch, he knows, Donald Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham, obviously, but his stance is, look, I think the people of South Carolina don't like this. I think they're tired of Lindsey Graham. You can't trust him. He's only around every, 5 years. And also, Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump came through Pickens, South Carolina, not too long ago, where he was, Lindsey Graham come up on stage, and the people just booed him. I mean, they absolutely cannot stand this man. And so I think South Carolina is a open primary, so it's not a close primary, so you never know. You can get basically anybody to vote there.
Yeah.
But I do have some good news on South Carolina that I can share with you about the redistricting fight. Let's see, where did this go? I thought I had this pulled. Yeah, here it is. Eric Daugherty reporting this. The South Carolina House has just passed a 7-Republican 0D 2026 map set to eliminate Jim Clyburn's Democrat seat.
Because he announced that he's running for re-election at 84 years old, or however old he is.
That's insane.
Like, does this matter? Okay, I'm gonna throw this out at you. Do you know who won Joe Biden the presidency?
I do not.
Yeah.
It was absolutely
Jim Clyburn.
Clyburn's endorsement
He got
in South
the
Carolina.
Super Tuesday vote after the Iowa caucuses went down for Biden. And,
so it was
and
Iowa.
It was after Iowa. So Clyburn came over the top after that and invigorated the base of the Democratic Party to make sure New Hampshire and all those other states on the second round of endorsements and primary
That is exactly right. So Joe Biden was getting smoked, absolutely smoked. Clyburn came out. Clyburn came out and endorsed him, and then what we had was Super Tuesday, and South Carolina went for Joe Biden, which was his first win.
Yes,
right, because it was in the eastern time zone of Super Tuesday, and he won. And I can't remember if South Carolina was Super Tuesday, but I feel like it was.
I can't remember either.
Suffice it to say that Clyburn got Biden like out of the depths. And so I just don't know that I can ever forgive that, right? Because Clyburn came out and he's like, well, I'm endorsing Joe Biden and all of that stuff. Why? What evidence did you have that Joe Biden was the best person to run this country? In fact, he couldn't even make it 4 years because he had to drop out. He had already announced that he was going to run for re-election, and he dropped out. And so and now Clyburn, who a lot of people from what I hear in South Carolina are pandering for him to step aside, let some younger blood to come in there, and he's announced his re-election. So much so that South Carolina decides to redistrict, and Clyburn's seat is going to be gone. South Carolina is a very, very red state, but Clyburn has been a staple in that state for many years.
So, according to this tweet, it now says that it's going to head to the Senate. Now, that's going to be the hurdle.
Right, because you got that douchebag there.
Right, but I don't think you need I think in the previous session, this is a special session that they called. In the previous session, I think you needed a higher threshold percentage-wise than you do now. That is how I understand it. I could be wrong, but that was a reporter out of South Carolina that said that a couple of weeks ago. And now that they've called a special session, I don't think they need the 2/3 or whatever. I think they may be able to pass this with a simple majority.
Okay.
And if that's the case, it should go, smooth sailing, and we don't have to listen to this idiot say we need a vibrant Democrat Party for the good of our country. What a moron.
Well, is it like in the United States? I mean, forgive my ignorance, but is it like in the U.S. Senate where the majority leader is the one who decides what makes it for a vote?
I don't think a lot of these state houses are not like that.
Okay.
I know D.C.
Like
is
it's gotta
very
come
much
up.
controlled. I think I know in Arkansas, and some of these D.C. types have lamented this when they come back to serve, but they think it's ridiculous that if you are a member and you file a bill, you get a hearing on that bill. And in Arkansas, you
Perish
get a hearing.
the thought.
I know, right?
Right.
That is not the case in D.C. There is a process.
Yeah.
You may be in Congress for 10 years and
How
never
much-
have one of your bills make it to a committee hearing.
You want to know who's never had a single solitary bill passed, and he's in the United States Senate, and he's a prominent person?
You mean, can I guess?
Sure.
Republican, Democrat.
I'm going to go with Democrat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prominent person, Republican, Democrat.
Been in the Senate for a long time.
Bernie Sanders.
Feel the burn, baby. Bernie Sanders has never had a single solitary bill that he authored passed in the United States Senate.
And yet he's a chairman of like some committees or was.
He's automatic.
Or a subcommittee.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's
Back when
automatic.
they're in power.
He's automatic when he's up for election, for re-election. He's automatic he's automatic when the Democrats are in charge and they put him in on these committees and stuff. He's automatic.
Wow.
Why? What substantial thing have you ever done to serve? Number one, excuse me. If you've never had a bill passed, I would assume that it originates out of something that's going to help the state of Vermont. Right? Like that's ultimately what the goal is. We've got 2 senators per state. Like you're producing this bill that's going to ultimately aid the people of your state. If that's not the system that we're in, then why do it? I understand I'm being naive here, but if it's going to originate out of the state of Vermont, hey, this will be good for, I don't know what Vermontians, or is it Vermontians or whatever? I don't know what they're called.
We can look it up.
Of course. There you go. So
Vermontians.
it's going to
I love
start
that.
with that. But then it's also going to serve the United States. If you've been in office for 36 years and you've never produced one bit of legislation that has helped your state, number one, and then your country, number two, why the hell are you in there? Because you got this great ability to speak. Get rid of the billionaires. Now that I'm a millionaire, I used to say get rid of the millionaires. Now,
Bernie Sanders.
get rid of the billionaires.
Use his word.
Yeah.
Oligarchy.
The oligarchy here.
Oligarchy.
Get rid of it. 1.21 gigawatts, Marty. Like that's what I feel. That's what I feel. Like you're freaking Doc Brown, but Doc Brown at least stole the plutonium from the Libyans. Marty. Yeah.
How dare you?
No. I can't stand Donald Trump.
Bernie
That's
Sanders, just
literally
for the
his
record,
shtick.
For the record, Bernie Sanders is working hard for all Vermonters.
Vermonters. Well, that's pretty good.
Is the
That's pretty good.
phrase there.
I'll take that.
All right,
Vermonters.
We're gonna get
what
out.
it's better than New York. Like, do you know what New York is?
I thought it was New Yorkers.
No,
Yonkers?
New Yorkers.
Oh, come on.
Who the hell says that?
Nobody.
I've always heard New Yorkers, but it's apparently New Eurekans.
I don't believe that at all. There's no way. There is no way, Rob, that is.
Google it.
We will Google this when we come back from break. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell program. Thanks so much for being with us. We got to take a local break. Back in a minute.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, we're going to take this to the chat. We're going to take this to the jury. So, before we went to break, Rob Spencer, with authority, says that people from New York are called New Eurekans, not necessarily, and I'm being charitable here, not necessarily New Yorkers. I'm being very charitable here because I think if we were to play the tape back, you were like, no, they don't call themselves that. They call themselves New Eurekans.
I don't know if I said that.
You didn't. So I'm saying.
Listen, let me do a Democrat backtrack.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get the Hakeem Jeffries hand motions going here. What I said was, I think that they're called New Eurekans, but we need to confirm it because I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure if you rolled the tape back, that's what it would be called.
Okay, so here is what the Google machine says. I say, have New Yorkers ever been called New Eurekans? Now, the reason I said it is because when I Googled what are New Yorkers or what are people from New York called, New Yorkers is what comes up. But it says this, the AI says that, yes, Puerto Ricans living in or around New York City, as well as their descendants, are commonly referred to as New Eurekans.
Oh, there you go. That's where I got it.
Okay, so that's it.
I read it once.
We're moving on. Okay. Well, so it was partially true. It was partially true.
It was 100% true.
That's the thing. Like
100%. You take the partially out.
That's what we're saying. Paul Herrell program is is partially true 100% of the time.
Listen, and we're honored to have.
We're honored to have.
That doesn't make sense.
We are honored to have our New Yorkers listening in here in this great state of New York minus New York City.
Okay, so next up we have this. I want to get Rob. Rob's a real estate agent, New Horizon Real Estate. Want to get his opinion on this. Mm-hmm. The House has overwhelmingly passed a Trump-backed bill to restrict companies like BlackRock from buying up single-family homes. What do you think about this? It's going to head to the Senate, then to the president's desk. What are your thoughts?
So it needs to happen because what was happening here is they were on a trajectory. And I've said this on the show months ago, but they were on a trajectory. The Vanguards and the BlackRocks of the world were on a trajectory where they were going to own 60% of all single-family homes by 2030. And we are, almost halfway through 2026 here at this point. So they were on this. I mean, it's just a record ascent. And the only thing that slowed them down was high interest rates. But if you ever listed your house, in the last, 4 or 5 years, you probably received some offer for a cash offer. And it's coming from the BlackRocks and the Vanguards of the world where they are offering you this cash for your property, easy sale, all of that stuff. And then they're going to turn around and they're going to rent it out. And if they controlled 60% of all single family properties, they control the rental market. There's really no dissension there. And it even, like how much longer before they owned it all, where home ownership in the United States is gone and now we're all just renters, right? The Grant Cardones of the world would love that, right? He's not big on
World Economic Forum would love it too.
Well, sure. So I think that something needed to be done there because if I'm a real estate agent and I go to list a property and I go to list it for sale and we get this cash offer, my seller is got this dilemma. Do I want to go ahead and sell it to, an Eric Haynes with a family or something like that? Do I want to do that, or do I want to do this easy cash quick closing where I don't have to deal with the drama of inspections and all of that stuff? And so the seller's got that dilemma. Well, many sellers have faced that dilemma, and what have they done? They've sold their properties to the BlackRocks and the Vanguards of the world. Well, now they have control of all of the rental properties. I don't have a problem with them owning huge apartment complexes. Like that's what it is. But when you own all of the single family properties, you're taking them off the market. Mm-hmm. They're not going to be allowed to be sold on the open market because the only time that you sell those, if you own rental properties, the only time that you sell those are as if they are in a state of disrepair, or you need to move that property off of your books, and then you use those funds with a 1031 tax exchange and you move it over to something else.
Or they're sold to another big conglomerate in bulk with
Correct.
all the rest of their property.
Correct, which means they just control this stuff. So it affects renters because now they control the rental market and they can decide how much the rent is, not the market. And then number two, it affects people who are wanting to be owner-occupieds because there's less inventory. There's less inventory out there for them to choose from because these conglomerates own all of these properties. So it's bad all the way around. I think, it's okay to have rental properties. I own rental properties. The reason that we own these rental properties is not because it's supposed to be this way of life. It's supposed to be, hey, come rent for me for a year, maybe two, get your credit situation figured out, and then go buy another property. Boom, I got this next person in here to take your place. All of that stuff, that's the American dream. right? Like, let's go, let's rent, let's build some rental, let's get our finances in order, and let's buy a property. But if all of these huge conglomerates own the properties, those will never come up for sale, which creates a housing shortage, which drives up the prices of these properties. It's just a bad all the way around. So I can't endorse this enough.
Yeah.
Because it's huge, huge. And you look at the vote total there, 396 to 13. I want to say, who the hell are these 13?
I got them listed right here.
Go for it.
You know who's one of them? Lauren Boebert.
Really?
Why?
Schweigert, Andy Biggs. I mean, you've got Republican Congress folks from Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, Missouri, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Texas.
I wonder what my first question is. I wonder what else is in the bill.
Randy Fine voted against it. Yeah, I mean, there's
that's a potpourri of congressmen. That's an eclectic group of congressmen, Republicans.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I would be interested to know what else is in the bill. The only thing I can think of is that those individuals, because what is the argument against banning them? Because I think it's if you have over 500 million in assets, you cannot purchase these properties. Okay, far be it for me to ever agree with the Democrats, but there's not a single solitary Democrat on that list, Paul.
Right.
That we can, our listening audience and viewing audience can't see the list that Paul has pulled up, but there's not a single solitary Democrat on the list of 13 people who voted against it. And so what I would want to do is say, hey, 13 people, let's look at your campaign finance donations.
That's exactly my thought too.
Yeah.
How much are they being paid?
Yeah.
In their
because
coffers?
if BlackRock is putting a lot of money in your pocket and that's why you voted the way you voted, shame on you. And I understand that that's the way that the world works, but you have to know that you're a ceremonial no vote at that point. Like, you could read the room. So if you've read the room and know that you're a ceremonial no vote, like, hell, I'm telling BlackRock, like, hey, guys, I'm with you. Let me work some behind the scenes stuff here. But I don't want to be a public no vote because it's not going to go well for me.
Yeah.
If 400, I mean, what is it, 420?
What, 35?
Yeah.
35.
So there's 435 total, right?
.us.
Okay. But if 400 people are voting in favor of it and 13 people are voting against it, like, you got to know you're on an island by yourself. And what message does that send? Not only to the American people, but more importantly, to your local voters. You anybody that's paying high rent should think about, next time they go to the polls, they should think about, oh, Lauren Boebert voted for higher rent. Essentially, that's what it is, and I can see the ad campaigns brewing right now.
Yeah.
What's the title of that bill?
House Resolution 1299.
No, the actual title.
Oh, 21st Century Road to Housing Act. I love govtrack.us, by the way, because you can just type in the resolution number, and it'll give you an exact breakdown of votes.
Okay, just real quick, this is a breakdown that I have right here. Just have a brief search because I'm wondering what exactly is in it. The housing, the House's House of the 21st Century Act, the Senate's Road to Housing Act, the bills, and usually broad bipartisan support. Okay, it's got Tim Scott supporting it, Elizabeth Warren supporting it. The big picture: America's housing is in crisis, large population supply. The bill attempts to build more housing, reduce construction costs, modernize federal housing programs, and make it easier for families to buy homes. Cutting regulations and red tape. Supporters say housing takes too long to build. Regulations inflate cost. Faster approvals mean cheaper housing. The bill tries to eliminate environmental reviews, HUD approvals, construction compliance, and federal permits.
Oh, perish the thought.
Let's see. Increasing housing supply, manufacturers, restricting large institutional investors. This became one of... So it is more than just BlackRock. It's those other things, too. So there are other variables, but But yeah, I mean,
this is the meat of it. Let's be honest, Paul. This is the meat of it.
I would agree. I mean, well, this is the conspiratorial. Look, okay, this is a conspiracy theory that is being addressed. The conspiracy theory is that these giant corporations want to enslave the people,
and they can if they control the entire rental market.
And so, no, you shouldn't be allowed to do this. You shouldn't. Now, this tweet over here says from Watcher Guru. It says the White House has backed a revised bill after lawmakers removed a Senate provision requiring major investors with 350 or more units to sell newly built rental homes within 7 years.
Yeah, I don't like that. If you already own them, it is what it is.
Yeah, housing, rental, and construction groups supported the change. The bill now heads back to the Senate, where its path is uncertain. Lawmakers remain divided over how far Congress should go in restricting build-to-rent housing and investor ownership.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to put the crap back in the horse here, you know, like if you're trying to do that, then I'm not down with that.
Well, people have made investments. You can't, you know, I can see how that would be wrong. Where it's like, okay, so now I've made all those investments. You changed the law, and now I can't do it, so I'm out all this money.
Correct. Let's not go back in time here, and that's what ultimately what they were trying to do is if you already own these, you have to sell them within 7 years. So I do agree with that. I don't know who initiated that.
Well, and what's
bill.
and if BlackRock did that, what would they do? If they had to do that, they would probably just create their own shell companies.
Sure,
and
they'd create all these,
sell them to their own, shell companies.
And I don't know how much. I don't know because you can have, multiple LLCs under an umbrella of bigger LLC, and I don't know how far it tracks back, and I don't know what checks and balances are put in place. It seems like investors are always one step ahead. True savvy investors are always ahead of the game. So essentially, I don't know how far down that would go. Could you create something where it's kind of like was it FDIC that our money is insured up to $250,000? So what do you do if you have $1 million? You just open 4 accounts.
Exactly.
Right. So I don't know if that's the same sort of mentality here with this 350 model, but regardless, it's going to at least restrict them from just mass buying all of these properties. It's going to create an extra hurdle.
So I've got to cover this just because I used to cover the what I consider the ridiculous things that this guy used to say. But Barney Frank has passed away of congestive heart failure at 86 years old. Daily Caller reporting that the 16-term Democratic Massachusetts Congressman Barney Frank died of congestive heart failure. He was first elected in 1980. Wow. 1980. It's a long time.
Wow. A baby.
I wasn't born yet. I was
born in October of Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't tell my birthday.
Yeah, probably should.
Late 79. How about that?
What's interesting on this, and I should have pulled the clip, but recently on his deathbed, basically, he went on State of the Union with Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And he was in hospice. And this is what he said, quote, about the Democrat Party, quote, as we succeeded in bringing the mainstream of the left into a concern with inequality, we also enabled people who wanted to use that as a platform for a wide range of social and cultural changes, some of which the public isn't ready for. He added that gay rights activists such as himself did not start calling for same-sex marriage to be legal until other things had been resolved.
Oh, yeah.
He's exactly right. There was a strategy that the gays had. There was a book entitled After the Ball, and it says never talk about marriage, never talk about sex, only talk about love. You have to talk about love. Love is love, and then eventually we'll get what we want. Basically, Barney Frank on his deathbed is saying you trans people are putting the cart before the horse, and really kind of exposing their strategy of gradual debauchery, I would argue. He says, I think in the interest of the transgender community as well as others, it would be better to go at that in a more granular way and not simply announce that if you don't support it, you're a homophobe. He says, for a lot of my colleagues, the argument has been, well, we don't support defund the police or open borders, and we don't say we do. Frank added this. He said, but my point is, no, it's not enough to be silent. We have to explicitly repudiate it. Here is Barney Frank on the Democrats, on his deathbed, saying, You guys have gone way too far, and you've got to actually correct the radicals in your own party if you want to have a shot at this. He basically says you're going to keep losing if you continue to do this.
Well, think about what we've done on the right, and we've alienated the far right, radical, KKK, white nationals, all of these, we have sent them out to pasture here and just said, hey, you're not part of us. Don't.
To such a degree.
Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center tried to bring them back.
That's what I'm saying. Right. They're so ostracized that they have to frame the right for racism that doesn't even exist.
That's the Southern Poverty Law Center would disagree with you there.
We paid good money for those racists.
Yeah, the Southern Poverty Law Center, we've been paying our informants off well. What are you talking about?
Oh, my gosh. So, but what
we did the Clayton Bigsby skit on Dave Chappelle. It wasn't Chappelle. That was us.
Oh my God! So think about this. Think about this. So we've done that. You said ostracized. That's a great word. So we've ostracized these individuals who are just sitting there hating on people that they hate on the Jews, they hate on the blacks, they hate on the Hispanics, anybody that's not white, they just hate on them. And I'm like, nope, you're not part of us. Get away. Quit. Don't have a Republican after your name. Certainly don't try to say that you're a conservative, because that's just not the way that it is. I mean, let's just be honest. The Republicans freed the slaves. So you are not in our same ballpark. But the left just hasn't done it. And I want to go back to the battle that was Nancy Pelosi and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That battle, when she was still speaker, and this is in Trump 1.0, so the last 2 years of her speakership, she battled with AOC, because AOC came in, she was just, full of all this bluster and all this blowhard crap and all of that stuff that just built her big rise to fame. And what did Nancy do? I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was rumors of, and I believe this is probably confirmed, of a backdoor meeting between Pelosi and AOC, and Pelosi put her in her place.
Yeah.
And said, you're going to shut the hell up, or you're at least going to fall in line. So the radical leftists, the ones that have changed it from pedophile to MAP, minor attracted person, like those far leftists, the ones that believe that men should be able to compete with women in sports, and I'm talking about biological men against biological women, that part of their party has not been sent out to pasture the way that we have sent out the far right.
Yeah.
And for I
until
hold
Swalwell.
Well, Swalwell. Now Swalwell, let's just be honest, Swalwell was a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
Because all of this stuff was well known, but it was put into play when he was seen as a threat. And so he's going to run for governor of California, and so they're like, "Whoa, we can't have that." Boom. It's like Gavin Newsom talked about recently. In case of emergency, break glass. That's what they did with Swalwell.
Good point.
Right? And so the left has not sent their crazies out. They've not sent them out to pasture. The right has done that. And so I will hold a lot of proudness, I guess you want to call it, or at least I will have a lot of solace in the fact that we have done that. Like, you are not us.
Yeah.
But over here on the left, and this is why I'm so frustrated and why I was good with Thomas Massey losing, is that the left joins ranks. They fall in line. Mm-hmm. They follow orders. The right doesn't do that. We are a coalition, as you like to say, Paul. We are a coalition. Thomas Massey, you weren't falling in line over here on the right, so you got ousted.
So we're a coalition to a point Well,
we're
as far as Trump is concerned, a coalition to a point, right? I mean,
I think for such a time as this, Paul, the right with our varying opinions needs to join ranks the way that the left does, because they're not going to send their crazies out to pasture. We've sent our crazies out to pasture. They're not going to do it on the left. We've got to join ranks, because if they come back into power again, we're in trouble.
We are in trouble. Speaking of the crazies on the left, you sent me this morning from Fox 13
Listen,
Seattle.
I got angry.
I cannot imagine being so committed to your religious dogma that you actively harm other people in such a passive aggressive, like what you are about to see is going to absolutely enrage you. This has to do with a school board. Go ahead, set it up, Rob.
Well, I was just trying to say this. So we all understand the importance of a school resource officer. If your child goes to public schools, you feel a certain amount of peace. The fact that there is an armed person that is there who is protecting that child. Now, it's one person. But we saw here recently, and I forget what state it was in. I want to say it was Oklahoma.
Principal. That wasn't SRO. That was just the principal.
That was the principal who took
tackled some guy.
Took a bullet while he was doing it, right? And so the SRO would be in a much better advantage, a much better situation, because he or she would be able to, return fire and all of this stuff. So the SROs, like if I talk about it all the time. Like if I were to ever win the lottery or whatever, I would pay for multiple SROs, because I've got 3 kids, all of varying ages. I'd pay for multiple SROs at that school, because I would send them to this school and have a lot more peace in my mind, the fact that there's a police officer there. So the school board here at this school here in Bothell High School, the school board voted to get rid of their SRO. And I'm not going to give away the ending here, but I want the school board actually speaks here, and it's just absolutely asinine. I don't understand how these people are not voted out. I understand it's liberal Seattle, but damn, man, can you imagine being so inundated with your ideology that you do this?
Hundreds of Bothell High School students staged a walkout on Monday.
Said Bothell High School walked out of class today protesting the North Shore School District's move to end the school resource officer program that's been around for decades. Bothell High School has been the only school with an assigned officer, and the vote by board members last week terminates the safety program at the end of this school year. Hundreds of kids walked out of Bothell High School this morning.
I feel that the decision is like misrepresenting students at Bothell.
It is clear from the large walkout that Officer Garrett Ware is having a profound impact on this community.
He stopped 2 of my friends from overdosing. He stopped 2 of my friends from vaping and stopped 1 of my friends from killing themselves.
Last week, dozens of people showed up to the board meeting.
I know Officer Ware is going to be there for me no matter what.
Students and parents pleaded with school board members to keep Officer Ware in school, to no avail.
You are correct in saying that you have elected all of us to represent you, but you also elect us to vote our conscience. And you don't all get all of the information.
All right, please. You had your opportunity to speak.
Board member Carson Sanderson continued to say this.
It concerns me that we are placing a police officer in a position as a confidant for students, encouraging them to tell him everything that concerns them or worries them when those things can be used against them legally.
Oh my God. They're not
suspected with the exception of Sandy Hayes, the other 4 board members voted to get rid of the SRO program.
Look at them.
They indicated it was not anything personal against Officer Ware, but they used words like racial, equity, and educational justice in their dialogue before the vote.
If I vote to continue this contract, I'm continuing harm for one group
who do not have the choice to opt out of the program.
They're using some reports of colored students feeling unsafe with the officer on campus, but they're not able to provide those reports.
They voted without educating themselves on what he does at this school on a day-to-day basis. It's not just about safety. He engages with everyone on this campus. They adore him. They love him.
Officer Ware has been an SRO at Bothell High School since 2017. This Change.org petition has been posted to raise money to keep him, but supporters say the issue is really not about budget and whether the district can afford Officer Ware. But as you heard, some of the board members, it's about their conscience and, quote, social justice. This afternoon, we received a statement from School Board President Sandy Hayes. It says in part, quote, we recognize that our students and community members may hold differing perspectives regarding board decisions and district issues. The ability to express disagreement respectfully and engage in civic dialogue is an important part of a healthy democratic society and an important aspect of our students' education.
So this is how I see it.
Pleaded with school board members to keep.
You got a bunch of liberal white women that can't stand that. Look at that ginger white man's face. It goes against everything they believe.
Would they have gotten rid of him if he's black?
Nope, not a chance.
If he's a minority,
not
at all?
a chance. If it was a black cop, they wouldn't have gotten rid of him. These. I mean, it's insane. It's literally insane.
Yeah.
All these students saying, "Hey, this is a great guy." You know, you gotta think that the defund the police angle is also ingrained in these people as well, where they're like, we don't want them to think police officers are nice. We don't want them to think that they're public servants. This guy apparently actually not only wants to protect them, but he actually cares about them as human beings.
Yeah.
It sounds like he actually cares. He knows that these kids have a soul, and they need to be protected and listened to and respected in a way that would set them up for success later in life.
So I used to be a school teacher, and if I remember correctly, we had 3 different SROs whenever I was a school teacher. Every one of them had a great relationship with our student body. And the reason is because he didn't want them to be afraid of the police. He didn't want them. I remember our police chief coming and speaking to our students and said that he was walking into to Walmart, and a mom tells her kid, 7-year-old kid, saying, "Hey, see him? See that gun? If you don't do what you're supposed to do, he's going to come get you." And he stopped her right there. And he tells this story. He told it to all these high school students, and he said, "I don't want people to be afraid of the police." Okay, you're taking a parenting moment and you're trying to apply it to someone who is breaking the law. I understand what you're doing. Please don't do that. We don't want people to be afraid of the police. Now, are there tyrannical police officers? Hell to the yeah. The people that get their feelings hurt because you won't do what they're wanting you to do, and they're used to running a rule in the roost and all of that stuff. We understand that those people exist, right? This guy, by all accounts, was a confidant in many ways to the student body. And is that the kind of relationship that we want with the police? The people that are do you want the people to be afraid to call the police if you're in danger? Or do you want to say, I hope someone like my SRO shows up, at the scene here because I need help? Their ideology is so rotten. They're so rotten to the core that they believe that they're living on the side of righteousness. Mm-hmm. And I will never be able to understand how you could do that. You have now made your children way more in danger than they were before this year. So when the kids come back in the fall, they're in way more danger.
Does this not kind of sum up just the microcosm of all elected officials in a way? Like a different, to make a decision that you're claiming is for the good, but it actually harms the people in your care. Doesn't that sum up how most Americans feel about all of our institutions that are supposed to represent us and do our will or look out for us?
What did Ronald Reagan say? The most dangerous words.
Yeah, I'm here and I'm here to help. I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
And I'm here to help. The most dangerous words, scary words in the English language. These people were elected officials for this school board, and every one of them can go to hell, for my opinion, because you just put children in danger because of your sick, twisted, warped ideology. You can kiss my ass.
Yeah, we've got a comment here from, what is this, Chameleon 4 Babes. Are they all dumbass women? God save America. Us again, I guess. Washington State got rid of it. Okay, so this Calpurnia61 says, BS, Washington State got rid of a black female chief of police because she disagreed with the Floyd protests. Ooh. So that's a pushback on what we said. You know, I said if it was a black guy, they wouldn't have done anything.
Well, that's
it does go to show you
but think about it this: like the Wesley Hunts of the world, you know, the Byron Donalds of the world, they get you know, a lot of pushback because they're black men who are Republicans. And everybody's like, oh, you're Uncle Tom, you're this or that.
Black Republicans.
Black Republicans, right? And, you know, let's just be honest. Take this absolute idiot in Tennessee that's making all the rounds here.
Oh, you're talking about Justin Pearson?
Yeah, Justin Peterson.
Justin Pearson.
Yes.
His name is Pearson. Now get it right.
Okay.
Boy.
Idiot. Absolute moron. Take him.
Boys.
And take him. So if you are a let me just say this: if you're a black parent, right, like two black people, you know, husband and wife, and that you are raising a black child, do you want this effing moron from Tennessee, Justin Peterson,
Memphis,
right, from Memphis, Tennessee? Do you want him?
You guys.
Or do you want Wesley Hunt as your son's role model? And if you want to say Justin Peterson, then you are part of the problem. Because that man does no good for society. All he does is bluster and blow hard. A Wesley Hunt of the world, a Byron Donalds of the world, intelligent, educated black men who are going out there and saying, my value as a human being, number one, lies in my you know, the fact that I am a child of God.
Character.
Yes, like I'm a child of God, I am a husband, I am a father, and then on down the list here, I'm a black man.
Yeah. Well, you know, you mentioned intelligence. That's the interesting thing, because, you know, my question was going to be: are you saying Justin Pearson from Memphis is not intelligent? But he actually is.
Yeah.
Because
he lied to get elected.
Right, but they literally have done a juxtaposition. The man was you know, leading a rally. You know, oh, Memphis, we ain't going nowhere in Memphis. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna go. You know, and then the same day he goes and sits down in the news studio and he's like, well, actually, we thought the rally went really good, Sally.
Yeah.
The rally, I got to tell you, I just think it. You know, people are gonna vote for me because I'm gonna represent. So the guy actually is such a fraud, and he realizes that this public persona of, you know, Memphis's Malcolm X is going to make him more money in the long run, because he's more useful to the left, and this system that's built on.
We grew out the afro versus when he you know, had the short hair and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And
so
now he's wearing like something like, you know, Assalamu alaikum. I don't know, you know, I don't know what he wears now. He wears some sort of shawl.
Yeah, that's,
you know,
that's
some sort
what
of
it is.
scarf. He's like the Deborah Burks, but the Malcolm X version of Deborah Burks.
We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Justin, listen, I think Justin Peterson watches Roots on loop, you know, and just gets all angry. But let me you said that he's intelligent.
I said that he's intelligent enough to be a pretty good actor.
Sure. Well, but think about like they had his campaign video from when he was trying to get elected versus the way he is now. Right. A Malcolm X wannabe. But when I look at it and I say, all right, so this guy is blustering, he's saying all this stuff, blah blah blah. Does that mean he's intelligent? Yeah, maybe he's making more money.
It does not mean it is not necessarily a sign of intelligence.
But if you're
President Trump would call him low IQ.
Yeah, he would be low IQ. You're trying to quote advance colored people, people of color. You're trying to advance them. You're doing nothing but put a highlight on the fact that why you cannot be in a position of leadership.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of VSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Here, you've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you'll take the only majority black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
Okay. I've actually got a theory. Rob, I'm putting the camera on you because I'm going to search for something real quick.
Is that there's no way in the world that's the same guy. 100%. I've seen that video before, but I'm still like in disbelief that this is the same guy. He is a complete moron. And here's why I say that. What did he say in the second video? No matter what you do, we're still going to be here. Well, nobody is out here like just trying to eliminate the color of your skin. Well, there's going to be some. The KKK, I'm sure, would want that. But nobody is trying to eliminate your voice. You still have a voter. You're still a voter. You still have your voter registration card. You're still registered to vote. You can still vote. Nobody's trying to eliminate your voice. We're trying to eliminate the fact that your district was drawn out specifically so that a black representative would be in there. Although, for the last 20 years, it's been an old white man. And the person who is likely to win is a black woman. But she's got a Republican after her name versus Democrat, so we can't have that.
I just want to make an observation. Even if you didn't see the second video here with Pearson, and you just saw the first. What, Eric? You're shaking your head. Even if you just.
I'm running for president of VSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year.
Okay, so I know he's younger, but I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say this guy's not necessarily exuding masculinity at all to me. Again, stereotypes exist because they're reinforced every single day. This guy might be a much better actor than we're giving him credit for, and this is because I'm reminded. Do you guys know that Tupac Shakur was once in ballet and was basically a theater kid before he became famous? Did you know this?
Didn't know that.
You turning this into a gay thing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, my name is Tupac Shakur, and I attend Tamalpais High School, and I'm 17 years old.
Do you like being 17?
It's like 17 is such a weird age. It's such a
He's in a leotard, by the way.
You're not 18 yet, and you're older than 16. So. But I like it. It's nice. It's like a learning stage for me.
Do you wish you could be 18 and will you get some more rights?
Well, 18 will bring lots of responsibilities that I don't want, but it'll bring respect that I feel like that's the only way I can get it. You know, I try to be as mature as I can be.
Okay, so
what the hell did I just watch?
You watched a very early version of Tupac Shakur.
You just shattered You just shattered my opinion of Tupac Shakur.
Well, it just made you.
California love.
It made you ask. It's making you ask a few questions.
You're so white, Eric.
Making you. It's just. I'm sorry. It's making. Look, this came out kind of at the height of those allegations against Will Smith, and not just Will Smith, but the stuff with P. Diddy. You guys know the allegations with P. Diddy and those parties. No. It wasn't necessarily girls.
Oh yeah.
Allegations of
you went to Pound Town.
Carl, you gotta get caught up on the documentaries.
You remember Carl Winslow from Family Matters?
Listen, I don't want to hear about all the gay sex.
That baby.
I know, but you remember Carl Winslow from Family Matters? Reginald Val Johnson. There's people out there making claims that he and P did, like people witnessed it, people walk. No, you can go. The detail is. That
I heard the Will Smith thing, like somebody walked in and
the
saw
Will
him
Smith
getting
thing. I'm telling you, it was an epidemic during the Biden administration. All of a sudden, it came out that a lot of which is really incredible. The last
Carl Winslow and Puff Daddy.
Yeah, the last. Okay, what's really sad about this is like the last acceptable form within the left's paradigm, the last acceptable form of masculinity was the bald black man in sitcoms and movies could still be masculine and not be a bumbling idiot like the white guy could. In sitcoms or movies or whatever.
The Tim Allens of the world.
The irony is, it came out basically in Biden's administration with the Puff Daddy thing and everything else. It basically came out that a lot of these famous black men that play masculine in the movies are actually closeted homosexuals. I'm just telling you, it's out there.
From what I understand,
way too much homo content.
Listen,
well,
from what I understand,
it's the
way
truth.
Too much today.
From what I understand, everybody's gay. We're all gay. That's all I hear is that we're just gay. We're either gay in practice or we're gay in waiting. And I just am not signing up for that.
I'm not signing up for that either, but I'm telling you,
I like women.
The Harvey Weinstein couch thing went both ways, is what I'm saying. That's what is.
Gosh,
that is what. I'm not saying Harvey Weinstein did, but I'm seeing the model. The equation.
I don't want any visual.
The equation is the same.
I like Family Matters too much to go that way with Carl.
I'm sorry, but the allegation was out there made, and it was really sad.
No, that's Home Improvement.
No, that was it. That was Family Matters. No, that's Full House. You were doing Full House.
Yeah, I was doing Full House.
But no, the allegation is that Reginald Val Johnson, Carl Winslow,
took it.
Actually, it was worse. It was like he was hard up for money. Like he needed.
Oh, he prostituted himself out.
That was the allegation.
This is terrible.
On one of these
day of my life.
One of these black podcasts. Well, I'm sorry to shatter you here, but going back to Justin Pearson, I'm sorry. I am not.
Everything's gay.
I'm just telling you right now.
This guy's gay.
Stop.
Justin Peterson is gay.
I'm just saying I got
Justin J. Pearson.
I got red flags. That's all I'm saying. I got red flags.
That's all it is.
I got red flags.
Yeah, he's gay.
I don't have any.
Allegedly. How about that?
I'm not saying he is gay. All I'm saying is, I watched this young version of him, and I immediately thought of the Tupac Shakur.
Oh, they were talking about. Go ahead.
Of the Tupac Shakur, I immediatly thought of that clip there.
Clee was talking. Clee just mentioned this in there. The Rock Hudson. You guys remember that from like the olden days? Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson was gay.
Kate Hudson's dad. You know that?
I didn't
Kate
know
Hudson's dad.
I did not know
like
that.
Goldie Hawn's daughter.
He. I guess he wasn't always gay. If he hooked up with Goldie, I'm assuming Goldie's a woman. You know?
Well, don't Google transvestigations because you're going to go down. I don't even know what Goldie. You'll go down a rabbit hole you do not want to go down.
So one of the
transvestigations.
Yes, one of the ones that got me was The Godfather. Who played what was his?
Al Pacino?
No,
Marlon Brando.
Marlon Brando was bisexual.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Dude slept with men and women, and he admitted it in interviews.
Holly weird, man. Holly weird. There's
everybody's gay.
There's weird stuff out there. You go. I'm just look up stuff about even Paul Newman. You go look up. There's people.
Oh I heard that too.
There's claiming Newman's own salad dressing.
You bought that? What I said about Rock Hudson and Kate Hudson?
I don't know. I didn't hear that part, but I do. But I have heard.
You were kidding?
Yes.
See. We are
so Wanda
Paul Herrell
said,
program.
listen, Wanda said, no, Rock is not Kate Hudson's dad.
Sorry, what are we doing
We've
here?
gone off the rails
Rock
here.
Hudson is
talking about gayness.
I don't even know who Rock Hudson is. So I was just listening.
You uncultured swine.
But sorry, Rhonda. Rock Hudson is not gay. Sorry. There we said it.
Wanda. Not Rhonda.
Rhonda.
Get
Sorry,
it right.
Wanda.
Wanda. Listen.
All right. So speaking of unverified rumors,
everybody's gay. Listen, the three of us are holding down the straight card here.
Yeah.
We may be the last three guys that are straight. Who knows?
JP Morgan executive Lorna Hadini sues ex-banker Chirayu Rana for defamation over sex slave allegations. Remember her? Is
Chaya the libs of TikTok?
No. Well, no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean, yes, I think that
she's libs of TikTok.
That's her name. Like, I think that this is the different.
She's an
one.
ex-banker. So Chaya, I think, was a real estate agent.
Yeah, this is the guy
is
that
the Cannons.
Yeah, this is the Cannons.
Cannons lady.
Yeah. Your fish head wife doesn't have these cannons. That's the.
He wasn't there
Okay,
that
you
day.
weren't there.
that
You don't
part.
even know. Do you even know this story?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
So this Indian guy who looks like this made up a story. I can't believe you didn't know this. Made up a story that this J.P. Morgan banker made him a sex slave, and it was these sordid allegations, and that she was like abusive and like dominating and like made him do it for his job, and then everyone got a look at the guy and they're like, "There's no way, like he made this up." And so then he filed another suit or another detailed account with the court with witnesses. Okay. And so now she is like, finally, she's been silent the whole time. And so her name is Lorna Hajdini, and she is now suing him for defamation, saying that it never happened. She's saying, her attorney is saying, Ms. Hajdini categorically and unequivocally denies each and every allegation of unlawful conduct. These allegations are entirely false, malicious, and fabricated, and were concocted for the improper purpose of personal enrichment at the expense of defendants and others. So that is an update on that source. So speaking of unfounded allegations about Rock Hudson, sorry, Wanda.
Listen, I think
apologize,
that
Wanda.
Rock
That's
Hudson.
your apology?
Yes,
that's great.
I think Rock Hudson was like way before Goldie Hawn anyway. So
yeah,
that was part of the joke.
That was a real good joke there, Eric.
What's the hang on real quick? What's the quote? What's the Ron DeSantis Hakeem Jeffries impersonation? What's the line?
Modern warfare.
Yeah, yeah. What's the exact quote? Do we know?
I don't know.
Modern political warfare.
Yeah, political warfare.
Yeah, that was a great impersonation.
He's a walking meme. So, anyway,
let's see here. Do we have anything else on the ticket that we can leave you with? We missed this story. We didn't have time to get to this about this guy that's bashing Teddy Daniels, who took 4 in the chest for his country while in Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah.
And I know Teddy Daniels, and this is absolutely insane that this guy would do this. Plattner's.
This is Plattner. This is the guy in Maine, right?
Yeah, guy in Maine. Democratic Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner's deleted Reddit account has continued to cause headaches. This is the guy that has
the swastika tattooed on his chest that he covered up?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I believe that's him. And,
running as a Democrat.
Straight up they got this Reddit post making fun of Teddy Daniels, who, by the way, he got interviewed by Tucker back when Tucker was on Fox in that Tucker Carlson Today segment. You know how he had a daytime little interview thing? And so it's a fascinating interview if you want to go listen to Teddy's story. It was back when he was running for Senate in, I can't remember, Vermont, I think. He lost, but he made a good run at it.
Yeah.
And he's got the Purple Heart. The man survived getting shot 4 times and actually took fire. He drew the fire intentionally to save his own guys. He made a tactical decision to do the unwise thing, to draw fire away from his men, and took 4 in the chest from it. And then this guy goes online and criticizes him.
Yeah, that Plattner guy's crazy.
Folks, that's all the time that we have for this edition of the show. I'll be back here tomorrow here on LFA TV and other platforms. God bless. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. We will see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench.
Yay, welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. If you're new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And what an amazing time to be alive. I was texting all of my notes for today's show to Ginger Ziegler because she does the prophetic intercession right after the show. And as I texted it to her, I was like, this is so exciting. Here's the notes. But what an amazing time to be alive. As you can tell, I am wearing the exact same shirt that I've been wearing multiple weeks in a row. And this is because God keeps telling me, wear this shirt. And it is One Nation Under God. One Nation Under God. May 17th was a huge day for our country. July the 4th, the 250th anniversary of our country. It's a huge day for our country. This is a big, big, big time. I'm not sure how many times for the prophetic report I'll be wearing this shirt, but I am obedient. Whatever God tells me, I am going to do it. So One Nation Under God. It is so important to our Heavenly Father. So humility, jubilee, and freedom. That is what today's show is called. I am so thankful to the contributors of today's show. We have Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, Tammy Wagner, Don Leonard, let me make sure, and Cheryl York. Thank you, thank you, thank you, ladies, for all of the time, effort, prayer, everything that you do to help to put this show together. I am so thankful. What's so cool about this is none of these ladies talk. I don't think any of them know each other. I don't even know if any of them have met each other. I don't believe so. And so it's so cool that they are, and they're all over the United States, and that they are sending the words to me. They're hearing the Heavenly Father. They're sending the words to me. And then how these words fit together like puzzle pieces. It is so cool and so much fun. I am so thankful for each one of the contributors. I love them, and I thoroughly enjoy having the opportunity to work with them. It's truly an honor to put together this prophetic report. It is such an honor to work with them. I also want to do a shout out to new sponsors of Flyover Conservatives. I'm so excited to share them with you today. I haven't done this on the prophetic report. We've done interviews with the sponsors and talked about them on the Flyover Conservative show, but I wanted to make you aware because today is really big about healing and technologies that God has coming to into the United States and into the earth. Well, I believe that two big things that we're going to be talking about and that we're going to see things from are frequencies and water. So we're going to start with frequencies first. So many years ago, we're talking like 2018, I met a lady by the name of Linda Bammer Olson. And Linda owned a business about thermograms where you could go in instead of going to get a mammogram, you get a thermogram. And while I was there and I had that done, she started talking to me about frequencies and a wave watch that she had created and the results that they were getting. And so at that time, a friend of mine, Cindy Hill, and I, we purchased the watches. We got one for our husbands, one for ourselves, started wearing them. And then in November of 2025, there she is, there's Linda. She said, hey, I would love to sponsor the Flyover Conservative show. And these wave watches that helps with all kinds of things, it's frequencies. You can even find out more about it by going to wavewatch.com/flyover. And you can put in maybe conditions that you have, and it'll tell you what frequency helps with those conditions. Personal experience myself. I had gallbladder issues for many years, struggled with it, and maybe back to like 2014, 13, somewhere around there. And I had cut, I wanted to save my gallbladder without getting removed. So I cut a lot of fat out of my diet. It ended up not being very great for me in the long run because I think it aged me, all kinds of stuff at the time. Now, again, I've prayed against that and done a lot of things to reverse that, but I was able to save my gallbladder. Well, back in November, the pain came back in my gallbladder, and I was wearing my Wave watch, and I thought, I'm going to put it on gallbladder, and within minutes, the pain was gone, and it has never returned again. We have heard so many testimonies from people and the Flyover family that have sent us testimonies of the success that they've had, whether it be with sleep. I was just with my sister-in-law this weekend. She is a nurse, and we were together back in February. I told her about the Wave Watch. She and my brother ended up buying the Wave Watches for themselves, and they have had huge success. My sister-in-law was talking about her back. She'd had major back issues, and she put it on back, and the back pain has gone away for her. That was starting in February. It's helped her since then. And then also, she said instead of taking ibuprofen the other day, she had a major headache. She just put it on a frequency for headaches, and the headache immediately disappeared within minutes. And so again, the frequencies, these are so important. I believe that this is something, God spoke the world into existence, the power of frequencies. You've probably seen where, they have like the sand on a disc and they turn on the frequencies and how the sands make different pictures and different things like that. Frequency is so important. And so I just encourage you to check it out. Go to wavewatch.com/flyover. When you use the promo code flyover, they're giving you 15% off. I highly, highly, highly encourage checking this out. One more cool story. There was a husband that bought a watch for his wife, and his wife, was having issues, but he had numbness in his feet for like 15 years. And when they were in bed at night, he was snuggling with her. He didn't even have a watch on, but she was wearing it. He was snuggling with her, and the numbness in his feet completely went away. And so just incredible, incredible testimonies. You can, again, watch the interviews, learn more about it, but go to wavewatch.com/flyover. When you use promo code flyover, you get 15% off. The other thing I wanted to tell you guys about is we have partnered with Century H2O. Century H2O is an amazing water purification company. We have researched this for years, knowing that our water is so important. Obviously, we hear a lot about watch the water, watch the water, watch the water. We know that a lot has been done to our water. So we've been looking for the right company, and we have found them. In fact, we believed in it so much. We have had people over to our house to tell us about the water purification systems that they have. They're, $11,000. $8,000. It was just more than we could feel like that we wanted to spend on that. And then we found out about CenturyH2O.com, and we ended up buying water system for our house. Our daughter bought it for her house. Our son bought it for his house. You can see it there. It goes under the sink, and then we also bought one for the whole house. And I want to tell you why. When you go to CenturyH2O.com/flyover and you just click on a product, you can just choose any of the products. When you click on it, you can say, you can check out what the water is in your own area. So it says there, check the, EWG, Avery, is that what it says? Yes. Okay, so check the EWG. You can put it in your zip code. So we live in Lee Summit. We put in our zip code, and it pulled up what the area looked like, what the water looked like in our area, 64063. When we started looking at all of the different things in our water, there was 8 different contaminants that exceeded the health evaluation, and one of them was chloroform. The chloroform was 11 times higher. That's chloroform. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. 11 times higher than it should be. And I was just blown away. So we decided we are going to make the switch, and they've given us 10% off for Flyover family members. But also right now during the month of May, they are running a huge special. So they already have a special going on, and then it's 10% off on top of that. They also have financing. And then when you go to check out, let's say that you want to divide your payments up. You're like, man, let's divide the payments up by 8 or whatever. You can actually do that. What is that called, Avery, when you check out and you can divide payments?
Yeah. So you just click, when you're on there, more payment options. And then it'll take you to your cart. And from there you can select. So you've got show more options. Down here at the bottom, right there. So shop pay.
Shop pay. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Pay in full or installment. So it could be, $38 a month.
Right.
Whatever that looks like.
So there's different options that you can do. But again, that was a thing in Hank Kunneman's prophetic word you're going to hear about today, is he was talking about water actually being used for healing. And I have an interview that I want to point you guys to that we did with Nelson, the owner of CenturyH2O.com. You can actually find it pinned at the top of our Rumble channel. It's featured. There's an article that we talked about what they found in our waters all across the United States. We actually show a video of a woman that can light her own water on fire that's coming out of her faucet. crazy. So we showed that, and then we interviewed Nelson. I highly encourage watching that interview. Again, 2 new sponsors of Flyover Conservative Show, but I do believe this has to do with prophetic words that have been given on frequencies and on water for healing. So check that out, centuryh2o.com/flyover. Make sure you use the promo code flyover for your 10% discount. And then also, obviously, they're running a sale right now. All right. Also, remember today that Ginger Ziegler at 3 o'clock is going to be teaching us how to do prophetic intercession. This is so important. Interceding prophetically into the prophetic words that are given in the prophetic report. I am learning so much from Ginger. It's absolutely amazing. Last week we did communion together. I love her so much, and I'm learning so much from her. This is just a great way of linking arms and prophetically interceding for our country. You can find her on Rumble, Ginger Ziegler. You can find her on YouTube. You can also find her from reposts of ours that take you directly to her channel. Just make sure you follow her while you are there. Ginger was at the May the 17th event in Washington, D.C. with rededicating 250, Rededicate 250. She was there, and that's a big part of today's show. This is a reel that came out from Amanda Grace. She was actually at the event as well, Rededicate 250. But this came out on May the 18th, 2026, a really cool reel called This Is Big, What the Rededication of America Back to God Really Means. Check this out.
Hello, everyone. Amanda Grace here. So yesterday I was at the Rededicate 250 event at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. And I have to tell you, to bear witness to that event was historic. It was 250 years to the day that Congress, May 17, 1776, during the Revolutionary War, proclaimed a day of humiliation, fasting, and prayer for the nation. 250 years to the day of that proclamation by Congress, the nation is rededicated back to God in the name of Jesus Christ. And I have to tell you, the speakers that came out on stage boldly proclaimed not just the name of Almighty God, but the name of Jesus Christ, which echoed across the land. Yesterday, the name of Jesus Christ went out across news outlets. Think about this, across the land as the nation was rededicated back to the Lord. Now, I want you to think about this for a minute. The covenant is reestablished. America is returning onto the Lord. It was not long ago, I believe it was April 25th, 2026, President Trump, we had America Reads the Bible for that whole week. It ended April 25th. During that week, President Trump reads 2 Chronicles 7, and he reads a batch of scriptures, I believe it was 11 through 22, and in that is 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal their land. And this is what was going on yesterday. The people were humbling themselves before the Lord, and now that the covenant has been rededicated and reestablished, America and its leaders will be held to the legal grounds of that covenant. A standard has now been raised that leadership in America, that Congress, that the administration, that the church has to rise to in this time. There is a standard being raised in this time. There is an outcry of Christ going out across the land. And we have to recognize the sobering reality as well, that when we reestablish a covenant, we are now held to the legal obligations by Almighty God of that covenant, and the leadership will be held to that, and the people of the nation will be held to that. And so this is an incredible moment. It's also a sobering moment. It's a moment where a standard is being raised in the nation, and a broken covenant where we did not deserve God's mercy. We didn't deserve him to stay his hand for the things America has done. We deserve to fall. And Almighty God in his mercy has given us a window of grace. We need to take advantage of that window of grace in this time. God bless everyone. Be watching right now. Keep the faith.
Okay, so going back to what Johnny had brought up, turn down the judgment rhetoric in the body of Christ against each other, pointing fingers. He was talking about all of that. I want to read right there what Amanda had to say. This is very serious. You know, this is understanding what actually happened on Sunday, May the 17th. America and its leaders will be held to the legal grounds of that covenant. A standard has now been raised that leadership in America, that Congress, that the administration, that the church has to rise to in this time. There is an outcry of Christ going out across the land. We have to recognize the sobering reality as well that when we reestablish a covenant, we are now held to a legal obligations by the Almighty God of that covenant. The leadership will be held to that, and the people of this nation will be held to that. So understanding what happened, and then obviously the bar has been raised to where we meet that covenant. So important. I want to now take you to Robin Bullock. This is really cool. He was also at the Rededicate 250. I saw him in pictures with Amanda. I saw him in pictures with Ginger Ziegler. It was so cool. But he was also interviewed on Flashpoint when they were there. This came out on 11th hour, May the 19th, 2026. But talking about Jubilee. Check this out.
Right now on Media Row, Flashpoint. You haven't seen him for a little while. Robin Bullock, welcome to Flashpoint.
Oh, it's an honor, my brother, to be here. God bless you, man.
So what do you're just coming in here. What do you think of this crowd?
I was here when it came apart, and I'm here when it came back together.
So as you see this crowd here, what are you feeling in your spirit?
The Lord spoke to me last night and this morning, and this is what he said, Kurt. He said 250 years, 5 jubilees. 5 jubilees, he said, I've given to America. And get this, he said, today I'm offering them a 6th one if they'll reach out and take hold of it. Hallelujah.
But it's something you just said that, Robin, because all the guests that we've been talking with, we've been talking about the people here. What will they do once they leave?
Well, I think today they're going to have a sense of that rededication in their heart. You know, I had somebody interview me from France out here earlier. This is what they said. They said, what do you make of all these people dedicating the nation back to God? I said, it belongs to him. That's why they're dedicating it back to God. It's his. And I think that's what they're going to leave here with too. But I'll tell you something, Kurt. We need to leave knowing that we've had 5 unprecedented jubilees, and we're about to be offered a 6th one by the Almighty. Do you realize that no nation on the earth has been offered 6 consecutive jubilees, and America, without a break in it, has?
But Flashpoint, are you hearing what Robin is saying right now?
I'm going to take you now to Andrew Whalen. This came out on May the 18th, 2026, but he actually had a dream on May the 16th about Jubilee. Check this out.
Let me jump right in. I had a dream. May 16th, 2026. So literally a day before the Rededicate gathering. And in my dream, I remember being on a pull-up bar. So I really do in real life. I do enjoy working out. But God uses these kinds of things to just, be prophetic. They have prophetic meaning as well. So I remember being on a pull-up bar, like, the pull-up bars, you're pulling yourself up, and many people were watching in this dream. And I knew that I was strong, like I could do some pull-ups. I had the ability to do several pull-ups, but not as many as I suddenly found myself doing like a number of pull-ups beyond what I have ever done or could, physically ever do. Because these weren't just like fake half pull-ups. These were all the way down, all the way up. And I'm pulling myself up, and I was doing more than I think was like physically possible, at least for me. And somehow I made it to around 40 pull-ups. And I felt that in the dream, I had this knowing, if I could just make it to 50, that it would be like reaching the most impossible and world-changing goal ever. Like, that's the feeling I had. Like, I knew if I could just get to 50, everything's going to shift. And I don't even know what everything was. So that's how I felt about it. I knew that 50 pull-ups would somehow signify a change and a breakthrough of some magnitude, but I did not actually know what specifically. Now, as I continued my pull-ups, I saw my wife, Kelly, who, by the way, she'll be in some of my dreams, and a lot of times, not every time, but sometimes, many times, her name will be representative of the church, because her name literally means bride or church or warrior bride. And so sometimes God will use her as kind of a prophetic picture for the church. And I really felt that was the case in this dream. But she came into the dream, and she was surrounded by other believers. There was other Christian believers. I didn't actually know who they were, but they were all watching me. And she looked at me, and I knew her thoughts in the dream. And even though, and her thoughts were this, that even though I was so close to like making it to 50 pull-ups, it was literally just not possible to get to 50. Like, she knew, like, it was impossible for me on my own to get to 50. And it was in the dream, it was almost like she was saying, you just need to stop. You just need to give up. Why are you even attempting to do what you can't do? And in the dream, I told her, shut up. So I've already told Kelly this dream. We laugh about it because we know it's not literal. There's a prophetic meaning to this. I told her, shut up. And then I said, we are getting to 50. At the next moment, I realized I was on. Now, let me back up real quick and just say, I don't talk that way to my wife. Okay, so I don't tell her to shut up. She might tell me to shut up because I probably needed it a couple times. No, but it was prophetic for us. At the next moment in the dream, I realized I was on pull-up number 45. And I began, so this is the bizarre part. This is why this dream is so significant to me. It was so interesting. As I was pulling up to pull-up number 45, I began to wake up literally out of the dream, yet I remained in a partial dream state. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced something like this, where you're in a dream and then you're half awake and still in the dream context. That's the only way I could say it. And I actually continued seeing myself pulling up in the dream. And then physically in real life, I'm literally laying in bed and I'm pulling up. I'm not even aware fully that I'm doing this, but I know, like, I'm literally seeing my physical arms pulling up. So I'm literally in the bed, continuing to pull up as if I'm doing the exercises in the bed. And I was pulling up with my arms and I was counting out loud. I said 45, 46. And I know it was out loud because I continued to kind of wake myself up as I'm doing it. 47, 48. And I finally got to 50 pull-ups. And just as, wait, where'd it go? Oh yeah. And I counted to 50. After I reached 50, I finally completely woke up and I realized I had just been in an awakening kind of like dream state from 45 to 50. So from pull up number 45 to 50, it was like I was in this awakening, progressive awakening. So upon waking, this is what I heard the Lord say. Just as you began to awake at 45 pull-ups, so Donald Trump, number 45, was the sign and the catalyst of a new awakening. Then I heard the Lord say, this is the hour to tell my church that awakening has only just begun. For when the trump sounded for my people to gather and rededicate America to me in its 250th year, it was a signal for Jubilee to begin for America. And I will pull it up from its grave. And just as you fully awoke at 50 pull-ups, so America shall enter a time of great awakening for this Jubilee. As I began to write down this dream and what I heard, I immediately heard in my spirit the Lord say, so I woke up from that, guys, and then I went to my notebook. Actually, I don't know if it was my notebook. No, I was writing on my computer. I was typing on my computer, And I was writing this whole thing down, the dream, what I heard the Lord say. And immediately as I'm typing, I heard in my spirit, like, it's just one of those moments where I'm like, it's like I'm hearing fresh revelation. I'm hearing the still small voice of the Lord, very like sharp and clear. And I heard in my spirit the Lord say, look at the time on your phone. And so I just literally looked over and picked it up, and boom, it was 8:28. And immediately Romans 8:28 was quickened to me. I know sooner had to look at 8:28, and immediately Romans 8:28 goes boom. And I knew this was the Holy Spirit. I knew and understood that the events that were going to follow the next day, which was yesterday, Sunday, May 17th, which was initiated by Trump and his administration, was the catalyst for which God would now begin to, according to Romans 8:28, work all things together for the good for our nation. Not that he hasn't already been working all things together for good, but I really believe what God is saying is everything that's going on in America, all the evil, all the wickedness, all the chaos, all its rebellion, all its waywardness, everything that's taken place, the deep state, good, bad, and ugly. The Lord says essentially this: in a Jubilee time, in the time of awakening, guess what? All things, nothing will go to waste. All of it will be weaved together for the good, because I love you and I've called you according to my purposes. Yes, this is on an individual level, but yes, it's on a national level as well. All right, let's talk briefly about Jubilee and some of what I believe God is going to do in our nation. Leviticus 25, 9 through 10. Then you shall cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of atonement, you shall make the trumpet to sound through all your land. So you are to consecrate the 50th year and proclaim liberty in the land for all its inhabitants. So I wanted to just highlight something, that the Jubilee begins, well, two things. The Jubilee began on a day that, when you add it together, there's the number 17. It's the 10th day of the 7th month. 10 and 7 is 17. Yesterday was May 17th. Then you look, and it begins with a trumpet. And it also is on the Day of Atonement. Now, yesterday was not the Day of Atonement on the Hebrew calendar, but I believe what it's signifying is that you have no real atonement. So the Day of Atonement was always a forecast, a foreshadowing of the finished work of Jesus Christ. And I really believe what God was saying, even by yesterday on the 17th, is that atonement was made because the nation humbled themselves, repented, acknowledged their sin, and received the merciful voice of the blood of Jesus. There was an atonement made. And guess how it began? It began with a trumpet. And Donald Trump is that trumpet who said, we're going to rededicate America. We're going to set apart a day, and we're going to have a jubilee of prayer. And I'm like, you can't make this stuff up, you guys. This is there's so many things that it's beyond coincidence. And so when the trumpet sounded, which I would just say is at the direction of Donald Trump, a gathering was organized called Rededicate 250, a national jubilee of prayer, praise, and thanksgiving. Now, I believe we have reached a jubilee in America. And by the way, in the Hebrew, culture, jubilee represented a time or a year that debts were canceled, slaves were released, land and inheritance was restored back to its rightful owners, its original families, and the land had rest, and then liberty was proclaimed throughout the nation. So some prophetic, so if you want to just apply that to what I believe is coming, is that, I'll get into more of that, but that's essentially what I believe we're going to enter into on a level we have not understood or seen before. And it's going to have multiple dimensions to it. And I'll get into that. Some prophetic meanings of the number 50. So again, 50 can completely represent Jubilee. Again, it was the 50th year when the Jubilee would take place. 50 can mean a reward after humility. Humble yourself before the Lord. He will lift you up. He will pull you up. James 4:10. Interesting that the scripture that President Trump announced over America yesterday at the rededicate 250 is that it was 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now, here's the deal. That's a well-known passage of scripture, but it's a posture of humility. Here's the deal. Donald Trump might have some areas of pride, but I would like to just suggest that what he did, as much as we might think at times, while there's some arrogance and pride there, I want to say that act was an act of humility that brought the nation together in a corporate and a unified posture of humility. And I don't believe, according to scripture, God will look away from that. And I want to just say that we're not playing games. Trump's not playing games. This isn't just for entertainment value. I believe, whether he knows it at the deepest level or not, I believe Donald Trump, by the Spirit of the Lord, was moved to call a gathering of rededication for America back to God. And it was a posture of humility so that God could pull us up. He could lift us up. Humble yourself before the Lord. He will lift you up. So Trump spoke that scripture. And the question is, are we righteous in and of ourselves? No. No one's saying we are. That's a really dumb posture to take. If we think we have any righteousness of value, our righteousness is of filthy rags. But Jesus and his blood speaks a better word. And he, Jesus Christ, he is our Jubilee. He is our Jubilee. No man takes on this honor. No man gets the glory. Jesus Christ gets the glory. He is our Jubilee. What I believe that we must continue to believe and pray for. Now, here's the deal also is that I took into account that Kelly, who I believe represented the church in this, or maybe even an aspect or a segment of the church, really had a posture of like, hey, just give up. You can't do this. There's like, yeah, you're so close, but literally it's impossible. And I want to say, I have found that sentiment, unfortunately, very prevalent in the body of Christ. And there's something I believe the Lord would say to that sentiment, that mentality, or that suggestion coming out of the people of God. And it's this: shut up. Shut up. You don't have in mind the things of God. You have in mind the things of man. And what man would posture itself to do is to give up and align more with what Satan has in store for the nation than what God has. And I want to say the best days are yet ahead for America. And to the unbelieving church, to the church that's full of complaint, to the church that's gone and black-pilled itself in hopelessness and despair and afraid of the giants and where we're headed, I have a word from the Lord, and it's this: shut up. And that doesn't mean God doesn't love you. It means shut down those thoughts. Take captive those thoughts. Make them obedient to Christ. Stop your unbelief. Stop your wavering. Stop doubting, because God's in this. And what's impossible with man is not impossible with God. All things are possible for them that believe. And I believe we're in a time where God is saying, I have such a jubilee for this land that's going to impact the nations if my people would just rise up and pray and agree and believe. One event, I believe, sets a tone of where we're headed, but it doesn't. I'll say this: our future cannot just rely on one event. The future of the nation can't rely on just one day of consecration, one day of rededication. That is, I believe, a breakthrough moment that begins to set a trajectory. But the fact is, now We have to be the people of God that rise up in faith, looking into what's ahead, into the promises, into the inheritance that God has for us. And we have to be unafraid of the giants, and we have to begin to start to lay waste to the things that have been devouring our land and our nation.
Man, that was powerful. Selah. Stop, pause, think about what he had to say. It's so, so, so good. So on May 17th, I was spending time with the Lord, and he gave me a word that I wanted to share with you today because I thought it was so powerful. I was so excited. I was actually not with David, and after God gave me this word, I called him because I was so excited. I'm going to share with you what he had to say to me on May the 17th, 2026. He said, "Are you ready for a turnaround? It is coming. Today, May 17th, 2026, is a huge day, all capital on huge. I am so proud of President Trump and all he is doing to rededicate this country to me. This is a line in the sand. Before this day, and then the line, and after this day. You will see it, but first you will tangibly feel it. Glory, glory, glory. You know what people who are spiritually attuned say about living in Portland, Oregon, and feeling the darkness? These spiritually attuned will feel the light all over this country. I am so excited. Breathe it in. Everything changes from here forward. What felt like walking in quicksand will now feel fast and easy. What felt like forever will now feel fast as lightning. The spirit realm has opened, and this country is blessed again. Lean in. Set high expectations. This will be very tangible to you. I can't wait to hear your response." And multiple times over the last week, he's given me 1 Thessalonians 1:9. I'm going to read it first from the New King James Version, but I kept saying, God, what are you trying to say through 1 Thessalonians 1:9? What are you trying to tell me? Well, this is what it says. "For they themselves declare concerning us what manner of entry we had to you, and how you turned to God from idols to serve the living and true God." And he said, this is America. This is exactly what happened. We turned from here to serving God. He said, "Do you remember how you felt when you started flyover and then had intercessors?" I don't know if you've ever heard the story before, but, David and I at that time, we'd been married for almost 30 years, 28, 27 years at that time, 28 years. And we had never struggled the way that we were struggling. As a family, when we all came together, there was no grease on the wheel. It was just so hard. The attack was so heavy that we didn't think we could continue flyover. We're like, it's not worth our family going through this to start flyover. And so I was at an event in California, and someone came up to me and said, "I'm not trying to scare you or anything like that," but they said, "Do you have intercessors praying for you?" And I said, "No, we've got some people that say, hey, I'm praying with you." No, she said, "No, people that intentionally, they're praying every single day for the flyover conservatives." And I said, "No." And she goes, "I don't want to scare you, but God is saying you need to start it right now." And so I had a list of 10 people, and I contacted them. My sister and my friend Michelle Witt said, "Hey, we will head it up. We'll be the people that put out the emails, contact them, those kind of things." And they started praying. And our son Colton came to us. He didn't realize it all started, and he said, "Something has changed. Like, there is a huge difference. Something has changed." I said, "Well, we have intercessors praying for us." And since that day, nothing has been the same. It was the most important thing that we had ever done for flyover. So he said, "Do you remember how you felt when you started flyover and then you had the intercessors? That is just a fraction of what you will feel when this country is rededicated to me." You don't understand. It changed everything for us. I feel like crying because everything changed for flyover. There was nothing more significant than having intercessors pray for us. And then God saying what's going to happen to this country and what's going to happen for us. You are at the precipice of something greater than you have ever experienced. Mass acceleration. And then many years ago, the kids were little. So I'm thinking, I don't know, 20 years ago, maybe. we went to MGM Studios, and they had a roller coaster there called Rock and Roller Coaster. And in a few seconds, you went from 0 to 60. It was just this massive acceleration. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely amazing. David had had a few concussions in his football experiences through the years. He played football in college and all of that. He did not like it. He said, oh my gosh, it just rattled him. I absolutely loved it. And God said, remember Rock and Roller Coaster? You'll experience this in the natural. So exciting. That is where we are right now. There was a before this event and after this event. There is a line in the sand, major acceleration, and God is saying, be expectant because I have amazing things for you. I'm so excited about what happened on May the 17th in our country. I want to now take you to Carolyn Dennis. This came out on May the 16th, so this was actually before the rededication, but she received the word on May the 14th, and it's called God is Coming Back to the USA. Check this out.
It's called God is Coming Back to the USA. The Father gave this to me May 14th, 2026, and you're seeing this on May 16th, 2026. I am going to move in each of your lives, and it will be swiftly and many and suddenlies. We have moved into a time of sudden exposures, real miracles, real signs, and real wonders. The church era is coming to a close. And you, my kids, are going to be in amazement, awe, and wonder. You are expecting dramatic boom, boom, boom. But I can make everything and then some happen subtly. The great and the terrible day will not be a subtle day, but most of everything that I am doing is subtle. You will see things, you will see changes in your family, changes in people, and changes in my world. Sunday, May 17th, is going to cause the biggest eruption of my goodness pouring into my earth. When Trump rededicates my USA back to me, the atmosphere will shift and allow me the freedom to come back to my homeland that I created, my beautiful USA. I was not asked to leave. I was forced out through evil men and women who pushed for separation of church and state. Men and women seeking their own, possessed by demons, and pushing a demonic agenda. They fought me. They fought to get me away from my children, out of the schools, hospitals, prisons, and corporations. These evil ones' agenda has made it difficult to be a Christian in most of corporate America and in many places. This rededication of the USA back to me will shut the door on this evil, and I am going to bolt and lock it. I've had enough of their evil, and I am coming back on Sunday to recover the USA, my people, and to keep all, yes, all of the promises that I have made to each and every one of you. You see, my kids, I honor man's free will, and when man and a nation choose to put me out, I step aside. I am a gentleman, not a stalker. My ways are not the ways of man and the world. My heart is always on you, and I am pursuing you, but you have to choose to have me in your life and nations. and leaders have to choose me as well. This nation has a little bit chosen me, but when the ruler of the land seeks my face and honors me, then I am granted access to move in and flow freely. And Sunday, I am so excited to be invited back to my land, the United States of America. You may be thinking, this is just another move by Trump, part of his 250-year birthday celebration for the USA and a great media moment and to gain support. No, my child, I put this on the faith team in the White House and then on my Trump. He listens, and he is a man after my own heart. Trump understands and has had many scripture given to him to verify that this rededication of the USA back to me will truly mean USA, one nation under God, and you will be. This will begin the shift and move, and an avalanche of evil will fall in the USA. You will soon notice a change in the media and their fake propaganda, and they're always not telling you what you really need to know. I will be moving in every area of this country. Schools, prices, taxes. Yes, taxes. I have promised no taxes. Just wait and see. My plans I have for you will go through Congress and local governments much easier, and taxes will go down and eventually be gone. You have already heard of no gas tax. Wait and see. The rededication of my beautiful USA will break the chains and bondage on my people. Freedom Day is here, and the freedom that I have for my people will begin to flow out. Other nations will begin to want what my USA has, and you will see other world leaders take the stand of Trump, and more rededications of countries back to me will happen. Pray for your homeland to be rededicated. My Bible is very clear. When the kings bowed their knee to me and kept my precepts, all was well in the land. But the evil kings in my Bible would drive me out, and the people would turn to idolatry, sexual perversion, and more. The nation would eventually fall without my hands sustaining it. And eventually, they were so bad, I let my children go back into slavery because of them forcing me out and their evil sin nature. I changed not. And the ruler of the USA, President Donald J. Trump, has chosen me to be over the USA. And I am excited because now I can freely move and change lives. And you, my kids, are going to experience freedom. Freedom like you have never dreamed about. My people in the USA are under so much bondage that you are used to it and do not see how it can change. But me. Oh, happy day, my kids. Sunday is Freedom Day. Freedom Day for the USA, and it will flow out into the hearts of other countries. Wait and see. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada, how I have longed for you. Pray for Canada to be restored to me. So, celebrate your Freedom Day with friends and family. Celebrate, my kids, because this is the very beginning of everything that I have foretold that is going to come to pass. So, smell my pretty flowers today and check out my clouds. I made them all for you to enjoy. I love you. Adonai, woo! I'm so excited.
I want to now take you to Julie Green. She received this word on May the 8th, 2026. She delivered it on May the 18th, 2026, and it's called A Mass Exodus of Political Positions is Coming. Check this out.
A mass exodus of political positions is coming. A mass exodus of political positions is coming. My children, pray for those in your nation and in your government who are against me. The time is running out. Many arrests are coming, and many will not live through the judgment that is coming. This is a time in Washington and with the politicians in your states who are against me, their minds will fail. Many will start to say something. They cannot complete their sentences. Many of them will forget what they are saying, and they will ask to repeat the question when they are just in the middle of answering. I've told you that many will be cursed, just like the Biden. As you saw him lose his mind rapidly in the public's eye, so will you see these political puppets, even the actors and actresses playing their parts, even if they are younger than the ones they're portraying. They will still lose cognitive function in this time. This is also the time when your enemies will say things on air they never intended to say. Many of them will misspeak and tell the truth regarding fraud when they meant to tell a lie. Because I've told you, the ones that are against you, their tongues would be their worst enemy. Something the deep state has hidden regarding Nancy Pelosi will be leaked out. This will be no accident. They want Nancy to take the fall for January 6th, to say the ones who gave her those orders. There will be a leak out of the FBI, how Nancy helped pass on the orders to fulfill that day. I told you her laptop is coming, and it will be another trump card that will be used very soon. My children, don't you see it yet? Your enemies are losing control everywhere you look. Financially, politically, spiritually. Everything they control is being ripped from their blood-soaked hands. The sacrifices they made to take over this nation are being destroyed by the blood of Jesus. Every demonic way your enemies gave this nation to Satan, it will all be undone in unprecedented ways. I'll expose the witchcraft and the sorcery. I'll expose the voodoo and every part of the occult that they use to turn this nation away from me, and it's all being annihilated. My children, your enemies were not just using political power to rule this nation. They were using demonic power. They knew political power wasn't enough. That is why they lied to you about the separation of church and state. Why they throw everything they can at a born-again Christian running for political positions. Because they are deathly afraid of them. So they're after my children the most. If they can't compromise them with bribes and political power, they try to ruin their lives and reputation in any way to discourage any child of God not to run for political offices. Because it has become too evil and it's not worth the fight. And it will look like there is no chance of their victory. My children, this is a great deception in this nation. One child of God has more power living in them than the entire establishment and globalist system. The resurrection power that I have in you is greater than anyone who is in this world. Don't you see it? The elitists will fall at the walls of Jericho. The secret society's control over the United States will be ripped from them, just like Pharaoh's power in Egypt was ripped from him in a day with the force of my nostrils. Your enemies have no chance of winning, so stop letting them intimidate you and bring discouragement, hopelessness, or despair. That is, this nation has gone too far gone because it's not. You have seen a death in this country, and that is of the demonic control that was holding your nation in its chokehold. No more, I say, no more will demonic beings use politicians to control the direction of this nation is taking. I will show you Washington was led and controlled by witches and warlocks. They called on to help them win because their own power wasn't enough. They called on these demonic forces to win elections and to keep you, my children, silent, and to keep you from voting, to keep you from praying, to keep the church weakened. Washington and your state leaders have been using spiritual power to keep you at bay, so you wouldn't interfere with demonic takeover. Don't you see this is not just a political war? This is a spiritual war. A war Satan thought he had won because there had been so much deception the church was believing. I warned you, your enemy deceives, distracts, and then he destroys. Well, my church, get up now. I am on the inside of you. I have already defeated everyone who's against you. It's time for my light to reign in your nation and in your capital. It's time for my body to take the seats in government. It's time for a drastic shift from the cult to my glory in this nation. My church, you will see a mass exodus of political positions. You will see people forcibly removed from their power. You will experience a great exodus out of your capital. Nothing will stop my glory. Nothing will stop this political reset. Your enemy is being evicted out of every federal seat, state seat, out of every seat that doesn't belong to them. An unprecedented Red Sea moment is coming to the land of my eagle. So do not lose heart now. The door has been opened, and it's time for your enemy's exit out of your government, out of your financial system, out of my church. These are the days when my glory will flood this earth. This is a time of an open heaven. Believe, my children, for the impossible, and you will receive more miracles, signs, and wonders like never before, says the Lord of hosts.
Now we're going to blow our shofars together. If you have a shofar, grab it. This is a weapon. It's a spiritual weapon. We see it when they went around the walls of Jericho. No speaking. All they did was walk around the walls, march around the walls, and then they blew their shofar. They yelled, and the walls came tumbling down. That is a weapon, a spiritual weapon, so powerful. And I believe that as we are blowing these shofars, that the angels are going in, shredding the platforms of the enemy. We're going to use those as ramps, just like they did around the walls of Jericho, to take our victory in Jesus' name. So on the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars, we're going to yell, and then we're going to send out the angels to make toast of our enemy. Are you ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Make sure you jump on with Ginger at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here next week.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And we got some great stuff today. I mean, we're talking about the second release of the UFO files, the second wave of UFO files. And Jay, there are some interesting things in there. I actually put out a post about the 5 most interesting stories, but you should see some of the videos. Now, I got to ask you, though, in these videos, okay, it looks like every single, and I wonder why this is, Jay. Every time someone gets a shot of a UFO, it's some grainy video that you can't really see what it is. Why is that? Even in 2025, 24, for some reason, they're using the cameras from the 1950s. It doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. All right, I'm going to talk about the sponsor real quick, and then we'll get to it, okay? Yeah. All right. MaxAssociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to MaxAssociates.etsy.com. They have all the best stuff in USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I mean, you can literally anything that you can get somewhere else, you can get it here at Max Associates. But then you can also get even better stuff and 20% off every order of $20 or more, every single one, and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. They've got, it's got Father's Day coming up. Okay, Memorial Day is Monday. Order something, for your pride. Show your pride for America. Order something, you can get it by Father's Day for your father. You got the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. That is absolutely massive. So, just do whatever you can. I mean, you're going to want to get something that shows your pride and shows where you stand in America. All right, MaxAssociates.etsy.com. All right, Jay, we are going to we're going to show some of the UFO stuff real quick. Right. And I'm going to tell you, it's really cool because there's one video, Jay, I'm going to show you that actually shows something interesting that you normally wouldn't see. Okay. It's an actual saucer in the clouds, a real video. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and show this to you because this is really, really good. And it's one of the videos that was released, obviously. Let me pull it up real quick. But, like I said, most of the videos that they do are these these grainy videos, like they're using the cameras from the 50s or something. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? It makes absolutely no sense. But let's check it out. All right. All right. Take a listen. I want you to take a look at this. Watch this right here. Look at that. You see that right there? Those are the clouds. You can tell those are clouds. That is clearly a saucer type object. Okay?
Yeah.
And it is moving. And look, they sharpen it. They zoom in. And look, you can see it moving through the clouds, okay? You can see it disappear into the clouds. You can see it turn around and come back the other way. So it's not some kind of weather balloon because it turned around and went the other way. You can see how fast it's going. They're slowing it down. They were slowing it down there, okay? You could see how fast it's going. Here's the video that was actually taken from whatever plane or whatever was in the sky. You see it right there? That's incredible right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's real. And then it disappears. You see that? Disappears.
Yeah, I mean,
that's incredible. It goes into this black hole right here, and it is gone. Gone. You don't see it again. That is incredible, Jay. That is the most interesting thing that I saw in the UFO files.
Yeah, listen, nobody could explain what that is, right? It's not moving like anything on this earth that we know of. Right?
Maybe no, it's definitely not a weather balloon because it can't circle and go backwards.
No. Weather balloons only cross around our country when Joe Biden's president. Then we just leave them. We just let them go across the country. But yeah, no, that was no weather balloon. That's for sure. That's for sure. Listen, these UFO files, I'm glad we're getting this. I mean, we're always going to want more, but we would never have gotten this stuff ever. We never would have gotten this stuff if it wasn't for the president we have right now pushing to have this stuff, and people like Tim Burchett and Luna, who's doing a good job trying to get this stuff released. I think it's awesome. And I've been hearing rumors, Jack, that the president has a speech prepared to one day come out and just basically admit to everybody that we're not alone.
Again, that doesn't help if you don't have any evidence.
Well, I mean, what's that right
This
there?
is not evidence.
What is that, though?
It's better than
evidence.
It's better
Actual
than
evidence. I'm talking about clear photos where I can see the fucking thing. That is evidence.
All right, so you want photos from an actual iPhone? You want photos from an iPhone, not from a flip phone underwater?
Any photo that is clear enough to where I can actually see the object. Every single video makes it to where you can't actually see what it is. That is suspicious to me.
So, what do you think? There's somebody saying my mic is low. Does my mic sound low to you?
Hell no, it's always loud as hell.
All right, I'm just
Your
going to
mic's too loud. Turn it all the way down.
Turn it all the way down, like completely, so you can't hear me at all. I'll do that. That'll make it an easy show for me. I'm fine with that.
Hang on. I'll turn it up for Mr. Subway.
Let me see. I'm
Right,
at my usual volume.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
at my
good.
usual.
You're good. I turned it up.
All right.
I turned it up on our side anyway.
All right.
So
All
you're
right.
good. All right.
Okay.
Anyways, let's get back. What the hell were we talking about? Oh yeah, Jay.
Evidence.
There's no actual evidence, Jay. Okay, first of all, there's no body that they released. No, nothing that you could actually see. There's no photos of anything. It's all hearsay and you could not convict with any of this evidence, Jay. You know that. You could not. You could not convict with beyond a reasonable doubt with any of this evidence, Jay.
Do we have probable cause?
We have probable cause only because a government official, like the president, a law enforcement official, like the attorney general, will say that that we're not alone. That's probable cause enough for our trial, okay? But the trial, you can never win a trial with this kind of evidence. You can't do it.
Isn't that most of the time, like with stuff like this, you can't actually win the trial, but you speculate, right? And you think you have enough to maybe get to probable cause where you say this could be.
As long as you have a cop or a law enforcement official, like a president or the attorney general, that swears that it's true, that's probable cause enough for an arrest. That's always probable cause enough for an arrest.
What about our favorite congressman, Tim Burchett? I mean, he says there's stuff that I've seen that I can't tell you about, but I hope they release it.
And that's possible. But without us having any real evidence, just the grainy photo, dude, I feel like we're in the 50s. It's the same cameras from the 1950s. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, Jay. I want to show everybody I'm going to show you what they released today, and I'm going to show you exactly that it looks just like the shit from the 50s. It looks literally, Jay, like they copied shit from the 50s and pasted it into the files. It doesn't make any damn sense, is what I'm saying.
It looks like the moon landing, Jack. It looks like the moon landing video.
No, it's worse than the moon landing. This shit, you can't see a damn thing. All you see is a dot. And you're telling me that's something?
Maybe it was a piece of dust on the lens. I don't know.
Actually, I got proof that one of them was a weather balloon. I got actual proof that one of them was a weather balloon that they tried to pass off as a UFO.
Not the one that was going crazy. Remember that one that was going like all different directions, like crazy?
Yeah, no, you're talking about the star thing. No, I don't know what the hell that was.
Yeah, but, I mean, that one, what the hell is that?
No. I've got one that they put in the files that I can prove is a weather balloon, and I'm going to show you that in a little bit. First, Jay, I want to talk about the stories. I got 5 stories, the top 5 stories from the files that I found. And I'm just going to tell them to you quick. Do you remember my story, Jay, when I talked about the orange orbs, the glowing orange orb that I saw?
Yeah.
A while back when I was a kid. I was 13. I saw it in the driveway, ran in to get the camera. I was gone for like 5 seconds. Come out, it's gone. Never saw it before, never saw it since. It was just a glowing orange, like elliptical thing in the sky. It was moving at a high rate of speed, but I had plenty of time to go in there, get the camera, and come out, and it was already gone. You know what I mean? And all you can't see what the object is. It glows so bright. All you see is the glowing orange and the shape. Well, get this. Take a listen to this. The orange orbs, this is the first story. The orange orbs that surrounded a U.S. helicopter. One of the wildest reports describes a senior U.S. intelligence official flying near a sensitive military site when glowing orange orbs suddenly appeared around the aircraft. One reportedly came within 10 feet of the helicopter before splitting into 2 separate objects and vanishing. Then more appeared, and some formed a T-like pattern in the sky. Fighter jets were scrambled and still could not intercept them. The official later admitted the event left him speechless. Okay?
Yeah.
Apollo astronauts, Jay, seeing strange lights in space. The newly released files include eerie Apollo mission audio where astronauts describe, and I have this audio. I will play it later, where astronauts describe mysterious streaks and flashes of light while trying to sleep in space. The craziest part, they reportedly saw the flashes even with their eyes closed. NASA later tried to explain it away, but people online are convinced something else was out there with them. Listen to this, 209 reports of green orbs near a secret U.S. base. Buried in the files is a massive archive documenting over 200 sightings of glowing green objects, discs, and fireballs near Sandia, New Mexico between 1948 and 1950. These were not random civilians making these reports. Military personnel and officials kept reporting the same strange phenomena near one of America's most sensitive facilities. All right. Objects moving in ways human technology shouldn't be able to. Several infrared images and military videos show unidentified objects making movements the government openly admits it cannot explain. No visible propulsion, no heat signatures consistent with known aircraft, instant acceleration, abrupt directional changes, and the Pentagon still classifies many of these cases as, quote, unsolved. And the last thing I was going to say is the government has admitted they have tens of millions of UFO records. This might be the biggest revelation of all. The release states agencies are reviewing tens of millions of records tied to UFOs and unexplained phenomena spanning decades. Think about that, Jay. If this was all nothing, I don't know why millions of records would be collected in the first place.
No, I agree with that. I've always said this. I've never thought that we were alone in this universe. I think it's impossible that we are. That's what I think.
For them to get here, Jay, we can't see that far. We can see all the way to the farthest planet in the solar system. But for them to get here, from past that, their technology is unbelievably superior to ours.
Oh yeah. Well, we would always have thought that, right? That it would be.
To get here, you would have to. They'd have to.
You would have to. Exactly.
We can't get there.
Right. We can't even. According to a lot of people, we can't even go.
We can't get out of space if you want the gods honest. I mean, these MFers are trying to say we went to the moon. We can't even pass the damn radiation belt.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah, these people are idiots.
All right, so anyway, we don't even know if we could do that, right? But okay, people say we can. Some people say we can't. Whatever.
No, we can't. We can't. I proved that we can.
Well,
remember the video?
That's as far. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say that we can. We know that that's as far as we could possibly go, is the moon. So there's no way we're going up. So yeah, if they're here, yeah, they're definitely way more advanced than we are. It's not even close.
And I'll tell you another thing. There's no way that they took off from somewhere and 110 years later they're here. They have technology that either A, can go through actual wormholes. There are actual wormholes out there, maybe not. Or B, they have technology that can go at speeds that are just inhuman, just not only possible for humans to make, Jay, but possible for humans to withstand. We can't withstand that kind of speed, okay? Our technology relies on propulsion. It relies on fire that starts an explosion for acceleration. Theirs doesn't require fire or explosions at all. It can go accelerate to 100 miles per hour in less than 1 second.
Listen. How long did it take Superman to get here? Remember that in the movie, the first one, when he sits in the orb?
I've never seen a Superman movie.
What? All right, another one.
I'm not a comic book person. I'm just not.
Well, forget it. It's a great movie. Forget the comic book. I never read the comic book either, but it's a great movie. The first one,
I'm not a fantasy person.
Christopher Reeve, great movie. But in that movie, Jack, he gets sent out of Krypton in an orb as a baby, as like an infant. And then he's traveling like through galaxies and galaxies. It even took him a few years to get here. When he got here, he was probably a couple of years old, maybe 3, maybe. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know if they can maybe do what you said. If there's wormholes where it's like, boom, instantly they're in another galaxy. It's like, all over. Who knows?
And that's possible. They know way more than we do. If they're all out there, Jay, if they're out there and they got here, they know way more than we do.
Oh, absolutely. Of course.
They've been all throughout space, so they know if there's wormholes.
And that's what every Hollywood movie tells us. And I always say Hollywood knows the truth before we do.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because it's not just predictive programming. It's also, what do we call it? Soft disclosure, Jay. Soft disclosure, where they're not actually disclosing it to your face. They're doing little bits and pieces to make you, start to believe it. And then they'll come out with it later on.
Yeah, listen, of all like a lot of you hear stuff and you're like, it's crazy. I never thought the space stuff was crazy. I never thought that the alien stuff was crazy. I never did. No. I always said it. It's just being logical to think
it's
that
not possible. It's not possible.
It's not possible that we're the only life in the universe, whatever you want to call it. It's impossible to me.
It's impossible. There are like infinite probably amounts of planets. And we can only see about as far as our solar system. And if space is truly unlimited, we have no idea what the hell's out there. There could be a whole nother, there could be, yeah, it's impossible. Have you ever seen the movie Interstellar? Excellent.
I didn't.
Excellent movie.
I didn't.
Take the time to watch that one day. Interstellar, Matthew McConaughey, and a few others. It is an incredible movie. In fact, Jay, they use a wormhole. What they do is planet Earth is getting ready to die. So they're trying to find another planet they can go to. They find a wormhole. They go through it. And the crazy part, though, is they go down. They go down to this planet because they want to see if it's habitable, But every hour spent on this planet is 10 years back on Earth.
Right.
So if you spend 1 hour right here, 10 years has gone by on Earth. So what he does is he ends up having to spend 2 hours down there. So by the time he gets back, his daughter, he's like 42 years old. His daughter's 75 by the time he gets back. It is crazy, man. That movie will blow your mind.
That's crazy. Is it because of like the revolutions or wherever they are?
Yeah, it's because of gravity. It's because of the gravity.
Right.
It's incredible.
That's crazy.
Incredible movie. Anybody that hasn't seen Interstellar, I recommend you watch it if you like anything to do with space. It's incredible.
I'll watch it if you watch They Live, and I watched the documentary you told me to watch today. So I'm doing my part.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I will watch They Live this weekend. Okay. Yep. I'll watch it, but I want you to watch Interstellar this weekend too.
I'll give that a shot. I'll try to do that.
No.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
It's a whole weekend.
You owe me one because I watched the documentary that you.
Well, so did I though. I watched it too though, so we're even.
You still got to watch They Live before I owe you another one. So we'll see.
We're even. We both watched the documentary, so we're even.
No. You watched the documentary and you wanted me to watch it, so I did. I told you about They Live. You have not watched it yet, so you.
But you haven't watched Interstellar. Why don't we just agree and do it together?
No. You're not going to get. No, I see the game you're trying to play here.
You don't want to watch Interstellar. It's one of the best movies you'll ever see.
I can't promise this weekend. That's all.
Okay.
Maybe I will.
All right.
The weather is not supposed to be great here this weekend. We'll see. Maybe we'll watch that movie. I'll ask Stockmom if maybe we'll watch Interstellar.
I'll tell you right now. See, Deborah, she knows. She's seen it. It is a great movie. It is an excellent movie. Deborah knows about it. It really is. And then you see things like different. It's kind of like how you would think aliens could get through, like with dimensions. It actually, They go into an actual black hole, Jay. Nobody knows what's in a black hole. You got to see it. Incredible movie. Incredible.
All right.
I'll check out They Live. I will watch They Live. But
you're going to love that movie. You are going to love that movie, man.
I'm going to watch it this weekend. But let me tell you, before we talk about that documentary, the ending was amazing, Deborah. But let's not give it away to Jay. We don't want to give it away to Jay. But the ending of that movie, incredible. Yeah, look at even Mary.
No, Deborah, go ahead.
Jay.
Give it away, Deborah, so I don't have to watch it.
No. How do you say Mary's last name? I don't want to get it wrong.
Marchiante.
Marchiante.
I don't want to butcher.
Anyways, she says it's a fantastic movie, and yes, the music also helps make the movie great. You're not going to find a single person that thinks that's a bad movie. Anyways, let's move on. I want to show you a few more things from the UFO files before we talk about the documentary. For any of you that have ever seen the documentary, The Crash on, wait a minute. What's Hickster say? I always wonder if our entire universe is like the size of a drop of water in someone else's universe. And I agree. Well, what you're talking about there, Hickster, is multiple dimensions and multiple. You're talking about something that could be infinite and that the human mind cannot comprehend. It's just not possible to comprehend because it would be, all right, we're a drop of water in their universe. They're a drop of water in their universe. They're a drop of, it's just, you're talking incomprehensible stuff.
Yeah. Just like in the movie Animal House. Go ahead.
So if you guys have ever seen the documentary The Crash, it is the #1 movie on Netflix right now. It is a documentary about a real court case, about a girl. She was 17 at the time, got into a car wreck, and her boyfriend and his friend were killed, and she survived. And we're going to talk about it in a little while because it really wraps into a lot of the things that we talk about here. So it's very, very interesting stuff. But I want to show a few more UFO things, Jay, because I have the videos and audios from these files, and I want to show you some of them. In fact, I haven't even seen these yet. There's so much that you got to do to get ready for the show that I haven't seen them. I was able to acquire them from John Greenwald, but I have not seen them yet. So let's check them out. Let's check them out together, Jay.
All right. This is the first. We neither of us have seen this.
No, neither of us. Good evening, Stephen Bauer, and everybody else that's in there. Thank you guys for coming to the chat. Hickser, Raina, Mary, Shirley, Deborah. We appreciate Drax, Subway. Who else is in there? Carlene. I want to make sure I get everybody. Christian. Yeah, there's Christian right there. Who else? Good Nighthawk. Yeah, Buckster. Oh, yeah. All right, you guys.
I'm going into the Rumble chat, Jack. I'm checking out the Rumble chat. I'm saying hello to everyone again.
Okay, well, yeah, there's a lot of people in there. So, all right, let's do this. Let's put out a little bit of the videos, Jay, because like I said, you and I have not seen them. I haven't seen them. You haven't seen them. So let's check out, and I've got some audio too, the audio that I was talking about. All right, so first, let's see what this is.
All right.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, great. You're going to bubble me. Yeah,
Nothing's happening.
Wonderful.
It's frozen.
What the hell is happening here? Okay, just forget that. Let's move on to the next.
That was moving.
Yeah. Well, look at the grainy video. Look at it, Jay. Look at the freaking video here, man.
And it says 2021.
Yeah.
It's stopping again.
I don't understand what's happening. Everything is fine.
Here we go.
That is a 2021 video, Jay. Does that look like 2021 technology to you?
Where is the video from? Who's taking the video?
These are radar guns on the military bases.
Okay,
you can see much better than that, Jay.
Yo, did you see that thing take off?
I saw it shoot something.
Yeah, do that again.
Watch this. You'll see it shoot something. Watch this. Watch the right here. Ready? No, that was taken off. Never mind.
It took off.
A shot. Wow, that was unbelievable. Let's take a look at that again. Watch. Okay, everybody, it's going fast right now across the clouds. But when it's ready to get out of there, watch how fast. I thought it shot something. It went so fast. Watch how fast this thing disappears to the right. Watch it. This is unbelievable. Watch this. And pew! Whoa. That is unbelievable. That is incredible. That is actually the first real evidence I've seen of anything. Now, it doesn't prove anything because I can't tell what the hell it is, but that was crazy.
What's this?
This is the same thing, I think, just in better. I think it's the same thing anyway, just in a little bit better version where you can see. But see, it's like I said, it's a radar. It's only showing heat signatures. Pew!
Oh,
yep.
There it goes.
Gone. That is incredible. That is incredible right there, guys. You saw it here on Secret America. Let's listen to some of the audio from the I want to hear some of the audio. You see all these videos? All these videos came out, but I want to hear some of the audio from the astronauts that were on let's see if you can take
very bright particles or fragments or something that
This is from the Apollo missions. They were up apparently in space, anyways, what they say, and they're seeing, bright lights and everything.
Go drifting by as we maneuver. Roger, understand. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of big ones out my window down there. Just bright. Looks like the 4th of July out Ron's window.
Wow. He said it looks like the 4th of July. He said they're bright right outside my window. Looks like the 4th of July.
Yeah. Get me the hell out of
Yeah, now you can see some of them in shape. They're very jagged, angular fragments that are tumbling.
Jagged, angular fragments. It reminds me of those triangles that he's talking about, I think. That's the Apollo. Remember the triangles that you see out sometimes?
Right, they look like fluid of some sort? Not to me. They look like pieces of something.
Roger.
Pizza?
Right.
No, he said pieces of something.
Oh, I thought he said pizza. Like, it looked like pieces of pizza. I want that.
No, you know how they break apart sometimes and then they disappear? It's
Yeah.
like, he said they look like pieces of something.
Jack, we'd like Omni Charlie.
I heard triangle, and then I heard pizza.
You hear what you want to hear.
Well, exactly. I must be hungry.
Come on, where the hell's the audio?
He's waiting.
Okay, I'm not going to wait all day for him to say shit. Let's see what this one is.
There's a husky on the line in the water. About 160 degrees.
I can't understand what the hell he's saying.
Was that underwater? Like literally?
No idea.
There's some pretty stars in sight. And also have the little white objects that seem to come from the capsule itself.
White objects that are coming from the capsule. Remember I told you what I saw was an elliptical capsule-shaped object. He's saying there's white objects coming from the capsule in space right now.
And drift off. And if they are a yaw check, it's fantastic. I suspect that the star I see is Arcturus. They're very interesting. It is neither. It is one of the white objects.
Wow. Wow. Very interesting stuff there, Jay. I got to tell you, that's interesting because they're just talking back to the base. You know what I mean?
Yeah, listen, and there's another thing, Jack, with the radio signal. All right. What? They spoke to Richard Nixon on the phone. Why does the radio signal always sound like, come on.
Well, that was from the 50s, Jay.
I don't care. They still spoke.
You got to care because technology's different.
But what about now? It always seems the same. The Long
No,
Island
now
Railroad,
we don't have any audio. There's no audio from now.
The Long Island Railroad, I think, like over the last few years, finally got it where it doesn't sound like next years.
The video is my problem. I honestly don't even give a shit about the audio. The video, even now, looks like it's from the 1950s.
That is true. Like it looks like it.
And what the hell is that?
Can they at least use a flip phone?
You could use an iPhone and get better video than the $20 million radar they have.
I'm saying, at the very least, next time one of those orange orbs goes around the helicopter, take out a flip phone, like a razor even, like a razor phone. Remember those? Anything. Do something. Get something
The post
clear.
that I made, I actually I generated pictures of the stories. I'll let you guys see that real quick. That way you can get an idea of what I was talking about when I said the orbs and this and that, because I always, whenever I make a post, I generate pictures of the post. So let's take a look at this, guys. Okay. This right here is what I was talking about. You can see right there at the top one, you can see the orange orbs surrounding the helicopter. Okay. You can see the green orbs down there at the down there in the middle right there when they were talking about the green orbs that everybody could see. You can see the white flashes of light when they were by the moon, supposedly. But either way, these things are all what they have seen. And now normally, Jay, I wouldn't believe what the hell people say, but I have seen my own stuff. I mean, only one time, and it was just one of those orange glowing orbs. That's it. But see, that right there is enough for me to know that there are things out there that are not explainable.
Hixer says it's only bad for alien audio. Video is only bad for aliens and Bigfoot. Isn't that true when you see Bigfoot? Anytime they show Bigfoot, it's like this blurry like thing walking through the woods. Nobody ever has a clear thing. Well, Jack, if only the video could look as clear as your photos that you made.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? If they actually,
Yeah.
I don't see why they can't do it. I mean, if you're seeing these things nowadays, especially nowadays, everybody has a phone on them.
Yeah.
Everybody. Snap a photo.
Maybe we'll get it eventually. Jack, maybe they have, and maybe those files are not released.
That's the thing. There could be files that are not going to be released that have the shit that we want.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Okay.
Listen, if the president does come out and make a speech confirming that we are not alone, I think that's huge.
It's not enough to prove something, though. It's a great, now don't get me wrong, it's a great forward step, but if he does not have actual pictures or video, most of the people are going to say, yeah, whatever.
I was spinning around, Jack. I was saying about the president. If he comes out, I think that would be big. It'll be big.
Yeah, but I'm saying what I said was, I know your internet was spinning around for a second, but what I said was, that's not going to be enough to convince most of the people, because if you don't have photos or videos, if all you get is the same bullshit you get with Bigfoot, and you just come out and say, "Hey, aliens are real," they're gonna be like, "Yeah, whatever." That's it.
Yeah. I mean, right, but I think it's a step in the right direction finally, because the president of the United States, come out and confirm that he knows we're not alone. Yes, then maybe people are like, all right, well, we've seen this. What do you have to absolutely, for once and for all, make it that yes, we know this for a fact and we believe it? I don't know.
Absolutely. Okay, Jay.
Yes.
Let's talk about this documentary. The reason we're going to talk about this documentary is because A, it was extremely interesting, but B, it talks. It has a lot to do with the stuff that we talk about on here, like social media and the secrets surrounding things. Man, I mean, that shit was crazy. Normally, we don't critique or talk about. I mean, we might, name movies that we like or something like that, but normally we don't critique stuff like this. But this was extremely interesting. I'm just going to give you a background, okay? On July 31st, 2022, around 5 a.m., 17-year-old Mackenzie Sherrilla was driving her boyfriend, Dominique Russo, and his friend, Davion Flanagan, home from a party/graduation celebration. She accelerated her Toyota Camry to nearly 100 miles per hour and slammed into a brick building. Dom and Davion were killed. Mackenzie survived with serious injuries, broken bones, internal injuries. While initially it looked like a tragic accident, possibly involving speeding, fatigue, or impairment, quickly turned into a murder investigation. The key evidence included the vehicle black box data showing extreme acceleration with no braking before impact. The toxicology showed no significant alcohol or drugs that would explain impairment. The relationship between Mackenzie and Dom was reportedly highly toxic and volatile, frequent breakups, threats, jealousy, emotional intensity. And the prosecutors argued it was intentional, possibly a murder-suicide, which is what I thought. That's my personal opinion, is that it was supposed to be a murder-suicide, but she survived. What do you think, Jay?
Oh, she absolutely murdered those two kids.
Well, absolutely. I know that, but I'm talking about she was trying to kill herself, too.
Yes. Yeah.
When she survived, yep. That was the worst thing that could have happened to her.
Yeah. Well, first of all, there was so many. I'm watching this. The parenting, Jack, on her side especially, was putrid.
And that's why that's another thing we wanted to talk about on here. Parenting is actually one of the main reasons this happened.
Putrid, and remains putrid to this day, as far as
they still give excuses. Everything she does. In fact, even the principal said every time she got in trouble, she would get more freedom, not less.
Yeah, the prosecutor, right? Yeah. He, I mean, right off the bat, when I texted you and I said, "What the hell am I watching?" I said, this is a 17-year-old girl, and the parents are okay with her moving in with her 20-year-old boyfriend, and they're going to get married. I go, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah. Well, who lets a 17-year-old girl move in with a 20-year-old? It's insanity.
Now, they both graduated high school. They're only 3 years apart, and they were been together for like 4 years. So, I mean, the 17 and 20 is not the big deal to me.
I don't even care about that, even though technically it's probably pushing statutory rape.
It depends on what state you're in.
Depending what state you're in. It was in Ohio. I don't know what their laws are, but anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's still just common sense says, no, I'm not letting my 17-year-old daughter shack up with a 20-year-old. It's never happening.
Well,
right?
When she graduates high school, what are you going to say? No. What are you going to do?
You want to go do that? Well, first of all, she's not even an adult yet, so I could say, no, you're not going.
If she goes to do that, what are you going to do?
Oh, I'm going to go get her and be like, you're not doing that. I have custody till you're 18 years old. It's not happening.
You can't forcibly kidnap her. You can't remove her.
Oh, yes, I can.
You would have to call the police.
And I'm doing that. I am going to do that. I'm not letting it happen. But Jack, there's obviously a lot of problems before that. Before you even get to that point, you have bad parenting going on probably since that kid was in a crib. So, I mean, the whole thing and as the story goes on, and the way they kind of wrap it up and they piece it together, which is what I liked as a former cop. I love how they pieced it together. And the evidence.
That's why I watch Forensic Files all the time.
I thought they did a great job. And another thing that people need to understand, and I think this helps people understand, and we get frustrated too when we're like, oh my God, why don't we know more? Well, this investigation was going on. They needed to investigate, they needed a forensic investigation of that car.
Yeah,
And
the
then
forensic auto inspector. Yeah, that was crazy.
they needed
That took a long time to do because you have to inspect every. You guys see? I'm going to show you a picture of the car, Jay. I'm going to show them a picture of the car.
Yeah, and then they had to do the black box, the data recorder of the car. That had to be investigated. They had to investigate text messages, like thousands of years of thousands of text messages over the years, videos over the years. They had to piece together the cameras that that caught the car going from one place to another. It was a lot, and it takes time, and that's why sometimes we don't hear about aninvestigation till
that's the car after the accident. You see that right there?
It's amazing anybody. It's amazing anybody walked out of that.
Yeah. How do you survive that? The car, it looks like it doesn't have a front. It was just a back. Okay. The crash was so bad that a slipper got embedded into the bottom of the car. Embedded. Right. Just a cloth slipper embedded into the. I mean, it was insanity. I'm going to take a look. We're going to look at the other pictures. Look at this. That's a picture from the side right there. That is crazy. Okay, look at that. This woman survived, but Jay, you can tell she did not mean to survive.
100%. There's no way
she didn't want to survive that.
It came down to if he wasn't going to be with me, nobody's going to be with me or him. We're going out together.
Well, see what I think, and that's also probably part of it. But what I think, and if you want the truth, first of all, the guy in the back seat only died because he just happened to be there. Nobody gave a damn about him. So, no offense to his parents, but I mean that the woman that tried to kill herself and she wasn't thinking about killing old dude in the back.
She was a selfish, narcissistic piece of crap.
You should have heard. Did you hear one of the parents? They're like, "Well, why didn't she stop and let him out the back?" I'm thinking, wait a minute. If she's trying to kill her boyfriend herself, why would she stop? Because then the boyfriend's going to get out. That makes no sense.
She was probably just thinking, "Oh my God, what if she would have done that? My son would still be alive." I mean, I get it.
That doesn't make it wouldn't make any sense.
It was never going to happen. That kid happened to be at the wrong place, in the wrong car at the wrong time, is what it was. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. It's just the wrong time. He was just there. But the craziest part of all of this was a couple of weeks beforehand. Apparently, she was driving erratically with Dominic in the car, and he had to call his mom and tell her, get someone out here on the highway, come get me, because she's talking about killing us and crashing the car. But that was one side of the story. The other side of the story was she texted his mom and said, come get him. He keeps grabbing the steering wheel and acting erratically. But I'll tell you, Jay, why I know that's not what happened here. You want to know why? First of all, the car did not sway. It went straight. Okay. Right. If you are impaired or if somebody is grabbing the steering wheel at 100 miles per hour, the car will flip. Okay. The car will flip. The car will swerve. The car will hit something else. All right. Secondly, in this particular car, there was a black box that has, this particular car has a black box that tells you the braking and the acceleration. For the last 5 seconds before the crash, her foot was all the way down on the pedal. The pedal was on the ground. It had 100% acceleration, and there was no touching of the brake whatsoever. She meant to kill him and herself. When she survived, Jay, that was like her punishment. That was the worst thing that could have happened to her.
100%. And also another piece of it was that road was a windy road. So her whole thing of, I had this thing, they called it, where she would black out.
No, that's bullshit.
You couldn't have blacked out and navigated that road to the point at the end where you then went straight into that building.
Even if she says she blacked out right before then, Jay, when you black out right before your foot is coming off the pedal. It's not going to press down on the pedal.
Right. No. And that slipper was her slipper. And and people were saying, and when you look at it at first, like, well, maybe her slipper got stuck. Well, no, the forensic auto inspector said, no, that you could tell that was pinned down already. And it was the impact that wrapped around it kind of on the floorboard. That is why that was pinned there, not because it got stuck under the accelerator. So there was just no way for her, once they investigated this, to get out of it. And she chose a bench trial. She didn't want a jury, and the judge, a female judge, found her guilty. Now, I didn't like the end, Jack. I thought she should have got the max sentence. And
Yeah,
she didn't.
15 to life is and concurrently 15 to life.
Right.
Why would you give that's like saying only one person died.
Yep. Exactly. It should have been consecutive. Like you know, you're going to serve those one after the other.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. She said, I'm giving you 15 to life because I'm pretty sure you're never going to get out. Of course she's going to get out.
Then just give her 30 to life.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, because the other choice was 30 to life. She should have been 30 to life twice, is what she should have been.
Yeah, 30 to life, run consecutively. That's what it should have been.
That's it. And then you're in for then you're done. Jack, I think and the judge, I don't know what the judge said. She's like, I don't think she'll get out of prison. Why not?
No, she said she's going to spend the rest. She said, I don't think she'll ever get out. But see, Jay, her first parole date is 2037. Right. She will be out by 2040. I guarantee it.
I agree with you. She'll be out before she's 40 years old, easily.
Yeah, this was not a heinous, axe murder crime. Okay? It's not like so she will be out.
I think she should be in for the rest of her life, but that's me.
Of course.
That's me. And those parents, her parents were so smug,
outrageous,
arrogant. If I was one of the other parents, I'm not controlling myself in that courtroom. I don't know how they do. I don't know.
Very difficult. But guys, for anybody that has not seen The Crash on Netflix, check it out. I guarantee you will love it. It is extremely interesting. It is a true case, and she is in prison right now. Her first parole date is 2037, so she's going to be in there for still quite some time. Yeah, it's a true case. Absolutely incredible. It's #1 movie on Netflix right now. Despite being a documentary, it's still the #1 movie on Netflix right now. Extremely interesting. All right, Jay. You and I are at odds in a certain event that happened today. Okay?
Yeah.
We are going to talk about Tulsi Gabbard resigning. Okay? And I'm going to, real quick, though, before we do that, I want to put out the fact that, let me see if I can find it real quick, because I want to put, let's see. No, that's not it. Okay. So apparently, there were public statements, where she said that, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the right thing because I've got so many of them. Now I don't even see it. Ridiculous. Anyways, there are public statements put out that she's resigning and citing her husband's recent diagnosis of a rare form of bone cancer as the reason for her departure. However, Reuters is reporting that this was not a choice by Gabbard and that the White House forced her to resign. That is what Reuters is reporting. But I'm going to tell you right now, Jay, I also do not think this is the case. Now, does her husband have bone cancer? I don't know. I'm not going to say yes just because she said that, and I'm going to tell you why. It's extremely convenient, okay? Because it has been reported for months that she was going to resign, and it is extremely convenient that all of a sudden she has a reason to resign. Now, I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm not saying she's lying. It could just be a massive coincidence, but it is a coincidence that all of a sudden, when she's ready to resign, her husband has a recent diagnosis of cancer. There is no date when he was diagnosed. There is nothing else. Nobody even knew about it until all of a sudden I'm resigning. He's got a rare form of bone cancer. I'm just telling you, Jay, especially with Reuters reporting that it wasn't her choice. I think that the CIA personally had a hand in it. And I'm going to tell you why about that. Go ahead and give your opinion first, and then I'm going to show you why.
Okay, we're not as at odds about it as you think. Now, my thing is this. If she's saying a specific thing, her husband, it's not, he has a back injury or he's sick. No,
that's not serious enough for her to have to leave. You got to give a reason to leave.
And I'm going to get to why that's important. She's coming out and giving a specific thing, a rare form of bone cancer. Now, if she's lying about that, then she'll have to face God and deal with that when the time comes. That's all I'm going to say. I can't go right now and say that Tulsi Gabbard is the type of person, and there might be other reasons, and this might have been, maybe it is a coincidence. Maybe it is something that she said, you know what, I can't deal with everything going on at work right now, plus my husband's diagnosis, and he's getting worse.
No.
I don't know. If she's making that up, Jack, if she's making that up, then she has to face God and deal with that.
Jay, you got to be kidding me. These are people that are lifetime politicians, practice liars. Even if they're Republicans, even if we like them, Jay, they still know how to act.
I am not, and I'm not. I was never. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard. I thought she was fine. For
She
the last
used to
couple
be a
of years.
Democrat, you know.
Oh, absolutely, she's a Democrat.
And I'm not saying she's a bad person, Jay. She might have
Jack,
had to have this excuse.
Hold on. If you're making this up, you're a bad person.
No. Jay,
Yes.
you don't know what kind of pressure she might have been under. They
I
might
don't
have
care.
forced her to do this, Jay. They might have said,
then-
here's what you're going to do, or we're going to kill you. You don't know that, Jay.
I know, but I can't go there. And I also like to apply the 48-hour rule and maybe even longer. I think and I'm not Jack. I've heard that she's going to resign. Laura Loomer has been going
That's why
back
I
and
told you this is extremely convenient.
Hold on. She's been going. I think I lost you again. I'm back. Jack, Laura Loomer has been going back and forth with our friend Roger Stone. Roger Stone has said that he didn't think Tulsi was going to resign, and she has. So it looks like Laura Loomer was right, and maybe Roger was just being a good friend and saying, no, I have her back, because he's very tight with Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know, but if you're an awful person if you're making this up. I don't care what kind of pressure you're under. I can't say
Jay,
that my wife.
You don't
I
understand,
can't do
man.
it. No.
You don't understand. I'm going to tell you why the CIA is the reason they pressured her to resign. First of all, every single bit of it, Jay, has to do with the JFK, MLK, RFK files. Every single bit of it. That is the reason they forced her to resign. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why. Okay.
Wait, and let me just finish. Yes, show me in a second. I just want to say this. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I don't think she's lying about the fact that her husband has cancer. I'm not
never
saying
said
that
she is lying. I'm saying it's a
I am not even-
possibility.
It came and enter my mind, but
See,
I'm
that's
not
the
saying-
problem, Jay.
Well,
That's
hold
the
on.
problem.
I'm not saying that you're wrong either.
But see, that's the thing, though. You can't, and like Stockmom says, we need to have respect for a woman. You guys don't understand. People are human. They do lie. I'm not saying she's lying, but I'm also not going to say she's telling the truth just because she has a sympathetic reason to resign. It's a convenient, sympathetic reason. No, you're not going to question it. That's the point. You're not going to question it because it is a sympathetic reason to resign, Jay. It's a reason that you will not question.
I'm just going to say this, and I said it clearly. If she's lying about this, I don't care what reason she has to lie. She will face God with that because
So
you don't lie.
If they say, if the CIA
You don't
comes
lie
and says,
about your
"All right,
loved one,
if you don't lie
you're-
about this, I'm going to kill your kids." So you're saying that if they come to her, they say, "I'm going to kill your kids if you don't lie about this." So you're saying that's not a good enough reason to lie about it.
Jack, and also it's going to be pretty hard to cover up. Her husband they're public figures and they're going to ask for privacy. But how does that always work? Somebody's going to get a video of him going to chemo or walking out of chemo or getting treated.
It's
or
not going to
looking
happen,
sick.
Jay.
I don't know.
It's not
We'll
going to
see.
happen.
We'll
I'm
see.
going to tell you.
We'll
let
see.
me tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
I'm going to read this to you. I want you to listen to this, okay? All right. This is from Catherine Herridge, who is an excellent, excellent reporter, okay? I'm going to read this to you. It'll take just a couple minutes to read. So take a listen, okay? And this is why, and like I said, this right here is why she was pressured to resign. This right here is why. And see, this is the thing right here. I got to say, people saying you need to do this or you need to do that, give her privacy. Look, I'm not invading her privacy. I am speculating on what I believe based on my evidence. And I'm going to talk to you about it right now. I want you to listen to this. I told you it was CIA pressure put on her. And I have my own personal evidence on this based on Catherine Herridge's excellent reporting, by the way. And it also has to do with the MLK, JFK files. Remember, Jay, the thing that just happened where they said the files were taken by the CIA, but it actually happened like last year in December? Remember how that whole thing was botched? But they never should have said the CIA took the files. They never should have said that. Even though they did do that, that was a huge mistake. And I'm going to tell you why. Take a listen to this. Based on my reporting, it was well known in national security circles a CIA investigative unit had sent emails to several members of DNI Gabbard's Directives Initiatives Group, or DIG, demanding they come in for questioning. While the CIA unit routinely conducts polygraphs and investigations, the timing of the request was concerning. It did not appear to be a part of standard security clearance review. The alleged CIA monitoring of the Directors Initiatives Group was described as tracking every keystroke on their government computers and devices. While there is no expectation of privacy on government computers and users often see a log-on warning, it did not appear to be routine counterintelligence work by the CIA. In recent testimony before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, chaired by Senator Rand Paul, CIA Senior Operations Officer and whistleblower James Erdman III alleged that the CIA illegally spied on the computers and phones of the Directors Initiative Group, which includes Tulsi Gabbard, along with their investigations and contacts with whistleblowers. So, Jay, I'm not finished yet, but I wanted to tell you, first of all, the files, they are worried about those files getting out. They are actually listening in on the Director of National Intelligence phone calls with whistleblowers. They are listening in on this. And the absolute final straw was when they let it slip out that the CIA took those files. So listen, note, the Directors Initiative Group, investigated the JFK, RFK, and MLK assassinations, the origins of COVID-19, Crossfire Hurricane, the Biden administration's domestic surveillance, anomalous health incidents, and unidentified aerial phenomena. Erdman provided detailed testimony about the DIG's investigations into directed energy attacks, also known as Havana Syndrome or anomalous health incidents. This was not the first time the CIA appears to have been monitoring the Directors Initiative Group communications. Individuals involved in our AHI investigation discovered third parties were listening in on secure phone calls at intelligence community facilities. In one instance, it was a conversation with a whistleblower. These incidents were also reported in counterintelligence channels, and DNI IT experts confirmed that reproducing what occurred on the secure phone calls required an IT engineering work order. Someone had to request a technical change to the infrastructure. During the investigation of HAIs, my reporting reveals additional allegations that the CIA denied DNI Gabbard's investigators access to key analysts and officials still working in the CIA building, as well as relevant, highly classified intelligence held in compartmented programs. Jay, the CIA had more power. The CIA had more power than the DNI. That's what they're saying.
Listen, two things.
The CIA was bringing them in for questioning on a non-routine investigation. They were listening to the DNI Tulsi Gabbard's phone calls with whistleblowers. They were watching every keystroke. Jay, why? Because they cannot let the JLK, MLK, and RFK files get out. And that is why that was the last straw. That was the last straw. When they put out there that the CIA took those files, that was the last straw, Jay. I am telling you right now. Now, both things can be true. Her husband can have bone cancer. I'm not saying she's lying. Her husband can have bone cancer, and the CIA can force her out.
That's all I'm saying here is that I think both things can be true at the same time. I think there's been pressure on her to resign for a lot of reasons, some of which you just read, for a while now. There have been people who know people that we follow on this platform, whether we agree with them all the time or not, who have said for a while that she's going to probably resign before the midterms. But at the same time, I can't say that, and I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I can't say that she's making up the fact that her husband has come up with another excuse. You don't have to go that far and be that specific.
Let me tell you something, okay? I'm not saying she lied about it, and I'm not saying she didn't lie about it. I'm saying the CIA is what forced her out. I'm not saying that he doesn't have bone cancer. I'm saying that's not the real reason she was forced out. That's all I'm saying.
No, I think that's fine. I just don't want people to say, because the way people are kind of dismissing her, what she's saying about her husband, I can't go there. To me, like I said, if you're lying about that, you'll face God with that. And I don't think Tulsi Gabbard's that type of a person. I don't know her personally, but just her public persona.
I've actually met Tulsi Gabbard. I've met her in person.
Right, but I mean, just saying, like, even her public persona, like, she doesn't come off as that type of an individual at all. And I don't think, honestly, you have to be the lowest of the low to even do that. And even politicians I don't think would make something like that up. Or, like I said, come up with a different excuse. There's so many you can come up with other than to say that my loved one is dying of bone cancer. I mean, geez, that would be I mean, horrible.
Check this out. That right there, that's me and Tulsi Gabbard. She's actually a really nice person. I mean, when I met her, me and my fiance actually met her, and she's actually a great person. She really is. And that's why I'm not going to say she's lying, and I'm not going to say she's not lying. What I am saying is that reason he may very well have bone cancer, but I'm saying that the CIA is why she was forced out. Everything I just read to you was 100% true, reported by Catherine Herridge. The last straw was them letting out the fact that the CIA took those files on in December of 2025 during the government shutdown. That was the last straw, Jay.
It very well could have been.
Her husband probably does have bone. I'm not going to say he doesn't.
I'm just going to go as far as say I am going to say her husband has bone cancer.
Let's say he does.
Let's say he does.
I'm just saying that's not the actual reason she's leaving.
It could be that she said, or it very well could be that she said, yes, at this point, I'm going to say that this is why I'm leaving. Maybe, Jack, maybe. Where she said,
I mean,
all right,
let's say you have to have an excuse. They're forcing you out, Jay.
I didn't know her husband was sick. You didn't know her husband was sick. Nobody knew.
No,
I didn't know.
That's why I'm saying, let's say everybody that's listening, everybody that's talking, people are trying to say, oh, you do not fake this. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard would use this as an excuse and lie about it. We're not saying she lied about it. I'm saying that whether she used that as an excuse or not, it might be true. Okay. But she was forced out, is what I'm saying.
I wouldn't be shocked.
And she can't say the CIA forced me out.
No, obviously not. I don't think she would do that. And let's
she can't.
No, and I read her resignation letter is maybe somebody named Joe Kent can take a hint as to how to write a resignation letter, but that's a whole different story. Anyway, I'm just going to say that
Hickster said we need 2-hour shows.
Yeah,
we need to get a 2-hour show. We have so much more stuff to get to.
Easy for you to say, Hickster, but believe me, by the end of the week, we're burnt. But anyway.
And thank you, Grandma Kate, for telling people to look outside the box. It is different. Now, she's not using it as an excuse that she's not using it as like some kind of fake excuse. If he has cancer, that's a real reason she would leave. But she cannot say the CIA forced me out. Okay? So you have to have a real reason.
I don't think it's here's the thing, and we got like 2 minutes. I don't think anybody would be shocked to say, yeah, the CIA forced her out because she was digging too much. That's
especially
fine.
with the evidence that I just read to you, Jay.
That's fine. And you know what, Jack, quite honestly, if they're starting to break her chops about that, regardless of her husband, she should leave anyway. Because screw you guys. I'm trying to do my job. You're putting pressure on me, or you're threatening me, or whatever you're doing.
They're saying that they don't want her to use that as an excuse. But what if that's the only acceptable excuse she has in her life? And she cannot say the CIA forced me out.
Well, listen, we got to get to the point where maybe we will find out eventually. Like I said, 48-hour rule. Maybe it's going to take longer than that. But I think we will find out more as time goes on. Something will leak.
Thank you, Grandma Kate. I like Grandma Kate. She's more in the, she's right on with it.
Listen, we got a great audience. Everybody's got their different opinions. And,
yeah, we've had a lot of people talk today, Jay. It's awesome, man.
Listen, that's what we want. We want people expressing themselves on the show, and it's already 7:58. My God, it flew by.
we just, we could go on for another 2 hours. But guys, thank you all for coming in the chat. We've had a lot of people in the chat today. It's been great hearing everybody's opinion. Stock Mom, Deborah, Raina, Kate, Code Talker, Steven. I mean, we've got so many more. I can't name everybody. I named the other people at the beginning of the show. But yeah, you guys have all been great. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you for your comments. And we are not having a show on Monday, guys. I'm sorry. It's Memorial Day. The network is going to be down for the day. The Live from America TV network. We will not be having a show, but we will be back and better than ever on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys visit maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Like I said, the 250th of the USA is coming up, 250th anniversary, and Father's Day. Order now, 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Jay, I think we've solved all the problems we can for one day. I mean, we did a great job, and I had a lot of fun. Did you have a lot of fun?
Yeah, no, it was great. And everybody, Memorial Day weekend, remember, It's not only about fun, it's about the people who died so we could do this, what we're doing right now.
Absolutely. The only reason we're able to have this free speech right now and talk about this is because they gave their lives for it. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.